Zhang Ye, though only 16 years old, still found himself trapped in the brutal wasteland of his past Lithia world, torn apart by endless gunfire and war. That nuclear blast had reduced him to ashes, yet unexpectedly, his soul was reborn into this new realm where magic and the legacy of giants existed. Reclining on a grassy slope, this lion-like youth stretched out with ease, a blade of grass tucked between his lips, softly chewing. Towering near 2 meters tall, his muscular frame was powerful without bulk, his bones sculpted with smooth lines that spoke of strength and grace. Even in lazy repose beneath the open sky, surrounded by green, he radiated an imposing aura of force and beauty. His short, neatly trimmed hair framed a firm yet kind face, bathed in gentle sunlight that lifted the corner of his mouth in a quiet, unspoken charm, simple and sincere, as if cut off from the bustle of the nearby thriving city. Slowly waking with a satisfied groan, Zhang Ye rubbed his eyes and stretched his tired limbs. His gaze swept beyond the grassy hill, resting on the magnificent coastal metropolis below. This sea city, half perched on land and half built upon the water, had become his home for the past 16 years since arriving in this world. Its wealth and prosperity were undeniable. The oceanic half glittered with luxury, attracting adventurers and merchant caravans from every corner, their voices weaving a lively tapestry of languages at the city gate. A small smile played on Zhang Ye's lips as he hoisted the heavy pack, beside him his massive metal hammer, over a meter long, still hanging from the side with undeniable weight and authority. Shouldering the burden, his steady strides carried him firmly toward the city gate. This path he had traveled for 16 years. To most, 16 was just the age of youth and growth, but few realized this young man bore the heritage of Jian's legacy of power and presence beyond ordinary measure. His growth had been slower. Under 2 meters tall, he was still but a sapling among giants, his muscular physique masking the incomplete development that left him yearning for more. Deep in his memory, the unsealed secrets of his giant bloodline awaited discovery. The nightmare of his former wasteland life clung stubbornly, a society ruled by capital and mercenaries, where betrayal and slaughter were commonplace. When the final mission culminated, a nuclear bomb detonated, reducing 30,000 soldiers and a fortress city to ashes. Born in blood and death, he had perished in fire and explosion, turning to ash that very night, never expecting to be reborn. Raised and taught by the kindly blacksmith elder, 16 harsh years had passed, filled with sweat and hardship in the forge. Though he inherited the peaceful smithy and some savings after his guardian's peaceful passing, Zhang Ye could not confine himself there. After selling the shop, he left his past calm behind, burdened with heavy gear and unfulfilled dreams, stepping alone into this affluent coastal city. He refused to be ordinary in this world. Though it lacked the brutal wasteland savagery, it was filled with magic, monsters, sword saints whose blade strikes could cleave mountains, and fierce magical beasts more relentless than any wasteland creature. Millions' lives were as fragile as grass, and the weak were ruled by the strong. He vowed to break through mediocrity, to grasp the stars and earth, and carve a new legend with muscle and willpower. Even with mediocre magical talent, his desire to master magic never waned. This time, he was determined to take a new step, striving for the honor of mage, or failing that, to forge a unique path of his own. At the city gate, he paid the 10 silver admission fee and entered the unfamiliar but bustling outer city. His size drew little attention. Others far larger, like the rock-skinned giants towering over 2.5 meters, were common here. Zhang Ye privately resented that, as a giant, he was not the towering figure of legends who reached 10 or more meters in height. Before him, wide streets bustled with carts and people, the shouts and clamor pulsing like the city's heartbeat. Breathing in the lively air, Zhang Ye felt a rare warmth and fulfillment, grateful for the long, arduous journey behind him. Now, all he wanted was to find a refreshing tavern and trade in his half-month ration of dried meat for a nourishing, satisfying meal. Not far ahead, a familiar sign came into view: the Mercenary's Tavern, a gathering place for warriors like himself. Believe me, Mercenary Tavern, Hylon number 11. This was a branch of the well-known Mercenary Tavern, also widely called the Mercenary Guild. Unlike traditional guilds, this one took the form of a tavern, catering specifically to mercenaries. After all, most mercenaries were rough, straightforward men who enjoyed knocking back a few drinks, boasting loudly, trading war stories, and then heading to the front desk or bulletin board to pick up jobs. Naturally, the tavern became the perfect gathering spot. At this moment, the tavern buzzed with noise. Veteran mercenaries sat clustered around rough-hewn wooden tables, drinking, eating meat, and shouting back and forth in a lively, rowdy atmosphere. The air was thick with the smell of strong liquor, mixed with a faint metallic scent of blood. That bloodiness came either from a blood-stained tooth embedded in the wooden counter at the front, or from mercenaries wrapped in blood-soaked bandages. Though this aroma was hardly pleasant to most, Zhang Yi found a strange comfort in it. It reminded him of home, of being near his mother. Compared to the foul stench of smoke, alcohol, and vomit in the wasteland gang bars of his past life, this place felt almost refreshing. At least here the staff cleaned regularly. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, Zhang Yi stepped inside. The noisy chatter quieted at once, and several rugged eyes quickly fixed on his impressive, burly frame. Aside from monsters or huge brutes, Zhang Yi's size was striking here. He found the attention rather satisfying. In his past life, he had wanted to be a big guy but lacked the conditions, settling for medium build instead. Now, ignoring the curious, appraising, even provocative and disdainful looks from both fresh and veteran mercenaries, he strode straight to the front desk. All eyes followed him like he was prey or simply entertainment. But Zhang Yi's face was open and honest as he flashed a grin toward the barmaid. "Hello, I'm here to register as a mercenary." "Oh, new blood." Behind the counter stood a striking woman with sun-kissed skin and fine features. Her wavy hair fell loosely, and her curvy figure was undeniably alluring true beauty. She introduced herself, Yifulin, owner of Hylon number 11. Her tone was playful as her alluring eyes casually roamed over Zhang Yi's broad chest, a faint smile tugging at her lips. "Zhang Yi," he answered simply. "Funny name. You from Dongzhou?" Yifulin probed. "In a way," Zhang Yi replied without elaborating. Yifulin blinked. "Rules here say newcomers have to buy a round for everyone." Zhang Yi paused. "A round? Drinks?" She laughed, "Of course. Or you could buy a meal instead. Everyone would be happy either way." Her words triggered a burst of laughter throughout the tavern. Zhang Yi immediately realized she was teasing him, but didn't mind. Instead, he laughed openly too. "I'll finish my first job, then I'll buy the drinks." This made the mercenaries around him widen their eyes, laughter growing louder. "You're brave, kid." A bearded man clapped his thigh with interest. Zhang Yi sat down on a bar stool and turned to address the crowd. "Sure, it's just a few drinks." Though it was just a gesture, the tavern was packed. Even the cheapest rye ale cost 8 copper coins a glass. With the gold-silver-copper exchange rate at 1:10:100, the total tab for drinks could easily add up to over 50 gold coins, a hefty sum. Hylon number 11 was quite spacious, with second and third floors, and about 600 people present. That's a tab no one took lightly. Zhang Yi had quite a few gold coins on him, inheritance from his late father, proceeds from selling the blacksmith shop, and savings accumulated through years of hard work. He had no intention of spending that money here. Yet, wearing a casual expression, he said lightly, 50 gold coins is nothing. We're aiming to become legendary mercenaries. Once we make it big, a single mission could earn tens of millions. Not just treating the whole tavern, we could buy drinks for the entire city without breaking a sweat." As soon as he finished, the tavern erupted in loud laughter. Though the laughter was harsh and rowdy, it was just the usual noise of patrons finding amusement. Zhang Yi was well acquainted with these cutthroat mercenaries and knew how to use humor to ease the tension. After the laughter died down, the hostile gazes aimed at him noticeably lessened. After all, a newcomer meant one more rival for missions, and nobody welcomes competition. But Zhang Yi's little jokes skillfully diffused much of the animosity, lessening the divide within the tavern. Some eyes shifted from hostility to disdain. These veterans saw him as just another rookie who wouldn't last long. No one took him seriously until reality battered him to pieces. At the end of the day, surviving in this mercenary environment was simple. Talk with them, join their banter, and brag alongside them. Right after those words, the loudest laugh came from a burly man with a full beard, who gave Zhang Yi an approving smile and beckoned him over for a drink. Zhang Yi's move not only saved him from unnecessary trouble, but reignited the lively atmosphere of the tavern. Even better, if anyone really thought of him as a greenhorn and tried to scam him later, Zhang Yi could turn it around and make a profit, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Quite an interesting situation. Yifulan's eyes flickered as she watched Zhang Yi chatting animatedly with the bearded man. She gently pushed over a sheet of paper and a card. "This is your mercenary contract. Sign it to officially become a mercenary. Starting as a lowest level bronze mercenary, you must complete at least 3 bronze level missions per month. Failure to meet this will revoke your mercenary status. This is your guild membership card." She handed over a small card. "Write your name in blood on it. With this, you can freely enter mercenary taverns elsewhere and accept contracts." Zhang Yi nodded, taking the contract and card. While filling it out, he asked, "How do I advance to higher levels?" "Judging by the way you speak, this legendary mercenary talk isn't just empty boasts." Yifulan leaned casually against the bar, resting her chin on her hand. Her low-cut collar naturally revealed a deep line, her posture deliberately inviting attention. "Obviously. You don't really think I was joking just now, do you?" Zhang Yi smiled guilelessly, his honest demeanor somehow disarming. She raised an eyebrow and continued, "After completing enough bronze missions, you can submit an upgrade application and take on the challenge. Finish at least 3 promotion missions, and you'll be promoted to a higher rank mercenary. The same applies to subsequent ranks." "Got it." Zhang Yi nodded and handed the completed form back to Yifulan. She checked it, then took a guild seal from the table and pressed it solemnly onto Zhang Yi's card. Next, he pricked his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the card. At that moment, a faint glow flashed on the card, and the bloodstain was securely fixed in place. Later, the guild would use magic to verify the blood if it matched. No one could dispute the card's owner's identity. It was like a magical ID card that 18 copper coins. As soon as Zhang Yi received the card, Yiflan smiled warmly. Zhang Yi blinked in surprise. Wasn't it supposed to be 10 copper coins? Yiflan winked playfully. Don't tell me you don't want to buy a drink for the beautiful landlady in front of you? Zhang Yi gave a wry smile and pulled out a few silver coins. Of course, I'd be more than happy to. She accepted the coins with delight, her mind already calculating. That big, muscular guy looked like a promising catch, definitely someone worth getting close to. Landlady, 1 extra-large smoked chicken rice, a seaweed salad, and 3 pieces of white pork leg meat. Zhang Yi continued ordering, handing over 5 silver coins. That would be enough for 3 people to eat their fill. Judging by his build, Yiflan didn't say much and wisely took the money to start preparing the food. Aren't you having any wine? She brought over a cup, curious. A guy this burly inviting her to drink, but not touching the alcohol himself. That was kind of interesting. I don't drink before a mission, Zhang Yi replied, already taking big bites of his meal. In a muffled voice, he added, by the way, landlady, do you have any recommended missions? Preferably ones that pay well. Yiflan shook her head. Bronze-level jobs don't pay much. At best, it's about the same. Zhang Yi smiled. Then I guess I have to ask you, this beautiful and kind landlady, for the inside scoop. Yiflan immediately rolled her eyes, thinking this big guy seemed honest on the outside, but with a drink and some flattery, he could easily get info. Really had some skill. Normally, this kind of intel would be worth tens or even hundreds of gold coins. Good jobs, ones that pay well or are low risk, or both. Mercenaries fight tooth and nail for them. They would never be posted openly on the bulletin board. Tasks like that are controlled by middlemen like Yiflan, either you pay up for info or use connections. But right now, she quite liked Zhang Yi. His dishonesty actually made him well suited for mercenary work. Not playing it safe means less chance of getting scammed and more chance to go far. This promising talent deserved a good job to test him out. She didn't say much and quietly slipped a note to Zhang Yi while no one was paying attention. Zhang Yi looked down at the paper, eyes lighting up. This was really a good job. After finishing his meal, Zhang Yi rented a room. Being new to the area without a permanent place to stay, he had to temporarily settle at the mercenary tavern. Places like these often had unpredictable conditions, depending largely on the owner's cleanliness standards. Luckily, Yiflan was very particular and cleaned regularly, so there was no unpleasant odor. Zhang Yi stowed his belongings, took out some potentially useful gear, and then headed out to begin the escort mission. This task was relatively straightforward, an escort job, similar in nature to the nuclear weapon escorts he had done in his past life. Except this time, he was transporting a cart full of highly valuable magical potions. The destination was Gryla City, 135 kilometers away, the site of the Hydus Magic Academy. The employer was the owner of a magic potion shop, who claimed the potions were worth a hefty sum, totaling 1,500 gold coins. After Evelyn's middleman fees and security deposits, Zhang Yi was left with roughly 1,200 gold coins. Because of the shipment's high value and the frequent robberies around the coastal city, these kinds of escort missions usually required a large team for safety. Evelyn suggested he find others to travel with him, but Zhang Yi shook his head. No need. More people means less pay. He planned to take the entire fee himself. Evelyn didn't push further. Mercenaries usually weren't greedy for nothing. Still, a big appetite requires strength to back it up. Otherwise, can you really handle it? She decided to take a gamble and see if Zhang Yi could manage alone. If he failed, her reputation would suffer. If he succeeded, she'd gain a powerful asset for future high-level jobs. After all, the people of High City love to bet big. In the afternoon, the convoy was ready on schedule. Zhang Yi finished dinner and arrived at the city gate just in time to see the convoy fully prepared. The team had its own escort squad, just 5 men, but additional guards were needed. Jeff, the escort leader, spotted Zhang Yi alone and blinked in surprise. Just you? Zhang Yi grinned confidently. Him enough. His arrogance was hard for Jeff to believe, and he scrutinized Zhang Yi skeptically, clearly doubting his capabilities. But Zhang Yi's physique made an impress. On a big guy like that hardly looked inexperienced. Besides, though bandits were common near High City, Zhang Yi planned to take a longer but safer new route. The road was protected by Imperial patrols with horse-drawn carriages, making it risky for robbers to approach. Based on his assessment, Zhang Yi had convinced the potion shop owner that the 5-man escort team would suffice, and no extra guards were needed. Yet the owner still worried about the expensive cargo and ended up adding more men. Jeff thought that with or without Zhang Yi, their escort squad could handle things, meaning the owner was probably wasting money. Let's head out then, Jeff said. The convoy pushed the cart through the city gate and set off along the road toward Gryla City. Zhang Yi relaxed on the cart, his expression calm as he followed the group. The beasts pulling the carts were a type of domesticated magical creature known as pack beasts. These creatures were incredibly strong and unusually docile, making them the perfect companions for hauling carts. Jeff, the captain of the escort team, sat at the very front of the convoy, clutching his long sword and leaning on his shield. His sharp gaze scanned the surroundings relentlessly, his face never breaking into a smile, showing his utmost focus and professionalism. Zhang Yi leaned against the side of the second cart's cargo bay, half resting his body on it as he slowly yawned. The area within 30 miles around Sea City was a strictly protected zone, patrolled continuously by stationed troops, so the journey so far had been safe. Zhang Yi planned to take advantage of this calm moment to rest his eyes and regain some strength, since he hadn't stopped for a break the entire way from his starting point. But just then, an uninvited guest shattered the tranquility. A clear, childlike voice rang out from above the cargo bay. "What's your name, Meow?" Zhang Yi opened his eyes and followed the voice, spotting a small figure perched atop the cart. She looked no taller than 1.5 meters, with two fluffy cat ears on her head and a long, bushy cat tail swaying behind her. Zhang Yi instantly recognized her as part of a feline branch of the beastfolk race, the cat people. Outside the beastfolk empire, beastfolk were generally lower in status, but this catgirl before him was unusually charming. Her chestnut-colored short hair was neat and tidy. She wore fitted light armor. A small dagger hung at her waist, and her large eyes sparkled keenly. Her skin was fair and delicate, radiating a lively but slightly wild aura that drew attention. Zhang Yi couldn't help but think, "She's really damn cute." He quickly replied with his name, Zhang Yi. The catgirl tilted her head and revealed a row of small, sharp fangs, smiling sweetly as she said, "Kiki meow?" Her voice carried her habitual meow at the end, which made Zhang Yi grin. Before he could respond, Kiki had already switched topics. "In the scout of the team, going to do reconnaissance later, meow. That big guy over there is the captain, Jeff, a skilled sword and shield fighter, meow. Those two are the Warrenwater brothers, both swordsmen, meow. That's Martina, a very accurate archer, meow. What's your class, meow?" Zhang Yi thought for a moment and answered, "I'm a warrior-type mage." Kiki's face filled with confusion. "What's that, meow?" "It means a mage who fights like a warrior," Zhang Yi patiently explained. Hearing that, she laughed again. "So it's like hitting people with a magic staff, meow?" Seeing her happy smile, Zhang Yi chuckled too and casually picked up the iron hammer beside him. "This is my magic wand. I call her Angel because she sends people to heaven." Kiki burst out laughing, clutching her stomach as she rolled on the cargo bay, her clear, lively laughter waking Zhang Yi fully. As a giant, Zhang Yi was naturally energetic. Otherwise, he couldn't have covered 2,000 kilometers in half a month without stopping. "You're pretty funny, meow," Kiki added after laughing. "I thought you'd be one of those big guys with skin as thick as stone, all dumb and slow, meow." No sooner had she spoken than a small bird flew by, causing Kiki's cat ears to instantly perk up. She crouched low on all fours like a real cat, and suddenly leapt several meters high. The bird was quick to react, sharply turning and escaping, leaving Kiki to catch only a few feathers. She landed lightly back on the cargo bay, her eyes shining with regret. "It got away, meow." Watching the little cat girl before him, Zhang Yi's heart stirred as he decided to tease her a bit. He caught one of the falling feathers and ran to the roadside grass, plucking a blade about the length of his arm. He tied it to the base of the feather, making a simple cat teaser stick. Calling out, "Kiki, look here." She tilted her head and looked at him. As he shook the teaser, her pupils dilated, her ears stood straight up, and her body instantly lowered in a crouch. Her tail raised high, and she lunged straight at the cat teaser. "Meow?" Zhang Yi held a cat teaser in his hand, swaying it left and then right. Kiki's eyes followed the little stick intently, her gaze shifting with anticipation. Suddenly, she seized the opportunity and pounced forward, stretching out her front paws to try and catch the teaser. But each time, Zhang Yi flicked his wrist just right, and the teaser slipped deftly through her claws. Instantly, the atmosphere in the beast-drawn carriage exploded with energy. Chi-Chi jumped up and down, fully focused, eyes bright and alert, while the rest of the team looked on in astonishment. They all knew that Chi-Chi was a member of the cat people tribe, naturally curious by nature, but they hadn't realized she could be this lively. Clearly, the concept of playing with cats was rare in this other world. At last, Chi-Chi managed to firmly grasp the teaser. Her cheeks flushed with excitement, and her eyes sparkled with delight. Zhang Yi teased, "Fun, huh?" Chi-Chi nodded and responded in a coaxing meow-like voice, "So fun." But amid her excitement, she suddenly frowned and whispered a complaint. "I broke it." It turned out that she had gripped the simple teaser made from woven grass and feathers a little too hard, and it snapped immediately. Zhang Yi waved it off casually. "No worries. If you like, I can make you a sturdier one." Kiki's eyes lit up, and she said happily, "Really? You're such a big, good kitty." Zhang Yi froze for a moment, thinking to himself if he had just been handed a good person card. This little incident undeniably brought them closer. Zhang Yi leaned against the carriage, chewing on a blade of sweet grass. It tasted cool and refreshing, somewhat like mint, with a sweet but invigorating aroma. Back when he trained with the old master during late-night blacksmithing, he often chewed this grass to stay alert. It had become a habit. More importantly, sweet grass was a distant relative to tobacco, and the old master used its wide leaves to roll cigarettes. Zhang Yi had tried it once. The flavor was much stronger than the cigarettes from the wasteland. After just a couple of puffs, he got scolded and beaten by the old master for being underage and told not to touch it. Zhang Yi didn't mind much. His previous life had been a constant brush with death, with smoking and drinking as the norm. But since the old master said so, he had waited. Now that the old master was gone and no one watched, Zhang Yi had already rolled his own cigarettes, but hadn't lit a single one. Treated the first smoke like a ritual, wanting to light it only amid the clash of sword and flame to truly enjoy it. Perhaps that was the unique kind of romance mercenaries held on to. Chi-Chi crouched atop the cargo box, her nimble figure jumping above Zhang Yi's head as she chatted non-stop. Her talkative, restless nature helped Zhang Yi learn a lot. For example, Chi-Chi was already 17 years old, the age of adulthood among the cat people tribe, even though she looked small and couldn't be mistaken for a child. Also, their team leader, Jeff, had a cute 3-year-old daughter. More alarmingly, they heard that near Seaport there was a faction called the Search Guild, specializing in dirty human trafficking, but not of humans, of beast people instead. When Chi-Chi first left home to explore, she was nearly captured and sold by them, which made her despise the Search Guild intensely. Zhang Yi agreed completely. In his previous wasteland world, gangs like this thrived on slavery and organ trafficking, and he had taken them down one by one, not just out of hatred, but because those people had long lost even the most basic humanity. In the wasteland, being robbed by diesel gangsters usually didn't mean risking your life if you cooperated and paid up. But those human traffickers were an entirely different breed. Ransacking wasn't enough for them. They killed their victims, stripping off their cybernetic implants and organs to sell on the black market. Not even the flesh and bones were spared. They'd grind them up into synthetic meat and sell it to unlucky buyers. Such brutal exploitation, killing for mere profits, was the worst taboo. One of Zhang Yi's teammates had fallen into this line of business and suffered a tragic fate because of it. That's why Zhang Yi never left any traffickers alive. In a way, this mercenary stained with sin saw it as his way to repay society and give back to the world. By the way, what rank are you, Meow? The conversation shifted abruptly as the catgirl suddenly asked. The power system in this world was very strictly tiered, unlike the chaotic wasteland where status and battle records defined strength. Here, the hierarchy was clear and uniform across all professions: mages, warriors, and others alike. There were 10 ranks in total, with the lower 5 named after metals, ranked by their value: brass, silver, gold, platinum, and mithril. The upper 5 ranks reflected sword and magic themes, from lowest to highest: ballad, title, epic, legend, and divine. The first 5 were easy enough to grasp, representing commonly recognized metals in the world's economy. The top 5 indicated different stages of power and prestige. Ballad meant you were strong enough that bards sung your stories far and wide. Title indicated you had earned a name remembered in history. Epic was more impressive, a force powerful enough to leave a lasting mark in the annals, with tales told for millennia. Legend was at the pinnacle, where your every action deeply influenced the present and future. Divine rank was a mystery, even to Zhang Yi and the old master, presumably near godlike, perhaps truly gods themselves. Silver, high-tier silver 5, Zhang Yi replied calmly. Each rank was further divided into 10 smaller stages, represented by stars. The stars' names supposedly came from mages, who gained a dazzling star-shaped aura around them each time they ranked up, looking incredibly cool. Warriors showed theirs as vitality patterns. Zhang Yi always admired the flashy mages, having dreamed of becoming one himself, but ending up with muscles instead of a single star glow. Silver 5? Then you're not as strong as me. Silver 6. Meow, the catgirl proudly lifted her chin, her furry ears twitching, and her fluffy tail swaying behind her instinctively. Zhang Yi had seen a few catgirls before, but this one was unusual. Most had tails as thick as noodles, but hers was fluffy like a feather duster, making her look even more adorable. Well then, you better protect me, Zhang Yi teased. To his surprise, the catgirl took it seriously, blinking her big eyes and saying earnestly, "Don't worry. As your senior, we'll take care of you, Meow." Kiki, scout. At that moment, the team leader Jeff couldn't help but interject, his tone tinged with helplessness. "There's no time for chatting. We need to scout," he frowned. "Oh, I totally forgot." Meow, the catgirl playfully stuck out her tongue, lightly jumped off the wagon, and called back as she ran, "I'm off to scout now, Meow." "Go ahead. I need to catch some sleep." Zhang Yi waved and closed his eyes. Soon enough, the sound of his snoring began. Nearby, Ogufo helplessly rubbed his forehead. Newbies really had low alertness. Though this mission wasn't too dangerous, lying down to sleep right outside the city gate was just reckless. Jeff didn't wake Zhang Yi. It wasn't like he was their friend, so it didn't matter. From their perspective, lack of vigilance in this line of work was a guaranteed way to get hurt sooner or later. Newcomers often made this fatal mistake. No matter how many warnings they gave, after countless casual attitudes, only harsh reality could teach them a lesson. A typical scout's detection range is usually about 3 to 5 kilometers away from the caravan, depending on the scout's skill level. But Kiki was no ordinary scout. As a cat person, she was naturally agile, and with her innate wind spirit talent, her speed far exceeded that of most, allowing her to cover a wider area more quickly. Because of this, Kiki prided herself as an elite scout, her confidence practically bursting at the seams. Before long, Kiki had traversed an 8-kilometer stretch. Along the way, she observed carefully. Everything around her seemed normal and safe. This area hadn't yet entered the protection zone of Haidu City. Although Haidu's guards patrolled the area and no one dared to act rashly, the trade route remained calm and reliable. Feeling reassured yet staying vigilant, Kiki pushed forward at an even faster pace. Finally, Kiki broke free from the guarded zone. Not far ahead, danger suddenly appeared. A herd of foraging tusked wild boars blocked the way. These tusked boars were common magical beasts across the continent, widely distributed. Their rank depended mostly on their size. Adults usually rated around bronze level, with occasional huge individuals reaching silver level. Among this herd was one massive beast. That darn boar is definitely silver rank. Kiki crouched within the tree canopy, her eyes sharp and focused. She counted nearly 30 boars in the group. The largest stood over 2 meters tall, its striped fur gleaming silver, clear proof of its silver rank power. About 7 or 8 others were also sizable, fitting into the bronze level, while the smallest ones hadn't yet reached that threshold. For the caravan, this herd posed little threat. Their main attack was charging. With the escort team protecting them, the group was safe, but if the boars ran into the cargo carts, the damage could be serious. So Kiki decided to divert the boars away. Even if they just lingered near the trade route, as long as they stayed away from the caravan, that would be enough. With her plan settled, a blue glow flickered around Kiki. The wind whispered gently as she darted forward like an arrow toward the largest boar. In a flash, she was face-to-face with the giant. She slammed her sword sheath hard against its forehead. Thud! The sound was dull but enough to annoy the boar, which instantly erupted in fury. "Come chase me, you silly pig." Kiki landed lightly on cat-like feet, making a playful face at the boars before turning and sprinting off. The great boar snorted angrily and charged after her with the herd. Kiki deliberately slowed her pace, teasing them on a mad dash for several kilometers until suddenly accelerating to leave the boar group far behind. Then she circled back smoothly to the trade route. With the boars chased off, calm returned. Kiki resumed her scouting light on her feet, nimble as she leapt between branches without losing speed. But then suddenly a breeze blew in, and Kiki's sensitive nose twitched. A sharp, pungent smell of blood hung heavy in the air. Clearly something terrible had happened ahead. Driven by curiosity, she pressed forward. Passing through woods and climbing grassy slopes, Kiki finally found the source of the blood. On one side of the slope, lush grass bloomed with white and yellow flowers beautiful as ever. But the other side was a grisly sight. Blood soaked the grass and soil while several large horned cattle lay fallen, their chests ripped open, entrails spilling onto the ground. Even worse, some bodies were torn apart, scattered in pieces. The heavy, stinging scent of blood was so intense that even Kiki's keen nose nearly stung tears. This shocking scene caused the brave Kiki's eyes to widen in alarm. What exactly happened here? Kiki stood at a distance, too nervous to get closer, her eyes fixed anxiously on the scene before her. Those great horned cattle were clearly livestock raised by herders. Their ears bore leather tags, and several around their necks jingled with bells. Judging by the wounds on the carcasses, some vicious magical beast had wreaked havoc. The enormous, jagged tear marks spoke to the attacker's immense strength. Kiki understood immediately. This must have been a savage and powerful monster, at least enormous in size. One cow's neck was snapped with only the skin barely holding it together, showing just how huge the beast's jaws were. But something didn't quite add up. While it wasn't uncommon for monsters to prey on human-raised livestock, they typically killed only one at a time before dragging it off to eat, not leave behind a grisly scene strewn with dismembered bodies. Monsters knew the danger humans posed and wouldn't foolishly feed in the open, risking retaliation. Here, the herd had been utterly shredded. A quick count showed at least 30 or 40 great horned cattle sprawled in pools of blood. Though they were just bronze-tier domesticated magical beasts, their large size meant any threat would send them charging as a group. A full herd of bronze-tier great horned cattle were enough to deter even low-star silver-tier monsters from attacking outright. Yet the carnage here told a story of brutal, uncontrollable slaughter. The cattle were trampled and tortured without any chance of resistance. From this, Kiki deduced it was very likely a crazed high-tier, silver monster, possibly even a gold-tier beast. Gold-tier monsters were not to be trifled with. Kiki knew Captain Jeffu, though a 9-star silver tier, had only managed to successfully hunt a gold-tier monster with great loss. 3 teammates died in that battle, including a scout who fell in action. It was because of that scout's death that Kiki had taken his place, joining the team. She realized clearly that fighting a gold-tier monster head-in was hopeless. The only option was to come away alive and report back. The decision rested with the captain, but Kiki thought it best to turn back and relay what she had found for now. A strange unease gripped her heart. Kiki resolved to suggest to the captain that they take a longer route, safer though more roundabout, to avoid encountering whatever monster had shredded the herd. As she turned to leave, a sudden gush of blood-tinged wind hit her, making the fur on her tail bristle and her pupils contract sharply. The ground beneath where she stood exploded violently, a razor-sharp claw swipe cutting through the earth and scattering soil. Instinctively, Kiki leapt up, landing steadily on all fours before bounding backwards dozens of meters, finally coming to a halt. Her chest heaved wildly, eyes wide with terror as she stared fixedly ahead. There stood a monster nearly 3 meters tall, its body covered in black bristles like steel needles. A grotesque, shaped bloody scar marked the center of its chest. Its massive head resembled a wolf, mouth stretched impossibly wide almost to the ears, jagged teeth uneven and dripping a mix of saliva and blood that slid down its jaws. What sort of monster was this? A werewolf. Kiki had seen werewolf tribes before, part of the beastman races, but this horrifying mutation was unlike anything she knew. The creature bore no resemblance to any beastman she was familiar with. It radiated pure menace and ruthless killing intent. It looked at her, clearly surprised it hadn't hit its mark, but even more so with mockery. Its eyes burned with bloodlust, gleefully toying with its prey. The exaggerated grin seemed to threaten to tear apart the back of its own head, sending chills down Kiki's spine. There's absolutely no way I can win. No matter how I think about it, Kiki stifled her fear, silently inching backward to keep a safe distance. The truth was clear: the monster didn't advance, but fixed its deadly gaze on her. Suddenly, it shifted its legs and sprinted forward. Without hesitation, Kiki spun and bolted, magic flaring through her body as her speed shot up with the flash of blue light. The monster pursued relentlessly, roaring low as it lunged twice, but both attacks missed. Infuriated, it grew even more savage, accelerating on all fours in hot pursuit. Kiki pushed herself to the limit, blood and chi surging through her veins, magic driving her faster than ever. In her heart, she cried out, "This is it. I'm done for. Captain, please save me." Her fleeing silhouette vanished swiftly from sight, the black shadow behind her closing in fast. The air was thick with Tenzion, a brutal, deadly chase playing out under the unforgiving sky. The convoy advanced in neat formation, with Jeff's eyes fixed anxiously on the distance, waiting for Kiki's reply. Yet this time, Kiki had not shown up for a long while, far beyond her usual scouting duration. Unease quietly crept into Jeff's heart. He reassured himself silently. Kiki was curious but clever and cautious, able to distinguish right from wrong. On missions, she controlled her impulses and stayed rational. She possessed all the qualities of an elite scout. If there were any danger, she would have immediately returned to report. Even if the surroundings were safe, she would still return on time to update them. But now, she had been gone far longer than normal. Jeff furrowed his brows and instinctively tightened his grip on the greatsword and shield by his side. The other team members grew tense as well, silently hoping it was just a misunderstanding or that Kiki was delayed by unfamiliar new terrain. After all, Kiki was lively and sharp, a beloved treasure of the team. Nobody wanted to lose such a precious companion. Meanwhile, the only one unmoved was Zhang Yi, who was still sound asleep inside the carriage, completely oblivious. Suddenly, Martina, the archer stationed alertly on the roof, stood up abruptly and broke the silence with a sharp voice. "There's something." Everyone's gaze immediately shifted to the direction she pointed. Martina narrowed her eyes, peering through the forest edge some 7 or 8 miles away. A blue glow shimmered in her hand, magical runes appearing in her eyes. Her Hawk's Eye spell activated. Though not a mage, every archer knew this magic to greatly enhance their vision and detect subtle movement from afar. Using Hawk's Eye, Martina finally made out a small figure. It was indeed Kiki. But her smile froze instantly. Kiki ran wildly, clutching her arm tightly, blood dripping through her fingers. Her face was pale, expression panicked. Injured Martina's heart tightened. Before she could react further, a shadow burst from the forest, moving even faster than Kiki, rushing straight at her. Martina's complexion changed in terror. It was a monster, relentlessly chasing Kiki. "Damn, it's gaining on her," she shouted. The team was shocked, gripping their weapons ready to fight. But Jeff's voice cut through coldly and decisively. "Don't go." They stared at their captain in disbelief, seeing his pale face and the fear he tried to hide. A gruesome nightmare flashed through Jeff's mind, a horror that pierced deep to his bones. She lost the courage to charge in. He could normally handle monsters below Golden Star Tier 3 with ease, but this beast before them was beyond his strength. "Captain, Kiki," someone began urgently, but Jeff interrupted dryly. "Don't go. You can't save her." His voice trembled with suppressed despair as he turned to the driver and barked, "Quick, turn around and retreat." "Are we really going to abandon Kiki?" Martina shouted angrily. "It's not abandonment." "Well, I'll die?" Jeff's voice quivered, his face ashen. "Kiki's leading that monster toward us. It's less than 7 or 8 miles away. Time's running out. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late." The swordsman Warren asked anxiously, "What kind of monster is it, Captain?" Why do we have to leave Kiki behind? Jeff hesitated, his overwhelming fear robbing him of an answer. His brother Wart gripped his sword, ready to charge out and help. The scene was thick with tension and helplessness. That's not a beast, you fooled, hat's a wolf demon. The wolf demon of the Bloodlands. In that instant, everyone's faces drained of color. None had seen the creature with their own eyes, yet all knew the legends. It was brutal and bloodthirsty, delighting in torture and slaughter. A famous adventuring party composed entirely of silver rank members, with a golden 2-star vice captain and a golden 4-star captain, had once faced the wolf demon. Only mangled limbs and pools of blood remained. When rescue arrived, 8 severed limbs were scattered across more than 800 meters. The fragmented remains told of an unspeakable massacre. The wolf demon's cruelty was bone-chilling. This escort squad numbered only 5, including Chi-Chi. Aside from their captain, a silver 9-star, the others were silver 6 or 7 stars. The newly hired mercenary hadn't even reached golden rank. They had no chance against such a merciless monster. Leaving even one alive meant a certain death. The air seemed to freeze, silence fell. Warren Waters slowly sheathed his longsword, saying nothing more. Jeff shouted fiercely at the driver to speed up, while Martina crouched atop the carriage, sorrow etched across her face as she watched Chi-Chi flee. The wolf demon closed in on Chi-Chi, and everyone knew disaster was imminent. Suddenly, the demon lunged with outstretched claws, aiming straight for her. Martina clenched her fists, barely able to watch. At the last moment, Chi-Chi twisted and rolled to the ground, swiftly scrambling to her feet and continuing to run. A pale blue light shimmered around her body, and her speed surged dramatically. The wolf demon's forward momentum overshot and forced it to break abruptly, leaving deep claw marks gouged into the earth as it was knocked back. Martina showed a flicker of surprise. The demon's speed far exceeded that of any ordinary foe, and Chi-Chi was using this brief burst of acceleration and precise dodges to buy precious time. Martina's feelings were tangled. She desperately wished Chi-Chi could escape, yet feared that if the girl fell, the demon would not stop, drawing pursuers into danger. Jeff, the escort captain, turned away, his cold gaze refusing to meet Martina's worried eyes. Chi-Chi was still a kilometer from the convoy, perhaps stirred by hope ignited from her comrades' efforts. Her speed was unusually fast. But the wolf demon was relentless, its red aura pulsing as its rage grew, pushing it faster. The beasts carrying the convoy were steady, but no match for such a nimble target. Martina's heart weighed heavy with anxiety. She wanted Chi-Chi alive to be rescued, but feared the demon would be drawn too close. Chi-Chi felt her lungs burning, and, during a dodge, her arm was slashed by the demon's claws. Her dwindling strength drained rapidly. Gritting her teeth, she struggled on, catching sight of the group far ahead and clinging to the hope that they would fight alongside her against the merciless monster. But they chose to flee. Without looking back, the convoy retreated with ruthless resolve, leaving her behind. At that moment, Chi-Chi was on the verge of tears. "Don't leave me," she whispered, reaching out with trembling hands to catch a carriage 100 meters away. All hope shattered, her will crumbled. Her legs gave out, and she collapsed hard onto the dusty wasteland, rolling helplessly but unable to rise again. She forced her head up to look at the retreating convoy, only to find everyone avoiding her gaze, as if unwilling to meet the eyes filled with despair and pain. They had promised they were supposed to be comrades. The wolf demon's roar thundered at her ears, mere inches away. She had no strength left to struggle or flee. Then, a sudden fierce wind swept across the sand, and a massive figure burst forth, charging at the wolf demon like a battering ram. The ground trembled. The wolf demon was launched like a thrown boulder, crashing dozens of meters away with a heavy impact. Chi-Chi stared in stunned silence at the towering figure, a giant standing tall against the sky. The man grinned, his silver-white teeth flashing, his voice laced with teasing warmth. "Need a hand, little kitty?" The big guy Kiki whispered instinctively in a low voice, then pouted her small mouth as tears spilled down her cheeks like little beads, falling softly. Seeing this, Zhang Yi crouched down and gently rubbed her little head, casually stroking those soft cat ears with a satisfied smile on his face. "Now's not the time to cry. Hurry and hide behind me." No sooner had he spoken than he strode forward, stepping past Kiki and heading straight toward the figure of the wolf demon struggling to get up from the ground. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. This guy ought to fetch a good price. Just then, chaos erupted in the convoy. Zhang Yi suddenly charged out and kicked the wooden panel of a carriage to splinters. Instantly, the entire carriage tipped over, and the magical potions it carried shattered and spilled everywhere. Most critically, when the lead carriage flipped, the ones behind had to slam on the brakes to avoid the same fate, nearly overturning in the process. The huge centrifugal force shattered the wooden wheels, leaving the convoy completely trapped with no hope of escape. Whether Zhang Yi did this on purpose or not, Jeff, standing nearby, turned ashen with rage, nearly about to explode. Yet as he witnessed Zhang Yi punch the wolf demon clean off balance, his curses stuck in his throat. His face was a mask of disbelief. This guy was actually strong enough to go toe-to-toe with the wolf demon, and even had the upper hand? No, it wasn't exactly a win, since the wolf demon hadn't fully recovered and was still hovering midair. Still, there was no doubt Zhang Ye's strength far surpassed that of the wolf demon. This kid not a rookie? Or just an exceptionally talented rookie? No matter how Jeff thought it over, the battle horn had already sounded. Zhang Yi drew the heavy hammer from his back. The long handle was about 6 feet, and the hexagonal hammerhead, nearly a meter wide and thick, definitely weighted. Yet in Zhang Ye's grasp, the hammer almost seemed small. Curiously, this weapon, meant for 2 hands, he lifted effortlessly with one. Brandishing the heavy hammer, he strode toward the wolf demon, casually twisting his neck as his bones cracked sharply. A grotesque grin spread across the wolf demon's face, perhaps due to its anatomy. The expression looked especially ugly. Zhang Yi barely spared it a glance. With a furious roar, the wolf demon became a black blur, darting swiftly side to side, moving so fast it was nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. Clearly, it was trying to confuse Zhang Yi into making a mistake. If Zhang Yi missed, the wolf demon's dagger-sharp claws would rip him to shreds in an instant. Unfortunately for the wolf demon, thanks to the old man's harsh training and his own exceptional physique, Zhang Ye's reflexes were far beyond ordinary. He planted his feet firmly, appearing almost dazed on the surface, but his eyes darted rapidly, locking onto the wolf demon's movements. When the wolf demon suddenly leapt to his side and lunged like lightning, Zhang Yi barely hesitated. He twisted his waist with astonishing agility, veins bulging, and the heavy hammer screamed as it swung to strike the wolf demon's head. Clang! The hammer clashed against the wolf demon with a shattering crash, sparks flying. The wolf demon was knocked backward. This time was different. The wolf demon was pushed back from the impact itself. Zhang Ye's blow hadn't fully connected. Glancing at the 5 white scratches left on the hammerhead, Zhang Ye's lips curled slightly. This wolf demon really was tough to deal with. The moment their weapons collided, the wolf demon reacted swiftly, slapping the hammerhead with its palm. Their strengths clashed instantly. The result was clear. Zhang Yi won, but the margin was narrow. After the wolf demon slammed its massive paw down, Zhang Yi stepped back sharply, using the broad base of his hammerhead to create distance. But the blow hadn't left the wolf demon with a single scratch. It looked down at its trembling claws in stunned disbelief. This human possessed strength even greater than its own. Yet almost immediately, a savage sneer twisted its face, and it roared again, lunging straight toward Zhang Yi without circling. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him, crossing its claws to strike downward. Zhang Yi raised his hammer to meet the attack, and the clash of metal against claw rang out sharply, sparks flying. The wolf demon's claws were harder than steel, but the heavy hammer in Zhang Ye's hands was no ordinary weapon either, showing only a few white scratches on its surface completely intact. Neither side gave an inch. One figure stood 2 meters tall, sturdy as a mountain. The other, a 3-meter wolf demon with a monstrous body like a living nightmare. They faced each other, ready for a brutal fight to the death. The hammer sang through the air in Zhang Ye's hands, whipping up fierce gales. The wolf demon's claws flashed with an icy gleam, slicing through the wind with sharp whistles. Each collision sparked flashes of fire that lit their fierce faces, one wearing a mocking grin, the other snarling savagely. After more than a dozen crushing blows, the wolf demon's massive frame began to tremble. Zhang Ye's hammer struck with crushing weight. The demon's claws couldn't hold firm and shifted uselessly, desperately trying to disperse the force. But the situation was equally perilous for Zhang Yi. His vest was torn again and again by razor-sharp claws, his chest, shoulders, and arms covered with long scratches from which blood slowly oozed. The wolf demon's claws were not stronger than his hammer, but their speed and deadly sharpness made every wound potentially fatal. If he hadn't been constantly parrying and blocking with his free hand, his injuries would have multiplied. Only his extraordinary toughness, far beyond that of any normal person, kept him from being torn apart. It was this very resilience that made Zhang Yi choose to trade blows. He could endure the claw marks, but the wolf demon could not withstand a direct hammer strike. This was the difference between blunt force and a sharp weapon. The claws left wounds, but rarely dealt fatal damage. A few more scratches only stoked Zhang Ye's murderous resolve. The hammer, however, delivered death blows. Even a strike on a limb could severely cripple the opponent. Hundreds of fierce clashes later, Zhang Ye's upper body was nearly drenched in blood, yet his eyes never wavered. Not because he was indifferent to pain, but because he knew the moment he blinked, his opponent would seize the opening to kill. Having been a bloodthirsty mercenary in his past life, the instinct for fast, relentless combat was ingrained so deeply it was unforgettable even in death. This 3-meter wolf demon was nothing but a yapping beast. What right did it have to compete with him? With a thunderous roar, Zhang Yi braced himself against the wolf demon's crossed claws as blood sprayed. Seizing his chance, he slammed his hammer upward into the demon's abdomen like a heavy cannon blast. The 3-meter beast arched backward with a terrible bang, its eyes bulging wide. The massive recoil even lifted its feet off the ground, launching it violently into the air. Trading injury for a killing blow, that was the tactic of an elite mercenary. Excruciating pain, but devastatingly effective. As the wolf demon soared through the air, unless it could fly, its fate was sealed. The giant leapt several meters high, then quickly began falling under gravity's pull. Zhang Yi had already prepared his landing spot, ignoring the deep claw wounds piercing his flesh down to the bone. Gripping the hammer tightly with all his strength, he readied for the strike. The moment the wolf demon hit the ground, the hammerhead crashed down like a meteor from the sky. The earth shook instantly, dust billowing everywhere. Everyone nearby felt a sudden chill and stared intently at the battlefield shrouded in clouds of dust. As the dust settled, Chi-Chi sat frozen on the ground, staring in shock at the powerful figure before her. Zhang Yi stood unmoved like a mountain, his feet planted beside a deep blood pool. Inside the pit lay the wolf demon's mangled flesh, hideously mutilated. The hammerhead rested steadily on the ground as he gripped its handle with one hand, a cigarette already clenched between his lips. He took a long drag, then slowly exhaled the smoke. Turning around, blood smeared across his face, he broke into a rough, genuine smile. After holding in that post-battle smoke for so long, this feels damn good. He hadn't smoked in so long that the first drag caught him off guard, almost making him cough. Luckily, he managed to hold it back, and, seizing the moment while the dust was swirling, he finally got a steady breath. Otherwise, this epic show-off moment would have been wasted. Jeff and the others were still frozen with shock on their faces. Zhang Yi noticed and felt a quiet satisfaction. Then, with the cigarette dangling from his mouth, he swung his heavy warhammer with force. Fresh, dark red blood splattered off the hammerhead, dripping away until it was clean and sharp. Lifting the warhammer, he stepped with heavy, bloody boots toward Chi-Chi. Crouching down, his massive figure blocked out all the sunlight, casting her completely into shadow. Zhang Yi's voice was calm. "Can you still stand?" At his words, Chi-Chi struggled to gather herself, trying to get up. But repeated attempts failed. Her injuries were severe. Beyond her arm wound, she had twisted her ankle in the fall, gasping from the sharp pain. Yet the little catgirl stayed tough, holding back tears, biting her lip as they trickled down silently. It was hard to tell if it was pain or frustration welling up inside her. Seeing her expression, Zhang Yi's heart tightened. He understood Jeff's choice, just no had seen it all. Sacrificing Chi-Chi to ensure the safety of the whole convoy was a heartbreaking but necessary decision. Jeff had a daughter himself. His choice was understandable. Still, some things aren't about right or wrong, they just hurt. "Forget it, little kitty, they'll do it," Zhang Yi said, taking a drag and crushing the cigarette underfoot. With one hand, he scooped up the small Chi-Chi into his arms. The motion was a bit rough, causing her to curl up slightly from the ache, but she didn't resist. Instead, she silently stared at the side of his face with those big, round eyes. "Don't mind the dirt on me," he smiled. "I want." Meow, the catgirl muttered shyly, cheeks flushed. Zhang Yi carried her back to the convoy, one hand holding Chi-Chi, the other gripping his warhammer. Everyone still stared in shock. He lifted his chin and said, "Stop standing around, clear the battlefield." "All right." Warren Water was the first to react, awe and tension heavy in his gaze. "He's dead, completely dead," Martina said grimly, pointing at the wolf demon. It lay in a huge crater, a mangled corpse soaked in blood and gore. Finally relieved, Warren Water ran over and began to pull out the wolf demon's body. Its head was smashed flat against the warhammer and ground, a gruesome mix of red and white that proved just how powerful Zhang Yi's final blow had been. "Broken like this, can we even sell it?" Zhang Yi muttered. Martina swallowed and shook her head. "Don't know. Whatever. Let's put it in a sack and be done with it." "Fine," Zhang Yi waved dismissively. Then he called out, "And you too, Jeff." "It's Jeff," Martina corrected. "Right, Jeff. Get the cart fixed fast. We have no time to waste." Jeff opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but swallowed hard. He feared Zhang Yi's strength, and could tell from how he acted just now that Zhang Yi didn't exactly respect him. Helpless, he started repairing the cart without a word. The carriage was stocked with spare wheels and planks, so fixing it wasn't too complicated. Less than half an hour later, it was good as new, though the cargo had taken quite a beating. Martina tallied up the damage. 30 bottles shattered. After such a fierce battle, pain and regret lingered in the air, but the convoy had to keep moving forward. Zhang Yi smiled awkwardly and apologized. "Maybe I was a bit too rough." Martina forced a bitter smile, but said nothing, quietly reorganizing the wooden box holding the potions. Really, it was just a small deduction from their pay, nothing compared to how Zhang Yi had risked himself to fend off the wolf demons and save their lives. Soon, the convoy started its engines again and continued moving forward, though the mood had clearly grown heavy and awkward. "All right, nothing too serious. You should heal in 3 to 5 days, and then you'll be fine running and jumping around," Martina said as she finished bandaging Kiki's wound and handed her a bottle of potion, wearing a strained smile. Chi-Chi simply nodded quietly without replying, then turned her head to avoid Martina's gaze and instead burrowed back into Zhang Yi's arms. Seeing this, Martina's smile faltered, leaving only a helpless sigh as she settled atop the carriage to keep watch, no longer bothering Chi-Chi. Everyone in the team understood well enough. Chi-Chi was deeply hurt after all. They had decisively abandoned her earlier. Now she only paid attention to Zhang Yi and ignored the others. The team felt guilty, because they had honestly tried to save her at the start, but had failed. The fact was plain, there was no excuse. It was clear that once the mission ended, they'd need to recruit a new scout. How are you feeling? Zhang Yi leaned against the carriage, holding a sweet grass stalk between his lips as he asked Chi-Chi. Though it was a decent smoke, it was too harsh for a beastkin's sensitive nose, so he hadn't lit it. Chi-Chi replied softly, much better, not so painful anymore. Meow. She nestled close to Zhang Yi, her eyes dim. After carefully tending her wound, Zhang Yi changed into a clean tank top. Chi-Chi rested against his chest. The steady beating of his heart slowly eased the panic and fear that had seized her moments ago. Zhang Yi spoke gently, I'm not talking about your injury. Hearing this, Chi-Chi blinked in surprise, glanced up at him briefly, then dropped her head again, mood sinking. She didn't even say her usual catchphrase, which tugged painfully at everyone's hearts. Tentatively, Zhang Yi asked, after this mission, will you stay with the guard team? After a long silence, Chi-Chi finally answered, I don't want to. Then where do you plan to go? He pressed gently. I don't know, I just don't want to stay here anymore. Kiki's voice was weak. Maybe you'll go home though I don't want to. I'm a little homesick. Zhang Yi nodded thoughtfully. People who've been hurt often feel a strong pull toward belonging. Home becomes their only safe haven for both body and soul. That showed how deeply Chi-Chi had been wounded. He decided to help her find hope again. Going home's a shame. You're so young to come out on your own. Isn't it because you want to achieve something big? Chi-Chi looked up at him. When she left home, she had been full of ambition and determination to set out on a journey, but now, home felt safer. At least family wouldn't abandon her. She whispered, but if I don't go home, I don't know where to go. It's dangerous out there. The Search Guild might catch me and sell me off. Meow. As she spoke, she instinctively shrank her neck, her catchphrase slipping out naturally. Zhang Yi chuckled, pretending to be a teasing big brother. Then why don't you come with me? Though just 16, and hardly a bad uncle figure, he meant it playfully. You know, I'm a mercenary. A truly skilled mercenary needs their own team, he said firmly. I'm planning to assemble my own squad. If you join now, once the team grows into a guild, you'll be one of the founding members. Upon hearing this, Kiki's fluffy tail began to sway gently, clearly stirred. The emotions of this little cat girl were always so transparent, like clear glass, easy to read through. Then would you ever abandon me? Chi-Chi looked up at Zhang Yi, her eyes full of hope. In that moment, she seemed like a child desperately craving a sense of security, her voice trembling slightly, betraying a subtle unease. Zhang Yi understood deeply that this was the reassurance she needed most, and it was his duty to give her unwavering safety. Little kitty, let me teach you a truth. His voice slowed and lowered. Some things are more important than life itself. We're mercenaries, this is especially true. Money, fame, reputation, all precious, but surely not worth more than life, right? Actually, it's not so simple. Those things can be even more important than life because life itself is cheap. Plenty of people talk about becoming legends while alive, only to end up dead. He looked steadily at Chi-Chi, his tone calm, yet resolute. Our work is one of risking everything. If you treat life as your top priority, you won't survive. Take a moment, he paused, a fierce fire gleaming in his eyes. But among all the things more important than life, there's one that matters most. Comrades. This world is brutal and cruel, utterly unforgiving. That's why the meaning of comradeship shines so brightly. My life might mean nothing, but true comrades put your life above their own and shield you from fatal blows. And you must protect your comrades with the same unconditional devotion, he said firmly. Only by valuing comrades over life itself can a group of desperate souls survive this terrible world, carve out our own legacy, gain wealth, status, fame, and those things even more precious than life. Beside him, Silent Jeff and the others listened, faces slightly dazed. Though not mercenaries, Zhang Yi's words struck a chord amid the harsh realities they faced. When danger strikes, the instinct to save yourself, even if it means sacrificing your teammates, is natural but not how a true team operates. If everyone only looks out for themselves, what cohesion can there be? No one wants to be left behind as a scapegoat. If you're scared of danger, then go farm. Why be a guard? Holding a hose safer than wielding a gun, and maybe you'll live a long life instead. Zhang Yi's voice was deliberate, each word falling like a hammer, laying bare the brutal truth. His eyes locked with Kiki's, as if engraving this promise into her heart. Kitty, I can't guarantee much else, but this I swear with all my chest: if you're my comrade, I'll never let you fall before me. This is my one and only, my proudest vow. Hearing this, the little catgirl's heart almost burst with emotion. Struggling to stand, she pressed her small hand against Zhang Yi's broad chest, her cheeks quickly flushed with a rosy glow. Two definitely want to join me, Meow? Seeing Zhang Yi digging into his own man right in front of him, Jeff couldn't help but feel a bitter sting in his chest. He said little, but after this incident, there was no way Kiki would stay with them any longer. Perhaps following Zhang Yi would be a better home for the little cat girl. The journey ahead would be much safer for her. There was only one wolf demon, but when they passed the mangled and torn herd of cattle, everyone was filled with deep dread. If Zhang Yi hadn't stepped up, the danger they faced would have been unimaginable. The situation was so urgent that the scouts couldn't keep up with the wolf demon's speed. Even sacrificing Kiki might not have guaranteed the caravan's safe escape. The wolf demon was extremely vicious. After killing Kiki, it would surely target the entire team. At that point, the group would either have to abandon the caravan and flee, leaving the teamsters and pack animals to distract the beast, resulting in mission failure and heavy losses, or the wolf demon would ignore the caravan and charge straight at the people. In that case, only the fastest, Jeff, might barely survive, while the rest would be doomed. Because of this, everyone's gratitude toward Zhang Yi was mixed with awe. But Zhang Yi, clearly unwilling to talk much because they had abandoned their teammate, left the others feeling uneasy. Jeff understood it was Zhang Yi's pride. This young man carried a sharp, defiant arrogance in everything he said and did. He never beat around the bush. If he didn't think highly of you, he said so bluntly, without pretense. Everyone wisely gave them space, avoiding bothering Zhang Yi and Kiki. The 100+ kilometers would take 2 days and 1 night to cross. After the terrifying run-in with the wolf demon, the remaining journey went much smoother. Except for 2 brief encounters with passing monsters, things were calm and uneventful. And those creatures posed no deadly threat and were quickly driven off. As night fell, the caravan gathered and stopped. 3 horse-drawn carts formed a triangular enclosure with the group sitting around a campfire in the center. Everyone chewed on dry rations, but their eyes kept drifting to Zhang Yi had just slipped away for some hunting and soon returned carrying 2 half-grown wild boars. He had already cleaned them by the roadside and was now roasting their skins until crisp and fragrant. Seeing the mouth-watering roast pig before Zhang Yi and their own tough, dry food, the others couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Zhang Yi poked the sizzling, oily pork with a small knife, nodded with satisfaction, then tore off a leg and handed it to Kiki. The half-grown wild boar's meat was tender and smooth, carefully chosen to taste great and not risk being wasted. Kiki's eyes lit up, saliva almost dripping. She was clearly a little foodie. Thank you, meow. Kiki's ears twitched slightly as she smiled sweetly at Zhang Yi. The more he looked at the little cat girl, the cuter she seemed, and Zhang Yi couldn't resist gently rubbing her little head. Kiki didn't pull away. Instead, she affectionately nuzzled his big hand. Zhang Yi chuckled, tore off another chunk of pork leg, and bit into it heartily. His appetite was enormous, and before long the whole roast was devoured, with Kiki full and content, letting out a satisfied belch. The others watched, mouths watering but too shy to ask, trying hard to ignore the delicious food right in front of them. Zhang Yi looked at them with a slight upward curl at the corner of his lips. It was about time he let them get a little hungry. He stretched lazily and glanced at Jeff, asking calmly, "Do you think you can fill up on just this little bit of food?" Jeff was a bit surprised. I hadn't expected Zhang Yi to speak first. He thought this burly guy would stay silent the whole way, paying them no mind. Actually, Zhang Yi did look down on their abandoning a teammate, but he knew there was no point dwelling on it. After all, they wouldn't be traveling together much longer. Zhang Yi understood how to keep his distance and how to get what he needed from them, like information. During the day, the tense and awkward atmosphere made Jeff and the others eager to break the silence. Zhang Yi's initiative was like offering them an easy way in, and Jeff was glad to chat a little more. "I shot an extra wild boar and put it in the carriage. If you want to eat it, deal with it yourselves," Zhang Yi said with an indifferent expression, leaning against the wagon. The others exchanged looks. Incredulous, was he not going to eat it? When they said nothing, Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, his usually honest face now showing a bit of roguishness. "We are," they replied in unison, rushing to unload the boar and start preparing it. Before long, the smell of roasted pork filled the air. Obviously, their cooking skills couldn't match Zhang Yi's. The boar looked and smelled much better. "You said those things are called wolf demons?" Zhang Yi asked, noticing how eagerly they were eating and sensing the right moment to speak. With the roasted pork and Zhang Yi's openness, the mood clearly relaxed and became easier. When he asked, they answered freely. "Right. The wolf demon is a creature born in the bloodland. Lately, some distant lands have been corrupted by the bloodland, turning into blood soil," Jeff explained. "Lots of monsters crawl out of the blood soil, and the wolf demon is one of them." "What exactly is the bloodland?" Zhang Yi frowned, unfamiliar with the name. "It's another world, very dangerous. Its powerful forces seep into other worlds through some medium, corrupting the land into blood soil and spawning terrifying monsters. In severe cases, it even causes bloodland fissures to open, connecting to the bloodland itself, or triggers bloodland waves. I don't know the details. It's said to be similar to beast invasions, but worse. And among the monsters from the bloodland, where does the wolf demon rank?" Zhang Yi pressed on. "I've only seen 3 types: bloodfish, blood-eye, and wolf demons. Bloodfish are numerous but individually weak. When grouped they're threatening, but they can't stray far from the blood soil. Blood eye look like big red octopuses with a single giant eye. They're much stronger and can distort vision, very troublesome. Wolf demons are the most fearsome of the three, solitary and extremely powerful. Legend says they grow stronger by killing once they target someone. It's kill or be killed. Jeff's eyes darkened as he looked at Zhang Yi. According to the Mages Alliance, newly born wolf demons are hard to deal with even without a golden 5-star rank. Finishing his words, Jeff's expression stiffened slightly, as if weighing Zhang Yi's strength against the danger of what they faced. This guy claims to be a silver 5-star. Finally, someone voiced the same doubt everyone had. Big guy, are you really a silver 5-star cat? Chi-Chi blinked, staring curiously at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi smiled and nodded confidently. Of course I am. Don't believe me? Look. With that, he activated the chi and blood within his body. 5 swirling patterns appeared visibly around him like spiral vortices, glowing with a shimmering silver-white light. Jeff and the others standing nearby were dumbfounded. This guy wasn't lying. He was truly a silver 5-star cat. Chi-Chi muttered under his breath, then couldn't help but ask, if you're a silver 5-star, why is your strength so incredible? How can you be this powerful? Zhang Yi scratched his head, thinking to himself, I probably can't just say it's because I'm a giant whose strength grows dozens of times over normal people's, right? After all, the biggest advantage of giant physiology is exceptional strength and durability. But as for magical talent, that remains to be seen. After a moment's thought, he blurted out boldly, because I have the power of the heavenly god. Raising his arm, he revealed a bicep as huge as a small mountain. Flexing it with force, the muscle bulged fiercely. The arm was even thicker than Kiki's waist, exuding sheer presence. Meow meow meow. Chi-Chi couldn't resist reaching out to touch the muscle, his eyes flashing with mixed emotions. Jeff and the others were briefly stunned too, then burst into amused laughter. They nodded in agreement. Indeed, some people have extraordinary talents not always in magic, but sometimes through outstanding physicality. After all, geniuses of all kinds abound in this world. Clearly, Zhang Yi was one of them. With such a physique, he was bound to become a powerful warrior one day. Well, assuming he really wanted to be just a warrior, that is. At night, in preparation for the journey the next day, everyone chatted for a while before turning in early to rest. Chi-Chi was the first to fall asleep. After surviving such a life-or-death ordeal, she was utterly exhausted, her eyelids heavy beyond her control. When Zhang Yi was about to find a place to lie down, he turned and saw that Chi-Chi had already fallen asleep, resting her head peacefully on his thigh. Faced with this little cat girl treating him like a pillow, Zhang Yi didn't mind at all. After all, who could refuse such a cute display of dependence? So he didn't move, but instead leaned against the side panel of the carriage, preparing to spend the night right there. Despite his rough exterior, a bit of hardship meant nothing to him. He could sleep soundly anywhere, even on an iron anvil. He pulled out a blanket and gently covered Chi-Chi. Seemingly sensing the warmth, she curled up slightly and shifted closer to him. A faint smile curled at the corner of Zhang Yi's lips as he crossed his arms and closed his eyes, but he didn't truly fall asleep. Instead, he began to regulate his state with a special breathing technique. This was a method taught to him long ago by the old man, allowing Zhang Yi to maintain boundless energy even while working at the forge. Each hammer strike could be delivered with full force, and years of habit meant Zhang Yi often activated this breathing pattern while resting, not relying on normal sleep, but still able to recover strength and stamina far more efficiently than most people. More importantly, this breathing technique kept him alert. He could instantly react to the slightest rustle in his surroundings. That was why, sitting guard by the carriage that night, he could immediately enter a meditative state without losing vigilance. When used during combat, this breathing method activated the flow of chi and blood inside him, keeping his body hot and boiling with energy, like unlocking an unrivaled skill that dramatically boosted his fighting power. Because of this, Zhang Yi always suspected the old man wasn't just an ordinary blacksmith. The scars on his body and the marks left by cold iron hammers were completely different from typical forging wounds. Unfortunately, no matter how many questions Zhang Yi asked, the old man never revealed his true identity. Even at his death, the mysterious truth remained unknown. Drawing on his experience as a mercenary in a past life, Zhang Yi judged that those scars were definitely not accidents from smithing, but from cold weapons. He inferred the old man had once been a mercenary or soldier. Especially considering his burning spirit and fiery temper, it was almost impossible had been an assassin. What saddened Zhang Yi more was thinking that without those scars, the old man might have lived another 30 years. What puzzled him even more was that 3 years before his death, the old man was still vigorous, with muscles stronger than many young people. But in the last 3 years, he visibly wasted away like a deflated balloon. Had it not been for his relatively clear mind, Zhang Yi might have suspected poisoning. When he asked the old man the reason, the other simply said lightly, I've lived long enough, over 100 years. My lifespan is ending, my vitality slowly fading, returning to nature. Though Zhang Yi had no other evidence, he reluctantly accepted this explanation but kept a lingering unease. Fortunately, Zhang Yi was no longer a naive 16-year-old. Though these secrets troubled him deeply, he didn't let them defeat him. In truth, passing away peacefully was probably the best ending for the old man, especially someone like him, a soldier or mercenary through and through. In the wasteland, mercenaries who live to die a natural death are rarer than three-legged toads. Zhang Yi's eyes had barely closed before he opened them. It was already the next day. He checked the flow of qi and blood within his body and found that his strength had subtly increased. When the breathing technique is consciously practiced, it circulates qi and blood, effectively training the body. With consistent effort, the physique naturally becomes stronger. Zhang Yi's promotion to the Silver 5 rank at 16 owed a great deal to this breathing technique. Unfortunately, his grandfather only taught it to him when he was 14. If he had learned it earlier, perhaps his rank would be even higher. But the old man's reasoning was simple. The younger you are, the more important it is to build a solid foundation. The breathing method is an added power, but the real capital lies in one's innate constitution. Yes, building the foundation meant hammering iron every day. Zhang Yi still remembered his pacifier, a piece of cloud-patterned steel his grandfather had personally forged, solid and unyielding. He gazed up at the faintly brightening sky and gently twisted his neck, about to stretch. But at that moment, a soft whimper came from his arms. Looking down, he saw Chi-Chi, the little cat girl, who had somehow snuck into his embrace. Curled tightly, clutching her tail, her head rested peacefully on Zhang Yi's stomach, her breathing steady and deep. Perhaps Zhang Yi's movement disturbed her, as Chi-Chi shifted comfortably in his arms and went back to sound sleep. Zhang Yi couldn't help but reach out and gently poke Chi-Chi's cheek. Softly, he said, "Time to wake up, little kitty." Chi-Chi's long lashes fluttered, and her emerald eyes slowly opened like translucent jade. Still drowsy, her fur was tousled from sleep, making her look especially adorable. Slowly sitting up with half-closed eyes, she fixed her gaze on Zhang Yi and murmured softly, as if still half asleep. "Never mind. You should sleep a bit more," Zhang Yi chuckled. At his words, Chi-Chi let out a soft hum, closed her eyelids again, and flopped down. She leaned against Zhang Yi's shoulder, as if he were a soft pillow. Her slender arms wrapped around his neck, and with a little arch of her back, the little cat girl securely hung onto him. Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh. "Looks like you don't want to let me go." His ear was met with a steady purring, and in the end, he didn't force her awake. This little cat girl truly resembled a real cat, utterly charming. An hour later, when the sun was fully risen, everyone was awake and the convoy prepared to set off once more. After drinking the healing potion and resting through the night, Chi-Chi's recovery was swift, her complexion noticeably rosy. Now back to her lively and spirited self, Chi-Chi sat atop the carriage chatting quietly with Zhang Yi. A sweet smile graced her face, reflecting her good mood. In fact, Chi-Chi was in high spirits because she had slept so well the night before. Being part feline, she was naturally lively but easily tired and prone to deep sleep. In the past, the chill of the wild nights plagued her. The campfire was either too close, risking burns, or too far away to provide enough warmth. This had made her restless and miserable when trying to sleep. But this time it was different. Zhang Yi's independent use of the breathing technique stirred his qi and blood, keeping his body temperature elevated. In the wild, night temperatures often dropped to single digits. While the campfire offered some warmth, it was limited. The heat radiating from Zhang Yi's body just perfectly warmed Chi-Chi. She gradually rubbed herself against him, and before long slipped into his arms. Zhang Yi's large frame cradled the petite Chi-Chi, warm and secure, as she drifted off comfortably. When she woke, she found herself clinging to Zhang Yi's neck. Her cheeks flushed a bright red. Zhang Yi clearly didn't mind, and the little cat girl quickly shifted her attention, chattering away happily. They encountered no incidents over the several dozen miles traveled, and the convoy arrived safely by evening. From a distance, the towering city walls of Jelala came into view. Zhang Yi's heart filled with anticipation heard the delivery point was at the Magic Academy. Maybe he'd get a chance to enter the academy and explore the mysteries of magic firsthand. Grell City was clearly much larger than Haidu. As Zhang Yi looked around, he spoke up. Compared to Haidu, this city was more prosperous, the streets cleaner and neater, and the architectural style more refined, exuding a strong artistic atmosphere. Yet, in his heart, he still preferred the wilder Haidu, feeling that he didn't quite fit in with all the art and sophistication here. Haidu is a second-tier city. This is a first-tier city, also a key focus of imperial development and support, so naturally it surpasses Haidu in scale and prosperity, Jeff explained. Along the way, their casual conversation deepened, and the initially reserved mood noticeably relaxed, at least on the surface. Zhang Yi nodded and followed Jeff and the others through the broad main street, entering the inner city. Unlike the plain exterior, the inner city was lavishly decorated, with clear divisions between the commoners' district and the wealthy neighborhood. Compared to Haidu, it was not only cleaner but also steeped in more artistic spirit. "We've arrived, Haidai's Magic Academy," Jeff said, pointing ahead. Before them stood a ring of white marble walls. Through the gaps in the railings, Zhang Yi spotted a neatly trimmed lawn where several young people, dressed uniformly in elegant outfits, strolled slowly, students of the Magic Academy. His excitement grew. Can we go inside? I've always wanted to see a Magic Academy in person. Jeff gave him a teasing look, seemingly surprised by his eagerness. You can go inside. But outsiders must show ID and register, which is a bit of a hassle. No problem, as long as I can get in. Zhang Yi grinned, unconcerned. He handed over his mercenary ID card, which the registering magician took with a wave of their hand. The red-stained mark on the card glowed faintly, and a red magical line extended from it to Zhang Yi, confirming his identity. Seeing Zhang Yi's card made of brass, Jeff and the others frowned slightly. Brass level meant he was still a novice, but the novelty also signaled great potential. They believed this card would soon upgrade to silver or even gold. Though the registration process was somewhat tedious, it was completed quickly. Just as Zhang Yi was about to step into the academy, a magician stopped him. What's wrong? Zhang Yi asked. Outsiders are prohibited from carrying weapons inside, the magician said, eyes flicking to the heavy hammer on his back. Then please hold on to my treasure for me, Zhang Yi said as he effortlessly detached the weighty hammer and handed it over with one hand. The magician instinctively took it, but nearly stumbled from its weight. Fortunately, Zhang Yi caught him quickly, his eyes mischievous. Be careful, sir, he joked half seriously. The magician thought to himself that although this big guy looked simple-minded, he was clearly no ordinary person. Afterward, Zhang Yi followed Jeff and the others into the academy. The magician watched them leave, his gaze lingering on the hammer left on the ground. Its striking face was hexagonal and dull gray, unadorned except for a finely carved angel wing pattern along the handle. The wizard, wearing a look of half disbelief, tried to lift the heavy warhammer. Gripping it tightly with both hands and summoning all his strength, he couldn't budge it even an inch. Could it really be that heavy? And this guy was just a bronze-level mercenary? A surge of surprise creased his brow. Since he couldn't move it with sheer force, the wizard reluctantly waved his hand to channel magic, hoping to shift the hammer out of the way. But as soon as his magic touched the hammer's surface, it was immediately repelled. Not a trace of power could penetrate it, remained utterly unmoved. The wizard's shock deepened. This hammer actually carried a powerful magic suppression effect. This wasn't an ordinary item. Such anti-magic attributes were extremely rare, especially since the Empire strictly controlled forbidden magical materials. Not even wealth guaranteed access. He silently guessed the youth's background must be far from simple. Luckily, he hadn't underestimated him just because he appeared to be a bronze mercenary. Probably some noble heir trying to experience real life. With that thought, he gave up struggling, leaving the heavy hammer aside to be retrieved by Zhang Yi himself later. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi gazed wide-eyed at the magical academy ahead, which stood as grand as a castle. Excitement shone unmistakably in her expression. The plaza's fountain statues looked lifelike, and the students wore splendid uniforms, filling the campus with vibrant energy. Her eyes sparkled with envy. It's so beautiful. Zhang Yi nodded slightly, feeling the uniqueness of this place. The atmosphere here was bursting with youth and vitality. The rich campus spirit brought him genuine happiness. It was nothing like the corporate academy he knew from his previous life. That corporate academy was also luxurious, but exuded a cold, mechanical vibe. The students there were more like business automatons, surrounded by immature scheming, lacking the purity and freshness of real learners. Zhang Yi hadn't truly experienced student life. His past education was limited to a basic AI chip, which was rigid and impersonal. He was curious what being a real student was like. That said, he knew well that he was accustomed to the harsh realities of the battlefield. Sitting obediently in a classroom was probably not his natural fit. As they walked, several students glanced over curiously at them. Clearly, these youthful novices who hadn't faced the brutal world yet looked upon mercenaries with fascination and admiration, finding the profession very cool. Perhaps Zhang Yi's solid, muscular build made him especially eye-catching. I wish I could study here too, Miao Chi-Chi murmured softly beside Zhang Yi, a touch of sadness in her eyes. Zhang Yi asked curiously, you want to go to school? Chi-Chi nodded eagerly, full of longing. Lots of kids want to come to the Magic Academy, but many human academies won't accept orcs. Zhang Yi inquired. No magic academies in the Orc Empire? Chi-Chi pouted. There are a few, Miao, but not many. Orcs usually lack strong magical talent. To get into an academy, you either need good magical aptitude or lots of money. I have neither. Seeing the little cat's disappointment, Zhang Yi gently ruffled her head and smiled. Then follow me, and we'll earn the money. One day, we'll buy our way in and check out the academy ourselves. Kiki's eyes lit up, excitedly asking, really? Of course, Zhang Yi said firmly, a determined gleam in his eyes. I want to see what a magic academy is really like too. If Zhang Yi wanted to learn magic, enrolling in a magic academy was undoubtedly the best choice. However, he wasn't willing to give up his mercenary identity just to study magic. Therefore, securing a spot, whether by purchasing a place or through other legitimate means, became a problem he had to solve. This way, He could maintain his freedom while using the student status to access resources and conveniences. Although he knew money wasn't everything, with enough funds, buying admission was never impossible. Before long, they arrived at a grand and solemn building, the library for magic students. The buyer was waiting here for the delivery. Just as they were about to enter, a neatly uniformed librarian with a serious expression stopped them. The librarian spoke formally, explaining that the library strictly restricted outsiders and forbade unauthorized entry. To complete the task, they had to wait for the buyer to come out in person. Zhang Yi was slightly taken aback, thinking to himself, these magic potions weren't ordered by the academy, they were a private purchase. Such a large one-time buyer was bound to be wealthy and influential. The librarian said the buyer's name was Hualan, a mentor at the academy. Seeing this, Jeff didn't hesitate to pull out a few gold coins and asked the librarian to notify Hualan on their behalf. After a moment, the librarian returned to say that Hualan was currently conducting a magic resource selection class with students inside the library, and that they'd have to wait until the lesson ended to meet him. Zhang Yi guessed inwardly that as a mentor, Hualan's income must be pretty good, no wonder he could buy so many magic potions at once. The librarian added that the class had just started and wouldn't finish for nearly an hour. As time stretched on, impatience was unavoidable. Everyone could only wait helplessly. Seizing the pause, Zhang Yi took Chi-Chi and slowly stepped into the academy's wide, tidy halls. Though located in the bustling city center, the Magic Academy still retained a heavy, ancient atmosphere. Intricately carved stone pillars, worn wooden bookshelves, and furnishings that subtly radiated magical energy all combined to create a solemn yet mysterious feeling. Zhang Yi walked steadily, observing every detail carefully, thinking, a place like this surely holds endless possibilities for the future. As time passed, everything in the academy seemed soaked in a strong atmosphere of study. Zhang Yi understood that patience was essential. This was the first gateway to the magical world. Quietly, he adjusted his mindset and continued to study the unique and vibrant academy around him. You want to tour the academy? I'll take you then. I've been here quite a few times and know it pretty well, Jeff offered eagerly. Hades Academy was one of the Empire's 10 great academies, holding a prestigious status far above the level of Haida Magic Academy. Its rules were also far more strict. As outsiders, there were areas they simply couldn't enter. Zhang Yi nodded. Then let's go together. We're coming too. Warren Water blurted out excitedly. Martina was about to speak, but Jeff cut her off. You better stay behind and wait for the recipient. Martina pouted, looking a little disappointed, but silently agreed. In truth, apart from the newcomer Kiki, everyone else had accompanied Jeff to Hades Academy several times before and weren't particularly interested in the place. Most were willing to tag along mainly because of Zhang Yi. With his strength, he wasn't destined to remain an obscure bronze-tier mercenary forever. Cultivating a good relationship with the academy was especially important. As for Martina, she would have to stay behind and wait for the next step in the mission. Suddenly, Zhang Yi recalled, you mentioned Haidu has a magic academy as well? Yeah, Haida Magic Academy. But it's third-rate, nowhere near comparable to Hades, Jeff replied. Zhang Yi thought to himself that perhaps starting with Haida's academy would be a good way to first understand how things worked over there. As they passed the broad central field, Jeff suddenly pointed out, up ahead is the main playground, the public space where students practice magic and interact. Zhang Yi looked over. A playground truly was huge. Most Wasteland Company academies had fields no more than 400 or 800 meters in length, but this track stretched over 1,000 meters with astonishing width. The lush green field was dotted with small groups of students. Some picnic, others nap beneath shady trees, some play with their pet beasts, while clusters of students sat in circles exchanging magical techniques. One student raised a hand as a water sphere slowly took shape, about the size of a human head. Another group flaunted their magic-formed stone armor. Others floated a few feet off the ground, surrounded by swirling turquoise magic currents. These vivid scenes filled Zhang Yi with admiration. What he wanted most to learn was wind element magic. The village guard captain had told him wind magic was among the few early powers that allowed flight. Zhang Yi was passionate about flying. In his previous life as a mercenary, that armed helicopter stolen from a company had always been his personal ride. The thrill of soaring through the skies under one's own power would far surpass squeezing into a cramped cockpit. Crossing the playground, the group reached a building resembling a cathedral, though larger and longer. Its windows were made of stained glass, offering a view of spacious classrooms inside, arranged like a council chamber, rows of seats leading up to a large podium. By chance, Zhang Yi spotted a classroom in session. The curved long tables seated 5 each, and the seats were sparsely filled, scattered in small groups totaling around 40 students, giving the space an open, airy feel rather than being overcrowded. The academy's atmosphere was solemn yet alive with youthful energy, strange and unfamiliar, but deeply inviting to Zhang Yi's heart. Zhang Yi thought the seat was quite spacious and surprisingly comfortable for his large frame. He felt a bit eager to try it out, but Jeff reminded him that outsiders were only allowed to observe from outside. Entry to the teaching building area was strictly prohibited. For the next 40-plus minutes, Zhang Yi and Kiki followed Jeff and the others on a tour around the academy, eventually returning to the main playground. He had to admit, the academy was truly vast after all that walking. They still hadn't come close to seeing it all. Unfortunately for visitors, many areas were off-limits, fenced, and restricted. They had to admire the academy's scenery from the perimeter roads, soaking in the atmosphere from afar. The library, the pet magical creatures park, the practical magic training zone, the battle training area, the on-campus magic shops, all these prized spots remained out of reach for Zhang Yi. Quietly, he made a silent vow. One day, I will get inside for sure. Jeff and the others only smiled without comment. They understood it was good to be confident, but without any magical talent, no matter how much money Zhang Yi had, he didn't qualify to enter Hades' Magic Academy. This was not like the Magic Academy of Haidu, where spots could be bought outright. Here, money alone held no sway unless you were rich enough to influence the academy's decisions directly. They all thought that given Zhang Yi's strong build, he would make a fine warrior, but relying on magic to change his destiny seemed almost impossible. Kiki, however, believed in Zhang Yi wholeheartedly, clenching her tiny fists with determination. Then I want in too, meow. We'll go through it together. Zhang Yi laughed heartily. All right, we'll get in together then. Jeff and the others didn't dampen Kiki's enthusiasm, just smiled in response. As they spoke, a sudden commotion arose from the playground side. Curious, Zhang Yi looked over and saw the students gathering on one side of the field, voices rising in excitement. Feeling drawn by the crowd, he went over to see what was happening. It turned out class had just ended, and students were filing out of the teaching building. The ordinary students willingly stepped aside on both sides, clearing a wide path through the middle. Then, a group of clearly different students slowly emerged. Their differences showed in several ways. First, their clothing was starkly distinct. While ordinary students wore navy blue uniforms as standard, this group dressed primarily in white accented with gold, a simple, yet supremely elegant design. Second, their bearing was completely different. These students stood tall, walking with measured, confident strides, faint smiles playing on their lips, exuding pride, and clearly enjoying the respect and awe of those around them. Finally, on their sleeves, each wore a silver-white unicorn crest, marking their special status. Zhang Yi's first thought upon seeing them was nobility. They radiated an aura of wealth and prestige. The person who caught his gaze most was the leader girl standing at the front. Tall and statuesque, she wore gold-toned clothing with silver highlights that was stylish and graceful, far surpassing her companions in distinguished elegance. Probably around 17 or 18, she carried herself with poised dignity. Her tailored suit hugged her almost perfect figure. Her steps were rhythmic, her golden hair flowing like waves with each movement, shining brilliantly. At her waist hung a slim silver sword, symbolizing both status and refinement. She lifted her chin slightly, wearing an expression of proud confidence. Though her face was calm and unreadable, her golden lashes and deep blue eyes gave her the aura of a sacred angel, untouchable and exalted. Her beauty even made Zhang Yi quietly marvel it was flawless. He recalled all the illusory perfect celebrities from his past life, who relied on high-tech plastic surgery, costly face replacements, and advanced prosthetics. None could compare. Those so-called tech faces always felt artificial, like AI-generated images with a faintly fake quality. Zhang Yi could even tell which celebrity faces came from the same prosthetics company, despite vastly different features. But this girl's beauty was natural and effortless, not manufactured. Every angle was perfect and unforgettable, leaving a deep impression. The memory of all that synthetic glitz paled beside the genuine radiance before him. Pretty, huh? Warren glanced at Zhang Yi's unwavering gaze and couldn't help but flash a mischievous smile as he leaned in to ask quietly. But Zhang Yi just shook his head. Warren was momentarily stunned. Could she not even be called pretty? Zhang Yi grinned and said, "Don't you think calling her simply pretty feels a bit too shallow?" Hearing that, Warren took another look and nodded. "Yeah, you're right." Behind that girl stood a group of female students who were also quite attractive, but by comparison, her beauty was definitely too extraordinary to be summed up with just the word pretty. Who exactly was she? Zhang Yi asked. Hilda Kale. Warren answered immediately. She's a sensation at Haides Magic Academy. She enrolled just a year ago but skipped grades quickly and was elected student council president within that year. Impressive? Zhang Yi probed. Absolutely. Warren said enthusiastically. At the Magic Academy, you don't get that position without power. It's a symbol of authority in the Empire's system. And she's a double prodigy, skilled in both martial arts and magic. She's under 20, a platinum-level powerhouse stronger than even the team captain. Jeff stood awkwardly nearby, rubbing his head and clearing his throat. Warren laughed off the tension. Anyway, she's an exceptional girl, almost flawless. She also goes by the title Swan Sword Maiden. If you're her enemy, the snowfall you see might not be snow at all, but swords she's slashing through the air. Warren leaned toward Zhang Yi, lowering his voice mysteriously. Rumor has it her background's not simple, even if the Prince of Chidasi Kingdom bows before her. That's seriously impressive. Zhang Yi pursed his lips thoughtfully. Beneath the empire were kingdoms whose influence couldn't be underestimated. If even a prince fears her, Hilda's background must be extremely powerful. Zhang Yi smiled, intrigue flickering in his eyes. Strong background, great power, high charisma, that's what makes someone a real challenge. Warren, noticing the interest, hesitated then whispered, "Bro, you're not thinking of chasing after her, are you? I heard noble kids who try don't end well." "Chase her?" Zhang Yi chuckled, turning toward the library. "Why would I chase her? Better to take on more missions with my time. In this handsome life anyone's chasing, it should be her after me." For a moment, Jeff and the others were stunned. The guy usually looked so honest and straightforward. When did he start sounding so arrogant? This was no longer confidence, it was outright narcissism. They could only follow behind helplessly, while Kiki from the catfolk burst out laughing. She found Zhang Yi's confidence, although bordering on arrogance, strangely magnetic. After all, true strength demands strong self-belief. This wasn't unique to catfolk girls. Jeff and the others just thought Zhang Yi was joking again. Arriving at the library entrance, just as classes ended, small groups of students streamed out. Soon, Zhang Yi spotted the buyer, a woman around 26 or 27, with long, deep blue hair cascading over her shoulders, a delicate face, and an upright posture. Wearing gold-framed glasses, she exuded a mature charm. "Instructor Horan, the potions you ordered have arrived and are currently at the Academy's unloading dock," Jeff said, clearly familiar with her, speaking smoothly. Holland often bought supplies at the magic potion shop, and Jeff always took on the task of escorting her. She nodded warmly, casting a casual glance at Zhang Yi. After all, his figure was hard to ignore, but she didn't pay it much mind. Then Jeff spoke apologetically. "However, we ran into some trouble this time. Some of the goods were damaged." Holland raised an eyebrow, her voice steady and firm. "How much was damaged?" Jeff calmly glanced at Zhang Yi and replied, 20 bottles of low-level potions and 10 bottles of mid-level potions." Zhang Yi, hands on his hips, leisurely enjoyed the campus scenery. Couldn't help but think this academy was truly the picture of academia. Upon hearing this, Holland's expression relaxed slightly, showing some relief. She had ordered 500 low-level potions and 50 mid-level ones, all meant for experiments and potion refinement. Hearing about the losses made her heart tighten immediately. The Academy had just launched a potion-related research project that needed quick results to secure further funding. Otherwise, the whole plan would face serious setbacks. Fortunately, the loss of 30 bottles was within an acceptable range, though it still left her displeased. Standing nearby, the enchanting female mentor leaned against the doorframe, lips pursed as she shook her head softly. "This won't do. Do you realize how important these potions are to me? I've been one of your loyal customers." She trailed off, clearly expecting a response from Jeff. Jeff quickly reassured her, "Don't worry. We will compensate you fully for the loss." A satisfied smile spread across Holland's face. "Then restock as soon as possible. The sooner, the better." Jeff let out a breath of relief and replied, "Understood. Thank you very much." He didn't elaborate further. His main responsibility was to ensure the goods reached the buyer safely. What happened along the way was secondary. The buyer only cared about the end result. Afterward, Holland joined the group at the unloading area to inspect the cargo and assist with unloading. Jeff and his companions worked hard moving the potions, their shirts drenched with sweat. Zhang Yi, however, lounged nearby with no intention of helping. After all, escorting was his job, not heavy lifting. He was a mercenary, not a potion shop laborer. Just as they neared finishing, Zhang Yi suddenly remembered something. He walked around to the back of the third carriage and took down a huge sack. About the height of a person, it was swollen and covered with fresh blood, sticky and emitting a foul stench. Flies buzzed around it incessantly. The sight immediately made Holland frown and cover her mouth and nose. "What is that?" she asked, unwilling to allow her potions to be contaminated by whatever was inside. If it was, she wouldn't let the supplier off easily. Zhang Yi responded coolly, "Wolf demon corpse parts." He planned to take it to the marketplace in Gorilla City to sell since Gorilla was larger than Haidu and had better prices. But when Holland heard wolf demon, her eyes suddenly widened and fixed on the sack. "Wait a moment," she exclaimed, the tension in the air rising instantly. Holland's sudden voice made Jeff and the others startle, all turning to look at her. She strode forward with long, confident steps and stopped in front of Zhang Yi, pointing directly at the blood-soaked sack. Her voice was barely able to hide her excitement. "Is this really a wolf demon? From the Bloodlands?" Zhang Yi nodded, his eyes lighting up instantly, a sincere smile spreading across his face. "You're interested?" "Very interested, extremely so." Holland almost blurted out, her tone filled with eagerness. This research project focused precisely on the Bloodlands and its brutal creatures. She desperately needed samples of these bloodthirsty beasts to test and create powerful, accurate magical potions. Hunting those creatures wasn't the hard part. The challenge was that they were extremely rare around here. The closest Bloodlands were over 1,000 kilometers from Gorilla City, making it nearly impossible for such beasts to appear even on the city's outskirts. Time was tight. No one could dispatch a hunting team to such a distant, dangerous place. So, she had been relying on word of mouth and searching every nearby city's markets and black markets, hoping to find any remains of these creatures for sale. So far, she had managed to acquire only a few bloodfish carcasses, far too few. Meanwhile, her rivals, another magical research team, had somehow gotten their hands on a blood eye. The stronger the bloodthirsty creature, the better the magic potions distilled from its parts. If she didn't come out on top this time, the college funding would go to the other team. That would close off her own options even further. Without enough budget, the project would stall, putting the entire team in jeopardy, not to mention the young researchers who depended on this funding to make a living. The team's dissolution was looking increasingly likely. Clutching the sack tightly, sweat dampening the ends of her hair, Holland silently weighed these harsh realities. The budget was tight, and the college wouldn't support idle hands. Magic research was an expensive endeavor without funding. Disbanding was inevitable. But now, with a fresh wolf demon carcass before her, it was like a lifeline. With this sample, she would finally have the confidence to develop more targeted blood potions. Her rival, that old Callum, would probably be devastated. Since you're interested, how much are you willing to offer? Zhang Yi asked with a smile the question he cared about most. The moment Zhang Yi spoke, Holland was pulled back from her hopeful daydream. Her brow furrowed and her mind raced. Of course, she wanted to buy it, but she had no money. The family's funding application was still pending, her mentor's salary hadn't come through, and her previous potion purchases had already come out of her own pocket. What little money remained was barely enough. She met Zhang Yi's expectant gaze and grit her teeth before replying. "He'll offer 2,000 gold coins." With the research budget barely over 3,000 coins total, even if they secured the college grant, the bulk had to keep the team running and support the kids' living expenses. She simply couldn't spare more than that. Normally, only top-tier warriors could take down a wolf demon, and its corpse was worth at least 5,000 gold coins. Under usual circumstances, Hualan could easily scrape together that kind of money, but right now, her only hope was that Zhang Yi didn't know the market well enough to spot a bargain. The odds weren't bad after all. Trading in bloodthirsty creatures was still rare, and many people had never even seen one in person. Though Zhang Yi was unfamiliar with prices, he understood the art of negotiation perfectly. Watching Hualan struggle to call out her price as she gazed at him expectantly, he immediately sensed that this wolf demon corpse was worth far more than she was asking. But the beautiful mentor before him might be short on cash. Falling silent, he didn't respond right away. Hualan's heart tightened. At once the longer Zhang Yi delayed, the more anxious she became. Even worse, this was the academy, and if her rival, the wealthy old man Callum, were to see this, the mountain of money he had would certainly lead him to outbid her. The silence stretched on for 3 whole minutes. Hualan grew restless and almost stood up, ready to ask for a loan, determined to get the wolf demon corpse at any cost. Just as she opened her mouth, Zhang Yi suddenly raised a finger and said slowly, 1,500. Hualan froze. Actually cut the price, not only refusing to up it, but offering less than she expected. Was he not interested in making money? Then Zhang Yi smiled innocently, like a sly old fox hiding behind a guileless face. "But I do have one condition." Hualan stepped back cautiously, eyes sharp. "Say it first. I won't agree to anything crazy." Zhang Yi waved his hand, smiled genuine. "Don't worry, I just want to gather some information." "What kind of information?" Hualan furrowed her brow. Rumors were swirling around the Bloodlands, and intelligence was incredibly valuable. Good information could lead to bigger profits and avoid unnecessary losses or casualties. Zhang Yi wasn't thinking about a single deal. He was planning ahead. He asked, "What do you think is the most valuable thing?" Hualan was momentarily taken aback, then instantly understood information was priceless. "I want to know 3 things. First, what kinds of monsters live in the Bloodlands, their exact value, and how to monetize them, including the wolf demon corpse I have. Second, besides being a student, whether there are legal, legitimate ways to join Heldis Academy as an insider with free access." And third, Zhang Yi paused, then suddenly asked, "Where's the restroom?" Hualan was stunned, hardly able to believe her ears. "You?" Zhang Yi shrugged, face honest. "I've been wandering around in circles trying to find it. I'm desperate. Just tell me." Hualan parted her lips, eyes fixed on him with an expression that blended disbelief and complexity. She finally realized this seemingly simple, good-natured guy was anything but ordinary. Throughout the tense scene, Hualan's nerves were on edge while Zhang Yi's calm gaze held steady. A subtle game of wits played out in the air, as the true value of the wolf demon corpse, hidden intelligence, and secrets of the academy unfolded layer by layer. The restroom was right inside the academic building, and the library also had a bathroom. Basically, all those restricted areas where outsiders were forbidden to enter had facilities. No wonder Zhang Yi couldn't find a place to relieve himself earlier. Now that Holland had given him permission, he could come and go freely in these places. After finishing, Zhang Yi walked out of the library with a relaxed smile on his face. During that short time, he He had taken a quick look inside and concluded that, as expected, it was a sea of knowledge with a staggering collection of books. Zhang Yi felt there might be secret manuals on magic hidden within and planned to explore them seriously when he had the chance. Holland looked at him helplessly. She always felt this seemingly simple, honest big guy acted more like a cunning old fox, somewhat slick yet with a bit of roguish charm. Though he appeared young, there was an air of worldly experience about him. Trade now? Zhang Yi asked. Of course. Holland replied eagerly. The ring in her hand gleamed, and immediately a pouch filled with gold coins appeared in her palm. A storage ring, huh? Zhang Yi thought. The old master had one too. A bigger, heavier one that looked like a thumb ring, which he liked to use as a knuckle duster. As for why Zhang Yi didn't store things in a ring himself, it was simple. The ring was full, piled with various metal materials from the old master's forge. This is 1,500 gold coins. Count them, Holland said. No need. I trust my mentor's integrity, Zhang Yi said without hesitation, taking the pouch and hanging it at his waist. Her words pleased Holland, and her goodwill toward him grew a little. So, may I ask when you plan to tell me? Zhang Yi asked with a smile. Wait a bit. I have to take the corpse parts to the lab first. Holland's eyes glanced toward the blood-soaked sack, holding a touch of tenderness. So much wolf demon blood was wasted, she wished, before the experiment succeeded, to use every drop of blood and every shred of flesh. Zhang Yi nodded and let Holland get on with her work. Holland pulled out a large bag covered with magical rinse, clearly a magical device. She carefully placed the magic wolf corpse parts inside, making sure not a drop of blood leaked out. Then she lifted the bag, lightly tapped the ground with her toes, and soared into the depths of the academy. Zhang Yi watched her fade into the distance and sighed. Flying is really something. Clearly, Holland was a mage, and a fairly high-level one at that. Jeff and the others didn't ask much from beginning to end. After all, Zhang Yi wasn't one of their circle. But Kiki, curious, tilted her head and said, Big guy, I think the magic wolf corpse parts might be sold too cheaply, meow. Even Kiki had a sharp sense for the market. Zhang Yi smiled. I know, but it's okay. There will be plenty of opportunities later. I can make it back from her. Kiki nodded, half understanding. Before long, Holland returned. Can you tell me now? Zhang Yi asked. Not here. Come with me, Holland said, turning toward the inner library. Zhang Yi glanced back at Jeff and the others. Jeff nodded. Go. We'll wait for you at the school gate. All right. Zhang Yi strode off, with Kiki naturally trailing behind like a little tail. Zhang Yi didn't stop her. The library doors closed behind them. Jeff shook his head and muttered, Let's go. Kiki Martina asked about her. From now on, she's no longer on the same side as us, Jeff said calmly. They followed Holland deeper into the library, and surprisingly found private reading rooms tucked away, clearly reserved for some nobles, quiet and elegant. In the corner lay a freshly served plate of snacks. Holland offered the snacks and asked, Coffee, tea, or milk? Milk, meow. Kiki immediately raised a paw to respond. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow and asked, Do you have any alcohol? Holland rolled her eyes. What do you think? Zhang Yi blinked and grinned. I say yes, so bring me a glass of rum with ice and cherry juice, please. Holland ignored him and instead brewed herself a cup of tea, then poured some milk for Kiki, before asking, Which topic do you want to start with? Tell me about the Bloody Lands first. Holland nodded and began explaining the Bloody Lands in detail. It was much like what Jeff had described, but far more specific and thorough. She openly admitted her knowledge was limited because very few ventured into the Bloody Lands, and even fewer returned alive. The world's understanding of that place mostly centered on the disasters it caused and the monsters born from it. Through Holland, Zhang Yi learned about various types of bloodthirsty creatures, blood demons, plague fiends, lionhead devils, bloodthirsty ghosts, and more. These monsters had hefty price tags. For example, the wolf demon was currently worth about 4,000 to 5,000 gold coins on the market, yet Zhang Yi had sold one for only 1,500, a clear loss. How's that? Don't you think you sold yourself short? Holland took a sip of her tea, narrowing her eyes slyly, trying to catch a flicker of regret on Zhang Yi's face. Clearly, this beautiful mentor had a mischievous streak. But Zhang Yi showed no remorse. Instead, he smiled and said, Not at all. Deals with beautiful ladies are always profitable. After all, they've already prepaid with their charming looks. And plus the potions I broke. Holland was momentarily stunned. Now she was certain was teasing her. Yet she didn't get annoyed but smiled back teasingly. Oh? So you're saying my beauty is only worth 3,500 gold coins? That's just the difference in the wolf demon's corpse price? Zhang Yi chuckled, clearly enjoying their back-and-forth banter. It's actually worth more. But that's just the glimpse price for now. Didn't you notice? I haven't dared to blink this whole time. He pointed to his eyes. Holland paused, then realized the joke and covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Meanwhile, Kiki, busily munching on cookies, looked on with innocent curiosity, apparently not fully understanding their exchange, but fully absorbed in the delicious milk. This milk tastes so good. I love milk the most, meow. Their humorous conversation brightened Holland's mood, and Zhang Yi's image softened in her eyes. Turning serious when discussing the Bloody Lands, Holland said, Besides that, I don't know much more. It's not a place a single mentor can easily access. Zhang Yi nodded. The second thing I want to know most is how to enter High Dice. Why? You're not a mercenary. Why would you want to get into the Magic Academy? Holland asked as they left the private room. She had already confirmed Zhang Yi's identity with the gate mage, knowing that holding a wolf demon corpse was no small matter. Because I love learning, Zhang Yi replied solemnly. Holland eyed him suspiciously. Before 3 seconds passed, Zhang Yi shrugged and grinned. Okay, I admit it. Mostly because the mentors here are so beautiful. You know, no one can resist beautiful mentorism neither. Holland laughed at him. He was a big goof, but with a sweet tongue that lifted her spirits. Talking to him always felt easy. Still, she understood this was just a smokescreen. Though he flattered, not a word hinted at anything concrete. What a crafty fellow. Hades Academy is a top-tier magic school, so its admission process is quite different from other academies, Holland explained slowly. The academy uses a special progression system where all students must first distinguish themselves at one of Hades' 13 affiliated magic schools. You're from Haidu, right? Haida Magic Academy is one of them. Each year, only the top 100 students from these affiliated schools qualify for direct admission to Hades Academy. This is one of the usual paths into this elite institution. However, you mentioned you don't want to settle for just being a student, and since you're a mercenary, most of the time you probably wouldn't be sitting quietly in class anyway. Zhang Yi snapped his fingers and chuckled. Exactly. So what should I do? Unhurried, Holland picked up a square cookie. The snacks on the tea table had almost been wiped out by the little catgirls who came with Zhang Yi. She gently bit off a corner of the cookie, parted her red lips, took an elegant sip of tea, then continued. There are 2 other ways you can enter Hades Academy. The first is internal academy recruitment. If one of the academy's mentors takes a liking to you and wants to reserve an internal recruitment spot for you, you can join directly. Your role might not have to be that of a student. It could be a magical research assistant or even a teaching aide, depending on the mentor's arrangement. But the mentors at Hades Academy have very high standards. Even if someone is talented and performs well, it's still hard to catch their favor without exceptional innate gifts. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up as he stared intently at Holland. Holland smiled, raising her eyebrows slightly. Don't get any ideas. I would never recruit you internally. Why not? Zhang Yi asked, puzzled. Each mentor only has 1 internal spot per year. Mine is already taken by one of my research team members. She needs it more than you do. If you're willing to wait a year, maybe you'll reconsider, she teased lightly. Zhang Yi laughed and waved his hand. Forget it. Let's talk about the second option. Holland pursed her lips, finished the cookie, wiped the crumbs from her fingertips, then said, the second option, which I actually think suits you best, is to become an external agent for the academy. External agent? What exactly does that involve? Zhang Yi asked. Think of it simply as being a mercenary who is given priority for academy assignments, Holland explained. The academy has many missions, some of which are beyond what regular students can handle, like long-range high-risk escorts, hunting dangerous magical beasts, or capturing live targets. These are either high-risk or very complex. The academy protects its students, and when they can't handle certain tasks, it relies on external agents to tackle them. This fits you perfectly. Since you're already a mercenary, it won't conflict with your role. Plus, academy contracts often pay better than similar non-academy missions. She finished speaking, her gaze lingering briefly on Zhang Yi's face as she clearly awaited his response. Then it became much more flexible. Aside from 1 or 2 mandatory tasks to complete each month, the rest of the assignments were entirely up to you whether to accept or not. In short, this turned your mercenary role into a guaranteed steady job. You didn't have to worry about finding work, and unlike trainees, you weren't bound by the academy's strict rules. Plus, you had free access to all major academy areas without being treated like an outsider. There were also overseas assignment benefits, besides a fixed monthly salary. As Holland spoke nonstop, Zhang Yi's eyes grew wider and wider. Sure enough, he had bargained well. The value of these perks far exceeded the price of even a wolf demon. Securing this overseas position would solve both his financial and academy-related problems at once. Excited, he decided immediately. This is it, no doubt about it. Holland smiled and reminded him, but competition for these overseas posts is fierce. The academy's overseas slots are fixed, only replenished when someone leaves either by quitting or dying. This year they need to fill 185 spots, and in Jelala City alone, over 3,000 people are competing. Including surrounding regions, nearly 10,000 are caught up in this scramble. Zhang Yi's eyes widened even further. So it really is that competitive? Holland continued, the competition system isn't that hard to understand. The academy only hands out the slots, allocating them to major guilds or third parties. Each guild then conducts smaller-scale evaluations their own way, varying by location. Sometimes slots are pre-assigned, or traded through auctions and bids. Some require completing special missions, and others settle it with duels. 2 years ago there were just over 30 slots, one even auctioned for a whopping 120,000 gold coins. Zhang Yi's mouth twitched, realized this battle for positions was far more complicated and brutal than had imagined. Then Holland suddenly interrupted. The bigger issue is, You're not even eligible to compete yet. How so? Zhang Yi asked. Holin explained. The academy doesn't restrict the competition method, but participants must be gold-tier mercenaries or, at least, golden level. Her eyes shifted as she suddenly added, oh, and every minter also holds one recommendation slot, which they can assign however they like. I thought of putting mine up for auction, though it wouldn't reach the 2-year-old record price. 30,000 to 40,000 gold coins should be doable. She finished with a meaningful smile, her gaze fixed on Zhang Yi as if words weren't even necessary. Zhang Yi blinked in surprise, then exclaimed, it has to be you? After a few seconds of silence, he half-joked seriously, so can I pay up front with my handsome face? Holin was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but chuckle. Your cheek could serve as a shield. Zhang Yi humbly replied, you flatter me. Holin rolled her eyes. Humph, I'm complimenting you. Am I not? A beautiful minter says beautiful things. Zhang Yi teased back. Holin snapped, smooth talker. She shook her head, drank the last drop of tea in her cup, and said, I can give you that recommendation slot, but there are 3 conditions. Zhang Yi quickly said, tell me. Holin stared at him and asked, first, did you kill that wolf demon? Zhang Yi nodded steadily. I did. Zhang Yi nodded, a hint of surprised confirmation in his voice. Really? Really? He focused, picturing the scene. What expression did the wolf demon have as it died? Hualan gave a slight nod, her eyes flashing with alertness. It was laughing, grinning so wide it almost tore back to the back of its head. Ugly enough to make anyone lose hope. Seems like you really did kill the wolf demon, she said with certainty. That twisted grin is its signature. Few have ever seen it alive. Hearing this, Hualan got a rough idea of Zhang Yi's abilities before shifting gears to set some conditions. 3 requirements. First, as I mentioned before, you must reach at least the gold tier or gold level mercenary standard. Quotas are assigned next month. You need to meet the criteria by then. Even if I want to pick you, it won't be possible otherwise. Zhang Yi nodded without hesitation. No problem. The second requirement, Hualan continued. Once you become a deployed mercenary, you must prioritize missions I assign, especially those special ops you cannot refuse. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, half-testing her. How exactly are special ops defined? Hualan frowned slightly. I haven't worked out the specifics yet, but these are missions extremely important to me. What if the mission's basically a death sentence? Zhang Yi's eyes sparkled as he teased. Hualan immediately grew serious. I won't send you to your death, but given how unpredictable missions can be, this condition can be adjusted. For some particular cases, you can't decline outright, you'll have to flip a coin. Heads, you must do it. Tails, you can choose to reject. How's that? Zhang Yi laughed heartily. Now we're talking full of risk and challenge. I like it. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Hualan's mouth. The third requirement, she pulled back, relaxing her tone, is to make me a cup of tea. The leaves are in the second cabinet from the top. It's high mountain white peach blossom tea. Remember to add 1.5 sugar cubes and warm the cup first to ensure the best flavor. Zhang Yi gave a wry smile and shook his head, murmuring, humph, women. This conversation, layered beneath the serious demands of their mission, carried a touch of everyday life, making the moment feel vivid and real. You have a real talent for tea art. Have you ever thought about becoming a tea master? Holland laughed heartily, his tone light and cheerful. Zhang Yi, however, frowned and replied sternly, no need for that. Seeing his serious expression, Holland couldn't help but chuckle, his shoulders shaking slightly, instantly brightening the mood. All right, the deal's done. If there's nothing else, he'll be going now, Zhang Yi said as he stood up with a swift, decisive motion. Holland was a bit surprised. She had expected that after such a pleasant conversation, Zhang Yi might stay a little longer. After all, she had genuinely enjoyed their talk. But as soon as the transaction ended, he was ready to leave without looking back. Unwilling to let it go, she asked, hey, those compliments you just gave me, were they just empty flattery? Her tone held a hint of displeasure, and she propped her chin on her palm, eyes hopeful. Zhang Yi turned his face aside, a rough yet sincere smile forming on his sturdy features. All honest, but you do realize I only have 1 month left. I just registered as a mercenary yesterday, and am still far from even bronze rank, basically a rookie. I need to rack up experience fast, and level up to get stronger. Chatting with a beautiful minter isn't a waste of time, but you probably don't want to miss out on having a top-tier personal mercenary just because you spent time chatting with me, right? Holland couldn't suppress a laugh. True enough. As she spoke, she snapped her fingers, and a whole dozen envelopes flew over to Zhang Yi with a crisp flutter. Zhang Yi skillfully caught them and looked at the envelopes in his hands with some puzzlement. What's this? My personal commission, Holland explained. You're heading back to Haidu, right? Deliver these letters for me. The top 2 envelopes are the ones you need to deliver this time. The recipients and addresses are written on the back. So, will you take the job? At her words, Zhang Yi laughed loudly. Of course I will. He pulled out the envelope at the bottom. That one hadn't been stamped yet and was a letter of recommendation. Although unsealed, it clearly marked that the spot belonged to him alone. He squinted his eyes, clearly basking in the pride of recognition. Holland smiled and nodded. This time, noticing how often she had smiled around this big guy, She deliberately restrained herself and put on a more reserved expression. It takes a whole day to get back to Haidu, and you only have 3 days total. No problem, I'm off. Zhang Yi turned and strode away confidently, waving goodbye. Watching his departing figure, Holland glanced down at the steaming cup of floral tea in her hand. The restrained smile shed worn until then reappeared quietly on her lips. What an interesting big guy. Outside the library, Zhang Yi stretched broadly, excitement blooming on his face. The little kitten Kiki hopped along at his side, eyes filled with admiration. Big guy, does this mean you'll be able to get into Haidu's Academy soon, meow? Kiki asked with enthusiasm. Although she hadn't grasped all the details of their earlier conversation, she knew Zhang Yi had secured a chance to enter Haidu's Academy. Zhang Yi shook his head gently. Not yet. We still have to compete with other dispatched candidates for the spot. Why, meow? Isn't the recommendation letter enough? Kiki furrowed her tiny brows in confusion. Zhang Yi chuckled and stroked the kitten's head. Don't forget, you need your own spot too. There's only one recommendation letter, so ITLL takes some extra effort to get you one. Oh right. Kiki's eyes sparkled with realization and gratitude. Big guy, you're the best. Call me Brother Yi, not big guy all the time, Zhang Yi teased, rolling his eyes. Got it, meow. Brother, yes, meow. Grabbing his cherished heavy hammer, Zhang Yi walked out of the academy gates. Jeff and the others were already waiting, ready to move at a moment's notice. Jeff and the others didn't press Zhang Yi about what he and Hualan had discussed. The group hitched their horses to the carriage and started back along the route they had come. Without the heavy cargo weighing down the wagon, the horses could move much faster. What had been a journey of 2 days and a night now took less than 2 days. Unexpectedly, while they hadn't encountered any bandits on the way in, the return trip ran into a gang of no fewer than 18 bandits. This time the haul was substantial. Zhang Yi now had 12 curved daggers, 6 sets of bows and arrows, over 200 gold coins, more than 50 silver coins, and a pile of copper coins. Looking at the stacks of money and weapons, he couldn't help but feel grateful there were still plenty of good people in the world. That night, the group didn't stop to rest. They took turns keeping watch as they pushed through the night. By the time they reached Haidu the next morning, the sun was fully up, flooding the streets with light. Zhang Yi glanced down at Chi-Chi curled up in his arms and said, "Little kitten, time to wake up." She kept watch in the late night and ended up oversleeping, climbing into my arms. But Chi-Chi remained deep in sleep, seemingly in a peaceful, deep slumber. Once inside the city, everyone went their separate ways. Chi-Chi first accompanied Jeff to the magic potion shop to terminate their employment contract, then returned to find Zhang Yi. Before leaving, Jeff handed him a mission token. The mission token was a certificate from the mercenary guild proving the client had commissioned the task. Once completed, handing over the token to the mercenaries marked the mission done. If lost, proof from the client was needed, or the mission could be considered void without confirmation. Holding the mission token, Zhang Yi and Chi-Chi exchanged brief goodbyes and headed straight to the mercenary tavern called Hailan No. 11. As soon as the door swung open, familiar eyes gathered around. Many just glanced before looking away, but the bearded man Zhang Yi had talked to earlier burst out. "Kid, where have you been? Thought you were dead." Laughter broke out immediately. Zhang Yi chuckled and replied, "If I die, ITLL have to be legendary first." The laughter grew louder. He strolled up to the bar and snapped his fingers, letting the mission token fall with a sharp click into the empty cup in front of Evelyn. Evelyn flipped through the token and nodded. Mission accomplished. Time to settle the bounty. The bearded man teased. "So you went to help the old lady find her teeth?" The tall, skinny guy mocked. "Hope it wasn't just some false teeth?" The mercenaries around burst into loud laughter, the tavern filled with the buzz of amusement. Zhang Yi just smiled, knowingly realized that winning the respect of these seasoned veterans required more than words. It would take real skill. Just then, the clear clink of metal on metal caught everyone's attention, all eyes turning to the bulging money pouch Evelyn had placed on the bar. The experienced mercenaries roughly estimated by touch that it contained at least 1,000 gold coins. Zhang Yi grinned as he picked up the pouch and tilted it, letting the coins jingle sharply. The old lattice teeth are inlaid with gold and diamonds. The bounty's no joke. The tall guy's face flushed instantly, while the laughter around grew even louder. To them, the newbie Zhang Yi had undoubtedly become the best joke of the night, a welcome source of entertainment. But unexpectedly, Zhang Yi set the pouch back down and raised an eyebrow at Evelyn. "Remember what I said?" Evelyn blinked in surprise. "Are you serious?" "Absolutely. If you're inviting, do it properly. Rum's the best." Zhang Yi nodded confidently. Evelyn's eyes went wide. "The price list's clear. Rye beer is 8 copper coins, but rum costs 8 silver coins. Buying for the whole bar will run you 500 or 600 gold coins." "Zhang Yi, I like a joke as much as anyone, but no time now. Let's start, I'm eager," she said with a smile, cupping the token. The tavern instantly erupted. Evelyn called out loudly, "Everyone, drink up. A big idiot's buying the whole bar rum." The mercenaries froze for a moment, then raised their glasses and cheered, the noise filling the tavern. Zhang Yi's satisfied smile said that all this was exactly why he loved being a mercenary. That day, the entire Sea Orchid number 11 was bursting with a lively and cheerful atmosphere. Although it was just a glass of rum priced at 8 silver coins, the drink was free, and for these mercenaries, that simple glass of rum brought pure, genuine happiness. Usually, most of them only dared to drink rye beer, so the unexpected offer of rum instantly excited them so much, so they were almost tipsy from joy. One glass wasn't enough. They eagerly reached for a second on their own dime, happily immersing themselves in the revelry. Before noon, the effects of the alcohol had already spread among many of the mercenaries. Some had glazed, drunken eyes, while others recklessly climbed atop tables, grabbing hands to break into lively tap dances. A burly, bearded man shouted loudly, raising his cup to sing a rough, powerful voice with a certain charm. Even the usually lazy musicians in the tavern were energized, plucking harps and beating drums to accompany the crowd, many mercenaries singing and waving their mugs. The song painted a vivid picture of Galanga figure gripping a sword and rowing a boat amid rolling waves while singing and drinking heartily. He shouted, "Hey, brothers, I'm no sailor, no pirate, I'm an old merc who loves his drink. Shipmates, don't be shy, bring me some booze." That familiar, oft-sung tune echoed constantly through the tavern. It wasn't artful or particularly pleasant, but its infectious rhythm soon had Zhang Yi humming along involuntarily. To you. A few tipsy, bearded men came over to Zhang Yi with hearty laughter, slinging arms around his shoulders as they raised their cups. Cheers. Zhang Yi didn't refuse. He accepted the drink Ivan handed him and drained it in one gulp. The clash of glasses rang out, voices shouting, "Haven't seen such a fitting new face for a mercenary in ages. Everyone, let's toast him." Laughter and warmth filled the air. See, the treatment wasn't bad. There was free booze and plenty willing to spend money on it, and he was included. Mercenaries never hesitated to return the favor to their hosts, cups coming one after another. After several drinks, a flush spread across Zhang Yi's cheeks. The tankards here were enormous and sturdy, bottoms as large as a fist, easily holding over a liter of liquor. Although the alcohol warmed his face, he wasn't truly drunk yet, thanks to his nearly superhuman physique. But he knew all too well that mercenaries were at their most endearing when tipsy showed their true nature, especially opening up to a generous soul buying rounds. Treating the whole tavern was one of Zhang Yi's methods for gathering intelligence, though admittedly a second reason was simply the joy it brought him. This was his first celebration since returning to his mercenary career. His old team was gone, so had invited everyone in the tavern. A few hundred gold coins were nothing to him. Afterward, Zhang Yi weaved through the tables holding his cup, clinking mugs, and chatting with the mercenaries. These men were notorious blabbermouths whose stories weren't all reliable, but having traveled extensively north to south, their experiences were anything but imaginary. Zhang Yi skillfully sifted through their words, picking out valuable information. In the process, he managed to extract important news ranging widely over conflicts among the city's factions and the intrigues between merchant guilds. This bustling scene shone brightly within the Sea Orchid number 11 tavern. Zhang Yi felt that the laughter and songs reflected the mercenaries' truest lives, and they gave him a fresh sense of belonging. Practical information like which magic potion shop and weapon store offer the best value, which guilds have series of quests, which mercenary groups you absolutely don't want to mess with, as well as the characteristics of the major factions and the personalities of their leaders after a round of drinks costing 500 or 600 gold coins. Zhang Yi quickly gained a rough understanding of this wild city, seaport. Figuring all this out on his own would have taken him countless times longer. For Zhang Yi, money mattered, but what ranked higher were reputation, happiness, tobacco, and above all, time. After all, the time spent gathering intelligence could be used to complete dozens of quests and earn dozens of 500 gold bounties. After wandering around, it was nearly noon. Many mercenaries were passed out at the tavern, some slumped over tables, others buzzing loudly with excitement under the influence of drink, the noise rising and falling in waves. Zhang Yi liked this atmosphere. He felt a part of it. Then he ordered some food at the counter. Ivan brought the dishes over and handed him a noticeably lighter pouch of coins. "That's 531 gold and 2 silver in total. You're really generous," Ivan said with a smile. Making friends calls for generosity, Zhang Yi replied with a grin, then turned to shout to a group of mercenaries nearby. "What do you guys think?" "That's right." The mercenaries echoed, laughter erupting all around. Ivan couldn't help but laugh. She liked this big, straightforward guy. Leaning in, she whispered, "A little generosity goes a long way. Too much and people just think you're a fool." "I know," Zhang Yi nodded before digging in. He understood well that, just like the deal with Holen earlier, if he had accepted Holen's price outright, she'd gotten a bargain. But if he deliberately haggled it down, Holen would realize he was letting her win and that favor would carry greater weight. Life often hinges on feelings. Good vibes bring indirect benefits far beyond a few hundred gold coins. Zhang Yi was skilled at reading these nuances. His eyes weren't fixed just on the coins in front of him. Making money? He thought nothing was easier to come by than that. Confident, like always. "By the way, I heard you took down a wolf demon? Ivan suddenly asked. Well, the boss sure has good sources, Zhang Yi replied, eating without surprise. After all, Ivan was half an informant. A middleman naturally picked up the news quickly. Eli sent word to me. He wanted me to thank you, Ivan said. Who? Zhang Yi asked. The potion shop owner who hired you to escort the magic potions, Ivan answered. Is that so? Besides a verbal thank you, any real reward? Zhang Yi asked. You're definitely not shy. Ivan rolled her eyes, but it was a particularly charming eye roll. Zhang Yi smiled to himself, thinking of Hilda, who could make even an eye roll look beautiful. Eli asked me to tell you that if you shop at his store in the future, he'll give you the biggest discount, Ivan continued. Well, that's great news. Zhang Yi responded with a smile. Zhang Yi chuckled warmly and nodded. Suddenly remembering something, he looked up and asked, so, does that mean I'm qualified now to take on the silver-level mercenary promotion mission? If so, why not assign it to me right away? Yeah, the sooner the better. I want to push for promotion to gold within a month. Evelyn nodded in agreement and immediately turned to find a suitable task for Zhang Yi. Just then, Chi-Chi, who had just ended her contract with boss Eli, pushed open the tavern door. It was her first time stepping into a place like this. As a petite and cute catgirl appearing in a tavern full of burly men, she naturally attracted a lot of attention. The moment she entered, dozens of drunken eyes locked on her, making her skin crawl. Their looks were hazy with booze, yet full of crude desire and roughness. These drunk men's thoughts were obvious when they saw such a small catgirl. Meanwhile, orcs on the continent were already looked down upon and discriminated against due to their race. Most mercenaries would just leer, whistle, or make lewd remarks without physical advances. Hey, little girl, did you get lost? This ain't a milk bar. Came several crude jeers. Chi-Chi became nervous and wanted to leave immediately. But catching sight of the broad figure at the bar, she steeled herself and stepped further inside. Before she could call for Zhang Yi, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her, a disheveled, flushed, tall, and skinny mercenary clearly drunk. It was the same guy Zhang Yi had met earlier while helping the old lady find her false teeth. Haha, little kitty, lost your way? Want uncle to take you home? His gaze was full of lecherous intent. Chi-Chi instinctively touched the short sword at her waist, stepping back cautiously. Oh, a little wildcat, huh? Then uncle's got to teach you a lesson. The drunk smirked slimily and slowly advanced. At the same time, 3 other mercenaries quickly closed in, blocking Kiki's escape. Their faces were grim and hostile. The others watched coldly, some shaking their heads in resignation. The clan of Clahan were notorious for losing control after drinking, often thrown out by the landlady, but never learning. Everyone was glad for the unfolding drama. Before Evelyn could speak up to stop them, a large figure suddenly appeared behind Clahan. Zhang Yi's hand landed on Clahan's shoulder. Buddy, this cat's mine. Clahan glanced sideways, seeing Zhang Yi's honest smile, and spat mockingly. Yours? So what? I just had a little drink. Don't think you get to save face. Back off, or I won't mind teaching you the rules around here. Turning his back, he was about to continue harassing Chi-Chi. Zhang Yi grinned. If you spoke politely, I wouldn't have to do anything. But since you're this arrogant, you gotta pay the price unless you can back up that bravado. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the clash to erupt. With a loud crash, the tavern shook. Clahan's stubbled face slammed into the wooden table, shattering it. Then Zhang Yi pressed him down with Clahan's face pressed into the floorboards, half of it stuck between the wood cracks. Zhang Yi still smiled cheerfully, but a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Mercenary rules are written in blood. I don't care about your pride, but your teeth look perfect to decorate the floor. Before Clahan could struggle up, Zhang Yi kicked him in the gut. Clahan curled up like a shrimp and flew backward, crashing into the tavern wall with cracking sounds. Landlady, damage on me, Zhang Yi said without turning, grabbing a tall mug filled to the brim with wine and heading toward Clahan. Clearly, he wasn't done yet. His swift, ruthless action sent a chill through onlookers. This newcomer was seriously dangerous. What shocked everyone even more was that Clahan, an 8-star silver mercenary, seemed fragile and childlike in Zhang Yi's hands. Don't kill him, Evelyn warned but didn't intervene, tacitly approving this blood-soaked scene. Zhang Yi grinned widely, baring white teeth. His normally simple expression turned fierce. Relax, I'm no killer, just curious if his mouth can fit this mug. It turns out that a person's mouth can indeed fit a large wine glass the size of a small bucket, but only if you pull out your front teeth and dislocate your jaw. At this moment, in front of Zhang Yi, Kraken lay sprawled amid the shattered remains of tables and chairs, his entire face bruised and swollen, half of a large wine glass still forced into his mouth. Blood trickled down his chin, and a few of his knocked-out teeth scattered on the floor. Mr. Kraken, thank you for providing such valuable material for my research and for satisfying my curiosity, Zhang Yi said with a smile, wiping the blood-stained fist. Yet the smile held a different meaning in the eyes of those around him. Clearly, he was neither a pushover nor just a big guy trying to look cool. He was a smiling tiger who could bite. Evelyn watched the scene with interest. She didn't like Kraken either, but as an official of the Mercenary Guild, she had no grounds to bar him as long as he hadn't committed a serious offense. Now that Zhang Yi had thoroughly taught Kraken a lesson, she could predict it would be a long time before the man showed his face in the tavern again. Besides, she could tell Zhang Yi was deliberately establishing a reputation. First, he generously treated everyone. Then he chose an unlucky target to beat up mercilessly. Each punch and blow sent a clear message to anyone thinking of treating him like a pushover. Reconsider the risk. The effect was immediate respect, and cautious admiration gleamed in the eyes of the mercenaries around the tavern, some fearless ones even watching him with appreciation. Big Beard was one of the representatives. He swaggered over to Zhang Yi, slapping his muscular shoulder, and pointed at the still unconscious Kraken to complain. This guy has no manners, actually hitting on girls and bringing shame to mercenaries. As he spoke, he spat directly on Kraken. Laughter erupted throughout the tavern, clearly finding the ridiculous scene hilarious. Zhang Yi laughed along naturally. Then Eveline ordered her staff to handle the aftermath. The damaged walls and furniture were only symbolically fined 10 gold coins to Zhang Yi as compensation. Kraken was forcibly thrown out through a side door so as not to disturb the other patrons. Kraken's 3 companions were all bruised and battered as well, obviously having felt the weight of Zhang Yi's fists. But after witnessing the power in Zhang Yi's punches, they wisely kept their mouths shut instead of resisting. Such fights were not uncommon in taverns, and the atmosphere quickly returned to normal. The mercenaries resumed their lively banter as if nothing had happened. But everyone knew a new tough figure had arrived in the harbor city. It wouldn't be long before this news spread through the boastful, gossip-loving mercenaries and beyond. Big guy, thanks. Holding a cup of milk, Kiki's eyes sparkled. Looks like they also sold milk in the tavern. The way Zhang Yi had stepped in to teach those unruly mercenaries a lesson seemed incredibly cool to her. Those no-nonsense, heavy-hitting punches were like cannons on a city wall, each one making her heart pound. Call me Yi Ge, Zhang Yi said as he kept his head down, finishing the meal he hadn't yet finished. This time, Zhang Yi ordered the seafood rice, which he found even more delicious than the chicken rice, probably because this coastal city was built by the sea, and the local seafood was famously fresh, a fact even the mercenaries around here often praised. He quickly finished the meal in just a few bites, leaving a clean plate, a testament to the mercenaries' good manners. Wiping his mouth casually, Zhang Yi turned to Yifulin and said, "Boss lady, could you register my little kitty as a mercenary?" "That's my kitty." Kiki excitedly raised her paw. Yifulin had taken a liking to this well-behaved little cat girl and readily helped her complete the mercenary registration. "Are you two planning to form a mercenary team?" Yifulin asked as she handed Zhang Yi a neatly organized stack of promotion tasks. "Yes." Zhang Yi nodded and glanced at the thick pile, pointing to it with surprise. "So many? You said there'd be just 3 promotion tasks. How come it's turned into 12, including 3 gold-level missions? Aren't you aiming to get promoted to gold rank as soon as possible?" "I figured I'd just give you everything at once," Yifulin explained. "The first 3 are silver promotion missions. Then you have to complete 6 more silver tasks consecutively before you qualify for gold promotion. Remember, they have to be done in a row. Fail once, and you start over. As for those 3 gold missions, those are the top-tier tasks I've specially reserved for your gold promotion tier, the best jobs I have. And you'll have to complete every one of them." Zhang Yi laughed aloud. "So that means I'm your ace mercenary, huh? Heh, we'll see how you perform." Yifulin curled a teasing smile, lit a cigarette, parted her red lips slightly, and drew in smoke before exhaling a cloud straight into Zhang Yi's face. If a man had done that, it would have been a blatant provocation. But Yifulin was a woman. Zhang Yi chuckled inwardly, thinking, well, in that case, I'd better take it as a challenge. He carefully put the mission sheets away, and Yifulin nodded in satisfaction. In truth, there was more to why she entrusted these prized golden jobs to Zhang Yi. Beyond recognizing his talent, she had another reason. Zhang Yi had single-handedly defeated the wolf demon in close combat, a strength far beyond what she had expected. From that, she judged his power surpassed gold level, at least gold 5-star. Hado was a large city with many people. Her tavern was only a mid-sized establishment in the outer city, where there were 7 or 8 similar taverns, not to mention the well-established big taverns within the inner city. Given her status, she was just a small to mid-level broker in this area. But her ambitions were not small. The reason the top brokers were so formidable wasn't only their skill set, was that they had top-tier experts who could handle the toughest jobs. Most of her mercenaries were bronze and silver grade. Only 2 were gold level, and one of those had recently died. This left her severely short of top-tier talent. Zhang Yi's arrival perfectly filled that gap. She was happy to provide him with considerable convenience and keep him under her wing, assigning those premium missions to him. After all, these high-value tasks had been sitting with her for some time. If they were delayed any longer, her reputation would suffer, and fewer future clients would entrust her with important heavy work. Since Zhang Yi aimed to reach gold rank within a month, she decided to take a gamble, hoping he could complete these missions successfully in that time frame. If he did, not only would her reputation soar, but more people would come to seek out her services. In a fighting city like Hado, even a woman had dreams to become legendary. And if Zhang Yi could become a legendary mercenary, well, She'd be content with becoming a legendary broker. By the way, boss, in a month the Hades Magic Academy will be assigning spots for dispatch personnel. Can you get one for me? Zhang Yi suddenly asked. Hades? Evelyn raised an eyebrow lightly while wiping a wine glass with a clean cloth. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. She paused, a trace of helplessness in her voice. My tavern is small, and I don't have the qualifications. Those spots are always controlled by the established powers in the inner city. As for the outer city, only that mercenary tavern on the east side probably stands a chance. No way. You're such an impressive boss, yet you don't qualify? Zhang Yi blinked exaggeratedly. Are those people blind? Evelyn's brow lifted with a hint of self-mockery. Maybe so. She leaned on the counter, her eyes stubborn. They look down on me because I'm a woman. They don't think I'm capable of handling big business. Her tone showed some bitterness, but then she shook her head with a sigh. Still, they're not entirely wrong. Women generally don't have the same advantages as men in this line of work. Zhang Yi's eyes flickered as he caught the implication behind her words. Though it sounded like she was conceding defeat, he knew there was more to it. Women don't have the advantages men do. No, actually, women have their own strengths, especially pretty women, he thought. But obviously Evelyn wasn't willing to exploit that, otherwise her tavern would already be packed with admirers. In fact, had noticed none of the mercenaries there dared whistle or make a pass at her. He quietly admired this beautiful, capable boss, and figured she could use a little incentive right now. Taking a sip of his drink, he raised an eyebrow and grinned. So that means you're giving up? Evelyn paused mid-wipe, slowly turning to look at Zhang Yi. That faint smile on her face made his heart flutter uneasily, stirring a strange irritation within him. She frowned slightly and retorted, of course not. Do you think I assigned you those jobs because you're good-looking? Isn't that why? Zhang Yi rubbed his chin, his eyes mischievous as he glanced at the catgirl Kiki nearby. Am I handsome, Kiki? Handsome meow? The catgirl immediately chimed in, her voice sweet yet firm. Handsome meow? Grinning, Zhang Yi nudged Evelyn's chin. As everyone knows, catgirls never lie. Evelyn was amused, a smile playing on her pretty face. You joker, you say stuff like that all the time. I've never heard anyone say as everyone knows before. After laughing, she sighed and asked resignedly, all right, what is it you want? If I get you that qualification, can you secure a dispatch spot? Zhang Yi asked seriously. Absolutely. Evelyn's voice brightened with determination. The spots are allocated mainly through the guild. Hades Academy gives the quota to the guild, and the guild then assigns them to branches, and my tavern counts as a mercenary guild branch. She paused, her tone turning grave. The guild has a rating system updated monthly. Only branches rated 2 stars or higher that month have a chance of getting a spot. Notice, it's only a chance, and only if there are enough spots available. If spots are limited, priority goes to higher-rated taverns. Evelyn sighed. I opened Hylon number 11 Tavern 2 years ago, and its monthly rating is just 2 stars the minimum required, but I haven't gotten a single spot in all that time. Her voice held a clear frustration as she furrowed her brow. Meanwhile, another tavern in the outer city has a 3-star monthly rating, and last time they got 2 spots. I didn't get even 1. Her eyes hardened. So if I want a spot, I have to raise my tavern's rating from 2 to 3 stars within the remaining half month. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. How do you plan to do that? Based on the tavern's monthly profits and the commission levels it could accept, Zhang Yi did some calculations. His monthly earnings had already reached 3-star standards, but his commission level hadn't caught up yet. Evelyn looked at him with confusion. Zhang Yi spoke frankly. If I can take on 10 gold-level tasks this month and maintain a completion rate above 80%, my rating will definitely rise to 3 stars next month. He paused, his gaze resolute. If the number of spots Hades Academy releases this time exceeds 150, I'll definitely be able to snag one. With that, he snapped his fingers. Evelyn was somewhat bewildered. We're all set. I've got insider information this time. There are over 180 spots available. Zhang Yi chuckled with calm confidence. Evelyn froze. This guy had just arrived in the maritime capital, yet he already had access to inside intelligence? Excitement surged through her. So you mean? Zhang Yi stood up, waved to Chi-Chi beside him, then walked toward the exit without looking back, his voice confident and firm. I'll help you secure the rating, and you help me secure a spot. At these words, Evelyn vaulted smoothly over the bar counter and rushed after him, asking anxiously, what exactly are you planning to do? Zhang Yi explained. Let me tell you first, those 3 gold tasks are the only gold-level freelance commissions I've taken on. There aren't any extras. To upgrade the rating and boost the tavern's score, I need to take freelance commissions. Those are the kind that third parties submit to the tavern, with the tavern acting as an intermediary to accept and distribute the tasks. Guild tasks are long-term and repeatable, issued directly by the guild as public assignments. They don't count toward the tavern's rating or a mercenary's personal promotion task count. Pulling in sponsors? I'm absolutely good at that. Just you wait. Zhang Yi walked out of the tavern without looking back. Evelyn followed him all the way to the entrance, watching his figure quickly disappear around the street corner. She clenched her fists, murmuring to herself, maybe this could actually work. At that moment, Chi-Chi was bouncing around excitedly beside her, holding the mercenary identity card and asking curiously, "Big guy, will it really work? With me, nothing's impossible." Zhang Yi laughed heartily, already planning out the next few things he needed to do in his mind. First, deliver the letter for instructor Hualin, an urgent task with a 3-day deadline. Today was the second day, so he needed to handle it right away. Second, become a gold-level mercenary within a month. He was very confident about this. He'd already reviewed the tasks, and the difficulty wasn't too high. Third, pull in sponsors, meaning attract more high-level tasks. He'd read the rules clearly on the tavern's bulletin board. The criteria for gold level classification were either that the task's danger coefficient reached gold level, or that the task target's level was gold level. The key point moving forward was to find employers capable of commissioning gold level tasks and have them published through Ivelin as an intermediary. This way, private commissions could be converted into guild tasks, and once completed, the gold level task count would be credited to Ivelin and the tavern. Although the intermediary fee was higher than for private commissions, Zhang Yi didn't care. He trusted that Ivelin knew how to do business, and in the worst case, charging a bit less commission wouldn't matter. After all, with gold-level task fees ranging from 1,000 to 5,000 yuan, the difference wasn't significant, and he wasn't short on money now. What really mattered was building the tavern's reputation and, incidentally, securing a spot for Chi-Chi as an external assignment personnel. As for where to find clients who could issue gold tasks, Zhang Yi already had some ideas. He believed the lovely instructor Huolan was trustworthy, and he was also considering another old method one he'd used in his previous life. Although it was likely to get him beaten up, it was remarkably effective. That was to directly go to the other 3-star tavern Ivelin had mentioned and poach clients camp out at the tavern entrance, grab whoever came along, and use both soft and hard tactics to transfer tasks to Hylon Tavern number 11. Zhang Yi said matter-of-factly. It's admittedly a bit underhanded, but whoever does this job knows the deal. Stealing business is a game for the strong. He spoke lightly, but he understood that once his reputation grew, tasks might come to him automatically. Having thought this through, he snapped his fingers and called to Chi-Chi. "Let's go. First, let's deliver Huolan's letter." "Okay, meow." Chi-Chi bounced along behind him. In the air around them, Zhang Yi's footsteps were firm and powerful, his goal now crystal clear. As Zhang Yi walked, he pulled an envelope from his pocket and flipped it over to examine the back. The address read number 1103, Hyla Street, Outer District of Haidu, and the recipient's name was simply by just a single character with no surname. Zhang Yi blinked. Single character given names without a family name were indeed rare. Usually, no surname implied no family background. Recalling that Ms. Huolan had once said this student needed that spot even more than she did, he guessed the recipient probably came from a modest or struggling household. Still, Zhang Yi didn't dwell on if those thoughts were just occupational habits. In the mercenary business, brute force alone wouldn't get you far. You had to keep your wits about you to succeed. Soon enough, he found the place indicated on the letter. It was a spacious courtyard, but spacious did not mean luxurious. The yard looked a little shabby. The walls were made of wood, and several 2-story square buildings formed a pinwheel layout. The mix of wood and stone looked weathered, with vines like ivy creeping over the exterior walls, clearly neglected for some time. Inside the yard was a sandpit where a few plainly dressed children played intently. Above the gate hung a rusted tin sign, loosely nailed and swaying, bearing the bold words Lun La Welfare Home. Zhang Yi checked the envelope again to confirm this was the destination. "Shall we just go in?" Chi-Chi whispered beside him. "Yeah." Zhang Yi nodded and pushed open the creaking gate. As soon as they entered, a few children in the yard glanced warily at them, then quickly dropped their simple wooden toys and ran inside. Zhang Yi didn't go straight in. Instead, he walked to a nearby door and knocked gently. After a moment, footsteps approached, and Zhang Yi paused. The door opened to reveal an elderly woman with a head of silver hair. Her eyes held suspicion as she asked, "Who are you?" "Hello, I'm from Hydus." "From Hydus Academy?" The old woman's doubt instantly softened into warmth, a flicker of hope gleaming in her eyes. She spoke slowly. "Child, what brings you here?" "I've come to deliver a letter." "This one is for Bai. Is she here?" Zhang Yi's tone was calm, showing none of the harshness had used earlier dealing with Crown. "A letter for Bai?" The woman smiled brightly and turned to call inside. Nan, your letter has arrived sent from Hydus Academy." Soon, hurried footsteps raced down from upstairs, quickly followed by a loud crash as something was knocked over. Hearing this, the old woman panicked, running inside without closing the door, her voice tinged with both reproach and concern. "Oh dear, be careful always so clumsy. How can your grandma trust you roaming so far? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine." Grandma Lun La Zhang Yi caught those words and stirred inwardly. So this silver-haired elderly woman's surname was Lun, called Lun La. She managed the welfare home and cared for these children, a kind figure protecting a group of kids from all walks of life. Yet beneath the muffled sounds inside, another voice reached Zhang Yi's ears, its words prompting him to pay closer attention. The voice was soft and light, like a kitten's paw tickling Zhang Yi's heart. making him feel a bit itchy with anticipation. He wondered what the owner of that voice might look like. Soon enough, he saw her, or maybe not exactly. Before long, a tall girl appeared in front of Zhang Yi. Tall, because she was a whole head taller than Chi-Chi. Since Chi-Chi was just a bit over 1.5 meters, the girl must be around 1.7 something. Yet, she wrapped herself up tightly. She wore loose, hand-woven trousers made of a somewhat coarse material. The pants hung loosely on her, extending all the way to her heels, almost touching the ground. Zhang Yi couldn't see the shape of her legs, only that they were definitely long. Her upper body was even more covered. Despite it still being summer not even fall, yet the girl wore a linen-colored, hand-knit sweater with a high collar. The collar reminded him of the turtlenecks worn by vampires in movies, the kind that are worn under cloaks. But while those collars usually spread open to the sides, this girl's high collar looked like an ice cream cone, covering half of her small face from the nose down. That wasn't all. Her chestnut-colored short hair formed a rounded cap that wrapped around the upper part of her face, partially hiding even her eyes. On top of that, she wore a bulbous mushroom-shaped hat. With that linen high-neck sweater below and the chestnut mushroom hairstyle topped with the mushroom hat, standing about 1.75 meters tall, she looked like a giant mushroom had suddenly sprouted before Zhang Yi. What on earth was this style? Zhang Yi nearly burst out laughing, but managed to hold it in. Laughing at someone on the first meeting wouldn't be polite. Although the girl's outfit was plain and earthy, wrapped up so tightly, he couldn't see her figure. Zhang Yi had a sharp eye for seeing beyond appearances. First, only a tiny part of her face was visible, the tip of her nose. That small nose tip was delicate and, from the angle, quite well defined and upright, indicating a nice nose shape. Also, the nose often reveals skin condition. Her nose tip was fair and smooth, with almost no visible pores, meaning her skin was pale and fine. As the saying goes, fair skin covers 100 flaws. With skin this good and this pale, she likely wasn't ugly underneath. Then, there was the figure. Though tightly covered, Zhang Yi could see her feet and hands. She wore ordinary cloth shoes, roughly size 38. Most women wear shoes smaller than size 38, but at about 1.75 meters tall, shoes around size 40 would be normal. The fact that she wore size 38 meant her feet were petite and delicate. Her hands were mostly hidden in the cuffs of her wide sweater sleeves, but the small portion of her fingers that showed looked round and petite, with well-manicured nails. From the thickness of her fingers alone, Zhang Yi could tell she wasn't overweight. Putting these clues together, Zhang Yi was quite certain that this girl, whose exposed skin was less than 2, must have a good figure. At 1.75 meters tall with such long legs, and clearly not overweight, she couldn't have a bad body shape. As for her looks, though her face was mostly hidden, a height and figure like that were already a bonus. Plus, her voice was so pleasant. If 60 points was the passing score, this girl was at least 70 or above. Hualan and Yifalan scored around 90. As for Hilda and Zhang Yi's personal rating system, she scored 99. Why not a perfect score? Because that last point was reserved for inner qualities. To get a perfect score, Zhang Yi would first have to get to know her inside and out. Hello, you must be Mushroom Miss Bai, right? Zhang Yi spoke with a touch of politeness. Yes, the girl nodded softly, her voice barely audible, tinged with nervousness and a slight stammer. She wore a turtleneck sweater, which muffled her voice. Yet beneath it Zhang Yi sensed a softness that made him almost want to pull down her collar and hear her true voice unobstructed. But after all, he was a well-mannered mercenary who would never offend so recklessly. He called this politeness mercenary gentility, or mercenary gentleman for short. Hey, race your letter. Zhang Yi handed her 2 envelopes. The girl quickly extended her slender hands to take them. As her fingers brushed the envelopes, the sleeves of her sweater slipped down a bit, revealing her delicate wrists. Zhang Yi's gaze sharpened, silently confirming, pale skin, neither fat nor thin. He couldn't help but admire his damn sharp eyesight, proud enough to almost shout, "Damn, that's amazing." Don't misunderstand, being observant was part of his mercenary job, not some creepiness. Because of that, his fondness for this earthy mushroom girl grew by 5 points. Not fat, not skinny. With just the right height, she was a hidden treasure, hardly mushroom-like at all. What kind of treasure she truly held, well, that would show on her face. Yes, Zhang Yi was that kind of mundane guy who fancied himself noble and being patient and gentlemanly toward girls. With the letter handed over, the mission was technically complete, but Zhang Yi didn't rush off. He smiled and said, "Aren't you going to open it?" Mentor Hualan asked me to deliver it personally. He imagined Bei's reaction, hoping for a chance to catch a glimpse of her true self. Bai nodded lightly, her expression a mix of excitement and anxiety, seemingly forgetting that Zhang Yi and Kiki stood right next to her as strangers. Her hands trembled as she opened the envelope, pulling out a letter and a badge engraved with the emblem of Hydus Academy. She stared at the letter. Even though her hair covered her eyes, Zhang Yi felt she could read its contents. Her hands began to shake. Then she covered her mouth with one hand hidden beneath the turtleneck, letting out soft sobs. "How is it?" Grandma Lumla asked anxiously from the side. I got into Hydus Academy." By choked up, then sank down. clutching Grandma Lunla tightly as tears fell like a floodgate of long-suppressed emotions finally bursting open. Zhang Yi felt a surge of emotion. In his past life, had seen many kids born in the wasteland working tirelessly to enter corporate academies. When they succeeded, they rushed forward, holding their loved ones and crying with joy. That scene could move even a battle-hardened mercenary like him. Sadly, after entering the academy, most forgot their origins and ended up as corporate tools, exploiting the wasteland and becoming the ghosts under his command. He sincerely hoped this mushroom girl before him wouldn't repeat that pattern, that she would always remember where she came from. All right, mission complete. Wish you all happiness every day. Goodbye. With that said, Zhang Yi waved and prepared to leave with Kiki. Just then, a soft voice sounded hesitantly. Wait a moment. Zhang Yi turned around and saw Bai standing right in front of him. Her small hands were clenched tightly. She had just been crying and was not fully composed yet. Her nose twitched slightly, and her chest rose and fell gently. Her loose sweater couldn't hide the tremor. Zhang Yi's heart tightened, and he silently gave her a mental score. Not bad. Add 5 more points, 80 points now. Keep it up, girl. Bai whispered, are you a senior from Hydus Academy? Something like that. Zhang Yi replied vaguely. Thank you, she said softly. Zhang Yi waved his hand, smiling. Instead of thanking me, you should thank instructor Huolan. She really values you. Although Zhang Yi didn't know much about Huolan, he knew how to say kind things and glossed over it lightly. But Bai didn't respond, which made Zhang Yi suspicious. Did he say something wrong? That couldn't be. He was certain Huolan valued Bai highly. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sent him all the way here with the letter and the school emblem. It clearly confirmed an early admission spot. This should have been good news. The next moment, Bai stepped forward and extended the envelope and the emblem. Zhang Yi's heart clenched, hesitant to accept it. Don't joke around, big sister. You're not asking me to take these back, are you? That would mean giving up your chance at Hydus Academy. And that would affect instructor Huolan, too. You know people live on emotions. If Huolan got discouraged, I definitely wouldn't want to ask for her help. She seems dependable and unlikely to back down easily, but if she stayed down for long, it wouldn't be good. Zhang Yi thought hard, not wanting that to happen. Can you ask me to return these to instructor Huolan? Bei's voice trembled, fragile like breaking glass. Zhang Yi wiped his face, his expression uneasy. Why? Don't you want to go to Hydus Academy? Bei's voice grew weaker. I want to, but I can't leave Grandma Lunla. As she spoke, she was nearly in tears, her nose aching with sadness. Just then, Grandma Lunla hurried over and interrupted Zhang Yi. She first apologized, then pulled Bai under the eaves. The two spoke quietly, but Zhang Yi stood nearby, hearing every word clearly. You've always wanted to go to Hydus Academy. That's your dream. Now that the chance is here, why hesitate? Bai sniffled softly, her voice as faint as wind through leaves. You and the little sisters need care. I can't leave you all. Grandma Lunla was silent for a long time, then said, even though we can't open the stall anymore, I can still knit sweaters. The orphanage can keep going. No, Bai replied softly but firmly. Knitting sweaters won't be enough to support the little sisters. Grandma Lunla, I don't want to go to school anymore, she choked up, her voice trembling. I don't want to. Please let me stay and take care of you all. I don't want to leave. Bei's words were filled with unspeakable unwillingness and heartache, and Zhang Yi felt a pang deep in his chest. Not unwilling, but unable. Nan. Grandma Lunla stared at Bai Na's tear-streaked face, and in the end, couldn't hold back. Her trembling fingers gently touched Bai Na's cheek. Tears slowly traced down her wrinkled face. It was Grandma who had become a burden to you. Her frail fingers brushed Bai Na's hair aside, revealing a pale, delicate profile. But Zhang Yi had no heart to admire it. He instinctively pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. As he exhaled, the smoke drifted away in the wind, fading little by little. He couldn't help but mutter self-mockingly, why do I always attract this kind of trouble wherever I go? It was like this in my previous life, and nothing's changed now. No wonder that old man Chris said I'd never be a legendary mercenary in this life. Because a legendary mercenary never meddles in other people's business. Just as he was about to put the cigarette away, he suddenly noticed several pairs of eyes staring. He turned to look outside the window. A group of children were peeking secretly inside. They were all girls. Their frames weren't as thin as bamboo sticks, but they certainly didn't look healthy or well-nourished. More like they were barely eating enough, only occasionally getting some extra fat to stay alive. Compared to Bai Na's pale complexion, which carried a hint of illness and fragility like fragile paper, Grandma Lunla's condition was even worse. Her hands were as thin as dried branches. The welfare home situation was truly worrying. Zhang Yi's mind made a rough assessment, probably not much different from the wasteland world. Here, sons are favored over daughters. The vast majority of adopted children are boys. The remaining girls are left in the welfare home. In the entire courtyard, there were only a few children, along with an old woman and one young girl, with no adult men or anyone capable of helping. Clearly, all the burden of the welfare home rested heavily on Bai Na's shoulders. The cigarette in Zhang Yi's hand burned quickly. He exhaled a large plume of smoke slowly. He hated this feeling, as if he were back in that messed-up world again. But suddenly, a thought came to him, making the corners of his mouth twitch into a smile, a spark of excitement lighting up his eyes. No, that's not right. These two worlds are different after all. In the wasteland, no matter how powerful someone is, a single burst of bullets can end them. Those who meddle never become legendary mercenaries. But this world is different. Here, strength reigns supreme. When your personal power reaches its peak, you can tear through any obstacle. Even being legendary is not the end. Why should I be bound by the rules of a past life? Besides, that old liar Chris never said a single true thing. With this thought, Zhang Ye's mood brightened instantly. Sorry, this world, you're not messed up at all. You are genuinely damn amazing. Under Grandma Lunla's gentle comfort, Bai gradually stopped crying. Finally, she solemnly handed the envelope and school badge to Grandma Lunla, bowed slightly, glanced at Zhang Yi, then quietly turned and went back inside the house. Behind the door, the little girl's whispers drifted out faintly. Sister Bai, are you leaving? No, I'm not leaving anymore. This was followed by cheerful shouts. That's wonderful. Sister Bai isn't leaving. The children's innocent voices, though unintentional, pierced Bai's heart like sharp steel needles, filling her with indescribable bitterness. Nevertheless, her voice remained gentle and tinged with a smile. Yes, I'm not leaving, not leaving. Zhang Yi listened silently, his brow slightly furrowed. The cigarette in his hand had burned too close to his lips, and having failed to discard it in time, he suddenly felt a stinging pain. The unfiltered cigarette brought the naked flame dangerously close to his mouth. The slightest carelessness would result in a burn. Beside him, the little cat Chi-Chi's eyes had also reddened from the scene just now, and she was now looking at Zhang Yi with a somewhat bewildered expression, unsure how to react. Zhang Yi dropped the nearly spent cigarette, but on the ground, and crushed it under his foot, then reached out to rub Chi-Chi's soft little head. At that moment, Grandma Lunla walked over slowly, holding the envelope and school badge in her hands, her expression downcast, her tone pleading. Child, I'm begging you. She offered the items with gentle, careful movements, her gaze firmly fixed on the envelope and badge, her eyes brimming with sorrowful light. However, Zhang Ye's lips curved into a cold smile. He accepted the envelope and badge but didn't tuck them away. Instead, he said, let me reintroduce myself. My name is Zhang Yi, and I'm a mercenary. Grandma Lunla was stunned. You're not a student from Haidasai? Zhang Ye's smile widened. Not exactly. Actually, I'm just a mercenary sent by Haidasai Academy to deliver a letter. Now, I have a suggestion. Would you like to hear it? Though surprised, the old woman quickly composed herself and answered calmly. Go ahead. Zhang Ye's gaze was resolute. As you can see, I'm a mercenary, and an excellent one at that. Do you know what that means? An excellent mercenary is one who can complete any mission. His tone shifted for emphasis. Any mission. A glimmer of hope flashed in Grandma Lunla's eyes as she asked softly. Then, can you help them? Zhang Yi answered without hesitation. I accept your commission. Grandma Lunla seemed slightly confused. She hadn't explicitly made a commission, but this proactive gesture showed her Zhang Ye's sincerity. She nodded. Let me explain the situation first. She paused briefly, then began her account. The orphanage was originally supported by the city government, but after the new city lord took office, all funding was cancelled. The administrative office no longer provides subsidies, and the orphanage has no money to operate normally. Fortunately, some kind-hearted people adopted a few of the children, but there are still 4 homeless children left, all very young, not even 10 years old yet. To make ends meet, I can only sell vegetables at a market stall, barely sustaining our lives. Grandma Lunla's brow furrowed tightly as she continued. However, new city regulations came along. Stall vendors must pay taxes plus stall fees, 150 gold coins per year, which we simply cannot afford. Without a permit, we can't enter the market, and selling vegetables privately on the street is illegal. The vegetables we grow, we can only eat ourselves. Her words were laced with helplessness and pain, her fingers gripping the letter and badge tightly, as if they were the only support in this predicament. The entire room fell silent, leaving only the sound of her quiet narration. The helpless figures of those children and the desperate circumstances of their forced hardship seemed to congeal in the air, forming an unbreakable deadlock. Zhang Ye's gaze gradually grew firm. This suffering had sunk deep into his heart. Just eating vegetables isn't enough. We need rice, salt, oil, winter clothes, and stored food supplies. I'm old now, and many things I can't manage well. Knitting sweaters doesn't earn much money. So nowadays, the welfare home depends entirely on Nan Nan, who is both studying and working part-time at a magic potion shop to keep things going. Nan Nan found a great mentor, someone from Haidesi Academy, who came specifically to Haidu Academy looking for outstanding students to join the magic research team. The mentor recognized Nan Nan's talent right away. Nan Nan is so capable, and the mentor is kind and has been helping us continuously. Without her, things would be much harder. The kids wouldn't even get any meat to eat. Recently, Nan Nan told me that the team is facing a severe funding shortage, but she still hasn't stopped supporting us. I originally planned to have Nan Nan transfer to Hidesi Academy under that mentor for a better future. However, new city regulations have just come down. Haidu Academy is now under closed management, and Nan Nan can't work part-time while studying anymore. She must rely solely on the mentor's financial support. Yesterday, Nan Nan said the research team is encountering huge difficulties, and their funds are almost gone. Although the mentor continues to help us, the pressure is enormous. Nan Nan doesn't want to be a burden, so she's even thinking about quitting school to work full-time. Nan Nan is extremely talented. She could easily get into Hidesi Academy on her own, but she can't stop worrying about us. Kids her age should be out exploring the world, not carrying such heavy burdens. It's we who are holding her back. Hearing this, Grandma Luanla's eyes welled up with tears. She was full of heartache. Moreover, although Nan Nan hasn't said anything, I can tell she's been bullied at Haidu Academy. The other day, she came home with a bruise on her forehead. When I asked how it happened, she said it was nothing. She seems gentle and kind on the outside, but is very stubborn inside. No matter how much I pressed, she wouldn't say, so I know she must have been wronged somehow. She told me she wants to stop going to school not just because of the welfare home's difficulties, but surely because of bullying at school. So more than the welfare home, I want to entrust you to help me find out what exactly is happening to her at school and help her. She truly wants to keep studying. She loves learning so much. I sincerely beg you to help her. Zhang Yi was stunned. He had thought Grandma Luanla's long speech was just asking him to help the welfare home so Nan Nan could study calmly. But now it seemed there was more to it. Grandma Luanla meant that Nan Nan didn't want to study partly because of the welfare home's hardships, but the real key issue was the bullying at school. What will happen to the welfare home and the kids? Zhang Yi asked. Grandma Luanla said slowly, I can sell the land. I hold the deed to the welfare home's land. If I sell it, I can take the kids back to our hometown and no longer be a burden to her. That way, I can also pay you. I had resigned myself to fate, but since you're willing to help her, as their elder, I can't just watch. I'm willing to risk everything to help her. Zhang Yi immediately showed respect, pressed his lips, and nodded. Then I have a better idea why not sell the land to me? Sell it to you? Grandma Luanla was surprised, not expecting Zhang Yi to say this. Zhang Yi smiled. To be honest, I just arrived in Haidu recently and happen to need a place to settle down. This place looks good, with a lake in the city behind it where we can fish. If we sell to anyone else, it might not be as good as selling to me. He'll offer a fair price with no tricks, and he'll renovate the place. The kids won't need to move out. 3 houses give us more than enough room. This way, the money problem is solved, and you all can stay. 2 birds with 1 stone. Then I'll drop by Haidu Academy and help with the bullying situation. That's my specialty. We'll fix it for sure. How will you deal with campus bullying? Grandma Luanla asked in surprise. It's simple, bully the bullies. In short, fight back against the school bullies. Zhang Yi has experience with this and enjoys it. Grandma Luanla stared at him, tears stinging her nose. Thank you, thank you. Zhang Yi waved his hand and laughed. I'm also helping myself here. Mentor Hualan really values Nan Nan, and I'm her personal mercenary, so it's only right I help. Alright, let's discuss how much you want for the land deed. Chi-Chi, are you there? Go ask the boss lady about land prices in Haidu. Okay. The air inside the Lunla orphanage felt heavy and still. Zhang Yi squeezed himself onto a wooden chair that was barely wide enough to hold his broad frame. The chair looked fragile under his weight, almost about to give way. But more than the discomfort, his attention was fixed on the nervous girl standing stiffly in front of him, clutching her sleeve like a telegraph pole. Her bangs hung low, covering most of her face, and pressed closely behind her were 4 other girls, equally cautious and hiding shyly, their timid eyes fixed anxiously on Zhang Yi. After learning that Zhang Yi was willing to help, giving her a chance to continue her schooling, the girl with the mushroom-shaped haircut once quietly cried in the arms of Granny Lunla. It was clear from her tears that she truly didn't want to give up on her education. She never mentioned leaving school again. Zhang Yi thought that if he could just brush aside those hair strands hiding her eyes, he would surely see nothing but hopeful longing. Aren't there empty chairs here? Why stand? Zhang Yi asked. Standing is fine. Bai Xiaoxiao's voice barely squeaked out. Granny Lunla smiled and explained. She's like that, gets nervous around strangers, and isn't good at expressing herself. I can tell, but that's okay. She'll loosen up once she's comfortable, Zhang Yi replied casually. Suddenly, the room fell silent, save for the occasional wind outside and soft sounds from the courtyard. Chi-Chi hadn't returned yet. Zhang Yi didn't feel awkward. Instead, he casually scanned the room. The place was simply furnished, even somewhat sparse, but spotless. The floor was so clean the outline of his shoes reflected on it. Looking out the window, he saw a thriving vegetable patch in the backyard, lush and vibrant. It was clear the garden provided much-needed nutrition to the children, which explained why they weren't just skin and bones. Unfortunately, the flourishing garden wasn't for sale. It quietly served as the orphanage's reassurance. Just as Zhang Yi thought the kids here were doing all right, a faint scraping sound caught his attention. He turned and saw Bai had silently crept over beside him, her slender fingers curling around the base of a wooden cup filled with water. With great care, She began inching the cup toward him. Meeting Zhang Yi's eyes, Bai immediately withdrew her hand and whispered softly, "Drink water." Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh and reached for the cup, drinking it all at once. No sooner had he set it down than Bai, like a mischievous little thief, slyly stretched out her hand again to nudge the cup forward. She quickly pulled back before anyone noticed and quietly scurried off to refill it. Zhang Yi deliberately looked away as she left, but sure enough, he soon heard the familiar sound of wood scraping against the table. A small smile tugged at his lips, amusement lighting his eyes. This girl was strangely entertaining. Suppressing a chuckle, Zhang Yi looked back. Bai, startled by his gaze, trembled slightly and rapidly pulled back, eyes wide with a mix of confusion and caution. Quite the character, he thought. He finished the water in the cup again. Seeing him do so, Bai boldly slid the cup over once more. Playfully, Zhang Yi drank each refill to the bottom, while Bai seemed determined to complete her water mission again and again, persistently topping off his cup. Even Granny Lunla watched the scene with a mix of helplessness and amusement. Bai rarely warmed up to strangers or had such interactions. This little ordeal was undoubtedly a rare form of social exercise for her. She didn't stop it, but simply sat quietly and observed. Before long, Chi-Chi returned. Zhang Yi stood up just as a mild urge to urinate surfaced. He asked, "Where's Chaishuo?" After he finished and came back, Zhang Yi found the water cup refilled once more. Chi-Chi sat in the chair Zhang Yi had occupied earlier, blinking with curiosity as Bai slowly pushed the second cup of water toward him. What kind of water cup battle this had become, no one could quite say. Zhang Yi laughed and turned to Chi-Chi, asking, "How's it looking?" Chi-Chi took a sip from her cup and replied slowly, "The boss lady said that land in the outer city is going for about 2,100 gold per mu right now." Zhang Yi then looked at Grandma Lunla and asked, "How big is the welfare home?" "Exactly 2 mu," Grandma Lunla answered. Zhang Yi nodded and quickly calculated. "So that's 4,200 gold. What do you think of that price?" Grandma Lunla frowned slightly and shook her head, saying, That's too much. If you really want to buy it, 2,000 gold is enough. When my husband bought this land, it only cost a little over 2,000 gold. It's not like land's cheap anymore." Zhang Yi smiled, understanding her reasoning. Grandma Lunla clearly knew he was trying to help negotiate a lower price for her. Otherwise, given the location, the land wouldn't be priced just by the mu. The welfare home borders the market entrance on the left, with a city lake behind it. It faces a main road and commercial street on one side. With land that prime, a nice building could multiply its value several times over. After a moment's thought, Zhang Yi said with a smile, "How about 3,500 gold? Consider it a bargain I found. The rest can count as my commission." Grandma Lunla thought it over and finally agreed. 3,500 gold was already a good sum for her. Although Zhang Yi's mission reward was over 1,000 gold, he had completed a difficult job that the whole team would have taken on together. 3,500 gold paid frugally could support her family of 6 for 4 to 5 years. Plus, Zhang Yi would let them keep living in the welfare home. They made the deal. Zhang Yi would pay a 2,000 gold deposit now and settle the balance after the mission was completed. In fact, Grandma Lunla only asked for a 100 gold deposit at first, just enough to cover the kids' nutrition for a few days and upcoming school expenses. If it weren't urgent, she wouldn't have even wanted a deposit. But Zhang Yi insisted on giving her 2,000 gold, and he knew in his heart that was a real bargain for him. Normally, 2,000 gold wouldn't even be enough to buy a house or land here. No matter the world, land is always priceless, an unchanging rule. Although the welfare home was old, the house still stood. The price they discussed was just for the land. The house itself wasn't factored in. So Zhang Yi was definitely getting a steal. On top of that, his action helped Grandma Lunla out, and when Holan found out, Zhang Yi would surely receive more favors and conveniences from the academy side. Plus, it solved a place for the new mercenary squad to settle, a win-win all around. At the end of the day, Zhang Yi genuinely wanted to help. Don't think mercenaries are all heartless. Those who faced real cruelty often appreciate the value of humanity even more. Also, Holan valued Miss Bai's great potential, and she was a beauty above 80 points, so when Zhang Yi was in a good mood, he was more than happy to lend a hand. The only downside was his wallet felt a bit lighter. But that didn't trouble Zhang Yi much, because he was about to start a mission and would easily earn it back. These silver tier missions were a piece of cake for him. The tasks collecting the hide of a silver tier tusked boar, gathering 2 jars of wild red velvet bee honey, and harvesting the scales of an iron-tailed giant lizard. How hard could they be? Not hard at all. A few years ago, Zhang Yi could take down those silver-tier beasts barehanded. Now, completing these tasks is as easy as picking up money off the ground. If luck's on his side, he could finish 3 silver advanced missions in one night. With that thought, Zhang Yi lost all interest in wasting time playing Bai's boring cup game and called for Chi-Chi to follow him outside. "It's settled then. I've got things to do, so I'm going ahead. He'll be back in a couple of days." "Oh, here is your stuff," Zhang Yi said as he waved his hand, sending an envelope and a school badge drifting like feathers toward Bai. Bai caught them anxiously, staring blankly at Zhang Yi. He smiled slightly from the side. This chance is rare, even I had trouble getting in. Cherish it, girl. When the day comes that I can enter Hades, I hope you'll be waiting for me by the academy gates. Without giving Bai a chance to reply, Zhang Yi pulled the panting Chi-Chi along and quickly strode away. The deed wasn't taken, Granny Lumma murmured. Only now did Bai snap out of it. She started to chase after them, but the street's inn was already empty of Zhang Yi's figure. Left so fast. Bai stood still, slowly lowering her gaze to the still warm badge in her hand, whispering, "Thank you." A cool breeze swept past, stirring her chestnut hair to reveal an angelic face. Then the wind died down, her hair falling back to veil her features once more. No one saw this. Far away, Zhang Yi leaned against a wall in a hidden alley, his eyes flickering faintly. Chi-Chi panted, "Why did we have to run all the way here to hide, meow?" Zhang Yi put on a stern face, answering seriously, "This is called walking away from the scene of deeds, humbly hiding fame and achievements. It shows our selflessness and greatness." As soon as the words fell, he grinned proudly. And the best part? It's super cool. After lunch, Zhang Yi hoisted his heavy hammer and set out of the city with Chi-Chi to take on their mission. They even caught a ride from a simple-hearted farmer brother heading back to his village. The farmer was genuinely kind and didn't charge Zhang Yi a single coin for the 20-mile trip. Along the way, Chi-Chi ate and drank her fill, then dozed off. When she woke up, she was full of energy and turned into a chatterbox kitten, constantly meowing in Zhang Yi's ear. "Big guy, which mission should we tackle first, meow?" Chi-Chi asked in her soft, sweet voice. "Just call me." "Never mind. As long as you're happy," Zhang Yi replied lazily, not wanting to argue. "I've always been happy, meow." "So, which target do we go for first, meow? Let's see which one we come across first." "There are 3 this time. Iron-tail lizards, tusked wild boars, and red velvet beehives." "Okay, meow. Should I scout ahead first?" "No need. It's safer if we stick together, just the 2 of us." "Got it, meow." When they reached the forest's edge, they said goodbye to the farmer brother. The sky darkened rapidly as Zhang Yi and the little cat girl slipped into the woods under the dusk. Nighttime was when the forest beasts were most active and most dangerous. But that didn't faze Zhang Yi. Having been sent to the mountains by the old man to train since he was young, he felt more at home in the woods than in the city. Darkness didn't dull his senses, and Kiki's night vision was exceptional. They moved silently. What surprised Zhang Yi was how soundlessly they moved. Chi-Chi was agile and light-footed, naturally stealthy. Yet Zhang Yi, despite his hefty frame, was unusually nimble and quiet, his steps even softer than Kiki's. "They're coming," Zhang Yi warned quietly, raising his hand. Chi-Chi froze, and they both hid behind the bushes. Not far off, a group of wild boars rustled through the tree. 16 tusked boars, 3 of which were silver rank monsters. The largest was enormous, estimated to be at least high silver rank, meaning 6 stars or more, but not quite gold rank. Zhang Yi didn't bother with an ambush. He charged forward, swinging his hammer twice, and slammed the biggest boar to the ground hard. The brute force behind the heavy hammer could fell even a wolf demon, let alone a silver-tier boar. His giant strength was no joke. The startled boars scattered, and Chi-Chi immediately sprang into action. She summoned a swift gust, leapt quickly onto another silver-tier boar's head, and plunged her short sword straight into its eye, piercing its brain. With a twist of the blade, the boar collapsed on the spot. "Not bad," Zhang Yi nodded, approving silently. Chi-Chi wasn't just cute, that was a bonus. What mattered was her outstanding combat talent, proven by how she had narrowly escaped a wolf demon hunt last time and survived alive. Without talent, she'd be dead for sure. His mind raced with thoughts. This little cat girl had enormous potential. With some training, well, a bit of discipline, she could really grow strong. Hee, mission complete, meow. Should we head back now? Chi-Chi wagged her cat ears and asked eagerly. Of course not. It's such a waste of time to go back after completing just one task. Better to finish 3 at once before returning. That's the efficiency a mercenary strives for, Zhang Yi said. Kiki nodded, a hint of admiration in her eyes, clearly learning from him. For the rest of the night, the 2 moved silently through the dense forest, carefully tracking their prey. The chirping of insects mixed with the occasional rustle of leaves. Zhang Yi's sharp eyes caught even the faintest movement, like an eagle on the hunt. Though exhausted and breathing heavily, Kiki stayed alert, cooperating smoothly with Zhang Yi. By dawn's first light, all 3 tasks were successfully completed. All right, let's head back to the city. Zhang Yi waved his hand, hoisting the massive wild boar hide onto his shoulder and stepping steadily toward Haidu. Inside the hide were 2 large jars filled with heavy honey and a pile of gleaming scales from the iron-tail giant lizards. Despite the several hundred pounds of weight, Zhang Yi bore it with ease. Sitting atop the swollen, sack-like hide was a soft, cuddly little cat girl. "This is so uncomfortable, meow," Kiki mumbled weakly. Although she was sensitive to physical exhaustion, that wasn't the worst part. Earlier, when collecting honey, she had accidentally gotten stung hard on the back of her left hand by a red velvet bee. Now her left hand was swollen like a steamed bun, making even simple movements painful. She licked the sting site, feeling drained. Fortunately, the venom from a single red velvet bee sting was strong but not deadly. Looking at Kiki's swollen, pink hand, Zhang Yi couldn't help but find it amusing. It was almost like holding a soft little cat's paw. Kiki, try patting me with that stung hand, Zhang Yi said slyly. Why, meow? Kiki asked suspiciously, wondering what trick he was up to. Just try it, Zhang Yi encouraged with a grin. Hesitant but obedient, Kiki rested on the bulging wild boar hide and lightly tapped Zhang Yi's cheek with her swollen left hand. She immediately let out a soft meow of pain, clutching her wrist and gasping. But Zhang Yi's expression was one of satisfaction. See, that actually feels like a little kitten's soft paw, he teased. Want to try again? No, meow, it really hurts, Kiki said sadly, pulling away to avoid another tap. Zhang Yi laughed heartily and relented, tossing her a bottle of healing potion. Kiki glanced at it cautiously. Can I not drink this yet? It's expensive, and I want to save it for later, meow. Suit yourself, Zhang Yi hummed, unconcerned. Even if you don't drink it, the swelling will go down in 2 days at most. Before long, they returned to the Haidu tavern. Since they hadn't met the clients directly, the task materials could be handed over here. Zhang Yi's entrance carrying the bulky wild boar hide immediately drew curious looks from the mercenaries. Boss lady, job's done, he called to Evelyn, a sharp-eyed woman inside. Evelyn set aside her work and motioned for him to follow. They passed through the tavern to the spacious back area with sorting, unloading, and loading zones, all neatly arranged. Zhang Yi carefully lifted out Kiki, who was play-acting as if dead inside the hide, unsealed it, and emptied the heavy jars of honey and stacks of iron-tail lizard scales. Evelyn's men meticulously counted and verified everything. Satisfied, Evelyn nodded and pulled out 3 bags of heavy gold coins obviously prepared in advance. The 2 mercenary jobs totaled 500 gold. The honey task was 600 gold, adding up to 1,600 gold coins. Zhang Yi lazily took the bags and hung them at his waist, then escorted Kiki toward the door. He ordered a room, 2 sea shrimp meals, 3 roasted lamb legs, and bring me a healing potion for the red velvet bee sting. Every action flowed naturally, revealing their professionalism and attention to everyday details. While the night's forest hunt had ended, the next leg of their journey was just beginning. Even though she hadn't been here many times, she already acted like she was completely at home, which made Yifun chuckle. Still, she quickly got everything organized. Inside the room, Zhang Yi had just finished eating. Chi-Chi was eating more slowly, since she could only use one hand. One of her hands held the bowl and chopsticks, while Zhang Yi gently held her other hand, carefully applying medicine. His large hands were surprisingly gentle and precise. Does it hurt? He asked softly. No, it doesn't, meow, Chi-Chi said with a smile, showing her sharp little tiger teeth adorable as ever. You big guy, you're really gentle. Heh, Zhang Yi replied while meticulously spreading the medicine, a hint of self-mockery in his voice. If you were my enemy, you wouldn't be saying that. But I'm not. I'm your comrade, meow. The little cat looked proudly at him. Not quite worthy yet, little kitty. To be my comrade, you at least shouldn't end up with a swollen hand like a steamed bun from hitting a beehive while trying to catch birds, so you can't even hold your weapon. I won't do that next time, meow. Chi-Chi pouted, clearly feeling wronged. Zhang Yi put away the medicine bottle and rubbed her head gently. All right, I'm going to take a nap soon. If you don't sleep, yell at me when the sun's going down. I want to sleep too, meow, Chi-Chi said. Then go ask the landlady for another room. Zhang Yi had already closed his eyes, his voice edged with impatience. Chi-Chi looked at him, her cat ears twitching lightly. Then she flipped over and nimbly jumped onto Zhang Yi's stomach to sit. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow and looked up. What are you doing? Having 2 rooms is a waste, meow. Kiki's eyes sparkled as if she was scheming something. Zhang Yi's face showed doubt, but he was too lazy to ask more and rolled over. Then go take some quests, pick the ones for forest materials. We'll do them together and level up faster. Okay, meow. Chi-Chi agreed eagerly, her eyes shining with excitement. By the time Zhang Yi woke up, it was already dusk. He gazed out the window at the fiery, orange-eyed clouds blazing across the sky and gave a silent thumbs-up to his own body clock. Waking whenever he pleased was truly liberating. Rising to his feet, he looked down and sure enough, Chi-Chi was curled up again, clutching her fluffy tail, quietly lying on his stomach. Do cats always get this clingy? He recalled the hacker's cat from his previous life in the squad. Every time he woke up, that cat was either on his chest or belly, sometimes even right on his face, making it hard to breathe and making him wonder if he'd been suffocated in a nightmare. Thankfully, Zhang Yi's constitution was exceptional this time, and having a cat weighing less than 100 pounds resting on him was no burden at all. He gently pinched Kiki's back and skillfully lifted her up, noticing that she was in a deep sleep, completely unaware. Zhang Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully. Being a scout meant vigilance, and her state of low alertness was concerning. He decided she needed some dedicated training. Actually, Chi-Chi only relaxed this entirely when sleeping on him. That spot was both warm and gave her absolute security. Time to get up, little kitty, mission time, Zhang Yi whispered softly. Chi-Chi gave a soft meow and opened her big, moist eyes. After packing their gear, they headed downstairs. The harbor city at night was as lively as ever. The streets bustled with people, and taverns glowed with warm light. This city was a stark contrast to the small towns he had known before, where curfews shut places down by 8 or 9. Here, the gates were wide open, the nightlife glorious with lights and parties nonstop. It was exactly this atmosphere that made Zhang Yi feel at ease and content. Just as he stepped into the tavern, the sultry landlady Evelyn leaned against the bar, flicking her hand as a silver mercenary ID card shot over to him. With an arched brow, she reminded him, "Don't forget the blood drop." Zhang Yi pinched the card between 2 fingers, pricked his finger, and sealed it with a drop of blood before pocketing it, smiling as he replied, "This tavern never closes?" "The mercenary guild is still active. Naturally, the tavern stays open," Evelyn answered softly, her professionalism making him smirk. He ordered a glass of rum and 4 lamb legs to keep him fueled on the road, then headed out with Chi-Chi following closely. As he left, he called back, "Keep an eye on my stuff, I left my bag in the room." "Got it," Evelyn responded, leaning on the bar, chin in hand, her gaze following Kiki's lively little jumps behind Zhang Yi. Her lips twitched slightly. Knowing they shared a room, she mused inwardly, "That giant, with such a tiny cat, I wonder if the poor thing can even keep up." They spent the entire night gathering materials, whether it was beast pelts, herbs, or insects. The tasks weren't difficult, but rather tedious. With smooth teamwork, they finished everything by dawn. Chi-Chi completed 6 bronze-level botanical gathering tasks, while Zhang Yi successfully handled 4 silver-level material tasks. Looking at the enormous scorpion in the cage about as big as a basin, Zhang Yi couldn't help but glance at Chi-Chi with some helplessness. She sat on the ground, ears drooping, one slender leg resting on a stone. On closer inspection, there was a swollen, bright red wound on the little leg. He almost suspected this cat carried some sort of bad luck trait. He recalled their last mission when Chi-Chi swatted at a bird and accidentally hit a well-hidden red velvet bee nest in the bushes. Normally, the hive was nearly impossible to find. The time he had spent searching for it was long. Yet she had slammed it with one paw, and her little hand had immediately swollen into a painful blister. This time, Zhang Yi was crouched down, rummaging through the scattered stones on the ground, straining to find any sign of the mission target, the red-tailed scorpion. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi was nearby, chasing the fluttering fireflies without a care, a broad smile lighting up her face. Whenever she was with Zhang Yi, she seemed unusually relaxed, her guard so low it was almost worrying. Just then, as they passed a fallen hollow tree trunk, a red-tailed scorpion suddenly darted out from the hollow inside. The moment Chi-Chi stepped over a tree root, the scorpion lunged, stinging her calf fiercely. If Zhang Yi hadn't been prepared, carrying the specific antidote and acting quickly, her leg might have been doomed. Though the red-tailed scorpion was only a bronze-tier magical beast with limited strength, easily crushed under Zhang Yi's foot, its venom was extremely potent. Adult red-tailed scorpions are highly venomous. Their toxin can paralyze a silver-tier tusked wild boar, which is why this mission was rated silver level. "Don't be afraid," big guy Chi-Chi pouted, eyes welling up with tears. Her voice carried a hint of unease. "Am I going to die?" Zhang Yi rinsed his mouth and replied in a deep voice, "No." He recalled the emergency treatment had given her right after the sting. Administering the antidote at once, then carefully cutting open the wound with a knife to suck out most of the venom. This was very risky. If he had a wound in his mouth, he could have been poisoned too. Luckily, as an experienced mercenary, Zhang Yi was always careful to keep his mouth uninjured. That was also the secret behind his flawless white teeth. "But I feel so weak, meow," Chi-Chi whispered faintly with exhaustion. After the venom was sucked out and the antidote taken, the residual poison in her body wasn't life-threatening. It just made her limbs weak. Zhang Yi patted his chest reassuringly. "Relax, you're not going to die." With that, he bent down and lifted Chi-Chi onto his shoulder. She settled obediently, eyes suddenly brightening as her drooping ears shot up in alert. She realized Zhang Yi's broad muscular shoulders were unexpectedly comfortable to sit on, almost like resting on a warm cushion. Zhang Yi carried his heavy hammer in one hand and the bag full of mission materials in the other, walking while admonishing her. "You have to be more careful. Don't just play around during missions." "Got it. I won't anymore, meow," Chi-Chi answered obediently. Zhang Yi frowned, his tone firm. "No next times. You're my comrade. You have to be capable on your own. How can I trust you to handle missions alone if you keep getting into trouble? Even if the mission is simple, you must take it seriously. Don't slack off just because I'm here. I can carry the load now, but we won't always be a team of 2. Small mistakes might be bearable, but if you keep messing up, our whole team will suffer." Hearing the scolding, Kiki's ears drooped again. She quietly nodded, accepting the rebuke. "Understand?" Zhang Yi asked. "Understood. No more next times, really," Chi-Chi immediately promised. "Really?" Zhang Yi turned to look at her, his gaze landing on her smooth thigh, the shorts she wore exposing her fair skin. Chi-Chi nodded vigorously. "I won't hold you back anymore, meow. I promise. I believe you." Zhang Yi smiled. He breathed a sigh of relief, just glad she was listening. In truth, it was not a huge problem bad luck. Yes, but Kiki's presence had saved him a lot of time tracking down the red-tailed scorpion and the beehive. These seemingly simple missions were actually quite tricky. Zhang Ye's biggest worry was that Chi-Chi relied too much on him. If she didn't grow stronger, she'd never be able to take on the heavy mantle of becoming a legendary mercenary. Just as dawn was breaking, the two returned to the tavern. The place was quiet. Many mercenaries were still slumped over tables, snoring loudly. "Boss lady, mission's done," Zhang Yi called out, his voice startling many from their deep sleep. Some were about to grumble, but when they saw it was Zhang Yi, they immediately quieted down. Credit to Klahan for helping him build up his reputation. It was working well so far. However, the tavern owner wasn't one to be easily impressed. The tavern owner, weary from working all night, was dozing against the bar when Zhang Ye's loud voice jolted her awake. Her eyebrows shot up. "Kid, you gonna die if you don't keep your voice down?" She scolded, swinging a fist hard into Zhang Ye's chest in frustration. "Didn't even hurt, don't exaggerate." Zhang Yi shrugged, grinning carefreely. The tavern owner's strength was surprising her small, focused punches really stung. Zhang Yi knew well that to run a mercenary tavern, she had to be no pushover. He guessed she was probably golden tier strength. No wonder no one dared to mess with her here. Still smiling, Zhang Yi said, "In a hurry, let's move to the back." "All right." The woman sighed, setting aside her anger as she turned to follow. The total payment for this commission was 2,500 gold coins, of which 500 were the reward for Chi-Chi completing those 6 bronze-level tasks. As soon as she received the money, Kiki's eyes lit up, and she happily bounced around clutching the coins, as if the weakness caused by the poison had vanished instantly. "So much money. I didn't know being a mercenary could be this profitable," she kept murmuring while fixated on the coins. In comparison, the guaranteed pay for a typical escort mission with their guard squad was only about 50 gold coins, and even with shares from the cargo's value, it rarely exceeded 100. She had saved for over a month just to buy that beloved short sword she'd been dreaming of. Zhang Yi smiled knowingly, realizing this was only the beginning. Being a mercenary brought quick earnings, but also high risks. If he assigned these tasks to an ordinary silver rank mercenary, it would take several days at best and they might even get injured. The forest was no picnic. Threats from magical beasts lurked everywhere. Along the way, Zhang Yi and Chi-Chi encountered several silver-tier beasts. With a single strike from his hammer, Zhang Yi drove them off. The frightened beasts fled, leaving behind the rustling sounds of the woods. "Don't get carried away celebrating. After dinner, take a nap to adjust your body clock. We set out again tonight," Zhang Yi said. For skilled mercenaries, adjusting their schedule and reversing day and night were routine. After 2 days of being nocturnal, even he needed to recalibrate his energy. The next 2 tasks would be trickier, requiring travel to distant places to gather herbs, so rest at night was still necessary. Zhang Yi fought through the night, but still felt sharp, planning to nap on the wagon later. Chi-Chi, however, clearly hadn't adapted to this pace yet. She obediently nodded and went to bed after eating. Sitting at the bar, Zhang Yi furrowed his brow as he studied the task descriptions, sipping his drink. Evelyn opened her eyes and approached him. "What's wrong? Running into a problem?" The faint scent of perfume drifted from her as she leaned on the bar, her slightly tilted upper body subtly revealing elegant curves. Zhang Yi didn't look up, only staring at the task sheet. "Not exactly a problem. It's just that I remember the alpine white peach flowers grow on Arona's mountain, west of Gralira City." He was familiar with the local map and knew the towns and regions inside out. Only 36 li away. What's the issue?" Evelyn nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Yi explained, "I think that route will take too much time. To make the most of our schedule, I plan to turn in the tasks directly at the mercenary tavern in Gralira City." Mid-sentence, Evelyn suddenly grabbed his collar, eyes wide. "What? You're not going back to turn in the tasks?" Zhang Yi blinked at her and said calmly, "Going back and forth is a hassle. The last silver tier task is 40 li south of Gralira City. The 2 task locations are over 150 kilometers apart. If I finish one and return to Hedu to submit it, then head back out for the other, just the travel will take a day. 2 tasks will take at least 3 days. And I only have a month." He paused, then added, "Besides, these are guild-assigned tasks, not commission missions. They can be submitted at any mercenary tavern. Guild tasks usually involve collecting various materials, and the delivery point is flexible. Submitting directly in Gralira City is the most efficient." Evelyn's expression softened, clearly convinced by Zhang Ye's reasoning. He looked back at the task sheet, already mentally preparing for the challenges ahead. The delivery of commissioned tasks had to be done at the tavern, since only the tavern could hand the materials over to the client. Grinning mischievously, Zhang Yi cracked a smile and said, "The golden task I accepted from you has to be handed over. Hurry, no way it's going to count for another tavern." "Why so worked up? Afraid he'll run off?" Evelyn was momentarily stunned, realizing she had overreacted. The mercenaries nearby were already shooting her knowing looks. Flustered, she quickly let go of Zhang Ye's collar but couldn't help stealing a glance at the muscular chest exposed beneath. Her cheeks warmed, though she kept her tone light. Afraid you'll run off? I'm just worried you might run too far and lose your way home. Oh, Zhang Ye's smile grew wider, elbow resting on the bar as he propped up his chin. Home? What? Are you telling me the tavern is home now? Should I take that as a hint, boss lady? The mercenary's eyes widened instantly, whispering in disbelief. This guy actually dares to flirt with the boss lady? Everyone held their breath, waiting for the drama to unfold. Sure enough, Evelyn raised an eyebrow, her teeth clenched, and suddenly whipped a frying pan nearly as big as a basin out from under the bar. Zhang Yi didn't flinch. He downed his drink in 2 seconds flat, then burst out of the tavern like the wind. Evelyn chased after him, shouting, "You brat! Don't even think about running." His laughter echoed from a distance, frustrating and amusing her at the same time. Reluctantly shaking her head, she gave up the chase and returned inside. The mercenaries all stared at her. Snorting, she hoisted the frying pan and said sharply, "What are you all staring at? Never seen a beauty throw down before?" Some quickly looked away, though a few stifled chuckles slipped out. After all, it was rare to see the boss lady put in her place like that. No sooner had Evelyn set the pan back on the bar than Zhang Yi quietly pushed the door open and came in. The mercenary shot admiring glances at him. This guy had nerve. He flirted with the boss lady, then ran off, left his drink unfinished, and came right back on his own. Evelyn's eyelid twitched involuntarily, but her hand crept under the table, thinking, "You really don't take me seriously, do you?" Yet before she could move, Zhang Yi suddenly looked anxious. "Boss lady, do you still remember that second task I handed over just now?" Seeing how tense he was, Evelyn became tense too and hurried to recall. "I think it was to collect 30 Mona red flowers." "Why, what's wrong?" Zhang Yi gestured mysteriously, glancing left and right as if he couldn't say it aloud here. Evelyn leaned closer to overhear, but he didn't speak. Instead, he pulled a bright red Mona red flower from his chest and gently tucked it behind her ear. Evelyn froze. The mercenaries around were equally stunned. Zhang Yi grinned widely. "I thought I was short 1 flower, but turns out I picked an extra. Boss lady, the Mona red flower suits you perfectly." Then he dashed out like the wind again, casually snatching a few task sheets on his way. Laughter and teasing buzzed through the tavern. Evelyn finally snapped out of it, her face flushed red. The mercenaries covered their ears, bracing for the boss lattice lion roar. But to everyone's surprise, she neither exploded nor charged out wielding the frying pan. Instead, she quietly wiped the table, tidied Zhang Ye's dishes, and went back behind the bar. The crowd looked at each other, swallowing nervously. Behind the bar, a female employee watched Evelyn repeatedly splash cold water on her flushed face in confusion. So soon, the same man had teased her twice in a row. Anyone else would have gotten a severe punishment for such audacity, but this time, for some reason, shyness outweighed anger. She bit her lip and murmured, "That little brat." Then she plucked the Mona red flower from her hair, staring at its richly red petals before glancing down at her fiery red dress. A small smile tugged at her lips. It really did suit her after all. After spending time with the landlady, Zhang Yi felt especially cheerful. He hummed a little tune as he walked, flipping through his list of tasks. The list clearly showed 2 material gathering quests, one for alpine white peach blossoms and one for 9 dragon beetles. Immediately, Zhang Yi pictured how the alpine white peach blossoms could be brewed into tea. Hualan really liked that kind of tea, so he planned to collect plenty. As for the 9 dragon beetle, the name sounded fierce, but it was actually just a harmless mushroom-eating beetle that even kids could catch with their bare hands. It was classified as a silver-level task because these beetles were only found in the Red Mushroom Forest, 40 miles south of Gryla City. The risks in that forest were much higher than those near the coastal city. Silver-level magical beasts roamed the outskirts, and golden-level beasts lurked inside. As long as he didn't encounter any platinum-level creatures, Zhang Yi was confident he could handle it. Besides these 2 quests, he planned to pick up a few smaller tasks along the way to keep busy. Just as he was lost in his planning, a familiar voice rang out. Zhang Yi turned to see his old friend Jeff. His eyes lit up, and he hurried over with a smile. "Hey, Jeff, no missions today?" Jeff shook his head. "No orders far out recently, just taking it easy." "Oh, your boss is Ellie, right?" Zhang Yi asked casually. "Yes, his shop is just around the corner ahead." "I was just about to go there," Jeff replied. "Perfect, I need to restock some potions too. Let's go together." Zhang Yi clapped a friendly hand on Jeff's shoulder. Jeff glanced at him sideways, thinking this big guy sure was quick to warm up, but he nodded and agreed. The 2 of them headed into the shop called Ellis Potions. As soon as the door opened, Zhang Yi spotted a middle-aged man seated behind the counter. He wore thin-rimmed glasses and had neatly combed hair, radiating a gentlemanly air as he was absorbed in reading a book. "Welcome to Ellis Potions," the man said, looking up as they entered. His gaze quickly shifted to Jeff with a hint of curiosity. "Captain Jeff, this is Jeff introduced. He's Zhang Yi. Yi, this is our boss. So it's you." Ellie put down his book and stood, warmly shaking Zhang Yi's hand. "Sorry I couldn't thank you in person. I've been the only one running the shop ever since the staff quit." Hearing this, Zhang Yi felt a warmth inside and waved off the apology with a smile. "No worries, don't mention it." No, you don't understand. Captain Jeff may be my employee, but he's also a friend. If Head lost his team in that wolf demon disaster, I'd have been heartbroken. To thank you for your help, he'll sell you potions at cost from now on. Zhang Yi laughed with genuine delight. That's fantastic. He shot a playful glance at Jeff. Looks like you've got a good boss. Tell me about it. Jeff chuckled. Perfect timing. I want 10 each of healing potions, stamina potions, and clarity potions, all mid-level. Zhang Yi pulled out a pouch of silver. No problem. Ellie responded cheerfully and quickly went to the back room. Soon, he returned carrying a wicker basket filled with bottles. These are all personally brewed by me, the best mid-grade potions available. Want to try some? No need. Word of mouth among the city mercenaries says your potions are top quality. Zhang Yi smiled and declined. Ella's face brightened with pride, his smile growing even broader. You're too kind. So, how much will these potions cost you? As he asked, a relaxed and familiar atmosphere settled over the shop. Zhang Yi pulled out his money pouch from his chest and weighed it in his hand. They had just agreed on the cost price for 30 intermediate magic potions, totaling 400 gold coins, which rounded down to less than 14 gold coins per bottle. Hearing this figure, Zhang Yi felt a shock run through him. Intermediate potions sold for well over 100 gold coins per bottle outside, yet the actual cost was this incredibly low, meaning a profit margin of a full 10 times. This discovery stirred something in his mind, even giving him the impulse to open his own magic potion shop. He paid the money readily, tucked away the bag filled with potions, but didn't leave immediately. Instead, he struck up a conversation with the shop owner, Eli. Eli was clearly a talkative person, and their conversation quickly became relaxed and comfortable. By the way, Mr. Eli, the employee you mentioned who resigned, was her name Bai? Zhang Yi suddenly remembered something and asked. Yes, why do you know that name? Eli seemed somewhat surprised. Zhang Yi smiled. I have some connection to her. Grandma Lunla once mentioned that Bai was a girl who worked part-time at a magic potion shop while attending school, helping to support the orphanage. When you mentioned someone resigning, I thought of her. How much do you know about Bai? Zhang Yi continued pressing, hoping to learn more about this girl through Eli's words. Eli thought for a moment, then said, Actually, I don't know that much. I only know her family situation isn't good, so she needs to work while studying to supplement her living expenses. But she was an excellent employee. Any task I assigned her was always done properly. I heard she's an outstanding student at Haidu Academy too. I remember one time I asked her to organize the shelves, and she not only did it perfectly, but also cleaned the entire shop on her own initiative, even wiping the windows until they sparkled. Good employees like that are truly rare. What's even more remarkable is that she has a talent for magic potion preparation. Once when I wasn't there, a customer came to buy a specialized potion that we'd sold out of, and she actually found the materials and prepared it herself. The customer came back specially to thank me afterward, and that's when I knew she was no ordinary person. Truly worthy of being an outstanding student at Haidu Academy. Unfortunately, with the academy's closed management system, she couldn't continue working and had to resign. Such a pity. Eli's tone carried a hint of regret. Zhang Yi listened with rapt attention, then asked, What about her personal life? Eli smiled. I didn't particularly notice that, but her personality is a bit rigid. I told her that when working the counter, she should stand. It makes a good impression on customers. As a result, she really did stand all day long that day, even when no one was around. Later I told her she could sit down and rest when there were no customers, and said she was a bit dense. Zhang Yi couldn't help but chuckle softly. Eli nodded and continued. Also, she doesn't talk much. When dealing with customers, she couldn't even explain things in a few words. Eventually, I just took over all the customer service work myself and let her focus on organizing the shelves. Oh, and one time a few students from Haidu Academy came to buy potions. They all seemed to know her. But honestly, I really disliked those people. Zhang Yi's spirits lifted, and he asked excitedly, How many people? Male or female? What were their names? Eli glanced at him, a hint of wariness in his eyes, but still said, For girls. I can't remember their names. But in the end, I threw them out. They deliberately bumped into my employee and tried to blame her for the broken potions. If the flower shop owner across the street hadn't happened to see it and tell me, I might have actually suspected Bai did it on purpose. So I refused to serve them anymore and ordered them to leave my shop. Zhang Yi nodded, patted Eli on the shoulder, and said with a smile, Boss Eli, has anyone ever told you that you're a real man? Eli was amused and laughed. Thanks for the compliment. The two shared a laugh, and the atmosphere became even more relaxed. Zhang Yi's expression gradually turned serious. To be honest, this matter is very important to me. Very important? Eli raised an eyebrow. Could she be your? Trailing off there, he showed a look of sudden understanding and smiled meaningfully. Zhang Yi knew Eli had misunderstood, but he had no intention of clearing up this beautiful misunderstanding. He simply smiled and said, So, I want to know what those girls who bullied her look like. I'm planning to give them a little lesson so they'll stop bothering Bai. No problem. Eli greatly approved of Zhang Yi's approach and immediately pulled him into the shop, taking him to the studio where he drew portraits of those girls for him. Looking at the lifelike portraits, Zhang Yi couldn't help but exclaim, "Mr. Eli, your painting skills are absolutely incredible." Eli smiled modestly. "Actually, I have a side business doing fashion design, so I know a little something about drawing." Zhang Yi was even more impressed and said with a laugh, "Thank you so much, Mr. Eli. I'm willing to help you complete a gold-level quest for free." The atmosphere in the room grew even warmer with their laughter. This unexpected conversation laid a solid foundation for Zhang Yi's upcoming actions. "No, no, it's nothing. I'm happy to help." Ailey quickly waved him off. "I had always been my most reliable employee, often lending me a hand, and that meager salary I gave her always made me feel a bit guilty. If I could return the favor, I'd be more than willing." But Zhang Yi said seriously, "No, no, you've done me a huge favor. This is just a token of thanks from an outstanding mercenary, so don't refuse." His reasoning sounded convincing, but Ailey clearly didn't catch on. Seeing Zhang Yi so insistent, Ailey paused thoughtfully, then said, "All right, I happen to have a task that needs assigning. A gold-level mercenary would be just right." Zhang Yi's eyes lit up with excitement as he smiled. "Perfect. You can post the job at the mercenary tavern on East City Street. Tell the landlady I recommended you. Pay her the fee up front, and it'll reimburse you in full once the mission is complete." Ailey frowned slightly. "You don't take private gigs? That way you'd avoid the guild's cut." Zhang Yi grinned slyly. "Of course I do, but I'm on good terms with the tavern's owner, and she likes having gold-level jobs to promote." Ailey, a seasoned veteran, quickly caught his meaning and nodded with a smile. "All right then, I'll leave it to you." Zhang Yi returned the smile. "It's an honor to do business with a gentleman like you." Their conversation was full of crafty undertones, and Jeff, standing nearby, felt like a simple lamb among cunning foxes. After this exchange, Zhang Yi not only uncovered information about the school bullies, but also secured a gold-level freelance contract, leaving just 6 more gold missions to reach the tavern's accreditation. When he left, Ailey's eyes crinkled with amusement. Making the acquaintance of a gold-level mercenary pleased him greatly. Soon after, Zhang Yi returned. Ailey looked up, curious. "Mr. Zhang, is there something else?" Zhang Yi leaned in with a knowing look, winking. "Quick question. Have you ever seen what Bai looks like?" Ailey was caught off guard, surprised. "Now that you mention it, I actually haven't seen her face because she." Before he finished, Zhang Yi understood she's always wrapped up too tightly, right? A bit disappointed, he waved it off. "Never mind. Goodbye, Mr. Ailey." Ailey replied warmly, "Goodbye, Mr. Zhang." Leaving Ailey's potion shop, Zhang Yi held a portrait of several girls in his hand. Most looked plain, though one was fairly attractive, a solid 75 in appearance. Yet Zhang Yi had docked her 50 points because he valued inner worth far above outward looks. To him, the weight of the soul mattered more than any halo of beauty. Of course, the perfect rare find was someone who had both. Next, he planned to find a way into Haidu Academy. He already had an idea. Earlier at the tavern, had noticed a delivery job for Haidu Academy in his possession. He could use that as a chance to sneak into the campus, track down those girls, and bring along some sacks for what came next. As he walked, he rubbed his chin and muttered his plans under his breath. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he realized he had unwittingly arrived at the gate of the Lunla Welfare Institute. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door and strode boldly inside. Several children playing in the yard caught sight of Zhang Yi and immediately screamed, turning to run back inside. "Run! The bad guy's here." Zhang Yi paused, puzzled by the words. "Bad guy? Since when?" Before he could finish speaking, he strode quickly through the group of little girls surrounding the yard and stood in front of them. With arms outstretched, Zhang Yi caught the fastest-running girl just as she tripped and stumbled into his embrace. He held her securely and smiled gently. "Girl, why am I suddenly the bad guy?" The little girl looked scared but mustered her courage and lifted her small face coldly. "You sent my sister away to a far place. You wouldn't let her stay. That's why you're the bad guy." Zhang Yi chuckled, realizing the reason now. He let her go and casually ruffled her hair. She squirmed and tried to dodge his hand, while the other girls gathered around him, holding on as if to rescue their sister from his evil clutches. Zhang Yi asked with a grin, "What if I beat up the people who've been bullying your sister?" The little girl froze for a moment. Then her eyes lit up with excitement. "You know my sister's been bullied? Oh, and you knew about this too?" Zhang Yi pressed. "Of course." The girl's expression turned somewhat sad. "Although sister didn't say anything, we all know. At night when I sleep with her, I saw her secretly crying. She's even hurt. She said she fell, but I don't believe that. How could she have hurt her ear from a fall? That was definitely from someone twisting it. A bigger kid used to twist my ear. I know how it feels. Sister must have been bullied at the academy. That place is awful. I don't understand why she still has to go there. She was even thinking about quitting so she wouldn't get bullied anymore. But you made her go. You're the bad guy. But if you beat up the people bullying sister, then I'll admit you're not the bad guy." Her little face was full of hopeful anticipation. Zhang Yi laughed loudly. "Well, you said it. I accept your mission." The girl looked confused. "What mission?" He ignored the question and headed inside. She hurried after him shouting, "Are you Zhang Yi?" "I'm Tina. Nice to meet you." Clearly the leader of the group, Tina called out. "Is your sister by home?" She went out to buy rice. Only Grandma's here, Tina replied as the other children gathered around. Good, that works. Zhang Yi nodded and entered the house. Inside, Grandma Lunla was sitting and knitting. Seeing Zhang Yi, she stood to greet him. Please stay seated. I came to ask when Bai will go back to school. Zhang Yi interrupted gently. There's a holiday these days. She has to return tomorrow, Grandma Lunla said. Tomorrow? That's soon. Zhang Yi hesitated, but then nodded. No big deal. He pulled out several portraits from his pocket and handed them over. These are the ones bullying Bai. Grandma Lunla frowned deeply and examined the pictures closely. Her expression grew complicated when she recognized one. I know this girl. What's wrong? Zhang Yi asked. Pointing to the portrait, she spoke solemnly. She's the girl I once docked 50 points from. I was sending Nana to school that day, and she came to pick her up. She acted very friendly. I thought I got along well with her, and even asked her to look after Nana. Grandma Lunla's eyes moistened, as if feeling she had personally exposed Bai to danger. Zhang Yi reassured her, you can never tell a person's heart by their face. Don't be upset. She'll soon get what she deserves. Grandma Lunla sighed. But you have to be careful. The students at Haidu Academy come from complicated backgrounds. That girl is rumored to be the daughter of a high official in the city. Don't worry. Even if she's the city lord's daughter, it won't matter, Zhang Yi said with a smile, waving dismissively. Mercenaries fear no revenge. When the time comes, they won't even know who dealt the beating. Just then, the door opened. Bai stepped in carrying a small bag. She caught sight of Zhang Yi and froze as if rooted to the spot, panic and confusion written all over her face. Watching the cup slowly pushed closer in front of him, Zhang Yi frowned helplessly. He spoke softly. All right, to be honest, I prefer drinking alcohol over water. I came here to ask you something, so there's no need to be nervous. But Bai remained motionless. Although he couldn't see her eyes, Zhang Yi felt her gaze fixed on him. He couldn't help but ask, aren't you going to ask me what I want? Bai lowered her head slightly, burying her delicate face in the collar of her turtleneck sweater, her voice barely audible. Ask what? Zhang Yi smiled, and said seriously, I'm here to find out who's been picking on you. After a long pause, Bai finally whispered, no one's been bullying me. Zhang Yi wiped his face and said in exasperation, to be honest, I can only help you if I know who the target is. Bai said nothing, just clenched and unclenched her small hand repeatedly, fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, clearly uncomfortable. Zhang Yi frowned and sighed. Come on, you're being so closed off. If you don't tell me, I can't help. You can't go to school normally, let alone get into Haidasai Academy. And Grandma Lunla and your little sisters can't live better lives either. Is that what you want? In truth, these things weren't necessarily connected. Even if Bai were bullied at sea, she still had the internal recommendation from Hualan to get into Haidasai Academy. But Zhang Yi deliberately pressed the issue this way. Sure enough, hearing Zhang Yi say this made Bai visibly anxious, and she stammered, I don't want it. Before she finished, Zhang Yi cut in. Exactly. You don't want it, so name them. He pulled a set of portraits from the table and relentlessly pressed her to identify. Bai turned her head, naming each one quietly. Faridham, this one, Alana, and this. Linshaw. Finally, Zhang Yi pointed to a girl's portrait marked with a 50-point deduction and asked, and this one? Seeing the girl, Bai actually took a step back, clearly shaken. She whispered, Man Asha. Zhang Yi nodded with satisfaction. Grandma Lunla, watching nearby, exhaled in relief. She usually spoke to Bai very cautiously, afraid of hurting her feelings, but now seeing Zhang Yi's tough approach actually worked. Lunla knew she could never be this harsh, but Zhang Yi pushing Bai to speak was clearly more effective. With the culprit identified, the next step was punishment. Zhang Yi stood and looked at Bai. When are you going to the academy tomorrow? 5 in the morning, Bai replied, her voice still barely audible but a little lighter, as if sharing her burden had eased her mind. Zhang Yi frowned. That early? Bai nodded and hummed in agreement. Fine, then he'll come pick you up at 5 tomorrow morning, and we'll go together. Saying that, he put away the portraits and hurried toward the door. Suddenly, Bai seemed to remember something and quickly ran after him, calling out, Wait, what is it? Zhang Yi turned back. You forgot the deed, Bai whispered, pulling a neatly folded, slightly worn piece of paper from her pocket. Zhang Yi barely glanced at Bai before turning and continuing down the path, leaving behind the words, Keep it safe for me. He'll pay the balance and come get it later. With that, he stepped out of the welfare center's gates. Bai stared after his retreating figure for a while, then, a bit slow to respond, whispered, Okay. She then returned inside and walked over to Grandma Lunla, gently smoothing the wrinkles in the blanket draped over her. He's gone. Grandma Lunla picked up her knitting needles again, resuming her sweater work. Deep autumn was turning into a cold winter. Bai nodded softly. What do you think of him? Grandma Lunla suddenly asked. Bai paused in slight surprise, then after a moment's silence, said, He's a good person. Grandma Lunla smiled warmly, her hand lightly caressing Bai's cheek. I thought so too. Outside, Zhang Yi called out hurriedly, Up now, little kitty, time to work. Chi-Chi rubbed her sleepy eyes and opened them to glance out the window. The sun was bright, the sky clear. What time is it now, Meow? Chi-Chi asked. Noon. Zhang Yi answered as he slung his backpack over one shoulder. Leaving at noon? I planned to leave after dinner, but things changed suddenly. We have to go now? Zhang Yi explained. He had expected Bai to leave the academy in a few days, but now she was heading off first thing tomorrow morning. He had to rush to finish his tasks tonight, would likely be another sleepless night. His plan was to complete the 2 silver-level quests tonight, then return before Bai set off, so they could go to the academy together. A few more days wouldn't hurt, but after hearing about the bullying gang led by Manasha from Ailey, he realized how bad things were. Framing Bai and making her life miserable in the academy was easy for them. He couldn't bear to watch. Another day's delay could mean more torment for the mushroom girl. As he packed, Zhang Yi sighed. Damn this sense of responsibility. Being a good man isn't negotiable. Once ready, he grabbed Chi-Chi and rushed downstairs. Yi Yifun was about to speak, but Zhang Yi hurried out, pulling Chi-Chi along, leaving her surprised. Why does it look like you're fleeing for your life? Yifun muttered. The next moment, Zhang Yi suddenly spun back and faced her, pulling a fresh red Mona flower from his pocket like a magic trick. Without waiting for Yifun's reaction, he pinned it gently by her ear. Beautiful, isn't it? Zhang Yi smiled proudly, then dashed out of the tavern again, leaving Yifun standing alone in the wind, bewildered. Shortly after, playful jeers echoed from inside the tavern, and Yifun finally realized what was happening. You brat, come back here. Hearing her roar behind him, Zhang Yi laughed heartily and hurried faster toward the city gate. Once outside, he didn't slow but instead quickened his pace, footsteps as swift as the wind. Chi-Chi was lifted into the air, then hooked smoothly onto Zhang Yi's shoulder. The little cat clung tightly to his neck, face filled with anxiety. Zhang Yi's running speed was astonishing, each stride covering 10 to 20 meters, and the scenery blurred past like a storm raging around them. Chi-Chi worried that letting go for even a moment might send her flying in the gale. Suddenly, a glow radiated from Kiki's body, and a faint cyan halo appeared around Zhang Yi. The wind resistance dropped drastically, and their speed surged. We're not taking the carriage, meow? Chi-Chi couldn't help but ask. No, too slow. We're in a hurry, so we're running all the way. Zhang Yi decided firmly. Over 100 kilometers? Are you serious, meow? Chi-Chi was shocked. Absolutely. Zhang Yi grinned. Hold on tight, little kitty. I'm going to speed up. You're going faster already, how can you speed up more? Chi-Chi gasped. But as it turned out, it was completely possible. With Zhang Yi's bloodline aura blazing, their speed became lightning fast, leaving Chi-Chi barely able to keep up. Too fast, I'm gonna fall off, meow? Were you exhaling deeply? Zhang Yi gazed at the forest floor carpeted with red mushrooms and nodded slightly. The heat radiating from his body hadn't yet faded. After sprinting for nearly an hour, covering over 160 kilometers, his speed was impressive. Even more remarkable, he carried a heavy hammer, a pack full of gear, and had a nimble little catgirl companion by his side. He could have gone even faster if traveling light. It was still early afternoon, so time remained on their side. Fortunately, Zhang Yi had prepared in advance, buying stamina potions, and he quickly drank one to replenish his energy. Reaching into his bag, Zhang Yi pulled out 3 empty bottles to collect the 3 gene, approximately 1.5 kilograms of 9 dragon bugs required for the quest. These bugs were only slightly larger than soybeans, so gathering 3 gene wouldn't be easy. Luckily, Kiki proved quite useful this time. The forest floor was filled with mushrooms, and earlier Zhang Yi had asked Yifulin about the 9 dragon bugs' favorite food. They loved a type of blue mushroom known as the blue-eyed mushroom, which had distinctive concentric rings making it easy to identify. With this clue, hunting the bugs became much clearer. Kiki crouched low, her eyes fixed on the ground. Whenever she spotted a blue-eyed mushroom, she leapt forward swiftly and caught the bug with her small agile hands in a flash. She skillfully caught 5 9 dragon bugs and tucked them into the bottles, excitedly exclaiming, "Caught 5, meow." Zhang Yi smiled approvingly, saying, "Great job, keep it up." Encouraged by the praise, Kiki's energy surged, and she moved even faster than Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi reminded her to also gather 30 purple umbrella mushrooms, another quest requirement. He had chosen this extra objective in the same area to improve efficiency. Kiki responded enthusiastically, "Okay, meow," and launched into the second round of collecting. After more than an hour, both returned fully loaded. 3 bottles filled with 9 dragon bugs and 30 purple umbrella mushrooms collected. All right, next target, Mount Alonis, Zhang Yi announced. Kiki swiftly hugged him, and in the next moment, Zhang Yi shot forward like an arrow toward the distant mountain base. The trek took an hour and a half since Mount Alonis lay nearly 200 kilometers west of Grella City, a much greater distance than the previous forest. They arrived around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Zhang Yi drank another stamina potion, organized the gathered materials, and concealed them in the bushes. Carrying only the heavy hammer and Kiki, he began climbing the cliff face barefoot. To descend safely and quickly, he didn't want to risk crushing the bottles full of materials by carrying them up. The white peach blossoms on Mount Alonas were in full bloom, their name befitting their pure white petals. Growing on steep, treacherous cliffs, these flowers could only be reached by freehand climbing. The mountain stretched over 6,000 meters high, with snow starting around 4,000 meters, bringing a sharp drop in temperature. Kiki shivered uncontrollably in her short sleeves and shorts, unable to withstand the biting cold wind. Seeing this, Zhang Yi channeled his internal energy to warm his body. Slowly, Kiki stopped trembling as the heat spread through her. For this part of the quest, Kiki transformed into Zhang Yi's eyes. Zhang Yi focused entirely on climbing, struggling against the cold and wind. His muscular frame braced against the gusts as he concentrated on scaling the sheer cliff. Kiki perched on his back, scanning the jagged rocks for targets. Suddenly, she shouted, "I see one. A white peach blossom tree up, and to the left, meow." Zhang Yi replied, "Got it, hold tight." His hands gripped the rock face tightly, muscles taut and well-defined in his arms and shoulders, a clear display of his strength. Chi-Chi on Zhang Yi's back could clearly feel his muscles tensing in waves before suddenly unleashing a surge of powerful energy, propelling him sharply upward in one swift motion. His fingers gripped the mountain rock like iron picks, digging in fiercely as he climbed with the speed and agility of a gecko, rushing toward the direction Chi-Chi pointed out. Before long, atop a tall white peach tree, Zhang Yi had picked all 32 alpine white peach blossoms. Quickening his pace and guided by Chi-Chi, he spent over an hour gathering 200 alpine white peach flowers. The mission required only 100, but he had other plans for the extras. Glancing up at the horizon, he saw the sun slowly descending, its golden light staining the sky orangered. The clouds looked like flames set ablaze, as if half the sky was on fire. Watching the sunset from a height was uniquely beautiful, but in that moment Zhang Yi had no time for leisure. He needed to get down the mountain quickly. "Heading down," he announced, suddenly letting go of the cliff face and starting to freefall downward. Kiki's eyes widened in alarm as she clutched his neck tightly, shouting, "We're falling! We're falling!" "Huh?" Zhang Yi laughed heartily, spreading his limbs to stabilize his body as he neared the cliff. With a swift burst of force from his feet pushing off the rock, he ran down the mountain wall. At the same time, he pulled Chi-Chi protectively into his embrace, afraid she might be thrown off. Sprinting furiously, Zhang Yi soon reached the foot of the mountain. Just as he was about to hit the ground, he raised his warhammer high and smashed it forcefully into the mountain base. The massive recoil threw him outward, cushioning much of the impact. With a thunderous rumble, the ground shook violently, cracking in deep fissures. Zhang Yi landed on one hand and squatted, feeling a numbness beneath his feet, but quickly rising as if nothing had happened. In his arms, Chi-Chi nestled close, held tightly so she wouldn't be thrown off. Zhang Yi whispered, "You can open your eyes now." Cautiously, still trembling, Chi-Chi opened her eyes and asked softly, "Did we die?" "We're fine." Zhang Yi gently put her down and briskly gathered himself, ready to head back. Kiki's legs were still weak. It took her a while to steady herself. Then he collected the hidden supplies in the trees and, carrying large bundles, ran back with Chi-Chi following. When Zhang Yi arrived back at Haidu City, he had already drunk 5 out of 10 stamina potions, while Chi-Chi had taken 1. Only 4 potions remained. Their physical exertion was tremendous, even weakening the potion's effects. At the tavern, Zhang Yi's eyelids twitched non-stop, looking utterly exhausted from staying up all night completing the mission without rest. Around 10 in the evening on Hylon number 11, Yifulin was surprised to see them back so soon. "Already back?" Zhang Yi said little, dropping the mission materials on the floor and yawning. "Calculate it quickly, I'm about to drop from exhaustion." Seeing how tired he was, Yifulin hurried to tally everything. She was stunned by the results. Both lengthy silver-level tasks were complete in only half a day. The efficiency was unbelievable. "But didn't you say you'd turn in the tasks at Jelala City?" Yifulin asked in confusion. "Change of plans. Was in a hurry. Just came straight back." Zhang Yi yawned again. "Did you take a carriage?" She pressed. "No, I ran." Zhang Yi shrugged. "Is the calculation done?" "Done." Zhang Yi nodded. Yifulin was speechless, factoring in the round-trip distances for both tasks. Zhang Yi had covered nearly 800 or 900 kilometers by foot in half a day. It was almost superhuman. But Zhang Yi wasn't interested in chatting more. After collecting the payment, he carried the already sleeping Chi-Chi upstairs, clearly worn out. Yifulin chuckled and shook her head. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yi came back downstairs and waved at her. "What's up?" she asked, approaching. Without a word, Zhang Yi held out his hand, and an alpine white peach blossom quietly appeared by her ear. Surprised, Yifulin looked at the big guy, exhausted but playful, and found herself momentarily speechless. "Stay beautiful." Zhang Yi grinned, yawned, and turned to go upstairs. Tired as he is, he still has time to tease me honestly. Yifulin sighed, plucking the flower from her ear and putting it back on. Maybe it was time to buy a white dress after all. Zhang Yi had a dream in which he found himself collapsing into a world covered in soft fuzz. The flowers, grass, trees, the plains beneath him, and even the clouds floating in the sky were all blanketed in fluffy down, creating an unusually cozy and comforting atmosphere. He lay on this furry meadow as if countless fine fibers were gently massaging his body, relaxing every inch of his skin into a blissful softness. But unexpectedly, the fuzzy grassland suddenly began to ripple like waves, engulfing and swallowing him whole. Zhang Yi felt a heavy pressure on his chest and found it harder to breathe, until he suddenly snapped awake. What greeted his eyes was a mass of fluff. Supporting himself up to a sitting position, he realized it was Kiki's large tail. The furry tail was draped right over his face, the fluffy fur covering half his face and nose, and it was exactly this that made it hard for him to catch his breath. Resigned, he frowned and thought to himself how restless she was in her sleep. Even though he had carefully moved her to the other side of the bed before dozing off, she had somehow climbed right back on top of him by morning. Zhang Yi brushed Kiki's tail aside, swung his legs over the bed, and reached for a pocket watch on the nightstand. Though exquisitely designed, this pocket watch had actually been invented centuries ago in his previous world. This world was different. It wasn't driven by technology like Earth, but its industrial level was still advanced. The main difference was the presence of magic. Magic had replaced technology here, creating all kinds of magic devices whose functions rivaled and often surpassed high-tech from his past life. The pocket watch in his hand was a treasured heirloom from his grandfather, said to be handcrafted with intricate mechanisms powered by embedded magic crystals. Without machines like lathes or drills, all the tiny parts were painstakingly handmade, a testament to his grandfather's extraordinary blacksmith skill. Glancing at the watch, Zhang Yi's eyes widened. It was already 6:20 a.m. Hastily packing his things, he urged, "Kiki, time's up, get up." Half drowsy, Kiki stirred awake at his voice. Zhang Yi figured it was probably due to yesterday's exhaustion that her biological clock was off. If it hadn't been for her tail smothering his face, he probably would have slept well into noon. After all, they'd agreed to meet at 5, and he prided himself on punctuality. Once ready, Zhang Yi hurriedly set off towards the welfare center with Kiki. Passing by a street vendor, he barely responded to the woman's greeting, too busy to dwell on anything else. Yiflan remarked, "Such dedication. I thought Zhang Yi had to wake early for a mission." Well, that was partially true, though his main focus wasn't entirely there. The morning in the coastal city was at its quietest, the sky just beginning to lighten, and few pedestrians on the street. It was late autumn turning to early winter. The seaside city carried a slight chill, with temperatures in the low teens. Even Kiki couldn't help but let out a small sneeze. By the time Zhang Yi reached the welfare center's entrance, a figure was already waiting, holding a small bag. It was Bai. Seeing she hadn't left yet, Zhang Yi felt a momentary relief, quickly followed by a subtle nervousness. Oddly, he couldn't quite explain why, but the feeling was undeniable. Approaching Bai, Zhang Yi scratched his head with an awkward smile and said, "Sorry, I overslept." Today, Bai was wearing the same simple and casual outfit as usual. She had changed into a light-colored sweater, a style similar to before, and wore that mushroom-shaped little hat on her head. Her hair had originally been flaxen, but now it was a pale white blonde that perfectly matched her sweater, creating a harmonious, unified tone. The flaxen mushroom girl had quietly transformed into the white blonde mushroom girl. Faced with Zhang Yi's apology, Bai simply gave a slight nod, so subtle it might have been blown away by the wind. She then opened the bag in her hands, took out a wooden water flask, and handed it to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi frowned helplessly. More drinking again? But maybe out of politeness, he accepted the flask, twisted off the cap, and took a sip. Unexpectedly, the liquid startled him so much he widened his eyes immediately. Then he gulped down 2 more sips, a look of relief spreading across his face. After exhaling a puff of white breath, he looked at Bai in surprise. "Rum?" Bai only nodded ever so slightly, then pointed forward along the road with her small finger. "Going to school?" "Oh, okay. Let's go." Zhang Yi nodded, took another sip, and passed the flask to Chi-Chi. The little cat showed little interest in the drink, but still reluctantly licked twice, then stuck out its tongue. "I still prefer milk, meow." The two of them and the cat walked along the quiet street. Zhang Yi hesitated for a long time before finally blurting out, "Where did this rum come from?" "Bought it." Bai's voice was barely above the rustle of leaves in the wind. "Do you like to drink?" Zhang Yi pressed. Bai shook her head with a slight shiver, but kept silent. Zhang Yi's heart clenched. This rum was clearly bought for him. Thinking back to his saying he preferred drinking yesterday, this flask was like a tacit reply. Complex feelings welled up inside him. "You were standing at the gate waiting just now?" Zhang Yi asked, hoping Bai would say she was inside. Instead, she quietly nodded. Zhang Yi wiped his face with a helpless sigh. So dumb, still freezing cold at 5 o'clock, and she waited out there for over an hour. His doubts deepened, and he silently docked 20 points from that girl called Manasha. It's all damn Manasha's fault. She won't be late, right? Zhang Yi questioned again. "Classes start at 8. Bai shook her head. "Then why did you go at 5? Zhang Yi pressed. Bai was silent for a moment, then whispered, "To avoid Manasha." Zhang Yi was utterly frustrated, muttering in his heart again, "All damn Manasha's fault." The two sank into silence. Normally, he never cared about these things, but Bai's quietness now made him deeply uncomfortable, as if needles pricked all over his skin. After a moment, Zhang Yi broke the silence. "Honestly, today was a fluke. I'm usually very punctual." Bai nodded gently, seemingly murmuring too soft for Zhang Yi to catch clearly. Resigned, he switched the topic. When are you going to Hades? Bai lowered her head to think, then looked up. After finals. Half a month later. I see. Zhang Yi nodded and asked, how are your grades? Okay, Bai replied. You should have had exams recently. What place did you get? First. Zhang Yi's eyes widened again. That's okay. If that's modesty, it's more like fake modesty, young lady. Bai was momentarily stunned, then shyly lowered her head. Just as Zhang Yi was about to ask in confusion, Bai softly said, sorry. Sorry for what? Zhang Yi was baffled but quickly waved his hand. Don't misunderstand, I wasn't calling you fake. It was a joke, all damn Manishaw's fault. Bai? Zhang Yi tried to change the subject, but the mood remained heavy and silent. Why? Bai asked. What do you mean, why? Zhang Yi replied, frowning slightly. Why blame Manasa? Bai whispered. Zhang Yi's mouth twitched, and he shook his head. Don't worry about that. It's just damn Manasa's fault. Look at how she's bullied this girl to the point her whole face screams insecurity. Bai listened quietly, glancing back at him, then fell silent and kept walking. After a while, she suddenly turned her head, eyes lowered to the cold ground, her voice heavy as she said, actually, it's not Manasa's fault. Zhang Yi paused, stunned. What do you mean? It was me who took her spot. Bai's voice grew softer, tinged with regret. Mentor Hualan came to the school to pick recruits for the magic research team. She was originally going to pick Manasa, who had always ranked first in the program. But that time, I also applied for the magic research elective and scored first, so they chose me instead. Manasa hates me, and I understand why. Zhang Yi's brow furrowed even deeper, and without thinking, he reached out, placing both hands on Bai's shoulders. The sudden touch startled her, causing her whole body to tense. He turned her toward himself firmly, his expression serious. Listen, girl, being too kind makes you a target. By your logic, you should actually blame Mentor Hualan. If she hadn't come to the school, none of this mess would have happened. No, Bai shook her head quickly. Mentor Hualan is a good person. She really is. Zhang Yi cut her off with a slightly mocking smile. And what about you? Are you a bad person? Bai shrank her neck and finally shook her head. That's settled then, Zhang Yi smiled. Let me ask you this, if you had come in second place and Mentor Hualan chose Manasa instead, would you bully her? Bai still shook her head. Right, you wouldn't. So why should she be allowed to bully you? You got first place because of your ability. Mentor Hualan chose you because she saw your talent. Why should she get to treat you badly? It's just because you're too kind and let it slide. You are not at fault, kid. This blame isn't yours to carry. You need to strike those wrongs right back in the face of the one bullying you. Got it. It's all damn Manasa's fault. Chi-Chi immediately raised her paw. It's all damn Manasa's fault, meow. Zhang Yi grinned widely, and the mood instantly lightened. I looked up at him dazedly. From this angle, he could see her fair face hidden beneath the turtleneck sweater, the delicate little lips and faint outline of her face clearly visible. Zhang Yi could confidently say Bai was definitely not ugly. She got an extra 5 points, 85 points total. Keep it up, aim to be even better than Hilda. After a long moment, Bai snapped back, gently squeezing her small hands together and nodding. Zhang Yi chuckled. Then say it with me, it's all damn Manasa's fault. Chi-Chi joined in enthusiastically. It's all damn Manasa's fault, meow. Bai muttered softly. Grandma Lumla says swearing is wrong. Alright then, Zhang Yi shrugged helplessly and let it go. The cold wind howled as Zhang Yi pulled out a wooden flask, drinking the rum inside in one gulp, then lit a cigarette. Chi-Chi blinked at him. Zhang Yi, can I try it, meow? Here you go. Zhang Yi smiled, handing it over. Zhang Yi handed a cigarette to Chi-Chi, who curiously glanced at it and took a cautious puff, only to start coughing violently, her face turning pale with discomfort. This feels terrible, cough cough. I don't like it, cough cough, she said, waving her hand in protest while chuckling. Haha, well, I guess kids like us really shouldn't smoke. Zhang Yi took the cigarette back, holding it casually between his lips as he looked on indifferently. After a while, Chi-Chi wiped away the tears from her eyes, pouting and saying defiantly, I'm not a kid, meow. I'm already 17, meow. Zhang Yi was taken aback, nearly forgetting that she was actually a year older than him, 17 years old. That means he should technically call her big sister. He smirked slightly, lying with a straight face. 17 still counts as a kid. I'm already 18. With the cigarette still between his lips, he turned to Bai and asked, How old are you? Bai replied calmly, 19. Zhang Yi almost choked on his cigarette, his face turning red from coughing. Chi-Chi couldn't hold back her laughter, while Bai gently patted Zhang Yi's back, helping him to catch his breath. In truth, Zhang Yi's face was red from embarrassment, thinking he should have claimed to be 20. Earlier, he had referred to Bai as little girl, but now realizing she was 3 years older than him, the realization stirred an itch inside him, heating up his face. Despite his bold personality, this minor awkwardness was quickly forgotten. This is Haidu Academy. It looks quite impressive, Zhang Yi remarked softly, gazing at the academy buildings in the distance. Haidu Academy was situated along the coast, with half of its structure extending over the sea and the other half grounded on the land, adjacent to a dock. From afar, the academy exuded a grand presence. It was already 6:40 a.m., and Zhang Yi had spent 20 minutes walking from the entrance. A number of students were already entering the campus. He initially intended to blend in and explore, but soon realized that the academy entrance required a badge check. Bai, without wearing a uniform but with a badge on her arm, was naturally let through by the mage at the gate. However, Zhang Yi was stopped. Fortunately, he was prepared and, seeing Bai waiting for him, waved her off, saying, "Go ahead, you don't need to wait for me here." Bai nodded and proceeded further into the academy. Zhang Yi took out a stamped mission note from Yifulin and handed it to the gatekeeper mage, presenting his mercenary identity card. "Hello, I'm here for a task." The mage glanced over it, raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, and said coldly, "You're a new face, huh? You know the rules, outsiders can't access certain areas." "Don't worry, I know the rules." Zhang Yi smiled, offering the mage a cigarette. The mage sniffed it, his eyes lighting up, and his face broke into a slight smile. "Good smoke. Go on in. The library is straight ahead, then turn right." Having cleared the way for him and even pointed out the delivery location, there was no more hassle. Thus, Zhang Yi and Chi smoothly infiltrated the academy. This mission involved delivering books from the library to another city. However, his real reason for being here wasn't the task at hand. Watching Bai's silhouette gradually vanish into the depths of the square, Zhang Yi said to Chi, "We don't have much time. You go to the library and pick up the goods, while I do some recon and return shortly." "Okay, meow." With this obedient little cat, Zhang Yi was much less worried. Chi bounced off enthusiastically towards the library, while Zhang Yi, seeing the coast was still relatively clear, pulled out a dark magic stone from his bag. Inscribed with stealth magic runes, the stone was a gift from the captain of the village guard Unita, a retired soldier who served as a reconnaissance specialist. The stone, categorized as silver-grade military-issue gear, was unobtainable by ordinary people. It was a prized asset that Zhang Yi acquired thanks to good relations with the captain. Capable of creating a small stealth field, it concealed one's presence and reduced light reflection, rendering one nearly invisible in darkness. With dawn still breaking and fog lingering, it was the perfect time to use it. Its usage was simple: infuse it with magical power. Almost anyone with some level of prowess possessed magical power, akin to the energy in warrior's battle chi or mage's mana. Zhang Yi had a decent amount of magical power, but he had yet to master the technique of converting mana into spells. He gently channeled his energy into the stone, activating it, and swiftly leaped onto the roof, silently tracking Bai's direction. Bai's walking pace was slow, and Zhang Yi followed at a steady, unhurried distance atop the teaching building's roof. The building was a connected structure, allowing Zhang Yi to easily leap and move between rooftops. Fortunately, most mages at the early stage lacked the ability to fly, except for those specializing in wind magic. At Haidu Academy, mages didn't flood the skies. Otherwise, with so many airborne mages overhead, it would be easy for him to be exposed. After all, the magic stone he carried provided concealment, not true invisibility. He had heard rumors of magic stones that could grant true invisibility, and Zhang Yi felt he really needed to get one. Following Bai into the teaching building where the classrooms were located, Zhang Yi glanced around before lightly jumping down onto a thick tree. The dense canopy was enough to hide his figure, and the magic stone's concealment effect almost made him blend into the shadows. Unless some fool was climbing trees for no reason, no one would detect him. Squatting on the tree trunk, Zhang Yi peered through the uneven gaps in the leaves toward the interior of the teaching building. The glazed windows were so clear they looked like glass, and he saw Bai walk up to the second floor, carrying a bag into a classroom. Then Zhang Yi moved back to the other side of the rooftop and found another large tree to hide in and continue observing. He switched sides because the windows on this side faced the corridor, allowing a clearer view inside the classroom, while the other side's windows looked directly at the classroom's front. At that moment, Bai was alone in the classroom, with no other students present. The time had just passed 7 o'clock. Class would officially start at 8, so Bai had about an hour to sit there. She had just sat down and first took out several thick books from the bag, placing them on the desk. Then she pulled out a water cup, opened the lid to take a sip, and set it down again. She then began reading. Zhang Yi waited for 2 minutes. Bai remained still, eyes fixed on the book. After another minute, she slowly turned a page. Zhang Yi couldn't help but smirk. Breaking off a twig about the size of his finger joint, he flicked it gently, creating a soft tapping sound on the window. Bai suddenly jerked, looking back out the window. Zhang Yi parted the leaves and smiled, waving to her. Bai looked a bit flustered. After confirming no one else was in the classroom, she calmed her expression somewhat, though she seemed unsure whether to keep reading or focus on Zhang Yi, showing a hint of dazed confusion. Watching her like that, Zhang Yi thought to himself that this girl was quite adorably naive. Glancing at his watch, it was 7:10. At this time, some students began steadily entering the teaching building. A class lasted about an hour, meaning class would end near 9. Then, from the end of class, Bai had about 2 hours before her extracurricular activities began. Zhang Yi no longer hesitated. He jumped down from the tree and strode toward the library. He couldn't move freely inside the teaching building, but the playground was an open area where he could roam. Seeing Zhang Yi leave, Bai finally patted her chest at the desk, as if releasing a breath of relief. She didn't know why Zhang Yi had appeared here, but realized that if he had been caught, had been kicked out of the classroom. Luckily, nothing unexpected had happened. Back at the library, Kiki was pushing out a small cart filled with more than 150 heavy books. Zhang Yi's task this time was to transport these books to the library in Yangjiao City, 60 li away. Although it was only a bronze-level delivery task that wouldn't earn much money, he mainly wanted to use this opportunity to infiltrate Haidu Academy and gather intelligence. Now that Zhang Yi had pinpointed Bei's exact location, along with a clear understanding of the surrounding terrain, routes, and landscaping, all he had to do was get back before Bei's class ended to continue his follow-up. Wasting no time, he slung a heavy pile of books over his shoulder and headed out with Chi-Chi. Why not send Chi-Chi out first and stay behind himself? Because Zhang Yi needed an alibi before making his move inside the academy. The plan was to drop Chi-Chi off in the woods about 10 miles in front of Yangjiao City, then sneak back alone to carry out the disciplinary action. As soon as he was done, he would rush back to retrieve Chi-Chi and enter Yangjiao City together. That way, even if Manisha's father tracked him, he would have a solid proof of not being at the scene. What's that? Your daughter got hit? Deeply sympathize. I was in Yangjiao City, then the librarian can vouch for me, Zhang Yi thought grimly. As for the gate inspection records, he had already figured those out except during special periods. The outer city gates of Haidu didn't check or record entries. Anyone could enter by paying a fee, just like himself, who paid only 10 silver coins at the gate, and no one even looked up or took down his information. With the plan set, Zhang Yi walked with Chi-Chi and the books out 2 miles beyond the city gates, then broke into a sprint straight toward Yangjiao City. In less than 15 minutes, he arrived at a forest 10 miles outside Yangjiao City. This was a protected area surrounding the city, full of farmland and orchards, very safe. Zhang Yi told Chi-Chi, wait here for me. He'll be back as soon as I handle things. Chi-Chi obediently nodded. All right, meow. Zhang Yi smiled, ruffled her head, and took off running again. In under half an hour, Zhang Yi was back in Haidu. Normally this trip would take half a day at least, but he was exploiting the time difference to create an alibi. Avoiding crowds, he went to a quiet corner of Haidu Academy. Few people were around, and though the walls were high, there were no guards. Climbing over the wall was the safest way. Inwo would check registration at the main gate. The over 3-meter-high wall was covered in magical runes to detect intruders, triggering alarms to security if anyone climbed over. But Zhang Yi's heavy hammer, named Angel, emitted an anti-magic field while he held the hammer. A 3-meter radius around him nullified magic, blocking the wall's magical sensors. Taking the hammer off his back, Zhang Yi whispered, please, little treasure. Then he leapt up and easily vaulted over the wall. Landing silently, he stood still for 3 seconds, listening for alarms. None sounded. Everything was perfect. Shouldering the hammer again, he activated his magic stone. It was class time. The playground still held quite a few people. Zhang Yi weaved carefully through dense bushes in the landscaping, gradually moving forward until he reached the old tree he had scoped out earlier. Through the window, the classroom was full of students. The instructor on stage waved his magic, using a magic array to assist in teaching spell construction. Zhang Yi's gaze locked onto Bai, who was focused intently on taking notes. Suddenly, Bai turned toward the window. Her short hair obscured her eyes, but Zhang Yi was certain she was looking directly at him. How was that possible? Zhang Yi wondered, could it be this girl didn't actually perceive the world through her eyes? He had heard exceptional mages had incredibly sharp magical senses, but he was currently in an anti-magic field and shouldn't be detected. Maybe this was what they called a tacit understanding of minds. Bai seemed momentarily stunned but quickly turned back to the lecture. Her pen, however, froze in midair, clearly distracted. The scene was somewhat comical, but Zhang Yi's attention wasn't on Bai, because sitting just behind her was the student who was his real target this time. In the classrooms of Haidus Academy, the desks and benches were arranged in curved rows, each row seating about 5 students. The layout at Haidu Academy was the same. The rooms were spacious and bright, but with 40 or 50 students, there weren't enough seats for everyone to sit alone. So students naturally clustered together with friends. Most groups were 2 or 3 people, some even squeezed 6 into a row. Yet Bai sat alone, occupying an entire row by herself. It was clear she was being isolated. Anyone could tell few wanted to sit next to the dull, unremarkable mushroom girl. But the dullness wasn't the real issue. Someone had started excluding her, and gradually the whole class joined in the collective cold shoulder. The troublemaker happened to sit right behind Bai. Haidu Academy was gender segregated, with male and female students living in different campuses. This class was all girls, supposed to foster closer bonds. But some things have nothing to do with gender. Behind Bai sat a group of 5 girls, led by Manasa. Among them was Zhang Yi, someone Bai didn't know, but clearly part of the clique. Honestly, Manasa was even more beautiful than the painting suggested, probably because of makeup, and carried a charm that ordinary girls lacked. At this moment, however, her Her face showed disdain and mockery, her eyes fixed intently on by ahead. Meanwhile, the instructor turned to write notes on the blackboard. Seizing the opportunity, Manassa whispered a few words to her companions. A few girls giggled, clearly eager for some drama. Then Manassa extended a finger, which glowed faintly blue. With a flick of her hand, a gust of blue wind swept across Bay's desk, scattering her books all over the floor. The instructor heard the noise, turned around, and saw a book rolling to his feet. Class, even if you don't like my lessons, that's no reason to throw your books in protest, the instructor said with a smile as he picked up the book. His tone was light and teasing, but unintentionally, he put Bai under the spotlight. The classroom's quiet shattered. The students who'd been watching turned silent. Then when Manassa let out a light laugh, the others followed, laughing along. Whether they genuinely found it funny was known only to them. All right, that's enough, the instructor said quickly, suppressing his smile and signaling everyone to settle down. Turning to Bai, he said, "Come on, pick up your books." Bai clenched her fingers tightly and stood, her voice barely audible. She gathered up the scattered books and quietly returned to her seat without a word. But Zhang Yi noticed this time. Bai pressed down hard on her books with one hand. Her knuckles whitened from the grip. Throughout the entire class, Bai held her books like that, never letting go. Manassa tried again and again to blow Bai's books away with her wind magic, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't lift them. Growing impatient, Manassa switched tactics. When the instructor faced the blackboard writing, Manassa casually propped her leg onto the desk and rubbed the dirty sole of her shoe against Bai's back. Bai's originally ash-colored sweater quickly gathered a layer of dust. Bai could only shift her chair repeatedly, dodging the heavy, filthy shoe. Manassa held her chin high, and the other girls beside her followed suit, resting their legs on desks, their dirty shoes mercilessly pressing against Bai. The isolation and humiliation in that row of seats were starkly visible in the bright, spacious classroom. There was nowhere for Bai to hide. She could only lean her body forward as much as possible, but the space was so cramped that no matter how she squeezed, she couldn't avoid the collision. Zhang Yi watched with rage boiling inside him, his eyelids twitching, his molars clenched tight. "Go hit her, damn girl. Slap her hard when you get the chance." He gritted through clenched teeth, muttering under his breath. Yet Bai silently endured it all. Zhang Yi truly didn't understand how she could bear it. If it were him, he would have flipped the table and thrown those girls to the ground to rough them up long ago. That alone would mean he had some restraint. Just witnessing the scene made him feel suffocated, yet Bai remained silent and persisted through the entire class. By the end of it, her back was completely covered in dust. The second period was an outdoor class, and the students cheerfully paired up and left the classroom, but Bai still sat at her desk. Only after everyone else had gone did she slowly stand, pack up her things, and head toward the doorway. Just as she reached the door, she suddenly turned back to gaze at the tree outside the window. Zhang Yi was already nowhere to be seen because he had climbed up the tree trunk to the rooftop, then slid over the branches on the other side, now hidden as he watched her turn around. Not seeing him, Bai didn't linger any longer and continued walking out. Just a few steps into the spacious corridor, Nasha and the others appeared around the corner. Though the corridor was wide, they linked arms and walked side by side so closely that Bai had to edge along the wall, scraping her arm against the thick layer of peeling paint. Even worse, when they passed by, Nasha slightly tilted her chin as a signal. The girl next to Bai caught on immediately and deliberately butted into her hard with her hip. Carrying her book bag, Bai moved forward slowly, pressed against the wall, but the sudden impact caused her to slam into it, banging her forehead sharply to the side. "Oh, sorry, didn't mean to bump into you," the girl said exaggeratedly with a fake smile, not even bothering to apologize properly. Bai said nothing in response and just steadied herself. The girls snickered a few times before hopping away, clearly having been waiting for her to step out so they could give her this treatment. Zhang Yi's eyes widened, and his fists clenched tight. When he was angry, the corners of his mouth would curl up faintly, and now he wore that cold, sinister smile. "Fine, fine. So you want to play that game? They'll play with you too." With that thought, he disappeared into the greenery, silently stalking toward the one path leading to the playground. The girls had fallen behind the main group while looking for Bai, completely unaware that Zhang Yi was already lying in wait. They walked and chatted quietly, but Zhang Yi clearly heard their words. "That noise just now was so loud. Bai must have gotten a big bump, huh?" Giggled the girl who had bumped Bai. "Humph." Nasha sneered. "She dares to compete with me for a spot? A bump is nothing. Sooner or later I'll make sure she's disfigured." Isn't that a bit too much?" Another girl whispered hesitantly. "What? You want to be with her?" Nasha mocked. "No, not that. I just meant that's still not enough." "Right, not enough." Nasha smiled wickedly. "I plan to strip her naked and throw her into that filthy slum. I guarantee a bunch of dirty men will see her. She'll be utterly ruined." She spoke with cruel delight, while the other girls swallowed nervously, their expressions complicated. The air was thick with hostile malice, and listening to them only fanned the flames of Zhang Yi's anger deeper and hotter. But the moment Manasha looked over, they quickly forced smiles and chimed in. "Yes, That's how it should. Buho asked her to try snatching the president's spot. She deserved it. Hidden in the bushes, Zhang Ye's gaze was as cold and sharp as ice. Just then, Bai stepped out of the teaching building. A few girls slowed their pace on purpose, clearly ready to pick on her again. Bai stopped and stood still, not moving forward. Manasha frowned slightly. She didn't want to be late for the next class because of Bai. There would be plenty more chances. So she snorted coldly and, with a few others, kept walking ahead. This time they didn't link arms, and their formation was clear. Manasha at the front center, 2 girls on each side, and 1 girl trailing behind. Zhang Ye's lips curled into a faint smile. Here was his chance. He glanced around to make sure no one was watching, then silently slipped through the greenery toward the girl at the back. That girl clearly had low standing in the group and acted more like a tag-along. She listened quietly as Manasha spoke, several times trying to say something but never managing to get a word out. Then Zhang Yi struck quickly with a sudden chop. The girl collapsed silently, knocked out. Without a sound, he dragged her into the bushes. His movements were so fast and subtle that when the wind rustled the leaves, the faint sounds of dragging went unnoticed by the other girls. Bai, walking behind, stared blankly at everything, her eyes full of confusion. Soon, another girl gradually fell behind the group, just 1 spot away from the last. Zhang Yi seized the moment again, swiftly knocking her out and pulling her into the bushes. He even looked back at Bai, giving her a wink and a hush gesture. This path led to the sports field, a little over 400 meters long. Zhang Yi took the opportunity to silently take down 1 girl after another, dragging them off without raising alarm. In the end, only Manasha was left, walking alone at the front. Manasha held her head high, talking to herself, completely ignoring the others. Her pride was used to being the center of attention. But this time, when she finished speaking, no one answered. Her brow twitched in displeasure as she turned and snapped. "Hey, didn't you hear me say?" Her voice cut off abruptly. Where was everyone? She quickly scanned around and found herself completely alone. Bai was still far behind, more than 200 meters away. Before Manasha could process this, Zhang Ye's figure silently appeared behind her. Bai stood frozen, watching Zhang Yi deliver a sudden blow to knock Manasha out and drag her into the bushes. Her gaze conflicted, hesitating whether to step forward. Moments later, Bai heard rustling in the bushes nearby. Turning her head, she saw Zhang Yi holding Manasha's hair in his left hand and dragging several burlap sacks with his right as he quietly walked away. "Better get to class. If you're any slower, you'll be late," Zhang Yi said softly. Bai blinked in confusion, then finally nodded and started walking again. Watching Bai's shrinking figure, Zhang Yi shook his head with a smirk, quietly muttering, "Silly mushroom." I have to admit, the landscaping at Haidu Academy is impressively done. There's a large patch of greenery here, dense with foliage, almost like the kind of small woodland you'd find on many school campuses. It was this secluded thicket that gave Zhang Yi the perfect hiding spot here. He didn't have to worry about being discovered anytime soon. He glanced down at the ground. At this moment, the 5 students, including Manasa, were tightly bound, hands and feet secured with ropes, each sealed inside a burlap sack with only their heads exposed. Their eyes were blindfolded, and scraps of torn cloth from the sacks stuffed in their mouths to silence them. At the sound of a low, gentle call, Manasa was the first to awaken. Zhang Ye's control was precise. Instead of waking them all at once, he delivered a sharp strike to the side of the neck of the other 4 girls, knocking them into a deeper unconsciousness to ensure Manasa regained consciousness first. This tactic left her in the most helpless state and gave Zhang Yi easier control over the situation. Those 4 girls had been accomplices, and Zhang Ye's punishment toward them was deliberately restrained. Aside from a couple of slaps and knocking out 2 of their teeth, his main focus was still Manasa's true mastermind behind it all. According to his plan, this lesson had to be severe, ideally driving her completely out of Haidu Academy. Even though Bai was leaving within half a month, Zhang Yi wasn't about to let her off that easily. Manasa's eyes opened slowly, but a sharp pain shot through the back of her head. Zhang Yi hadn't struck her neck like the others, but delivered a heavy blow to her skull. Instinctively, she reached to touch the sore spot, only to realize her eyes and mouth were sealed shut, and her hands and feet firmly bound. Panic began to rise inside her. She struggled to summon magic to free herself, only to be shocked when she felt nothing. Her magic seemed dead, completely still. It turned out Zhang Yi was wielding the powerful angel hammer, which generated an anti-magic field so strong that no mage could channel or cast spells within it. While magic would return once outside this field and previously cast spells wouldn't be interrupted, Manasa, tightly restrained, had no hope of breaking free. Under this anti-magic suppression, a mage who cannot use magic was just an ordinary person in Zhang Ye's eyes. "Well, look who's awake." Zhang Ye's voice was low and hoarse, deliberately roughened enough to confuse the terrified girl before him. At the sound, Manasa let out a scared, muffled sob. Zhang Yi strode closer and decisively yanked the cloth from her mouth. Manasa coughed harshly, trembling as she asked, Who are you? Why are you doing this? Why?" A cold smile curled on Zhang Ye's lips. "That question, You should ask your beloved father. Heh. He didn't actually know Manasseh's father, but he needed a plausible excuse. Directly targeting Manasseh might make her connect him to Bai, complicating matters. Had heard her father was a high official in Haijua's city this chaotic. It wasn't surprising his daughter was a troublemaker, which made her father less than clean himself. So Zhang Yi took on the role of a hired enforcer sent by one of her father's enemies. Your father crossed our boss, so the boss paid me to teach him a lesson. What could be more heartbreaking for a father than losing his own daughter? Wouldn't you agree, Miss Manasseh? Hearing Zhang Yi's hoarse voice, fear washed over Manasseh, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Please don't kill me, she begged, her voice full of despair and helplessness. You can't. Before Manasseh could finish speaking, Zhang Yi quickly covered her mouth with his hand. His voice, low and hoarse yet tinged with a smile, came quietly. You need to keep your voice down, got it? If anyone hears us, there won't be any more talking. If someone finds you now, I promise all they'll see is a few corpses. Not if you understand. Manasseh was completely stunned with fear. She was not even 20 years old, and facing such a cold man, terror threatened to overwhelm her. With a trembling voice, she finally asked, What? What do you want? I have money, Zhang Yi scoffed. Lots of it. Just let me go, and I swear I'll give you enough to keep your mouth shut. No way I'd ever expose you. Hearing this, Zhang Yi laughed aloud. Miss Manasseh, do you really believe that yourself? Do you know who I am? How exactly would you expose me? Should I take that as a threat? As he spoke, he pulled a small knife from his waist and slowly skimmed the blade against Manasseh's neck. Though he didn't cut her, she felt the icy sharpness clearly. Manasseh froze, trembling as she stammered, No? I'm not threatening you. Smack. A sharp slap landed on her heavily made-up cheek, instantly turning it bright red. Zhang Yi's large hand, like a hammer, struck her hard. A man nearly 2 meters tall, his strength left Manasseh dazed. The burning pain on her face brought tears rushing to her eyes. Zhang Yi spoke coldly and without emotion, Cry out loud, and you'll die. Manasseh bit her lip, fighting hard to keep silent. Do you know why I haven't killed you yet? He asked darkly. Manasseh shook all over, shaking her head. Because you're pretty. A cruel smile tugged at Zhang Yi's lips as the flat side of the knife traced slowly down her cheek. He had no intention of crossing a line. I have standards. But this slow scraping terrified the wealthy heiress more than pressing the blade against her throat ever could. As the knife's back grazed her shoulder, Manasseh trembled even more violently. She shook her head frantically, her eyes red, begging, Please, no, don't. I hear when women say no, they often mean yes. Seems like you're pretty eager? Zhang Yi's smile grew darker. No, I mean, I want. Manasseh's expression lost all focus, on the verge of breaking down. Oh, so desperate already? Zhang Yi struggled to hold back a laugh, the corners of his mouth twitching. His words cut through her reason like a blade. Manasseh's defenses crumbled. No matter what she said, it was wrong. She was utterly at his mercy. Suddenly, a strong smell of urine came from Manasseh. Ugh. Zhang Yi's face twisted in disgust as he straightened, his tone softening slightly. But you're not really my type. So, no interest in you. He continued to speak to himself. No need to kill the daughter just to teach her father a lesson, right? I'm not some monster. I just want a little friendly chat. What? What are you going to do? Manasseh's voice trembled with terror. Zhang Yi grinned, showing his white teeth. I've got plenty planned. First, they'll break your limbs, then hide you somewhere in the slums. After that, they'll send word to your father. That way, you can wait with hope for him to come and save you. The men in the slums had hardly ever seen a beautiful woman before. Their welcome was bound to be brutal. Hope you can handle it, or you'll be relying on your old man to pick up your body. A voice like a demon whispered in her ear. The image Zhang Yi had painted sent her into a complete panic, eyes wide with terror, her body trembling as she pleaded silently. Please, not there. He'll do anything, anything at all. Anything. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow with a smirk. Yes, anything. Manasseh nodded frantically. Being violated by one person was terrible, but it was far better than being tormented by a crowd. Zhang Yi knew human nature well. Fear made people break, and that twisted grin appeared on his face. He nodded. Fine, you've got your chance. Now, put this in your mouth. He handed her a stone the size of a chicken egg. Manasseh obeyed instinctively, wondering what trick he was up to. Then Zhang Yi's voice turned cold. Bite down and break it. She froze, the heavy pebble in her mouth, trembling violently. Too can't. Her voice cracked. People are far stronger than they think. You have to believe in yourself, Zhang Yi said quietly. And oh, I really can't. She shook her head desperately, eyes full of dread. Zhang Yi scoffed. Fine then, off to the slums you go. He grabbed her hair, as if to drag her away. Manasseh panicked, struggling desperately. He'll bite. He'll bite. He released her and squatted down, studying her with amusement. Go on, start your show. You only stop when either the stone or your teeth break. With no way out, Manasseh gritted her teeth and bit down on the hard pebble, sparks of sharp clacks ringing out. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Soon blood trickled from her mouth, the result of torn gums, yet the stone and her teeth remained intact. As a silver-ranked mage, She knew she couldn't break stone with teeth alone, but Zhang Yi believed otherwise. Tip: bite the stone firmly, then slam your chin down hard on it. Hurt like hell, but increases your chances. He offered. Manasha shook her head repeatedly, fear making her refuse more pain. Fine. To the slums then, Zhang Yi snapped. No. He'll do it. I will. She cried out in panic. To force her performance, Zhang Yi found a rock to place under her chin. Remember to use your waist strength, or you won't break it, and the pain's brutal. He watched like a spectator. Manasha knelt by the rock, chin pressed hard against the stone. Blindfolded, she couldn't see but felt the weight and cold hardness beneath her. The clash of stone and teeth sent sharp pain through her mouth. Her breath came fast, her stomach burning faintly. Beside her, Zhang Yi's impatient voice urged. Hurry up, I'm bored stiff waiting. Last chance counting to 3. 3-1. Manasha blinked. What happened to 2? Forgetting everything else, she summoned all her strength and bit down hard on the stone, slamming her chin into it. A sharp crack echoed. Even Zhang Yi winced. Ouch, just hearing that hurts. Manasha suddenly went limp, obviously passed out, blood pouring from her mouth. Zhang Yi pried her jaws open. Teeth and stone lay shattered. 8 teeth broken on the right side, upper and lower jaws. After this, chewing on that side would be nearly impossible. You got off easy. Zhang Yi shook her head, a few bloody teeth and stone fragments falling out. He pocketed the best intact tooth, clapped his hands and stood. This bite the stone trick had used before on stubborn, lying corporate types to get their secrets only. They endured it willingly. This time it was justice against bullies, and it worked just as well. Now, whether because of unknown threats or half a mouth of broken teeth, Manasha couldn't stay at the Academy of Sea City any longer. As for the girls who bullied her, Zhang Yi dealt a final knife hand strike and a slap before leaving enough to put them to bed for hours, aching like they'd slept wrong. Truly a righteous avenger of wrongs. Zhang Yi left the academy in the same way he had entered it. In short, except for Bai, nobody knew where he had gone. Before leaving the scene, Zhang Yi carefully cleaned up, leaving no obvious traces behind. Only a few slaps remained on the girls' faces, but by the time anyone noticed, their faces were already swollen like pig heads, the slap marks blurred beyond recognition. After completing the mission, Zhang Yi was in an unusually good mood, one might even say super happy. He didn't understand why himself. There was no commission coming in, but inside he felt a strange, unexplainable sense of satisfaction. Maybe this was the charm of doing something good. So he hummed a little tune and eagerly went to find Chi-Chi. How did it go, meow? Chi-Chi asked curiously when she saw Zhang Yi. Haha, half my teeth got knocked out, so I guess I'll be drinking porridge for a while, Zhang Yi said, grinning brightly. Chi-Chi laughed along, though she hadn't seen it firsthand. The scene played vividly in her mind and seemed especially amusing. After successfully completing the delivery task in Yangjiao City, Zhang Yi stopped by the local library to chat with the librarian and make a bit of a presence. Then he went to a famous restaurant and ate a big meal to prepare for his upcoming alibi. By the time he returned to Haidu, it was already late. Zhang Yi told Chi-Chi to head back to the tavern by herself, while he went straight to the orphanage. Around 8 in the evening, the orphanage was still lit. Zhang Yi pushed open the door. Before he could reach the door to knock, it swung open. It was Tina. She smiled excitedly the moment she saw him, which made Zhang Yi pause briefly. No respect, just call me brother, Zhang Yi said with a slight smile, a bit puzzled. You're not afraid of me anymore? Tina shook her head, eyes sparkling. Not afraid anymore. You're not a bad, you're a good person. Sister told me you taught those bullies a lesson. Zhang Yi was surprised. Bai's back. Yes, she's inside, Tina said, pulling Zhang Yi's hand as they walked into the room. Inside, Zhang Yi saw Bai had changed into a linen-colored sweater and was sitting next to Grandma Lunla, knitting stitch by stitch. When she noticed Zhang Yi, she stopped knitting and stood up. Isn't the academy closed off? How did you come back? Zhang Yi asked as he looked at her. Bai looked a little nervous, fiddling with her fingers, her voice quiet. Manasha had an accident, so the academy suspended classes. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow and smiled. Wow, so they found out that quickly? I thought it would take until tomorrow. Bai didn't say more, just quietly stared at him. Zhang Yi met her gaze and asked, did you hit your head? He remembered her banging her head on the wall during the attack, and Grandma Lunla had mentioned a bruise on her forehead. Zhang Yi guessed it was probably from that, but Bai shook her head and pointed to her head. I was wearing a hat, so it's fine. Zhang Yi clicked his tongue in exasperation and shook his head. You wear a hat all the time because of this. You'd rather protect yourself like this than fight back a little? If you were tougher, they wouldn't have bullied you so much. Bai said nothing, just quietly twiddled her fingers, silent like a closed book. Seeing this, Zhang Yi didn't press further. He smiled and said, I'm thirsty. At once, Bai turned and carefully fetched a cup. After a moment, she cautiously pushed it toward Zhang Yi. He tilted his head back and drank the water. The room was warm and softly lit, filled with the faint scent of yarn. As soon as he took a sip, his eyes widened immediately, and he nearly spit out what was in his mouth. He coughed several times, forced it down, then pointed at the cup and exclaimed, rum? Bai lightly nodded. Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was just too obvious. Bai tilted his head slightly, eyes filled with a hint of confusion. Zhang Yi sighed and said helplessly, I like drinking, but when I'm thirsty, I still have to drink water. Drinking alcohol just makes you thirstier, you know that? Only then did Bai nod and say Their little interaction made Grandma Lunla chuckle softly. She found the scene quite amusing. Just then, Zhang Yi's eyes caught the unfinished sweater in Grandma Lunla's hands, and he turned to Bai saying, Also, next time you encounter something like this, you've got to fight back. Look how hard Grandma Lunla worked knitting you this sweater, but you just let those people bully you. Is that right? Bai shook his head. You think that's not right too, don't you? Then you have to. Zhang Yi's sentence was cut off as Bai suddenly pointed to himself. Zhang Yi looked puzzled. What do you mean? Bai spoke softly. This one here is the sweater Grandma Lunla knit. The one I wore this morning, I made that myself. Zhang Yi burst out laughing in disbelief. Really? So that's why you changed clothes? You made that yourself, and just let people bully you because of it? He raised an eyebrow, tone full of helplessness. Sensing his frustration, Bai lowered his head quietly, fidgeting with the hem of his sweater. Zhang Yi frowned, saying, Put your hands down. Bai's hands trembled, unsure where to place them, and finally hid them behind his back. Seeing her like this, Zhang Yi's anger softened. Reluctantly, but still a little stern, he said, Fine, I'm punishing you, you have to knit me a sweater. But unexpectedly, Bai pointed to the half-finished sweater on the chair and said, I'm already knitting one. Zhang Yi was stunned. Is that for me? Bai nodded. This time Zhang Yi stayed silent for a long moment. Bai nervously looked at him and slowly moved closer, carefully tugging on his sleeve. Zhang Yi looked up into her softer voice. You don't be mad. If you don't want to, I won't make you knit it. Who says I don't want to? Zhang Yi immediately snapped back fiercely. I like it a lot. If you don't knit it, I'll freeze to death on the street without a coat. Hearing that, Bai hurried to wave her hands. I'll knit it. I'll knit it. She rushed to get her needles, looking as if she really feared he'd turn into an ice statue any moment, which made Zhang Yi burst out laughing again. I've never seen anyone as silly as you. Bai didn't argue, just pouted quietly. Zhang Yi waved his hand. All right, carry on with your knitting. I just came by to check in and give you an update. Bai sat down and started knitting right away. To his surprise, she was quite skilled, her speed matching Grandma Lunla's. Watching her so focused, Zhang Yi suddenly felt a flicker of hope. A sweater, after all, was just a sweater. Then he looked over at Grandma Lunla. I've taken care of those kids bullying Bai. You probably won't see them around for a long while. Grandma Lunla frowned slightly with concern. Do you think they'll come after you next? No way. They can't find me, Zhang Yi said confidently. Let alone find Bai. Hearing this, Grandma Lunla instantly felt much more at ease and looked at Zhang Yi with gratitude, speaking softly. Child, you really went through a lot this time. No need to mention it. As a proper mercenary, once I take on a mission, I always see it through. Zhang Yi replied with a smile. His gaze then shifted to the side, where he noticed Tina lying with her head on his leg, eyes full of curiosity. He pulled something from his pocket and grinned. Besides, I brought a gift for this little one. Tina bit her finger lightly and blinked. What is it? Zhang Yi chuckled and held up the item in his hand. The tooth of the guy who bullied your sister. That guy is now truly searching for teeth all over the ground. Wow. Tina's eyes immediately lit up, excitedly taking the tooth and rushing off to show it to the other kids nearby. After a while, Zhang Yi noticed several children had dropped the tooth on the ground and were stomping on it hard. Amused, he couldn't help but ask, What are you all doing? Hands on her hips and chest puffed out, Tina declared. That way, it's like we all beat up the bad guy together. Zhang Yi couldn't hold back his laughter, grinning even wider as he turned back to Bai Dao. You should learn from Tina, that's the real spirit. Bai shyly shrank his neck and stayed quiet. Grandma Lunla wore a gentle smile, her mood clearly lifted by the warm scene before her. After the girls finished letting out their excitement, they all gathered around, pestering Zhang Yi to tell mercenary stories. With free time on his hands, Zhang Yi began recounting his past life as a mercenary, full of emotion and detail, gradually captivating the girls so much that they didn't blink. As winter drew near and the night wind grew even more biting outside, the chill crept in relentlessly. But inside the small hut, thanks to Zhang Yi's stories and the children's exclamations, the atmosphere was cozy and warm. The mushroom-head girl, hiding beneath her short hair, showed a faint smile in the corner of her eye. The corner of her mouth, veiled by the high-collared sweater, also curved up in a quietly stunning arc. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi was none the wiser to this subtle scene. Night had fallen over Highland 11. The little catgirl Kiki leaned against the bar, yawning lazily as she muttered, Why hasn't big guy come back yet, meow? Evelyn walked past, frowning slightly with a hint of irritation. He didn't come back with you? Today she had dressed in a pristine white dress, planning to make a striking impression and really dazzle someone's eyes. But big guy had only hurriedly greeted her that morning and then vanished without a trace. Only Kiki had returned. No, he went to the welfare center, meow. Kiki yawned again, her voice low and tired. Welfare center? Evelyn thought for a moment, searching her mind for any tasks related to a welfare center nearby, but nothing came to mind. Not dwelling on it, She looked at the ever-yawning little catgirl and smiled gently. If you're tired, just go to sleep first. It's the old room. I had someone tidy it up for you all. I can't sleep without big guy meow. Kiki said bluntly. Evelyn blinked, a strange glint appearing in her eyes as a smile tugged at her lips. Leaning closer, she whispered, so, how far have you and big guy gone? Kiki's face clouded with confusion. What do you mean, how far meow? Biting her lip, Evelyn lowered her voice. Like, have you slept together? At that, Kiki immediately nodded. Yes meow. Evelyn's gaze briefly glazed over before she broke into a knowing smile. Teasing. So, was it comfortable? Kiki brightened right away and nodded. Yes, super comfy meow. Big guy is so warm, sleeping next to him feels really safe. Evelyn felt a twinge of suspicion and raised an eyebrow. Wait, by sleeping you don't mean? Nothing else happened, right? Kiki tilted her head and wagged her tail. What else meow? No. Every time he comes back, we're both exhausted. Big guy always falls asleep before me. Evelyn's eyes lit up with amusement, a smile playing on her lips. Yeah, that's how mercenaries are, cling to their pillows and sleep like hogs. He's not like a hog, he's like a dragon, Kiki explained. His breathing's really loud, but he doesn't snore, meow. Oh, you've seen a dragon before? Evelyn leaned closer with curiosity. I've seen a sleeping dragon, but I only dared to peek from afar, then ran away quick, meow. Kiki recalled. You're lucky. I've heard dragons are fierce. One of them can destroy an entire city. Evelyn said. Yeah, they're really scary. Before sleeping, that dragon burns everything around it black and lies on the scorched ground. Even from far away, I could feel the heat. Kiki described. I heard one breath of fire from it could dry up a whole lake. I don't know if big guy can beat a dragon, meow. Suddenly, a large hand rested firmly but gently on Kiki's head and softly rubbed it. Big guy's back, meow. Kiki exclaimed excitedly, spinning around and jumping lightly onto Zhang Ye's shoulder, settling into the most comfortable spot. She loved this vantage point. Evelyn smiled seeing Zhang Yi and said, you're pretty efficient. Just 3 more gold level missions and you'll be promoted to gold, right? She asked the question knowing full well the answer. As her words fell, she used the motion of washing a cup to gracefully turn around. The creamy white long dress she wore blossomed like a flower with her spin, then gently settled down, its soft lines flowing under the light. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of anticipation, but Zhang Yi only chuckled softly to himself and said, of course, after all, we're aiming to become legendary mercenaries. We can't afford to be inefficient. Evelyn hesitated briefly, then smoothly changed the subject. By the way, Ailey came looking for me, said you gave him a free golden tier commission. While speaking, she used the act of turning to clear some plates as an excuse to spin once more. The hem of her creamy dress floated and fell again, softly framing her elegant figure. Yeah, he helped out, Zhang Yi said, letting out a big yawn. The calm atmosphere of the orphanage put him at ease, and sleepiness quietly crept over him. We'll have to pay him back later. He'll cover the tavern's commission. No sooner had he finished speaking than another yawn spread uncontrollably. Yawns are contagious. Seeing him like this, Kiki rubbed her eyes and yawned too, then nestled her little face against Zhang Ye's neck, resting her cheeks atop his head. Big guy, I'm sleepy meow. Zhang Yi smiled and nodded, then go to sleep. We have to leave for Gorilla City first thing tomorrow morning. He turned back to Evelyn, same old room. Evelyn replied with a resigned expression, all set for you already. Thanks. And he'll take Ailey's mission with me tomorrow. With a smile, Zhang Yi carried the drowsy little cat and slowly headed upstairs. I know. The landlady's tone was calm but tinged with mild disinterest. She watched his retreating figure, lightly shook her head, and her gaze fell back onto the hem of her own dress as she muttered to herself, what am I even doing, oh right. Suddenly Zhang Ye's head popped out at the stairway. Evelyn looked at him curiously. Nice dress, keep looking beautiful. Zhang Yi grinned broadly, then quickly ducked his head back as if afraid the landlady might throw a frying pan at him. But the stairwell remained silent and empty. Evelyn paused, then burst out laughing. Quickly covering her mouth with her hand, she glanced around to make sure no one was watching, then let her smile linger. Upstairs, Zhang Yi paused a moment, surprised not to hear the landlady's usual scolding. He decided she probably didn't want to make noise at night, and shook it off. Whistling a cheerful tune, he returned to the room, gently tossed the little cat onto the bed, then lay down himself. When his heavy body hit the soft mattress, Kiki batted lightly, then climbed onto his stomach, curling into a cozy ball. She nuzzled his skin and soon started purring. Zhang Yi reached out casually, closed his eyes, and drifted into deep sleep. In the morning, Zhang Yi sat at the bar, enjoying a nutritious breakfast specially prepared for the seasoned corn cereal with milk. He loved this simple but flavorful combination. Kiki sat nearby, but wasn't a fan of cereal or corn, so she had ordered a breakfast without those ingredients. Picky eater. No wonder you're still so small, Zhang Yi teased. I'm not picky, Kiki protested. I just don't like eating plants. Meow? A slight smile tugged at his lips as he tried to hold back laughter. Evelyn also smiled as she brought over a cup of milk and a grilled fish fillet. The warm, peaceful atmosphere felt just right. The morning sunlight streamed through the tavern window, casting gentle light on the figures of a man, a cat, and a beautiful hostess. The scene felt unusually peaceful if only it weren't for the drunks slumped over the tables in the background. After a hearty meal and some drinks, Zhang Yi took the mission contract that Yiflan handed him and examined it carefully. Ailey's task was a gathering mission, with the goal of collecting hops from Niumulan, over 120 kilometers away. These hops were considered a rare herb and an essential ingredient for high-level potions, making them difficult to find. Niumulan was also home to golden-grade monsters, adding a touch of danger to the mission, though it was still manageable. Zhang Yi folded up the mission sheet, gave Yiflan a brief nod of farewell, and set off. Ahead lay 3 golden-grade advancement quests. One was to hunt a golden-grade monster, conveniently located in Niumulan, so it could be completed alongside Ailey's gathering task. Another was a delivery mission to pick up a crate of expensive premium wine from the docks and transport it to a well-known tavern in Gryla City. The last was a somewhat unusual debt collection mission. For the debt task, Zhang Yi was to help a creditor recover a total of 4,800 gold coins in principal plus interest. After completing it, Zhang Yi would receive a quarter of that amount, 200 gold coins. The debtor was hiding within the inner city of Haidu, a wealthy district with tight entry restrictions requiring a permit. Although it was possible to buy a pass, it came with a non-refundable 1,000 gold coin deposit that allowed free entry and exit for 10 days. After that, the deposit had to be paid again to continue access. To streamline the process, Zhang Yi had already asked Yiflan, an official of the mercenary guild, to help secure a temporary permit. She could handle the application far more efficiently than Zhang Yi trying to navigate the city administration himself. Therefore, this debt recovery mission would have to wait until the permit was ready, which was expected to take a few days. For now, Zhang Yi headed to the docks to pick up the goods. During the downtime, he planned to strengthen himself further to better face the challenges ahead. Zhang Yi's path to advancement is quite unusual. What exactly makes it so strange? Let's start with his training method. Most warriors strengthen their vitality through rigorous physical exercise while guiding the flow of magical energy within their bodies, honing their physique in all aspects. Mages, on the other hand, rely on meditation to expand and reinforce their mental domain, thereby increasing the capacity and potency of their magic. Zhang Yi's breathing technique should have fallen under the warrior's realm. Strong warriors often use unique breathing methods during training to boost their results. Zhang Yi originally believed himself to be a warrior, but when he mobilized his vitality and magical energy to refine his body, he discovered that ambient magic around him was being unconsciously absorbed into his body. This absorbed magic didn't circulate and flow for use. Instead, it accumulated forcefully inside him. A pure in but no out situationness is the unique feature of his advancement. Whenever Zhang Yi engaged in intense physical exertion, magical energy would steadily build up inside him, growing ever more abundant. Once this magic reached a certain threshold, it would settle and become immobile, unable to be harnessed any longer. It pressed down on his magic reservoir like an invisible tidal wave. At first, Zhang Yi worried that the accumulated magic might rupture his body when his reservoir became full, but in reality, once completely filled with this settled magic, the reservoir would unleash a powerful burst of magical energy. The resulting surge in cultivation was explosive, like a volcanic eruption, catapulting many of his ranks to new heights. Since he began formal training at 14, this kind of violent breakthrough had only occurred once. At that time, after a year of hard work using breathing techniques and exercise, Zhang Yi had risen from an unknown novice to the rank of Silver 1 star. The filling and sudden eruption of his magic reservoir then propelled him directly to Silver 5 stars, skipping the 4 intermediate tiers altogether. Such an astonishing leap left Zhang Yi full of questions. Could this be linked to his giant body constitution? His advancement showed a clear pattern of massive accumulation followed by sudden release, a burst of power compressed over time. What's even more puzzling is that although the magic is stored and settled inside him, the improvements manifest as physical strength rather than enhanced magical ability. Zhang Yi suspects that magic, catalyzed by his vitality, greatly refines his physical form, so when the magic flood erupts, his physique experiences a qualitative leap. Yet he remains baffled by why he can absorb more magic and output it, but can't directly control it. He's unable to condense magic into starlight or cast any spells. This mystery remains unresolved. Currently, Zhang Yi must continue exercising and keeping up the breathing techniques to steadily precipitate ambient magic into his body. Until his magic reservoir is filled with this settled magic, his progress is painfully slow. The more magic settles, the less he can freely command. Simply put, if 99 of his magic reservoir is filled with inactive magic, he only has 1 of his magic left to manipulate. At such stages, he must rely on his physical strength and vitality in battle. Only when the reservoir overflows, triggering the next eruption, does the stored magic get cleared out. allowing him to regain free control of his magical energy. Afterward, as magic begins settling again, his freely usable magic shrinks gradually, and the cycle repeats. Zhang Yi is slowly navigating this unusual rhythm in his cultivation journey, discovering the secrets of his singular training path. Of course, after each surge of magical energy, Zhang Yi's mana reservoir grew larger, and the intensity of his magic became stronger. By now, his magical power and his physique alike far surpassed others of the same rank. Zhang Yi estimated that his magic intensity could rival that of a high-level golden rank mage. Unfortunately, he still couldn't convert that mana into higher damage spells. He only knew the most basic applications of magic. For instance, he could coat his body with mana to form a sort of magical skin for protection or harden his fists by infusing them with mana. At most, he could flood his blood with mana to slightly enhance his physical functions. Beyond that, there was no flashy spells, not even a simple magic projectile. His mana dissipated as soon as it left his body, which explained why he couldn't actually cast spells. So although he possessed mana reserves and raw magical intensity far exceeding his peers, he was not truly a mage. Zhang Yi comforted himself by thinking this was a form of magical martial arts cultivation. He had a feeling this was linked to his giant-like physique. Maybe once he advanced further and unlocked more of the giant's legacy in his mind, he'd understand why and perhaps he'd learn real magic. For now, all he could do was accept it passively. His mana reservoir was already 95 full, and he guessed it would reach maximum capacity in about half a month. If he faced several intense battles and practiced breathing techniques during combat, his training would accelerate even more. He arrived at the docks. Haidu was a coastal city with a thriving maritime industry, though most of the wealth was concentrated in the rich districts. This part of Haidu on land accounted for less than 10 of the city's total commerce. Zhang Yi saw huge ships docked here, not just wooden sailing vessels, but also magic-driven ships combining mana and technology. What was magic technology? These were machines powered and controlled by mana to produce effects similar to magic itself. The magic research program at Holland studied these extensively. Zhang Yi thought that if he couldn't become a true mage after all, maybe he could get involved with magic technology, instead play around with magic cannons, for example. Soon, he found the consignee through his mission briefing. It was Nick Delgado, owner of a small warehouse at the docks. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's purpose, Nick greeted him warmly, which struck Zhang Yi as odd. After all, it was just a simple liquor delivery. Was that worth the enthusiasm? His keen street sense told him this couldn't be simple hospitality. After some probing, Nick reluctantly revealed the truth. Nick had made an enemy of a small local gang boss in Haidu. The gang wanted to buy his liquor at below-market prices, but Nick refused to sell. Since Nick had some influence in the dock area as a warehouse owner, the gang couldn't just start an open conflict. The gang was called the Crab Gang. While they couldn't confront Nick directly, they'd threatened anyone who accepted the liquor delivery. They'd break that person's legs and throw them into the sea as crab food. Gangs in Haidu were notorious, and the Crab Gang's boss, nicknamed Iron Claw, had a golden 7-star rank and nearly 200 underlings. Few dared cross them outside the city. That was why Nick's liquor was stuck in storage. No one dared take the job. The buyer had already paid a deposit, and if Nick failed to deliver on time, he'd have to refund it and pay compensation. Because he was part of the Merchants Guild, which valued its reputation and offered trade benefits, he was bound by strict rules. If he failed to deliver after a contract and deposit, he owed triple the deposit in compensation. With only 3 days left and no one stepping up, Nick was preparing for a loss. Just then, Zhang Yi showed up. Nick expressed that if Zhang Yi was willing to accept the job and successfully deliver the shipment, he'd pay an extra fee and fifth the value of the liquor. That was 3,400 gold coins on top of the shipment, worth 17,000 gold coins. No wonder Nick was desperate. If he defaulted, the deposit equaled half the total price, plus triple compensation amounted to 1.5 times the total price, over 20,000 gold coins. That was no small sum. Zhang Yi agreed without hesitation. "Leave it to me, Nick, I'm a pro," Zhang Yi said confidently. The chubby Nick wiped sweat from his brow and forced a smile, though doubt still lingered in his heart. He knew that if Zhang Yi couldn't handle the Crab Gang, not only would they lose money, but they'd also lose this shipment of liquor. Fortunately, this job came through the mercenary tavern, and if the mission failed, the mercenary guild would pay some compensation, not enough to cover everything, but it would at least soften the blow. So, Nick decided to take a chance. If Zhang Yi succeeded, Nick would have found a reliable mercenary he could trust with future tasks. This marked the delicate process of building trust between merchants and mercenaries, and was exactly the breakthrough Zhang Yi had long sought. Completing this job would boost his reputation in the dockside district, giving the tavern more confidence to compete for gold-tier assignments. Afterward, Zhang Yi loaded the crates of liquor onto the cart Nick had prepared, carrying the little cat on his shoulder as they prepared to leave the city. The cart trundled slowly out of the dock area, and in the shadows of the street corner, a gang of thugs immediately began tailing them, quickly blowing a secret whistle to report back to the Crab Gang's headquarters. The gang's base was a place called the Crab Tavern, a branch of the mercenary guild, and the very same three-star tavern Ivern had mentioned. On the third floor, a burly man sat under dim lighting, the steel giant claw of his right hand gleaming coldly. After hearing the report from his men, his face darkened with rage as he spat his cigar harshly onto the floor. Melbourne, take people and take him out. And bring me back the liquor, he growled through clenched teeth. Got it, boss. A bald, broad-shouldered man with 2 harpoons strapped to his back and a harpoon tattoo on his scalp barked back, then led a group of fierce-looking henchmen out with a roar. The cart passed through the city gate. Alert, Kiki stared sharply at the surroundings and whispered, Big guy, do you think those people will really chase after us, meow? Zhang Yi drove calmly, replying slowly, they will. But they won't make a move here. Probably waiting until we're outside the safe zone. Kiki nodded, and after a moment leaned closer to whisper into his ear, there's a carriage behind us, following us from a distance. Doesn't look friendly, meow. Zhang Yi glanced back. Around 200 to 300 meters behind was a carriage packed with rough men, each wearing fierce expressions. One bald man bore the same iconic harpoon tattoo on his head, with 2 harpoons slung over his broad shoulders. Zhang Yi chuckled lightly, only 10 guys? They really underestimate me. He looked at the little cat on his shoulder and instructed, don't get too close if things turn violent. I can fight, meow. Kiki said eagerly. I know you can, but it's not necessary. I can handle these guys alone. Stay back so you don't get blood on you. Got it, meow? Then Zhang Yi acted as if he didn't notice the group behind him and gently urged the cart forward. But Kiki kept nervously glancing back, trembling slightly. To Zhang Yi, these people were no real threat. His sharp mercenary instincts told him everything unless the crab gang's boss Iron Claw showed up himself, or they brought dozens, or even hundreds. This small fish group was nothing, and none of the signs showed the boss was coming. So he was confident he could handle whatever came their way safely. The carriage kept moving forward and soon left the protected area, at which point the carriage behind immediately accelerated to catch up. But Zhang Yi had the carriage stop and waited in place, better to finish early than drag it out. Seeing Zhang Yi dare to stop, Melbourne felt provoked. He stood up on his carriage, raising a harpoon high, the tail entrailing a thick rope. At 50 meters Melbourne threw the harpoon. The sharp tip sliced through the air, aiming straight for Zhang Yi's back. A cold smile curled on his lips. This big guy was a perfect target. Once the harpoon pierced him, Melbourne would use the rope to pull him off the carriage, then drag him for hundreds of meters. No matter how strong he was, he'd be brought down. But at the last moment, Zhang Yi spun around with speed unmatched by his bulky frame. His large hand caught the harpoon's shaft precisely and then yanked it hard. Melbourne felt an overwhelming force surge through his arm. He usually wrapped the rope around his arm, but this sudden pull dragged him off the carriage entirely, sending him flying toward Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's reaction speed saved him for the moment. Melbourne adjusted his body in midair and drew a second harpoon, ready to strike hard once close. But jumping in front of Zhang Yi meant his life was no longer in his own hands. This much the wolf demon guaranteed. As Melbourne flew above Zhang Yi, about to thrust the harpoon, Zhang Yi's other hand swung a heavy metal hammer with terrifying force. In desperation, Melbourne curled his body, holding the harpoon horizontally to block. The hammer came down. With a series of cracking bones, Melbourne fell like a broken sack from the air, rolling tens of meters before finally stopping. Both were golden tier, but the gap in power between Melbourne and the wolf demon was huge. His physique couldn't compare. The wolf demon would have to curl into a shrimp just to take one hit from Zhang Yi, let alone a golden tier human like Melbourne. Melbourne didn't lose consciousness, but was barely alive. His blocking arm was completely wrecked, the steel harpoon bent, countless bones broken, internal organs severely damaged. Blood and foam poured continuously from his mouth. He tried to stand several times, but couldn't. Just one encounter, and the third in command of the crab gang was down. Zhang Yi jumped off the carriage, swinging the heavy hammer as he strode toward the opposing carriage. The crab gang's men on board were stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. The big guy's steps quickened, shifting from walking to sprinting, an excited smile on his face. Panicked, the men scrambled to steer their carriage to escape. But Zhang Yi's hammer charge was not something they could simply dodge. With screams ringing out, the carriage exploded, sending most of the men flying into the air. A few of them reacted quickly, jumping off the carriage just in time to avoid disaster. But although they dodged the charge, they still couldn't escape Zhang Yi's hammer. Chi-Chi hid behind a wine crate, only her small head peeking out, her furry ears trembling slightly. Watching those crab gang members being smashed and flung everywhere, she finally seemed to understand why Zhang Yi had told her to stay away from the battlefield. Those people were sent flying by the hammer blows, blood splattering in all directions. Facing this group of rookies barely ranked at silver level or below, Zhang Yi had no need to strike a second time. In less than a minute, all 10 crab gang members, including Melbourne, were down on the ground, with only 2 barely able to catch their breath. One was Melbourne, the other was the lucky one Zhang Yi had deliberately spared. After all, someone had to go back with the message. Zhang Yi held Melbourne's head in his hand and carried him over in front of the Lucky One. The Lucky One's arm had been shattered by Zhang Yi's hammer, but his eyes were still full of terror. Seeing Zhang Yi approach, he helplessly tried to back away, but his legs were too weak to stand. "You're from the crab gang, right?" Zhang Yi crouched down, grinning broadly. His shining white teeth contrasted with his casual attitude, making the Lucky One tremble uncontrollably, like he had Parkinson's. Zhang Yi softly reassured him, "Don't be afraid, I'm not going to kill you. I'm not a demon, after all." Then, with a slight curl at the corner of his mouth, he suddenly snapped Melbourne's neck right in front of the Lucky One. Crack with the grating sound of bone breaking, Melbourne struggled futilely a few times before his arm dropped limply. The Lucky One stopped shaking, but the stench of fear still lingered thick in the air. "Here, keep going." Zhang Yi threw Melbourne's body directly into the Lucky One's arms. The Lucky One froze in terror, staring straight at Zhang Yi, too scared to move. Zhang Yi smiled guilelessly and gently tilted his chin. "Go back and tell your boss. This is what happens when you mess with me. When the time comes, I'll find him myself, make him clean his neck, or get ready to pay for the mental damages and hammer maintenance." The Lucky One was momentarily silent, his face draining of color. Finally, he came to his senses and stammered, "You understood. That's good." Zhang Yi smiled again, then added, "But don't rush to leave just yet. Hurry up and gather everyone's weapons, money, and valuables. Put them on my carriage. Then, get out of here." Trembling, the Lucky One reluctantly began carrying out the orders. The crab gang really were a bunch of poor slobs, no wonder they couldn't even afford a drink. Zhang Yi weighed the pouch of coins in his hand and muttered quietly. Nearby, Chi-Chi couldn't help but laugh. 10 people gathered together, and it was true that they couldn't pull out 200 gold coins between them. It was almost pitiful how broke they were. Luckily, their weapons could still be sold. A few daggers, machetes, and some battered harpoons. Roughly estimated, these could fetch 200 or 300 gold coins. Zhang Yi did the math in his head. The biggest gain this time was actually the carriage. Although he accidentally damaged the carriage, the horses were unharmed, only slightly injured. One was a 6-legged Orion par and level with the bronze-grade beast. He rode much faster than a normal horse. Conservatively, just that one horse could sell for 500 gold coins. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi's spirits brightened immediately. With 2 6-legged horses pulling the battered carriage, their speed was noticeably faster. By the next morning, they arrived at Greera City smoothly and delivered the wine to the buyer on time. The buyer was very satisfied, and not only paid the remainder promptly, but also tipped Zhang Yi with a bottle of premium rum. This unexpected surprise left Zhang Yi feeling a bit incredulous. This bottle of rum was clearly much higher quality than the loose wine sold at the Yiflan shop, worth 80 gold coins. For most people, that was a luxury item. From previous chats with Grandma Lunla, Zhang Yi knew a family of 6 at the welfare center spent about 15 to 18 silver coins a day, meaning on average, each person could only use 2 or 3 silver coins daily. That money mainly went to rice, oil, and salt. Occasionally some meat, vegetables, and clothes were mostly self-provided, very thrifty. 80 gold coins could feed the whole welfare family for over a month. Zhang Yi stepped out of the tavern and eagerly uncorked the bottle, taking a swig. But he froze immediately. This rum tasted exactly like the free wine the white-haired girl had given him back then, which cost less than 1 gold coin in 3 days. That rum was only sold by the bottle, never loose wine. In other words, that girl had spent 80 gold coins on a bottle of wine just by saying a word. Zhang Yi was silent for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. Silly girl. Before long, he had finished the entire bottle. After exhaling the lingering alcohol scent, he headed with Chi-Chi straight to Greera City's market and quickly sold off the weapons and 2 horses. Pressed for time, he didn't haggle much and ended up with over 700 gold coins. After finishing these matters, Zhang Yi didn't plan to leave immediately. Having finally come to Greera City, he wasn't about to waste a trip. Of course, he wanted to visit Mentor Holin and maintain their relationship. At the gates of Hadi's academy, the wizard guard recognized him at a glance. After a quick registration, he was quickly admitted. Zhang Yi dropped off the remaining payment and Nick's carriage at the unloading area, then walked straight to the library. "Hello, I'm here to see Mentor Holin," he told the receptionist. She said the mentor was in class and had need to wait until it ended. "Would he like to leave a message?" Zhang Yi smiled and handed over 5 gold coins. The receptionist immediately brightened up and promised she'd take care of it. Zhang Yi expected to wait until class finished, but before long, the receptionist came out wearing a surprised look. "You may go and now. She's in the 6th reading section," she said. Zhang Yi was a bit surprised, but didn't ask further. He led Chi-Chi into the library and headed toward the 6th reading section. Arriving at library section 6, Zhang Yi saw a group of trainees gathered around a long table on the far side of the bookshelf. Each of them was holding a book, heads bowed as they meticulously copied notes, the soft scratching of pen tips filling the air. Holland leaned casually against a high stool, crossing her long legs elegantly, one knee draped over the other. She wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses that made her look both intelligent and subtly alluring. Spotting Zhang Yi, she closed her book and offered a faint smile. "Is there something you need?" Holland's voice was gentle, tinged with curiosity. Zhang Yi thought to himself that perhaps Mentor Holland did need him after all. Although he hadn't received any clear instructions, he had taken the initiative to come. A grin tugged at the corner of his mouth as he chuckled softly. Holland shot him a sideways glance. Haven't seen you in days, and you're still so smooth talking. Aren't you supposed to be in class? Why are you out here? Zhang Yi asked, glancing toward the other trainees. They looked up momentarily before returning their heads to their notes. Nothing special. I just wanted you to come teach these trainees a lesson, Holland explained. Teach a lesson? Zhang Yi blinked in surprise. Leaning closer, Holland lowered her voice. Some reckless brats are planning to team up and hunt silver-tier monsters. I want an experienced mercenary to talk to them about how dangerous that really is. Dangerous? Zhang Yi echoed, doubtful. Meeting Holland's serious, no-nonsense gaze, he didn't hesitate. Definitely dangerous. Students should focus on their studies at the academy, not go hunting monsters on a whim. Holland nodded in agreement. Exactly. Your job is to talk them out of it. I haven't even been assigned to an expedition yet, and you're giving me a mission? Zhang Yi smiled wryly. This is just to get you used to the role early on. So what do you say? Interested? I personally brewed some high mountain white peach tea as a reward. Holland teased gently. I'm in. Zhang Yi agreed without hesitation. Holland smiled with satisfaction and called out, Jerry, Arrow, Miris, Growlos, come over here. For trainees, about 17 or 18 years old, set down their writing and approached. This is an experienced mercenary. If you really plan to hunt the striped pythons, he's the one to ask, Holland introduced. The trainees looked at Zhang Yi, their eyes bright with curiosity and anticipation. Zhang Yi grinned widely. So you guys want to go off and get yourselves killed, huh? Heard from Mentor Holland that you're just dying to die? Holland quickly interrupted. When did I ever say that? But seeing Zhang Yi already playing the role, she said no more. Jerry retorted stubbornly, not dying, just hunting a striped python. The three of us are all silver 7 stars, and am even a silver 8 star. How could we be walking into death? Youthful arrogance shone brightly at a peak competitive age. Zhang Yi inwardly smiled to himself, just what he needed, to stir up their pride and teach them a hard lesson. So you think you can handle a striped python? He asked. The group confidently replied, of course. Miris raised his chin and explained, striped pythons generally rank between silver 4 and 6 stars, with only a few reaching silver 8 stars or above. Though these monsters are stronger than humans, we outnumber and outmatch them. If we hunt a python around silver 6, the hunt will definitely succeed. Zhang Yi nodded appreciatively. You've obviously done your homework. But then his expression grew serious. Have you thought about this? Just because you can handle a striped python, does that mean you'll make it out alive from their habitat? How wouldn't we? Jerry challenged. Jerry and the others were indignant on behalf of their abilities. Well, Zhang Yi shook his head and said firmly, you can't. Why not? The trainees protested. Zhang Yi dropped the smile and spoke earnestly. It's September, now the breeding season for striped pythons and most cold-blooded serpent monsters. Do you understand what that means? Miris and the others fell silent, contemplating. It means that if you encounter a single striped python, it won't be alone. You'll be facing a whole breeding group, clustered together. His words struck hard. The trainees' faces immediately paled. But Zhang Yi wasn't finished yet. Didn't see that coming, did you? Zhang Yi spread his hands with a teasing tone. These things rarely get recorded in books. Even if they do, you all obviously have no clue. He paused, scanning the group with his eyes before continuing. And even if you're lucky enough to encounter a lone banded python, don't get cocky. It's currently the tail end of their breeding season, when they're especially aggressive. A lone python usually means one of two things. Either it failed to find a mate and is pissed off as a single snake, or it's a female who's finished mating and is desperately looking for a place to lay eggs. Either way, their aggression is multiplied several times over. His expression grew serious, voice low but firm. Don't think the forest only has banded pythons. Do you know what banded pythons love to eat most? Another type of snake, one that isn't a threat to the python, but can easily kill a silver rank warrior with its venom, the red-patterned pit viper. Zhang Yi pressed on. It's also the breeding season for red-patterned pit vipers right now. At this time, their bright red scales fall off, leaving behind a camouflage color almost indistinguishable from their environment, making it easier for them to mate and lay eggs safely. He nodded slowly, his tone laced with disdain. The moment you step into the forest, you could be stepping on one of these extremely well-camouflaged pit vipers. Its venom attacks the blood. Tell me, did you bring any anti-venom? The air grew heavy. The faces of Jerry and the others flushed red. Zhang Yi had hit the nail on the head. They hadn't prepared for this concealed danger at all. We brought Miras' voice was low, tinged with helplessness. We brought universal snake anti-venom. Zhang Yi's grin was exaggerated. Not bad. That's not real anti-venom, but it can delay the venom's effects. You'll live long enough to struggle a little, and when it's all over, at least your body won't look so disgraceful dumped out in the wilderness. Holland's eyelids kept twitching. Had never expected this seemingly simple, burly man to be so biting and sarcastic. Jerry ground his teeth and glared at Zhang Yi, only to quickly look away, flushed, when caught by Zhang Yi's sharp gaze. Zhang Yi went on. Universal antivenom only slows the poison, buying you some extra time, but you won't be able to hold on to even that little chance. His eyes narrowed, voice dropping another notch. Now, let me ask you this: in the habitats where red-patterned pit vipers live, what else do you think shares their space? The trainees fell silent, hanging on his every word. That thing, I don't even know what it's called. Not in your encyclopedias either, because it's utterly inconspicuous. He flashed a sly smile, as if seeing through their ignorance. It's a mite, no bigger than a sesame seed, that loves the smell of snakes. It lives between their scales and feeds on their blood. The venom it carries may be insignificant, just enough to numb the snake a little so it doesn't feel the bite. But imagine thousands, maybe tens of thousands of these tiny creatures attaching themselves at once. Zhang Yi's gaze swept the surroundings, his voice dropping to a whisper. During breeding season, these mites multiply dramatically. Tall grass could be hiding thousands, even tens of thousands of them. They move silently when you trample through. Your body could be covered with hundreds, even thousands of these little parasites without you ever noticing. They bite into your skin, but you won't feel pain right away because their venom slowly numbs your nerves. After thousands of bites accumulate, the toxin builds up inside you, and you begin to feel your limbs weaken, your strength draining rapidly, until eventually standing or walking becomes a distant hope. At that point, all you can do is helplessly watch as those tiny bugs cover your entire body, black and dense like countless black sesame seeds tightly stuck to your skin, and no matter how you struggle, they won't come off. To feed more easily, these bugs even crawl into your nostrils, pores, and every crevice they can enter, gathering in clusters and invading wildly. Beneath your skin, you can see small, twitching lumps that look like moving goosebumps. Soon enough, you won't even see these writhing bumps anymore, because your eyes become a delicacy they hunger for. Zhang Yi described this scene vividly, and not only did Jelly and the others go pale instantly, but even the trainees nearby, who were diligently taking notes, all stopped and broke out in goosebumps. Smiling, Zhang Yi said, I gave this little bug a name, sesame mites. Sounds cute, right? Several people involuntarily stepped back several paces, eyes full of fear. Now, do you still want to go to that place? Zhang Yi asked. Jelly and the others exchanged looks and shook their heads, clearly reluctant and disappointed. Zhang Yi looked at them with satisfaction and said proudly, the best thing for you now is to focus on studying at the academy and stop thinking about such messy stuff. Hunting magical beasts is never glamorous. If I could study peacefully, I wouldn't waste time as a mercenary running into those terrifying things in the forest. Really? Jilly asked cautiously. False. Zhang Yi grinned mischievously. I just like being close to danger and horror. Everyone was speechless. If there's a chance later on, I can take you along to experience it firsthand. But for now, focus on class, boys. When you grow up, those scary things will seem as cute as kittens. With that, he patted the little baby, Chi affectionately. After a moment of silence, Jelly and the others nodded in agreement. Thank you, we understand. Don't thank me. You should thank Instructor Huolan. She's the one who really cares about you. As Zhang Yi finished speaking, Huolan came back to her senses, waved, and said with a smile, no need to be polite, it's my duty as your instructor. I won't watch you make foolish mistakes. Now go back and do your notes. Memorize everything you copied today, because I will check tomorrow. Understood. Jelly and the others nodded respectfully, then saluted Zhang Yi before returning to their studies. Huolan looked at Zhang Yi and smiled. Seems like you're well suited to be an instructor. Yeah, I think so too, Zhang Yi said, hands on hips with a big grin. Huolan suddenly whispered, that sesame, might you mention it real? Even I've never heard of such a terrifying bug. Zhang Yi leaned in and lowered his voice. Nope, I made it up. Huolan shook her head helplessly. You're really bad. Hee, but you can't deny I did a pretty good job with my mission, right? Zhang Yi said proudly. Definitely. Huolan smiled and nodded. So, where's my commission? Zhang Yi asked eagerly. Huolan couldn't help but laugh. Come with me. With that, she stretched out her long legs and headed toward the private room they had been in earlier. Before leaving, she reminded the students to take careful notes. Zhang Yi followed closely behind with Chi. Once inside, Huolan opened the cabinet to prepare some tea. After searching for a moment, she furrowed her brow and said, it looks like the commission might be a little late. No more flower tea? Zhang Yi asked. Huolan nodded, just as she noticed Zhang Yi pulling a bottle of Gaoshan white peach blossoms from his pouch. These blossoms can be brewed directly without drying. The fresher they are, the sweeter the tea tastes, while older ones turn bitter. Some people prefer the bitter taste and dry the flowers first, but Zhang Yi liked it fresh and sweet coincidentally, so did Huolan. Do you like it? Zhang Yi asked with a smile. Did you buy this? Huolan asked with surprise. No, Zhang Yi replied seriously. I picked these myself on Mount Alonas, not far from here. Chi can vouch for me. Really, meow? Picked them myself, meow? Chi piped up quickly but then shrank her neck. But coming down the mountain was terrifying, meow. Huolan felt a sudden warmth. She took the bottle, opened it, and inhaled carefully, showing a hint of bliss. You really preserve these well. Of course. This is specially prepared for you, so it has to be stored properly, Zhang Yi chuckled. For me? Hualan raised an eyebrow, giving him a pointed look. Didn't you just pick extra during a mission? Zhang Yi returned a perfectly calm face. No way. I really picked extra because I thought you would like it, definitely not just casually grabbed. Besides, these flowers grow on steep cliffs, not easy to pick. I guess I'll take your word for it, Hualan said, hugging the bottle happily like a little girl. Using her delicate fingers, she carefully picked apart each white peach blossom, removing stems and debris, then gently placed them into the teapot. She looked relaxed and even hummed softly as she worked. Zhang Yi rested his chin on his hand, watching her graceful figure fade into the room. A wave of joy swelled in his chest. Her blend of intelligence and playful charm always lifted his spirits. As the saying goes, beauty makes me happy. As for little kitten Chi-Chi, with milk to drink, biscuits to eat, and this big guy at her side, she couldn't have been more delighted. Ah, this is the life. Zhang Yi took a sip of the steaming floral tea, a look of contentment spreading across his face. Hualan smiled softly, lifted her cup to taste the tea, then rested her elbow on the table and propped her chin in her hand, her gaze tinged with curiosity. So, how's the promotion coming along? Zhang Yi stretched lazily and grinned. Just 3 golden-level missions left. I should have them all done within 5 days. That fast? Hualan raised her eyebrows in surprise. Of course. I'm a man determined to become a legendary mercenary, Zhang Yi said confidently, puffing out his chest. Oh, that's not exactly an easy dream to achieve, Hualan teased, a playful spark in her eyes. Anything linked to legendary isn't ever easy, she added softly, a gentle reminder. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes into a smile. True enough. Finding a legendary mercenary woman is even harder. Hualan paused for a moment, then caught on and laughed, giving Zhang Yi a light smack. So that's what you meant, huh? Zhang Yi smiled back without dodging. Sometimes, a touch like that can build rapport between two people. Right now, their teasing back and forth had completely relaxed Hualan, making her forget her role as mentor. This mentor persona feels like it doesn't even exist when I'm around her, Zhang Yi thought to himself. On the surface, he addressed her respectfully as mentor, but in reality, Head teased her more times than he could count. His playful banter was just subtle enough to feel like flirtation, though Hualan hadn't noticed yet. She lazily rested on the table and asked softly, so mercenaries like you, do you have a lot of free time? Zhang Yi leaned back into the soft sofa and replied, not bad. When we're not on a mission, it's basically all free time. That wouldn't mean no income though, right? Hualan raised an eyebrow. Zhang Yi chuckled, haha, exactly. That's why lazy mercenaries finish one job, then slack off for days. When we run out of money, we go pick up the next mission. Slack off. Hualan's eyes lit up instantly. Pretty much means I'm done for now. Zhang Yi joked in vivid detail, making Hualan giggle uncontrollably. That's so fitting. Sometimes I wish I could slack off too, Hualan said slowly, with a hint of helplessness in her voice. Oh, you don't like being a mentor? Zhang Yi seized the chance to ask. It's okay. I don't dislike it, but I'm not exactly fond of it either, she said, gently stirring the tea, the spoon clinking crisply. Honestly, I'd rather focus fully on magical research, not split my attention as a mentor. How come? Zhang Yi pretended to listen attentively, but was quietly pleased. When a woman shares her inner thoughts and interests like this, it means she feels comfortable around you. You like that closeness. The academy rules say if you want to do magic research, you have to mentor students unless you reach professor or master level, she explained, gazing into her cup. Focusing just on research is hard enough, but then I have to manage a bunch of young, bold students on top of that. I saw that earlier. It looked exhausting. Zhang Yi nodded, showing understanding. At times like this, empathy mattered more than words. Exactly, Hualan sighed wearily. But they're my students, so I have to take responsibility. Admiration shone in Zhang Yi's eyes. They're lucky to have you guiding them. Not every mentor can balance responsibility and wisdom, and on top of that, you're a beautiful mentor. That made Hualan's eyes brighten. A soft smile curved her lips. Thank you. Hearing that makes it all feel worthwhile again. Ha, you're welcome. Zhang Yi laughed heartily. Holland leaned in with a hint of concern in his voice. By the way, have you talked to Bai yet? She asked me to bring back a message in her school badge. She says she doesn't want to continue going to school. Zhang Yi nodded slowly, his tone dragging. Yeah, what? Holland jumped up, his face full of worry as he pressed. Did you agree to that? Of course not. Zhang Yi looked completely unfazed. Holland sighed in relief, but his voice held a slight reproach. Why are you only telling me this now? This is a big deal. Zhang Yi blinked. Because I've already dealt with it. Holland blinked back, asking, dealt with it? Dealt with what? Have you even tried to understand her? Zhang Yi didn't answer right away. Instead, he asked, of course. Holland nodded, but his gaze faltered under Zhang Yi's steady stare. Of course. I mean, I've gotten to know her a bit. She's talented, gifted even, perfect for a magic research role. She always excels at the magic research tasks I give her. Before he could finish, Zhang Yi shook his head to interrupt. Her life has been really tough. Holland froze, then said, I know about her situation, an orphan raised in a welfare home, living with an elderly person and a few kids, The family's pretty stretched thin. I've even used part of my research budget to support them. But that's not all. Zhang Yi looked Holland in the eye. Poverty is rough, sure, but she's endured it all these years. The support didn't change much. She even saves the money you give her because they're used to being frugal, especially after the Haidu new city policy tightened and they lost key income sources. They dare not spend that money recklessly. Life is still a struggle. What's worse, your favor has actually become a pressure on her studies. She's grateful. She appreciates everything you've done for her, and she pushes herself to complete every task you assign. But do you even know what she's been through at Haidu Academy? Holland shook his head silently, listening. Zhang Yi spoke slowly. When you came to the academy to select students for your team, it was a rare chance for everyone. They all wanted in. But choosing her was actually the start of her being ostracized. Am I right? After you picked her, you didn't stay at Haidu Academy, but went back to Hades, communicating by letter and remote tasks, scarcely meeting her? Holland nodded, silent. So those who weren't selected got jealous and bullied her at the academy. They used every trick to stop her from going to Hades. During class, they'd use magic to toss her books far away, kick her from behind, non-stop the whole lesson. She didn't fight back, but endured it quietly. After class, the bullying didn't end. People bumped into her in the halls, injuring her. Outside school, they framed her constantly. If it weren't for some kind souls and the boss helping, the expensive potion compensation alone would have crushed their already tight finances. To protect herself, she wore a mushroom-shaped hat to shield her head, and sweaters knitted by the elderly to avoid dirtying her clothes. The whole class, led by the bullies, ostracized and mocked her. And yet, she still delivered excellent work on the tasks you assigned. So tell me, Zhang Yi looked up, eyes fixed firmly on Holland. Should you really be happy about this? Holland lowered his head, avoiding Zhang Yi's gaze. His fingers clenched slightly, as if gripping an invisible rope. Zhang Yi sighed softly and said, so in that state, there was no way she could feel safe leaving the orphanage to study at Hades Academy. Holland bit his lip, his voice trembling as he asked, why didn't she resist? Zhang Yi replied slowly, those who bullied her had the power to easily take over the entire orphanage. Then didn't the Hades Academy care? Didn't the instructors notice? Holland asked anxiously. Zhang Yi shook his head calmly. Like I said before, not every teacher is responsible or wise. They wouldn't allow bad behavior in front of instructors. In fact, they might put on a friendly face while doing it. She was poor at expressing herself and never fought back, so the teachers never noticed the bullying. Even if they did, how many would risk offending powerful officials to protect her? Holland gritted his teeth and said fiercely, I would. Zhang Yi gave a slight smile as he looked at Holland. Exactly. That's why I said your student is lucky, but she was destined to be unlucky. He raised his teacup and took a sip. Holland fell silent, heavy emotions churning inside him. He quietly listened as Zhang Yi recounted the story, as if feeling a glimpse of that living hell. Zhang Yi didn't interrupt, giving him space to process. So what happened next? You said you solved it after a moment. Holland finally looked up, his eyes shining with hope. He desperately wanted Zhang Yi's words to be true. Zhang Yi smiled. Yes, I solved it. How? Holland asked eagerly. Zhang Yi briefly explained his actions. I first infiltrated Hades Academy, then they were stopped. That's how it went. He added, I also bought the orphanage, letting the old woman and children stay there. I'm going to truly improve their lives, solve their suffering at its root. And those who bullied her, unless those officials are fools, they won't allow her daughter to remain in that school. Then Zhang Yi suddenly asked, Holland, do you think what I did was a bit cruel? Holland looked at him and suddenly laughed. No, you did great. Really, really great. He laughed heartily, his eyes full of admiration. I knew it. Zhang Yi snapped his fingers and smiled. Thank you for telling me everything and for what you did for her. Thank you. Holland exhaled deeply, his gaze sincere. It was what I was supposed to do. Zhang Yi smiled. Really? Curious, Holland asked. Mercenaries don't usually do thankless tasks like that. You barely got anything out of it. Zhang Yi replied proudly. Who said I got nothing? I gained a lot. Oh, like what? Holland relaxed and smiled, feeling much lighter, knowing Bayanran was safe. Joy, pride, a bright future for an excellent magic researcher, and the thanks of a beautiful instructor. Zhang Yi's tone was full of anticipation. She's going to take me out to dinner, right? Holland couldn't help but laugh aloud, thinking this guy had some nerve, but oddly enough, he didn't dislike it. Nor could he refuse. Compared to a single dinner, what Zhang Yi did for Bai was the real sacrifice. In comparison, she felt her own little subsidy was truly insignificant. She smiled and nodded. Yes, I will. Zhang Yi, see? I've gained so much, Hualan said. Ha ha ha, no doubt about it. Chi-Chi watched the two of them smiling at each other, tilting her little head to one side. She felt their conversation was really complicated. Is this how smart people communicate? She felt a bit envious. But not tonight. Hualan shifted the topic. Hearing you say that, I feel like I've been a really irresponsible mentor. I'm planning to set off for Haidu tonight. So, talented mercenary, are you willing to accept your mentor's escort request? Of course. Zhang Yi snapped his fingers. Then I'll go get ready. We'll leave at noon. Hualan said impatiently. No problem. Zhang Yi nodded. With a few hours before noon, Zhang Yi planned to complete some gold-level tasks first. Task location, Niumulan. 2 tasks. One was to help Eli find the liquor flower herb, and another was to hunt a gold-level beast, the horned wild bull, and obtain its horn. Of course, if he could get the horn without killing it, that would be even harder, but the task only required the horn anyway. Starting from Jelala City to Niumulan was closer than from Haidu, about 80 kilometers. At Zhang Yi's speed, a round trip would take under an hour, leaving about 3 hours for the tasks. After completing the 2 gold-level tasks and escorting Hualan to Haidu, he would go to the dock to pay Nick the final installment for the liquor delivery. That would mean finishing 3 gold-level tasks in total. Then only 1 gold-level promotion task was left: debt collection. Thinking this, Zhang Yi felt proud. No wonder I'm so efficient. You go prepare first. They'll take care of 2 gold-level tasks on the side. Let's meet at the school gate at 12. Zhang Yi stood up and said. Okay, Hualan nodded. Although a bit surprised by Zhang Yi's casual attitude, Hualan had no doubt he could complete 2 gold-level tasks in such a short time. After 2 interactions, she had a basic understanding of this big Ye was a dependable giant. After bidding farewell to his mentor Hualan, Zhang Yi left the carriage and final payment at the unloading area of Haidu's Academy. It was very safe here, no need to worry about thieves. After all, those who could attend Haidu's Academy wouldn't bother stealing. Zhang Yi took Chi-Chi and switched into full sprint mode. The little cat was tossed around so much that it almost spit out the milk it had just drunk. When they arrived at Niumulan, Chi-Chi looked unhappy. Zhang Yi laughed apologetically. The poor thing was motion sick. She's carsick on top of being around Zhang Yu had a combo. After resting for a while, Zhang Yi took Chi-Chi into Niumulan. The horned wild bull was a huge beast, so it wasn't hard to find. They were 3 to 4 meters tall, 5 to 6 meters long, resembling rhinos, but more massive and ferocious. When they walked, the ground trembled slightly, leaving wide footprints. Soon, Zhang Yi found the footprints of a horned wild bull. In his past life, mercenaries in the wasteland were called wasteland hounds, not only because mercenaries were as fierce and ruthless as hunting dogs, but also because those who thrived in the wasteland all possessed powerful tracking skills like hounds. Zhang Yi was one of the best. With such large footprints and traces left along the way, it would have been hard for Zhang Yi not to find the horned wild bull. After a while, he spotted the Targeta 3-star golden horned wild bull. Among creatures of the same level, magical beasts are generally more formidable than humans, a natural advantage rooted in their racial talents. Take the golden 3-star rank as an example. The rhinoceros-like brute far surpasses Melbourne, whom Zhang Yi once knocked down with a single hammer strike. Its strength roughly 5 to 6 times greater, and its defense equally impressive. Coupled with its massive size, even 10 Melbournes working together would struggle to budge a single rhinoceros brute. But the reality is more complex than a simple contest of brute force. Magical beasts possess innate magical abilities, but their variety and quantity are usually limited. Low-level beasts often have only 1 or 2 talents, and some have none at all. Humans differ in this respect. Warriors can learn combat techniques, mages focus on spell casting, and numerous professions can master hundreds or even thousands of universal spells. Thanks to intelligence and a rich skill set, humans without physical superiority can still overpower equal or stronger beasts through overwhelming magical power. This showcases the tremendous strength of magic. Of course, when facing the rhinoceros brute, even Melbourne's efforts fall short. And Zhang Yi astonishingly doesn't even know a single universal spell. I mention all this to make one thing clear. In a head-to-head clash, humans rarely defeat magical beasts. More importantly, Zhang Yi is a complete anomaly. Because the very first thought that crossed his mind upon seeing that rhinoceros brute was, I want to go head-to-head with this giant. The rhinoceros brute's enormous horn bore 3 distinct grooves, each representing a star level. 3 grooves confirmed its status as a golden 3-star beast. As an apex golden grade creature of this forest, it had few natural enemies and stood calmly in the open meadow, chewing grass leisurely, unfazed by any threat. This was the reality. There were hardly any platinum grade beasts here, so others didn't dare provoke this towering giant measuring 4 meters tall and 5 or 6 meters long. Zhang Yi was entirely different. Unconcerned, he swaggered openly into the brute's line of sight, casually tossed his heavy hammer aside into the grass, and waved at the beast with a teasing smirk. Come on, let's have a go. Though the brute couldn't understand his words, it sensed the provocation. As the forest's top predator, the rhinoceros brute responded to trespassing bipedal beasts in only one way: with its sharp horn. It swallowed the grass in its mouth, turned to face Zhang Yi, the half-meter-wide horn aimed squarely at him. Its flared nostrils exhaled hot air, and its massive forehooves scraped the ground, ready to charge. From the tree, Chi-Chi watched tensely. Hearing Zhang Yi say he intended to match strength with the rhinoceros brute, Chi-Chi reacted as any normal person would, with surprise and disbelief. The brute title was well earned, not only for its ferocity, but incredible power. Among golden grade beasts, the rhinoceros brute's strength ranked among the very top. A human daring to fight at Hedon seemed utterly ridiculous. But Zhang Yi was confident. Deep down, he knew giants were more than just enormous in size. Suddenly, a deep, guttural bellow rumbled from the brute's mouth, and it charged forward like a tank. Its heavy footsteps struck the earth so forcefully that even Chi-Chi crouched in the tree felt the ground tremble. Yet Zhang Yi did not dodge or back away. He bent slightly, arms wide open, ready to meet the wild assault Hedon. An excited smile played on his lips as he awaited the impending collision. The single-horned wild bull advanced step by step, its sharp horn glinting with a cold, menacing light under the sun. Chi-Chi had no doubt that even a solid wall couldn't withstand the bull's chargite would surely be smashed apart. Zhang Yi obviously wasn't foolish enough to meet that deadly horn with his chest. That would be suicide, not a contest of strength. The bull was almost upon him now, the horn nearly piercing his body. At that moment, Zhang Yi suddenly turned sharply to the side and crouched low. The horn grazed just above his shoulder by mere inches. Instead of moving forward, Zhang Yi retreated slightly, pressing his shoulder firmly between the horn and the bull's massive head. His arms tensed to steel, palms gripping the huge, hard skull tightly. Then the bull unleashed its full ferocity, pushing Zhang Yi to the side and forcing him backward. But his legs remained rock-steady, on knee bent and dug into the ground. The other leg stretched back in a near-straight line from heel through hip to shoulder, maximizing his leverage. Over the course of being pushed back, Zhang Yi shifted some 15 or 16 meters, yet the bull's initial charge gradually slowed, until finally it stopped 30 meters back. Deep furrows marked the ground, carved by Zhang Yi's feet sinking so firmly his ankles were half buried in the earth, as though the soil had been packed to its limits. The bull's eyes widened in shock. It could hardly believe such a biped so much smaller in size could hold its charge so firmly. Without the initial momentum, the bull couldn't have budged him. Zhang Yi's stance was nearly perfect, absorbing most of the impact with unyielding resolve. Standing almost 2 meters tall beside the formidable bull, he was like a wall of iron. To the bull, Zhang Yi was no longer just a man, but an unstoppable steel war machine. Now it's my turn. Zhang Yi pressed his forehead against the bull's massive skull, a confident smirk crossing his face. Then his eyes snapped wide open like a fierce tiger's. With a roar, his muscles stiffened instantly. Blood surged like a tempest into his fibers, veins bulging, back and thigh muscles tightening like coiled beasts, swelling so hard his pants tore with the strain. His bent leg fired up with explosive power. With Zhang Yi's guttural roar, both man and bull moved simultaneously. The bull's steady hooves stamped the ground, but it began to be pushed backward uncontrollably. Its heavy nostrils flared violently, pounding its hooves in desperate resistance. But no matter how it struggled, retreat was inevitable. Chi-Chi watched from the tree, awestruck. This was no mere battle between man and beast, it looked like a duel of monsters. From the very first step, Zhang Yi had seized the advantage, growing ever stronger as he relentlessly forced the bull back along the path it had charged. Then Zhang Yi roared again, patterns of vital energy swirling around him, intensifying his power even more. Even harder to believe was the surge of magic within him, though. He could only summon less than 5% of his available mana. It was enough to boost his strength beyond limits. Magical energy flooded his body like a rushing torrent. Get up! Zhang Yi's shout shook the earth. Suddenly the bull's front hooves left the ground as its body spun uncontrollably. In that instant, Zhang Yi unleashed everything. The bull couldn't resist and crashed to the ground with a thunderous crash, dust rising in a cloud. Sweating heavily, Zhang Yi smiled victoriously. You lost. The loser has to leave something behind. Watching the unsteady, battered unicorn bull stumble away, Zhang Yi weighed the thick, heavy bull horn in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. Though that swing had stung his wrist, it wasn't fatal, had essentially spared the bull's life. But Zhang Yi wasn't being merciful. The struggle had helped him deepen the reserve of his magical power. His mana reservoir was now over 98 full. Since the mission was accomplished and his spirits were high, he decided to let the massive beast go. After all, he did everything according to his mood. Zhang Yi glanced around calmly and said, next step, we just need to find the hops herb. Found it, meow? Kiki suddenly called out. What? Zhang Yi blinked and turned toward Kiki. That big bull was just over there eating hops, Kiki said excitedly, a hint of pride in her voice as she pointed to a nearby patch of grass. No way, that lucky break is unbelievable. Zhang Yi laughed out loud. They walked over to the spot where the bull had been grazing and sure enough, a thick carpet of green hops was there. The bull had devoured half of it, but plenty remained, enough to complete the task, and then some. Zhang Yi quickly harvested all the hops, looked up at the time less than an hour had passed. Loaded up, it was time to head back to town. He hoisted the heavy hammer and waved to Kiki perched on his shoulder. Kiki nimbly jumped to the other side. Zhang Yi sucked in a breath and warned quietly, little kitty, sit on the other side. His shoulders scraped. Earlier, head braced against the sharp bull horn with his right shoulder, which was now badly rubbed raw, streaked with red bruises and faint traces of fresh blood. Seeing this, Kiki quickly switched sides, and then pulled a bottle of intermediate healing potion from the bag, ready to apply it directly onto Zhang Yi's wound. No need. This scratch isn't serious, just a good night's sleep will fix it. Zhang Yi waved the offer away. Kiki stared at the swollen red patch, her ears twitching as she muttered, "That's a little injury? If that was me, half my back would be covered, but you do heal fast, so fine, I'll hold this one back for now." On the road, Zhang Yi hummed happily. Kiki's gaze drifted downward and she couldn't help but blurt out, "Big guy, I think you need new pants, meow." Zhang Yi looked, and sure enough the old pants were ripped along a long seam, stretched tight over his bulging thigh muscle like a tattered rag tied around his leg. He gave a resigned nod. "Yeah, you're right." Back in Glyra City, Zhang Yi stopped by the market, bought a new pair of pants, and restocked supplies. Before long, Huolan emerged from the academy and spotted Zhang Yi waiting by his carriage. "You're wearing new pants?" Huolan couldn't help but stare at the bright new trousers. It wasn't that she cared about trivial details, but these pants were impossible to miss. Unlike his old ones, this pair was covered in colorful maple leaves, yellow, red, orange layers overlapping like blazing autumn foliage. The eye-catching shorts paired with Zhang Yi's honest yet slightly roguish look made it impossible not to notice. "How do they look?" Zhang Yi raised his hand and seemed even more pleased with his choice. Zhang Yi's face was full of confidence as he smiled and asked, "Pretty sharp, huh?" "The boss said this is the season's hottest item." Huolan couldn't help but laugh out loud, thinking to herself that this big guy was really full of himself. The topic of pants was soon dropped, and the group quickly set off. Looking at Huolan sitting beside him, Zhang Yi casually said, "I thought you had your own private carriage." Huolan pursed her lips. "I used to, but I sold it." "Sold it? Were you short on cash?" Zhang Yi asked, surprised. "Oh." Huolan nodded with a hint of helplessness and explained, "Magic research burns through money. Even when I bought wolf demon corpse pieces from you before, I had to bargain." A smile flickered in her eyes as she teasingly added half-jokingly, "So, how about it? Outstanding mercenary? Want to sponsor our magic research team?" The usually cool, dignified Minter revealed a playful, sly expression that made Zhang Yi laugh. "Of course, I'm willing to sponsor 1,000,000 gold." Huolan froze and widened her eyes. "Are you serious?" Zhang Yi chuckled and added, "But only once I've earned that much." A slight grin tugged at Huolan's lips as she rolled her eyes, thinking she only meant to tease him, but ended up thoroughly entertained by this unruly big guy. The journey was long, so Huolan and Zhang Yi started chatting. "When did you come to Haidu?" Huolan asked. "A few days ago," Zhang Yi replied. "What brings you to Haidu?" she asked, curious. "To be a mercenary," Zhang Yi said. "I heard Haidu is also called the city of mercenaries, so I wanted to develop my skills here." "There are indeed many mercenaries in Haidu, but if we're talking about the true city of mercenaries, that's Normanwos," Huolan responded. "Where's that?" Zhang Yi asked with interest. Huolan was a bit surprised. "You're a mercenary but haven't heard of Normanwos? Should I know about it instead?" Zhang Yi shot back. "Of course I do. It's the birthplace of 7 legendary mercenaries," Huolan said seriously. "Humph. Then when I get there, he'll become the 8th legendary mercenary," Zhang Yi declared boldly. Huolan smiled, appreciating his confidence. "You'll have to work hard. Even top-tier mercenaries don't get noticed there easily. Normanwos isn't a place anyone can just go to." She explained that this independent city-state was located on another continent. To reach it, one must cross 3 empires and a dozen small realms, each checkpoint a tough challenge. Currently, the Highbaugh Empire was at war with the Ironblood Empire, and passage to Normanwos required going through the Ironblood Empire. Zhang Yi pondered this. The Highbaugh Empire dominated his own region. Empires on the continent were like stubborn blackheads. Once one was squeezed out, another popped up. The small kingdoms were more like weeds, cut down only to grow back. "Is there any way other than traveling overland?" Zhang Yi asked. Huolan looked into the distance and slowly said, "There is the sea route. Normanwos faces the ocean, just like Haidu. The sea route is much faster, but also much more dangerous. Sea monsters there are stronger than those on land, and countless pirates lie in wait." She spoke seriously, "So my suggestion is the land route, but if you enjoy challenges and adventure, the sea route isn't bad either." "Then I choose the sea route." Zhang Yi beamed with a big grin. Huolan glanced at him and continued, "But I heard the queen of the Ironblood Empire is very beautiful." "Land route. Definitely land route." Zhang Yi interrupted without hesitation. "And the pirate queen ruling the seas is no less formidable," Huolan teased. Minter Huolan. Zhang Yi suddenly asked seriously, "Do you know how to use clone magic? If so, you must teach me." Huolan's mouth opened slightly, momentarily speechless. There was no further discussion about whether to travel by land or by sea, since it had been only a casual joke. Besides, Zhang Yi had no plans to leave Haidu anytime soon. Zhang Yi was someone who truly cherished the present moment. When it came to the future, he gave it only a passing thought. After all, who could predict what tomorrow might bring? As night deepened, the temperature gradually dropped. When Zhang Yi went out, he bought 2 blankets at the market, one for Chi-Chi, and the other intended for Huolan. Huolan took the blanket with a smile playing at the corner of her lips. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. Zhang Yi replied with a casual tone. I'm just joking, I'm a gentleman. After all. A gentleman? Aren't you a mercenary? Hualan teased, her smile light and playful. Who says mercenaries can't be gentlemen? I call myself a merchant. Zhang Yi said confidently. Mercenary gentleman? Hualan laughed even harder. No, mercenary gentleman, Zhang Yi corrected firmly. Hualan burst into laughter. At that moment, a howl echoed from afar, reverberating long across the vast fields. Zhang Yi looked toward the sound, and several pairs of eerie green eyes flickered like ghostly flames along the edge of the distant forest. Wolves, Zhang Yi said calmly. Are they dangerous? Hualan asked, though there was no trace of tension on her face. Nothing to worry about, just a small pack of wolves. They know humans are tough and won't approach the trade routes easily, Zhang Yi explained. Then he suddenly remembered something. By the way, Instructor Hualan, there's something I've been meaning to ask. Hualan nodded encouragingly. Go ahead. You mentioned that wolf demons have appeared near Haidu. What does that mean exactly? The topic suddenly turned heavy. The words wolf demon carried a chilling gravity. For a moment, the atmosphere grew tense and still. Do you mean there could be a bloodland nearby? Hualan asked. Yes, I've considered that possibility, Zhang Yi nodded. That's why I was asking you about that bloody place before. Hualan answered calmly. Wolf demons are different from bloodfish or blood eyes. Those creatures rely entirely on the blood energy of the bloodlands and cannot stray far. But wolf demons are more advanced, they can roam far to hunt. This area falls under the Empire's patrol squads, who regularly check the region. If a bloodland truly appears, the surrounding cities would be warned immediately. Since there's been no news, that wolf demon most likely wandered here from some distant bloodland. Is that a common occurrence? Zhang Yi pressed. Not at all, Hualan replied. Blood creatures don't naturally belong to this world. They're rare. But bloodlands are steadily encroaching on our world. In the future, there will be more bloodlands and more blood creatures. The only way to stop the invasion is to cut off the source of the blood energy. Zhang Yi nodded silently, reflecting for a moment before asking, what would happen if a bloodland really appeared nearby? That would be a disaster, Hualan said gravely. Every birth of a bloodland signals terror and death. History has seen several massive blood waves, each bringing unimaginable catastrophe to the continent. If a bloodland took root near here, would have to unite all the surrounding cities' forces to fight it. Otherwise, once formed, even a city as strong as Grayla would be consumed by the blood corruption. Zhang Yi suddenly inquired, what level is the strongest warrior in Grayla City? The Lord of Grayla, a wind whisperer named Meyer Estria, Hualan answered. Holland. Zhang Yi nodded slightly. Having the exclusive title of Wind Whisperer meant that the Lord of Meyer City was a title-level powerhouse. This ranking system was divided into 2 tiers. The lower 5 ranks were bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and mithril. The upper 5 ranks were ballad, title, epic, legendary, and divine. Title-level warriors were already incredibly strong. And what about you? Zhang Yi asked again. Me? I'm just a small-time platinum-level mage, Holland replied coolly. Platinum? That's impressive. I'm only a silver 5, Zhang Yi said with a hint of envy. He wasn't really admiring the platinum rank as much as the fact that Holland was a mage. Silver? Holland's face showed surprise. You're only silver? She had previously asked the mage at the gate about Zhang Yi's registration details. The records only showed Zhang Yi as a bronze-level mercenary, without specifying the exact rank. Obviously, the bronze-level mercenary title didn't reflect his true strength after all. Even Zhang Yi himself was registered as bronze when he first signed up. She had assumed that someone capable of taking down a wolf demon alone would be at least a high gold-level warrior, so she was surprised to learn he was only silver. Yup, silver 5, Zhang Yi said, gently activating the blood rune on his arm. 5 silver halos flickered faintly, revealing clear patterns. Holland stared at him in silence for a long moment before asking, how old are you? Zhang Yi glanced at Chi-Chi beside him and answered softly, 18. His real age was 16, but since Chi-Chi was 17, he gave an older age so it wouldn't feel awkward calling her Kitty. You're only 18. Holland was even more astonished. I thought you were at least 25. Zhang Yi, do I look old? Zhang Yi pointed at his cheek, a little puzzled. Not really, it's just. Holland trailed off, struggling to explain. Zhang Yi had the youthful face of an honest, straightforward boy no older than 20. But his solid muscles weren't typical for a normal 18-year-old. More importantly, his mannerisms, way of handling things, and rich experience gave off a maturity that unconsciously made Holland see him as an adult rather than a peer. She smiled wryly. Can't blame you, it's not like you're a forever 18-year-old girl. Zhang Yi shrugged helplessly. You were just surprised a moment ago. Holland laughed softly. I can't stay 18 forever either. Still, Zhang Yi's words clearly brightened her mood after all. Nobody refuses compliments about looking young, unless someone said she looked even younger. 18, silver 5, almost like my trainees. But none of them can hunt wolf demons alone, Holland said with a sigh. Zhang Yi was quite proud. Of course not. I'm the best. You're quite the bragger. Holland covered her mouth and laughed, then added, you have talent. With your gift, Getting into hotties would be no problem. So why choose to be a mercenary? This was her second time asking. Last time Zhang Yi brushed it off with a joke, but she remained curious. The longer they spent together, the greater her interest in this big guy grew. Because I love this line of work, just like you love magic research, Zhang Yi said with a faint smile. Others might think mercenaries were forced into a brutal life by circumstance. But in reality, some are different like me. Money, fame, or becoming a legend, that's not why I'm a mercenary. So what's the real reason? Holland's curiosity deepened. Zhang Yi looked at her, pulled out a cigarette, and asked, mine? Go ahead, Holland nodded. He lit the cigarette, leaned against the side of the carriage, held the reins in one hand, cigarette between fingers in the other, exhaling thin smoke that drifted away with the night wind. What I love is freedom. Not the carefree kind that's the caged bird's dream in a castle. The freedom I seek is to live outside the rules. What's the difference between these two kinds of freedom? Holland's gaze lingered on Zhang Yi's profile as she asked quietly. Zhang Yi held a cigarette between his lips, exhaling thick clouds of smoke. Though a hint of youthful innocence still lingered on his face, his eyes revealed a steady, untamed charisma that made Holland involuntarily fall into thought. Of course there's a difference, he said in a calm, deep voice. He paused, then continued to explain. The first is running away from rules. The second is breaking through them. Holland looked puzzled, so Zhang Yi gave an example. Imagine a little princess raised in a castle, living in luxury, but forbidden to leave the palace. Driven by curiosity, one day she flees into the wide world beyond. There are no palace rules there. She can run freely, try new things, and do whatever she wants. Zhang Yi slowed his voice, his eyes shining faintly. But one day, the king sends guards to find her, and she can only run away. After all, she's a princess, not a mighty warrior. She can't fight the guards. If caught, she'll be locked up back in the castle. When they finally do catch her, she angrily curses the power and walls that bind her, loudly singing about her dreams. His tone tinged with bitterness. Then she's locked up again, in that golden cage. She can't truly resist the rules, only avoid them. Even if she escapes briefly, the rules will come back. That is the canary's kind of freedom. Holland watched intently, unable to look away. What about the other kind of freedom? She asked, anticipation in her voice. Zhang Yi smiled slightly. That's a different story. He raised his hands as if painting a picture. There's a little princess, raised in the palace with all the same comforts. But she refuses to be bound by the rules. One day she smashes through the palace walls with a punch and strides out the gates. Holland raised a brow. And then, when the guards come after her, she easily tosses them aside and continues to roam freely. Tired from playing, she returns to the palace. The next day, she finds the king has locked her room even tighter. She simply breaks the lock and goes right back out. Zhang Yi's pace quickened, excitement growing in his voice. Later, when the kingdom is invaded, she doesn't hesitate to strike at the invaders' base herself, crushing them in a single blow. The kingdom is peaceful again, and she can enjoy her life without worry. Holland was momentarily speechless. Zhang Yi's laughter was rebellious. That hat's true freedom, living beyond the rules. He paused, eyes sharp. Mercenaries are people like that. But most of the mercenaries I've seen never reach that level. They can't become legends. Holland's eyes flickered as she smiled teasingly. Are you that kind of mercenary? Zhang Yi nodded without hesitation. Of course. What makes you different from ordinary mercenaries? She pressed. He twisted in his seat to ease the stiffness, then answered simply. Others serve money, fame, or women. But I only serve myself. Other mercenaries, no matter how many brutal kills they've made, bow and scrape before the queen of the Iron Blood Empire, becoming her pawns. Holland looked at him expectantly. And you? Zhang Yi's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. The Iron Blood Queen has to pay the right price for me to kneel. Holland couldn't help laughing out loud. I thought you'd say, I'm a man never kneel. Zhang Yi chuckled softly. The glowing tip of his cigarette flickered as smoke drifted slowly from his lips. Even on the battlefield, not even death can force me to kneel. Unless death can pay my price. So what if the enemy is an empress? Even if she commands millions to hunt me down, I'd still face her, spit in her face, and curse her ancestors to their 18th generation before I die. But if she dared to plant a kiss on me, I'd drop to one knee immediately and call her my dear. Holland laughed softly at those words, her delicate shoulders trembling. You're such a madman, she said. Thanks for the compliment, Zhang Yi replied with a smug hum. It was late, yet Holland felt no tiredness at all. The little cat was already fast asleep on Zhang Yi's back, but she wanted to keep talking with him. Perhaps it was his humor and charm, or his unique way of thinking and captivating aura. All of it pulled her in strongly. More than that, she realized the canary's freedom Zhang Yi mentioned was exactly the feeling she was experiencing right now. So they ended up talking well into the night. Aren't you tired? I hear mages need to stay sharp, Zhang Yi asked, looking at her. Holland yawned softly, eyes half closed. A little. I usually go to bed early. You can still sleep now, we're only halfway there. He'll wake you when we arrive, Zhang Yi said. All right, Holland replied, wrapping herself tighter in her blanket and leaning against him. With bright eyes sparkling with mischief, she asked, do you mind? Zhang Yi smiled faintly, relaxed. Whatever you want. Then good night, mercenary, she said. Sweet dreams, Instructor Holland, Zhang Yi said, gently flicking the reins to slow the carriage. Holland noticed, but said nothing, smiling as she closed her eyes and quickly fell asleep. On the long ride through the wilderness, she normally slept lightly and stayed alert, but this night, she slept deeply. In her dream, she became a canary not cautiously sneaking out of a cage, but shattering it easily and soaring free, savoring the pure joy of freedom. When she woke, though, her mood felt heavy. A loud clash of combat sounds had startled her awake. Opening her eyes, she was surprised to find not the entertaining big guy Zhang Yi beside her, but his warhammer. Something was pressed over her ears, turning her head. She saw Chi-Chi tightly covering her ears with both hands. Noticing she was awake, Chi-Chi stuck out her tongue and withdrew her hands, her gaze focused ahead. Only then did Holland see a dozen or so bodies sprawled unconscious on the ground around the carriage. Zhang Yi stood at the front of the carriage, fists clenched tight, fresh blood staining his knuckles. His maple leaf shorts fluttered in the sharp morning breeze. Before him stood dozens of muscular men wielding swords and knives, but their faces now showed more fear and hesitation than aggression. Chubby, the instructor's awake, meow? Chi-Chi called out. Zhang Yi looked back with a smile tinged by apology. Sorry for waking you. It's fine, Holland frowned, eyes narrowing on the group. Bandits? No, they're from the Haidu crab gang. They tried to kill me, so I had to kill them, Zhang Yi said, shaking his head. Holland nodded with a teasing tone. Why didn't you wake me? I could have taken care of these guys alone and missed the chance to see the beauty of you sleeping. Honestly, I'd already sentenced them to death. Zhang Yi smirked. One-sided death sentence. That made Holland smile, wiping away the gloom that had clouded her after waking. As they spoke, a sharp glimmer flashed in the eyes of a man lurking behind the others. Seizing the moment when Zhang Yi turned to talk, he suddenly raised his hand and hurled a fist-sized fireball. Zhang Yi felt a wave of heat surge toward him, but showed no surprise or attempt to dodge. Though he rarely fought mages, this one was hardly formidable. The attacker was a golden rank 4-star mage. His fireball was potent, but Zhang Yi's mana power rivaled an advanced golden rank. A quick weave of his magic shield would render the fireball harmless. He planned to absorb the blast, then strike close, when a bone-chilling wind suddenly swept over them, carrying a flurry of fierce snow. The fireball was instantly snuffed out midair. In the next breath, those dozens of men and the fire mage were frozen solid, trapped like ice sculptures. Zhang Yi looked on in surprise, and then glanced at Holland. She crossed her arms as frost crept up her sleeves, lightly pushing up her gold-rimmed glasses with a smile. Don't underestimate a Haidu's Academy instructor, big guy. Zhang Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stared at the crab gang members frozen solid like ice sculptures. This area control magic in Little Karami was incredibly efficient. No matter how many opponents he could take down with a single punch, it simply didn't compare. He couldn't help but feel a deep sense of envy. Holland noticed the admiration shining in Zhang Yi's gaze and smiled with satisfaction. Then, she lifted her chin and glanced at the blood dripping from Zhang Yi's fist. You're hurt. Zhang Yi chuckled softly and shook his head. No, that's their blood. He gave his hand a quick shake and washed it clean, then tidied up the money and gear from the fallen gang members, stacking everything neatly on the cart. Once the three were done, they set off again. By now, they were just a few dozen kilometers from Seaport City. Over the grassy hill ahead, the silhouette of the city began to come into view. What was that move called? After several minutes of holding it in, Zhang Yi finally burst out with the question on the road. A chill blew through the air. It was platinum-level ice magic. Holland smiled at him. Oh, you want to learn it? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Zhang Yi nodded repeatedly, practically bursting with eagerness. Holland laughed heartily. So that's the real reason you want to get into magic school? Humph, you can't hide anything from your clever mentor. Zhang Yi grinned slyly. I want to learn, but I assume there's a fee? A mischievous glint flickered across Holland's eyes. That's the mercenary code. Zhang Yi's eyes went wide. Wow, no way. Holland winked playfully. All right then. Zhang Yi just laughed and shook his head helplessly. Honestly, even if you taught me, I wouldn't be able to learn. Why? You're so confident, and still no faith in yourself? Holland sounded surprised. To her, Zhang Yi had always been full of confidence. She thought he'd shamelessly cling to her for lessons. Zhang Yi spread his hands, a trace of helplessness in his voice. It's not about confidence, it's that my magic power is strange. Not ordinary magic power, something different. Before Holland could ask, Kiki nearby couldn't help bursting out laughing. Holland gave an exasperated look. All right, what's so different about it? Zhang Yi explained. It can't resonate with starlight, so it can't form magic orbs, nor release or condense energy outward. I talked to the village mage before. He promised to teach me magic. The process of casting magic uses your power to condense starlight, then arranges the starlight in patterns. Combined with magic runes formed by power, these link to build a magic array. Finally, you inject your power to amplify the effect. Basically, if you can release magic power, you can cast magic, right? Holland nodded in agreement. Yeah, that's about right. Your village mage is pretty skilled. He's a gold-level mage, a veteran of the Empire's army. Our village has many retired soldiers, Zhang Yi added. He taught me several common magic array patterns. Normally, as long as you can release magic power, you can cast. But my magic power can't resonate, can't form starlight, can't gather or release energy, he said, extending his finger as a faint bluish light flickered at the tip. Zhang Yi tried to condense his magic power at his fingertip. Because he had very little freely controllable magic left, less than 1%, the bluish magic rune formed a line in midair. He pulled his hand back, but the rune vanished instantly, not even lasting through a blink. What was going on? Holland gasped, her mouth wide with surprise. Then she extended her finger, and a burst of blue light shot out from her fingertip, forming a straight magical rune in the air. The rune lasted for over 10 seconds before gradually fading away midair. This was the true sign of stable mana flow. Holland stared at Zhang Yi and said, "Try releasing your magic again." "Let me see." Zhang Yi nodded, took a deep breath, and let out another bit of magical energy from within himself. This was all he had left. Before Holland woke up, Zhang Yi had once explosively released magic in an instant to forcibly block a fireball, which drained him heavily. Now, his free magical reserves were nearly exhausted. Holland carefully observed the magic Zhang Yi released, then nodded slightly after a moment. "Have we found the cause?" Zhang Yi asked anxiously. "Did you?" She shook her head, but added, "There's no direct illness or defect, but I noticed something unusual. Your magical power isn't weak. The quality of the dissipated mana is even higher than the silver tier level. However, your magic seems not very active. It's inert, like it's not fully awakened. It can't stay stable in the air and quickly disperses once cast. Because of this, no matter how I try, I can't learn your magic." Zhang Yi fell silent and sighed softly, a little dejected. But he quickly regained determination, his eyes shining as he looked at Holland. "Still, I will never give up easily. I want to enter Hadi's academy and see if I can find a way to learn magic." Holland smiled, a hint of admiration in her eyes. "I thought you might have given up already." "No way," Zhang Yi said firmly, lifting his head. "No matter what, I'm going to learn magic." "Why so determined?" Holland could see he had a special obsession with magic. Zhang Yi smiled and explained, "Magic is just more convenient than fists. Just now you saw when I shot that cold wave, everything instantly turned into ice sculptures. Others were so envious of that scene. That was really beautiful, and cool and beautiful." Holland blinked her bright eyes curiously. "Why did you say beautiful twice?" Zhang Yi sent her a sly, "You know what I mean, look. One is the magic that's beautiful. The other is that the magician is beautiful." Holland couldn't help but laugh out loud. Being with this burly guy always made her especially happy. "In that case," Holland smiled, "maybe I can help you a bit." "Really?" Zhang Yi's face lit up with surprise. In fact, he had been hoping to hear just that. "Don't forget, I'm a professional magic researcher. Our magic research program includes courses on magical energy and magic itself. Maybe we can find a way for you to learn magic." Zhang Yi grinned. "That's great. Exactly what I need. So how do you plan to thank me?" Holland rested her chin in her hand, smiling warmly. Zhang Yi responded seriously, "You'll work hard and earn 1 million. Holland couldn't help but chuckle aloud. "Then you'd better get to work," she teased. "Absolutely." Chi-Chi raised her paw quietly. "I'll help too, meow." Although she didn't understand magic research, she knew Zhang Yi desperately needed support and was determined to help. "Looks like I need to work even harder and make that 1 million, Zhang Yi said with a smile. "Why get a cat anyway?" Chi-Chi asked curiously. "To raise a cat, of course," Zhang Yi laughed, rubbing her little head. Chi-Chi nuzzled his palm affectionately, a warm and comforting feeling spreading through her. The trio formed a small convoy, light-hearted and cheerful, heading toward the Sea City. "You know where the Welfare Institute is, right?" Zhang Yi asked Holland. "Of course," Holland nodded. "Good. Chi-Chi, you go with Instructor Holland to the Welfare Institute first. He'll find you after I finish my task." "Okay." Meow. Chi-Chi nodded, jumped off the carriage, and waved to Holland. "Let's go, Meow." Holland smiled and nodded, walking alongside Chi-Chi toward the Welfare Institute. Zhang Yi then drove the carriage toward the dock area. He had them go together because on the way to the docks, he might encounter members of the crab gang. If that happened, he'd have to have a proper talk with those guys. Arriving at the dock, Zhang Yi immediately heard a fierce argument. Following the noise, he saw a crowd gathered outside the warehouse. As he drew closer, he realized that many were just bystanders, but over 20 were members of the crab gang. Standing among them was a burly man with a gleaming steel crab claw replacing his left arm. He stood at the front, wearing an arrogant sneer, locked in a standoff with the warehouse owner, Nick. "That mercenary? Huh, you really think he'll come back with the final payment?" "To be honest, Nick, I already had 50 of my men lying in wait along his only route. Even if he returns alive, he'll just be a headless corpse. As for the payment, when Rhodes returns, he'll trade you the money for that crate of liquor in your warehouse. How about that?" He curled his lips into a smirk, laughter erupting among the crab gang thugs. Nick's face darkened, tension thickening the air. The man with the iron claw was Sigh N.C. Doroteo, leader of the crab gang and owner of the 3-star crab tavern. The Claw was just his notorious nickname, not a sign of title-level strength. But with his 7-star gold rank combat power and a cohort of tough henchmen, he ruled the outer city with impunity. Last time he failed to snatch that coveted bottle of liquor, and he clearly bore a grudge. Early this morning, he came with his men to stir up trouble. Although Nick had a dedicated guard, they couldn't match Sigh and Sis's force. He sucked on a cigar, exhaling a thick plume of smoke directly in Nick's face, causing the man to cough violently. Laughter erupted again. Just as the scene threatened to spiral out of control, a commotion broke out at the back. A crab gang thug was knocked flying into their own ranks, toppling a pile of men like bowling pins. Sigh and C frowned angrily and shouted, "Who's the blind fool daring to provoke the crab gang?" He turned and saw a man even larger than himself standing beside a horse-drawn cart. The onlookers parted respectfully, clearing a path for him. The man wore a simple, friendly smile and walked toward Sigh and C without a hint of fear. "Are you the leader of the crab gang?" Zhang Yi stepped forward cheerfully, completely unfazed by the furious glare surrounding him. Sigh and Sis's face instantly hardened. He hadn't seen Zhang Yi in person before, but had heard of him. The mercenary Nick hired for this job was none other than the towering figure before him. Zhang Yi's appearance clearly meant where was Rhodes. He asked in a low voice. "That magician? Dead. Brutally dead," Zhang Yi said, pretending to contemplate, then grinned. "I have to admit, his fireball singed my beard a bit kind of refreshing," he teased, stroking his chin. Sigh and Sis's chest heaved violently, anger mixed with shock he couldn't hide. 2 of his most trusted lieutenants were slain by Zhang Yi, along with every comrade they brought. The only survivor returning was the one carrying Melbourne's corpse. Now his eyes blazed with killing intent. With a wave of his hand, a swarm of crab gang thugs closed in, encircling Zhang Yi tightly. "You're damn arrogant, kid." Sane stepped up to Zhang Yi, exhaling a thick plume of cigar smoke straight at his face in a brazen, unmasked act of provocation. Sane's was a massive, tightly muscled man standing nearly 1.9 meters tall, the sheer size of him suffocating. But Zhang Yi was a few centimeters taller, with even more solid muscles, lean and powerful, unlike Sinus Beer Belly. "You know whose turf this is?" Sane spat out the cigar smoke again, his tone arrogant. Zhang Yi's face remained unaffected by the smoke. Instead, a simple, hearty smile spread across his face. "Arrogant? Haha, you've got it all wrong." He slipped his hands into his pockets and leaned back slightly. Though not much taller than Sane's, he carried a commanding presence, as if looking down from a higher ground. "I'm actually pretty easy to get along with, especially with friends. But if you're an enemy," Zhang Yi's smile shifted sharply into a grimace, the oppressive aura around him instantly thickening like a lion baring its fangs, making the atmosphere tense. "They'll twist their heads off and shove them right up their asses," he said with a cold sneer. "Get lost, asshole. I've got a delivery to make. We'll settle this later." Without another word, Zhang Yi turned and started walking toward the carriage. 3 henchmen blocking the way immediately took defensive stances. But Zhang Yi grabbed one by the head and whipped him around sharply. The kid screamed as he flew through the air. The other 2 backed off quickly, eyes full of fear. They knew they weren't a match for Zhang Yi, especially not with that terrifying pressure he just unleashed. Zhang Yi pulled the carriage toward the warehouse, and the surrounding thugs parted, their gazes fixed intently on their boss. Meanwhile, Sinus' face darkened like ink. As Zhang Yi passed, Sane suddenly reached out with a metal clamp and clamped it tightly onto the carriage, blocking its path. "Did I say you could leave?" Sanes growled coldly. Zhang Yi chuckled softly and grabbed the clamp with both hands, slowly bending it open. Watching his effortless movement, Sinus' expression shifted, a wave of pressure washing over him. Refusing to lose face, Sanes unleashed a surge of chi. 7 golden-edged bloodkey patterns wrapped around his body, burning like blazing flames as he pressed down harder on Zhang Yi's hands. "Wanna arm wrestle?" Zhang Yi laughed with unusual delight. Suddenly, Zhang Yi's own bloodkey patterns flared violently, glowing bright red with golden edges. 5 fierce patterns circled his body, tightening his muscles so much that his loose clothes strained at the seams. His smile grew savage. Everyone was shocked to realize that this Zhang Yi, just moments ago a silver 5-star, was now holding his ground toe-a-toe against the golden 7-star Saints. Their arms locked midair, veins bulging on their foreheads. Sinus' face flushed red from exerting all his strength. But Zhang Yi kept smiling, showing no sign of strain at all. Even more terrifying was the clamp itself. It could easily snap an ordinary man's arm. Yet Zhang Yi's hands were like steel. No matter how hard Saints pushed, Zhang Yi's arms did not budge. Those hands had worked the forge with old master, picking up red-hot iron blocks barehanded. No mere steel clamp could phase them. Honestly, if there wasn't a ban on fighting inside the city and law officers watching nearby, I would have snapped your clamp in 2 by now, Zhang Yi said coolly. Sains replied icily. "Huh. I'd use this clamp to chop your head off." "Oh yeah?" Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, and then laughed coldly. "Better change my mind." With that, an even more terrifying wave of chi erupted from him. The bloodkey patterns with silver edges violently churned, turning into 5 radiant golden-edged patterns. In this moment, his rank skyrocketed, no longer silver 5-star, but golden 5-star. His muscles ballooned, his body suddenly expanding. The clamp in his hands bent and twisted like soft clay. Sains was dumbfounded, unable to understand how Zhang Ye's strength had surged in an instant. But Zhang Ye's arrogant smile radiated absolute dominance. His biting voice whispered into Sinus' ear like a demon. No need to wait, I'm gonna rip that clamp off you right now. After the fierce struggle with the wild ox, the magical energy swirling within Zhang Yi was on the brink of breaking through to the next level just a sliver away. He understood clearly that this breakthrough would happen either today or tomorrow, but never later than that. When Sains took the initiative to wrestle wrists, even though it only sped things up by about 1%, that small push proved to be the key to shattering the deadlock. What surprised Zhang Yi was that the sudden surge far exceeded his expectations. He had guessed the breakthrough would max out at about silver 9 or 10 stars, with a ceiling at gold 1 star at best. Instead, his magic power shot straight up to gold 5 stars. Clearly, the longer the magical energy was allowed to settle and condense, the greater the jump in level. Each breakthrough greatly expanded the source of his power and increased the capacity of magical energy he could store. Zhang Yi was certain that the next rise would be even more impressive, although the wait for it would inevitably grow longer. The changes brought by the advancement were striking. Zhang Ye's strength skyrocketed, and his reserve of free magical energy climbed to a full 100%. Also, the giant's legacy stored in his mind unlocked new sections just as he had predicted, revealing fresh and fascinating knowledge to delve into later. Yet his first thought in that moment was to teach Sains a harsh lesson. Zhang Yi never showed mercy to his enemies, his killing intent flaring fiercely. However, since most cities in the sea capital, especially the crazed ones, banned murder, he refrained from killing Sains. Instead, he crushed his iron claw with brute force and forcibly tore the prosthetic from his arm. Saint's iron claws were no ordinary weapon. They connected to his arm bones and muscle meridians, allowing him precise control. When Zhang Yi yanked hard, the claw was ripped off as if torn from flesh and bone, taking the entire forearm with it. The exposed elbow joint and bone were laid bare. Sains let out a heart-wrenching scream. But before he could scream further, Zhang Ye's hand clamped tightly around his throat, lifting the 200-pound brute off the ground with one arm. I warned you. Zhang Ye's voice was low and cold, laced with an authority that brooked no defiance. As he spoke, he glanced sideways at the Crab Gang thugs gathered around. They all took a step back, their faces betraying a mix of terror and awe. The once invincible Iron Claw boss was now nothing more than a wounded chick in Zhang Ye's grasp, choking with no strength to resist. At Zhang Ye's icy stare, some of the gang members dropped their weapons and raised their hands high in surrender before any words were spoken. Zhang Yi slowly withdrew his gaze, a faint smile flickering on his lips as he looked at Saint's agonized, struggling face. The latter trembled and begged in a cracked voice, Don't kill me, I was wrong." Fully aware of the deadly threat he was under, Sains used his one remaining intact hand to desperately clutch Zhang Ye's arm, trying to break free. But Zhang Ye's grip was like forged steel, unyielding. With a sigh and a dismissive click of his tongue, he said, "TSK, you really know how to make things difficult for yourself, huh?" His power surged even more, squeezing so hard that Saint's eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. Just as the tension reached a breaking point, a sharp shout cut through the air, "Move aside! Move aside! What are you lot doing gathered here?" Law enforcement officers burst through the crowd, violently pushing bystanders aside and rushing into the scene. The one leading them scolded angrily upon seeing Zhang Ye's street violence. But as his gaze fell on the torn-off prosthetic in Zhang Ye's hand, his tone abruptly shifted. What exactly is going on here?" The officer's face was a mix of shock, suspicion, and growing frustration, unable to disguise his bewilderment at the scene before him. Zhang Yi instantly put on an innocent, harmless smile and gently set down the iron claw. He laughed heartily. "Ha ha, officer, this is all a big misunderstanding. We were just having an arm wrestling match." "Arm wrestling?" The law enforcer's eyes flicked to the bloodied iron claw on the ground. He cursed under his breath, thinking, did this cop just get played for a fool? Since when can arm wrestling break someone's arm and involve choking someone? But he kept his doubts to himself. Despite his imposing outward appearance, this officer was just another cog in the gray underworld of Haida City. Even gang bosses gave him a wide berth. He recognized the claw in Zhang Ye's hand as belonging to Saints. Although he didn't know who Zhang Yi was, anyone who could handle Saints so easily was definitely not ordinary. For now, he said nothing and shifted his gaze towards Saints. Zhang Yi put a friendly arm around Saints' shoulder and grinned as he leaned in. "Right, brother? We were just arm wrestling." His large hand smacked Saints' cheek lightly, a clear threat plainly visible, even the officer saw it. Saints clutched his broken arm, glancing fearfully at Zhang Yi. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he forced a smile and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, officer. We were just arm wrestling. This arm, I guess I ate too much seafood. Bones got brittle and just snapped. Nothing to do with my buddy here, haha." The officer almost cursed out loud at that since when did eating seafood make bones fragile? Not to mention Saints was sweating cold and bleeding badly from a broken arm. The explanation was nonsense. But the regulations were clear, and since both insisted on this story, he couldn't press further. With a sigh, he said, "Be more careful next time. Arm wrestling like you're trying to kill someone isn't something to joke about." "Heh, got it, no next time." Zhang Yi nodded enthusiastically, like a kid excitedly agreeing. The officer waved his hand to dismiss the scene and shouted to the crowd, "All right, you lot, move along. Nothing to see here." After the onlookers dispersed, the officer gave Zhang Yi one last look and turned away. Zhang Yi nodded slightly, then looked back at Saints, who was still wincing in pain. His face returned to that goofy, sincere smile. "Now then, how are we settling my mental distress fee, claw maintenance, plus extra charges for task delays and nail care?" Zhang Yi asked with mock innocence. Saints clutched his injured arm, stammering, "I'll pay." Zhang Yi lifted his chin thoughtfully. "How much did you say?" "A 10,000 gold." Saints guessed hesitantly. "HM." Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, already sliding his hand toward the side of Saints' neck. Saints panicked and quickly corrected himself. 20,000. I mean 20,000. Zhang Yi smacked his lips and gestured. "Look at these nails just now. Your iron claw scratched them up. You know, good manicures aren't cheap these days." Saints muttered helplessly, "That scratch? A little spit, and it's gone. And you're 2 meters tall, what manicure?" But he dared not argue, realizing Zhang Yi was clearly threatening him. He gritted his teeth and surrendered. 30,000, I only have 30,000 left. Huh. Zhang Yi's eyebrows shot up, a rogue smirk spreading across his face. A gang boss this broke? Brother, keeping over 200 underlings isn't exactly cheap. Sains was nearly in tears. He brought up that mercenary tavern again, grumbling. That place barely breaks even. It's just for expanding our reach. Most of the profits flow back to the inner city. I can barely scrape together 30,000 gold just to calm my nerves. Zhang Yi showed no patience and shot back casually. 30,000 is 30,000. Tell your men to come and pick it up. See the money, then release them. Hearing this, Sains shouted urgently to a few nearby men, "What are you standing there for? Hurry and bring the money over." The men exchanged a glance, didn't try to run off with the cash, and quickly went back into the tavern. Soon after, a cart was pushed forward carrying a heavy safe filled with bags of gold. Zhang Yi nodded for them to open it. Sains hunched over in pain, his bleeding severed arm trembling, his face pale but forced into a weak smile as he fumbled to unlock the safe. Inside were several bulging sacks of coins. Zhang Yi weighed 30,000 gold, no more, no less, exactly what was agreed upon. A faint, strained smile flickered on Saint's face as he covered his injured arm and whispered, "Big brother, now." Zhang Yi waved him off, "Get lost." Saint's eyes brightened, and he hastily gathered his men to leave. Suddenly, Zhang Yi spoke again. "Wait." Saints froze, turned trembling, and asked hesitantly, "Big brother, any more orders?" Zhang Yi pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took a few drags, then stepped up to him. Saints was hunched and painful like a mangy fat dog. Zhang Yi stuck his hands in his pockets, leaned forward, and blew a cloud of smoke right into Saint's face. Saint's eyes stung, his mouth twitched, but he forced himself to smile. "If you want revenge, I'm always ready." Zhang Yi's gaze hardened. "But next time, they'll tear down the whole crew in your inner city. Who've been protecting you." Saints lowered his head in fear, stammering, "I wouldn't dare." He couldn't bear to meet that fierce glare. Zhang Yi patted his shoulder with a cold smirk. "You'd better behave. By the way, I've got people backing me too. You know the Wind Whisperer, right?" Saints suddenly lifted his head, clearly shocked, staring at him wide-eyed. Zhang Yi just smiled smugly and said nothing more. "All right, scram." Watching Sains and his gang leave looking sorry, Zhang Yi took a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaled thick smoke. He had no real connection with Mel, the Wind Whisperer, and Lord of Glyra City, just borrowed the name to scare people. That way, if Sains or his backers dared to strike back, they'd think twice and avoid trouble. Even if the bluff was called, Zhang Yi could handle it. Not long after finishing his smoke, Zhang Yi turned and gave a friendly smile to Nick nearby. "Boss Nick, I'm here to deliver the job. This is your extra payment." Nick placed a heavy bag of coins into Zhang Yi's hands. Zhang Yi waited, raising an eyebrow. "Isn't this a bit too much?" The bag contained around 15 or 16 jin of gold coins. Each coin weighed about 8 grams and was mixed with other metals. But even so, the total exceeded by more than 1,000 coins. "You performed exceptionally well. This extra amount is my personal token of gratitude, a small gesture from me," Nick said, rubbing his hands together, sincerity shining in his smile. Zhang Yi returned the smile. "You are generous. I like dealing with people like you." "All right then, Boss Nick. If you ever need any tasks done, come by the Sea Orchid 11 and ask for the boss lady. You'll be taking assignments there for quite a while," Zhang Yi added. "Of course, I only take on gold tier jobs or higher." "They'll definitely come by," Nick said, his eyes bright with admiration. "Then I look forward to you and your friends spreading the word." Finally, High City has a capable mercenary, Nick said with eager expectation. "Gladly," Zhang Yi said straightforwardly. "Thank you. I'll take my leave now." Goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Zhang Yi. Nick watched him go, inwardly impressed. High City had truly found an extraordinary figure. Carrying a heavy bag of gold coins and the equipment supplied by the crab gang, Zhang Yi walked out of the dock, drawing many second glances. After some thought, he decided to buy a new storage ring. Storage rings weren't cheap. The lowest capacity one was 1 cubic meter and lacked space expansion features, costing 800 gold coins. The old man's ring had a capacity of over 100 cubic meters with space expansion, automatically adjusting size according to stored items, never wasting space. Zhang Yi guessed it was worth at least 100,000 gold coins. He wondered to himself, what exactly does the old man do? If he really were a soldier, his background would have to be something special. How could he just return to the countryside to forge iron? With these thoughts, Zhang Yi went to an equipment shop in the outer city, a branch of the Merchants Guild. Besides storage rings, they had various other equipment. The location was somewhat remote, so the goods weren't top tier but still good enough for gold tier use. He picked a 10 cubic meter ring with space expansion for 12,000 gold coins. He also sold back the crab gang equipment, getting about 1,100 gold coins. He bought the ring for convenience, more hauling huge loads of materials during tasks, safer and easier. In fact, Zhang Yi could take things out of the old man's ring and store them in a warehouse to free up space. But the old man's ring contained rare metal ores, refined materials, and a complete set of blacksmith tools, so Zhang Yi wasn't comfortable leaving those elsewhere. He would only take them out when he truly needed the equipment. After putting all the gold coins safely into the new ring, Zhang Yi whistled as he headed toward the welfare home. Soon, he arrived at the entrance. The children weren't playing in the yard, but laughter from Holin, Chi-Chi, and the kids came from inside the building. It was lively and joyful. Moved, Zhang Yi quickened his pace and stepped inside. However, when he reached the front of the house, Zhang Yi did not immediately go inside. Through the kitchen window on the other side, he saw the figure of the mushroom girl. For some unknown reason, Zhang Yi stayed silent and quietly observed her from a distance. The kitchen was bright and clean. Bai was standing with her back to him, seemingly preparing some fruit. The fruit looked freshly bought, each piece plump and juicy, probably for Hualan's arrival, since Hualan was considered a benefactor of the orphanage. Bai cut a plate of fruit and carried it out, but Zhang Yi noticed she still held a small plate in her hand, meaning not all the fruit was finished. After carrying the fruit plate away, Bai returned to the kitchen and finished cutting the remaining fruit, placing it on the small plate and setting it aside. Zhang Yi could tell she was being somewhat cautious in her movements, though he couldn't figure out why. Then, Bai picked up a wooden water jug. Zhang Yi recognized it as the same one she had filled with liquor for him before, which he had returned after drinking. The jug was spotless. Bai placed it on the table and retrieved a bottle of liquor from the cabinet. The bottle's packaging was eye-catching, and Zhang Yi immediately recognized it as a bottle of rum worth 80 gold coins. Bai opened the wooden stopper, bent down carefully, and steadily poured the liquor from the bottle into the jug. Zhang Yi chuckled to himself. Why go through all this trouble when she could just drink directly from the bottle? Perhaps Bai thought drinking too much at once would be bad, and the limited capacity of the jug helped control her intake. Just then, Zhang Yi saw Bai gently shake the bottle almost empty. She held the bottle close to herself, as if confirming there was only a few drops left. Then she tilted it, letting a few drops slowly drip into the jug. The last drop fell especially slowly. Bai patiently waited until it fully fell before replacing the stopper and putting the bottle back in the cabinet. Clearly, she didn't intend to throw away the empty bottle, but wanted to save it for future use. Zhang Yi silently nodded in approval, thinking what a thrifty and diligent girl she was. At that moment, Bai picked up the jug, gently shook it as if listening to the sound of the liquor inside. The noise was pronounced, indicating the jug was only about half full. Bai stood still for a moment, then turned and walked into the living room. A soft voice came from inside. "Grandma, can you give me some money? I'm out of liquor." "All right, they'll give you some," Grandma replied with satisfaction in her voice. "Thank you, Grandma. They'll go buy it now. Go ahead, be safe." Listening to Bai's footsteps approaching the door, Zhang Yi couldn't help but quietly ridicule himself. Just now I praised her for being thrifty, but now it turns out she's pretty clueless asking for money just to buy liquor. The door opened, and Bai stepped outside. She had barely taken 2 steps when Zhang Yi appeared in front of her. "Stop right there," Zhang Yi said sternly, leaving no room for argument. Bai froze immediately, her small hands starting to fidget unconsciously. Zhang Yi said again, "Put your hands down." She obediently hid her hands behind her back. "Where are you going?" Zhang Yi asked. Bai looked down and after a moment quietly answered, "To buy liquor." "Buying liquor? For me?" Zhang Yi pressed with shameless insistence. Bai nodded softly. "How much?" he asked next. Though not fully understanding why he kept asking, Bai answered honestly, 100 gold coins. Zhang Yi was stunned. "It's 20 coins more expensive. Could it be the prices in Haidu are higher than in Jelala City? That's ridiculous. You've clearly been ripped off." A mix of helplessness and fondness washed over Zhang Yi. This earnest yet simple-hearted concern was almost laughable in its gentle sincerity. Zhang Yi wiped his face. The bitter taste of the dark rye beer still lingered in his throat. He stared at the girl who sat silently with her head down and couldn't help but speak up. You silly girl. Dark rye beer that costs 1 silver coin a barrel isn't meant to be drunk. Why buy such expensive booze? Honestly, it didn't matter if the beer was worth 100 gold coins or even 1,000 if Zhang Yi wanted. He could easily splurge on a few bottles without blinking. What he really wanted was just to enjoy himself and feel good. But when it came to buy, he just felt it was too expensive. 20 gold coins for a barrel? He almost wanted to march up to that shopkeeper right now and grab him by the collar to argue. Bai kept her head lowered, her mushroom-shaped short hair hiding half her face, making it impossible to read her expression. Seeing her like that, Zhang Yi let out a bitter smile and shook his head. The anger inside him vanished in an instant. I don't like rum. I like dark rye beer, you know? The kind that costs 1 silver coin a barrel. He deliberately emphasized 1 silver coin. This simple, shy girl didn't seem to get it today, and if he didn't say it clearly, she would probably keep buying those outrageously priced drinks. Even 20 gold coins was too much. Finally, Bai lifted her head, tilting it slightly as she studied him. Her amber eyes held a trace of doubt. For some reason, Zhang Yi felt his cheeks flush. Maybe it was the rush of blood after his recent promotion. He didn't like the feeling, so he deliberately furrowed his brow and roughened his voice. Don't doubt me. I'm not one for fancy talk. Mountain boars can't eat fine bran, and mercenaries don't take too expensive liquor. Got it. Bai was silent for a moment, then nodded softly. What? Say you got it. KN. No. Bai shrank her neck in, her voice barely above a whisper. Only then did Zhang Yi nod in satisfaction. All right, let's head inside. Don't go buying any more booze. If you have to buy, go find the boss wife at Hylon number 11. She's not a cheat. Bai stayed where she was, not moving. Her hands fiddled with something hidden in her sleeves. Zhang Yi watched her curiously, wondering if she wanted to say something more. Suddenly, Bai seemed to gather courage and extended one finger from her sleeve. Zhang Yi. HM. 1 year older than you. Her voice was small but firm. Zhang Yi was momentarily stunned, then burst out laughing. Really laughed. So what if you're 1 year older? You're still a silly girl. As soon as he came out, he saw you bullying my student. Just then, a voice came from the doorway. There stood Huolan, leaning casually against the doorframe with his arms crossed and a faint smile on his face. His refined demeanor sharply contrasted with the humble furnishings of the room. Zhang Yi curled his lips disdainfully and said, You've got it wrong. I'm only doing this for her own good. Huolan knew exactly what was going on. Had heard everything between them. Zhang Yi just didn't want Bai to waste money frivolously. It was obviously a good thing, but coming from Zhang Yi's mouth, it always sounded like he was picking on Bai. Strangely, when Zhang Yi spoke to Huolan, he was witty and playful, but with Bai, he was noticeably harsher and more severe like a strict father. Maybe that was just his way of showing care. Huolan thought to himself that Zhang Yi wouldn't be like that with her, since she didn't need his protection. Everyone entered the room. Zhang Yi wanted to lean against a wall, since the chairs were too small and uncomfortable for his big frame. Worried he might break the little wooden chairs, he decided to stand instead. Just as he stepped into the living area, a solid, substantial wooden armchair caught his eye. A wide seat about 1 meter across, thick and sturdy back and arms, legs as thick as wrists. It looked incredibly stable and durable at a glance. Zhang Yi widened his eyes and glanced over at Bai. Bai noticed his gaze and immediately shrank back, nervously saying, I didn't waste any money. I made it myself. You can make chairs? Zhang Yi asked, curious. Bai nodded softly. There's a woodworking elective at the academy. I took it. Nearby, Grandma Luan La smiled and added, most of the furniture at home was made by Nan Nan. She's pretty skilled. Really? Let me see. Zhang Yi reached out his hand toward Bai. Bai looked confused. Huh. See what? Let me hold your hand, Zhang Yi urged. After a brief hesitation, Bai slowly extended her hand. Her movements were hesitant and slow. Zhang Yi stepped closer and firmly took her hand in his. Huolan raised an eyebrow. She felt it was a bit inappropriate to grab a girl's hand like that, but Zhang Yi didn't seem frivolous, so she said nothing, just watched his expression. Zhang Yi didn't smile in pleasure holding the small hand. Instead, his brow furrowed slightly. Bai's hand was very small and looked fragile like a baby's in contrast to Zhang Yi's large palm. He turned her hand, examining the palm and back as if trying to read something. Bai felt awkward. A faint blush showed through her short hair. She didn't dare pull away, only shrinking her neck and nervously twisting her other empty hand. Huolan was about to speak up to stop him, but Zhang Yi suddenly released Bai's hand and turned to Chi-Chi, saying, Chi-Chi, place an order later at that furniture store in the east of town. Get a full set of wooden furniture. Got it, meow? Chi-Chi replied promptly. Usually, Zhang Yi handled the big decisions, while Chi-Chi took care of the details. Bai hurriedly waved her hand, objecting, no, there's no need. The furniture isn't broken yet. I can still make them myself. Stop it. Zhang Yi waved his hand dismissively, his tone firm and unyielding. Girls your age have hands so soft they practically squeeze water. How about yours? He touched Bai's hand while her skin looked fair and tender on the surface. It was actually rough and hard, full of calluses. As a researcher in magical studies, one must always protect their hands in order to conduct precise experiments. Zhang Yi shifted the topic, his gaze falling on Minter Huolan's hands. Look at Minter Huolan's hands. This is how the hands of an excellent magic researcher should look. Right, Minter Huolan? Huolan was briefly taken aback, but quickly caught his meaning and nodded seriously. Exactly. Soon we'll be manipulating intricate magical devices that require hand control even more delicate than that of a pianist. You really should stop doing carpentry work. After saying that, she glanced helplessly at Zhang Yi. While protecting one's hands is certainly important for anyone in magical research, there was no need to exaggerate it so much. This guy just didn't want to do dirty manual labor and was dragging her into his little white lie. Still, she understood it was all for Bai's sake, so she couldn't help but feel happy. Zhang Yi's care for Bai was obvious, and it was a good thing that Bai had someone looking out for her. Huolan could sense the subtle tenderness hidden beneath Zhang Yi's overbearing manner. As dominance was just right, keeping Bai obedient but never hurting her. Hearing their conversation, Bai glanced down at her own small hands and nodded. Yeah, that's right. Zhang Yi grinned proudly, shooting a victorious look at Huolan. You see? Huolan rolled her eyes but felt a twinge of jealousy. After all, she hadn't even enjoyed this exclusive fruit platter as Bai's mentor. But she understood it meant Zhang Yi was genuinely helping Bai, and Bai appreciated it. Stop spacing out and dig in. You bought it. Aren't you going to eat it yourself? Huolan teased. Just as Zhang Yi settled comfortably into a big wooden chair, thinking about how to renovate the orphanage, he heard a faint scraping noise. Raising his eyebrows, he looked over and saw Bai gently pushing a small plate toward him with one finger. The small plate was the one Zhang Yi had seen earlier, filled with fruit. Though much smaller than the bigger fruit platter nearby, it had just as many varieties, arranged neatly and delicately. Zhang Yi nearly burst out laughing. Bai specially made me a little fruit Platesh is a bit proud of it. Happily munching the fruit, he shot Huolan a smug look. Watching Zhang Yi's expression, Huolan smiled quietly, feeling a hint of jealousy. This kind of exclusive treatment wasn't something Shed had. But in her heart, she knew it showed Zhang Yi had truly helped Bai, and Bai was grateful. Don't just bask in your pride, eat together, she urged with a smile. Zhang Yi noticed Bai hadn't touched the small plate. Though the large fruit platter had been nearly half-eaten, snatched eagerly by Chi-Chi, and the little girls Bai seemed not to have had any yet. Though they hadn't known each other long, Zhang Yi already had a rough read on Bai's personality. She always saved the things she liked for the people important to her. He smiled and said, "You eat." Bai replied softly, "You eat." Zhang Yi pursed his lips, took a bite of an apple slice, and immediately grimaced, eyes wide before swallowing. So sour, this apple doesn't seem ripe. Huolan quickly interjected, Keep acting, keep acting. I just ate one, it was very sweet." Bai hurriedly defended, "It should be ripe." Zhang Yi pointed emphatically at the plate. "It's really not ripe, sour as hell. Try it yourself." Huolan stifled a laugh. This big guy was too funny. Bai believed him and obediently picked a slice of apple, pulling down her turtleneck to reveal her small, delicate mouth. Zhang Yi's eyes brightened with a hint of delight. Bai's facial features were lovely, with her cherry-like little mouth. Definitely not ugly. Plus 5 points. 90 points for a young girl. Just a little more effort, and Shed surpassed Minter Huolan's 93. Bai took a small bite, chewed thoughtfully, then looked at Zhang Yi. He grinned wickedly. Just kidding. Eat quickly, or it'll really go sour if left too long. After a moment's hesitation, Bai nodded and slowly began eating the fruit. While eating, Zhang Yi commented, "This orange is really sour." Bai replied quietly, "MHM." Zhang Yi chewed again. "This banana's sour too." Bai again, "MHM." "This pear has worms." "MHM." "Stop eating, silly girl, there really are worms." Zhang Yi laughed, shaking the half-still moving worm in the piece of pear. "See that? Half a worm is still wriggling. But that actually means this pear's pretty good, completely natural, no pollution." Huolan curiously asked, "Half? Where's the other half?" Zhang Yi teased, "It's biting my tongue." Showing off the freshly arranged fruit platter, Zhang Yi stretched comfortably and watched as Bai carried the tray back to the kitchen to wash up. Huolan sat with her legs crossed, smiling as she teased, "So, when I'm not around, you just treat her like this, huh?" Zhang Yi caught the joking tone and replied proudly with a hum. "Everyone wishes they could be bullied like this by me. It's not that easy." He chuckled with a hint of pride, and Huolan couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly, she seemed to notice something and glanced Zhang Yi up and down a few times. Feeling a little awkward, Zhang Yi teased, "Why are you staring at me like that?" Huolan pursed her lips and said seriously, "Have you changed?" Beside her, Chi-Chi nodded in agreement. Zhang Yi looked himself over and smiled confidently. "Is it that obvious?" Huolan shook her head, but Chi-Chi nodded again for confirmation. Zhang Yi grinned and turned to Chi-Chi. "Then tell me, what exactly has changed?" Chi-Chi answered immediately, "You're bigger." Huolan's eyes brightened with realization, and she nodded. "Right? You seem taller and more solid now." Zhang Yi laughed heartily. "Exactly. I just finished handing in a mission and got into a little scuffle with the crab gang. I couldn't hold back and broke through. Now I'm at the gold rank." Huolan was dumbfounded. She knew breakthroughs relied heavily on timing and luck, and multiple upgrades in a row were extremely rare. Yet Zhang Yi had taken a giant leap from silver 5 all the way to gold 5. Seeing her disbelief, Zhang Yi gently stirred his energy, and a visible pattern of qi and blood appeared above his hand, flickering with golden edges. Huolan stared in amazement and muttered, "You really are an anomaly." Zhang Yi beamed. "Thanks for the compliment. But what does this have to do with you getting bigger?" Huolan asked, still puzzled. Zhang Yi shrugged. "I was born with a giant physique. Every time I level up, my strength increases and my body grows taller and stronger. When I was 16, I was almost 2 meters tall. Now I'm about 2.05 meters 7 centimeters taller and even my clothes feel tight." Though still doubtful, Huolan nodded in acceptance as she looked at his sturdy figure. After all, everyone's constitution was different. Her own body, as an ice element mage, was slower, but extremely sensitive to certain stimuli. "Ahem, that means I'm prone to allergies. Don't read too much into it," she joked, then laughed and added, "Maybe that's true for you too, I'm not sure." As noon approached, Grandma Lunla invited the three to stay for lunch. Zhang Yi readily agreed, while Huolan said she had to run an errand at Hadu Academy. Though her exact plans were unclear, Zhang Yi knew it must involve Bai. Before leaving, Huolan smiled and reminded, "Don't bully her when I'm gone." Zhang Yi grinned and assured her, "Don't worry." Confident in Zhang Yi's character, Huolan said goodbye. As he returned to his room, he caught sight of Grandma Lunla busy cooking in the kitchen. Stirring a pan, she called out to Nan Nan, "Nan Nan, the meat's all gone. Go buy some more quickly." In a world with magical refrigerators, poor families couldn't afford such appliances and had to rely on purchasing fresh ingredients regularly. The simple, everyday scene painted a vivid contrasted glimpse of ordinary life, highlighting the subtle shifts in the relationships and growth among Zhang Yi and his companions. The orphanage usually only bought a little meat when it was mealtime, since it couldn't be stored long. Hearing this, Bai softly replied, then casually grabbed the grocery bag, ready to head out. Zhang Yi saw this, patted his thigh, and said, "I'll go with you." Bai hesitated a bit, whispering, "You should just rest at home." Before she finished, Zhang Yi had already walked around her and was striding outside. "Rest? An excellent mercenary can't just sit still. If you don't let me go, I'll go pick a fight with the crab gang myself." Saying that, he strode ahead. Hearing this, Bai hurriedly jogged after him, wiggling her fingers in a pleading gesture. "No, no, fine. I'll come with you, so you don't get taken advantage of." Zhang Yi slid his hands into his pockets and smiled at her. "Chi-Chi, take this chance to settle the furniture stuff." From his chest pocket, he pulled out a pouch of gold coins and handed it to Chi-Chi. "All right, meow." Chi-Chi accepted the coins and immediately dashed off. Zhang Yi liked how hard-working the little kitten was. "Zhuang zhuang, big guy, sister hopes you come back soon." Tina and a bunch of kids peeked half-hidden from the doorway's frame, waving at them. Since Chi-Chi often called Zhang Yi big guy, the kids naturally started doing the same. Zhang Yi didn't mind and waved back, walking shoulder to shoulder with Bai toward the market. The market was bustling as ever, surrounded by sea on all sides, abundant in fresh seafood. Fish, shrimp, and shellfish piled high at every stall. Zhang Yi scratched his chin, salivating at the sight, and glanced back at Bai. "I want seafood." Bai nodded and headed to a stall, pointing at a plump fish. "How about red-horned fish?" Zhang Yi lifted his chin. "Anything's fine, you choose." He took out a cigarette and lit it, waiting. Bai nodded and began bargaining with the shopkeeper. She rarely bought wine, having been ripped off 20 gold coins last time, but knew seafood and vegetables well. The merchants who recognized Bai, aware of her status, gave her discounted prices. Those who didn't recognize her dared not cheat when they saw the 2-meter-tall muscular man behind her, so they quoted honest prices. Before long, Bai's bags were stuffed full. She normally wouldn't buy this much, but since Zhang Yi was coming over for dinner, she spent a dozen gold coins picking ingredients. Considering Zhang Yi's appetite, there was more meat than vegetables. Bai struggled a bit carrying the heavy bags. Worrying she might stumble, Zhang Yi quickly stomped out his cigarette, flicked the butt into a nearby trash bin, and reached out to take the bags. Bai blinked, looking up with a small face. "I can manage." "I know, but you're too slow carrying it by yourself," Zhang Yi said casually. Bai looked at him for a while, then quietly said, "Thank you." Zhang Yi didn't look at her, waving off the thanks, though his ears flushed faintly. "Anything else to buy?" he asked. "Some spices. We're out at home." Bai nodded. They spotted a spice shop ahead, and Zhang Yi headed that way. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly felt his sleeve tugged. Turning, he saw Bai standing closely behind him, her slender fingers pointing across the street. "Not this one," Bai whispered. Zhang Yi frowned. "Aren't they all spice shops? This one's a bit pricey. That one's cheaper." Zhang Yi sighed. "All right then, let's go." He nodded and turned to walk toward the farther shop. Bai hurried to catch up. Seeing his calm expression, her clenched hand relaxed and her steps grew lighter. If the roles were reversed, Zhang Yi wouldn't have willingly detoured hundreds of meters just to save a few copper coins. But now, standing beside her tall figure somehow quieted his usual impatience and made him willingly take the longer route together. Before long, they arrived at the spice shop. But a few men stood blocking the entrance, clearly gang members. The shop owner wore a face full of worry as he spoke with them, and it was obvious from his expressions it wasn't going to be good news. We already paid the security fee a few days ago. Why do we have to pay again? The owner said in a low, bitter voice. That doesn't matter. It's a new regulation. The security fees have gone up. If you want to run a business here, you gotta pay. The gang leader, holding a metal wire-wrapped club, showed impatience as he spoke sternly. The owner's voice shook with anxiety. How can you do this? We're taxed and charged extra fees. My shop barely makes any profit, and now the security fee has increased again. How are we supposed to survive like this? Neighbors nearby started complaining too. The security fees are way too high. It's like they're squeezing the life out of us. Before they could finish, the gang leader slammed his club hard on the counter, creating a deep dent. Then he raised the club threateningly toward the crowd, his face twisted with fierce menace. How to survive? Do whatever the hell you want. If you don't pay the security fee today, they'll make sure none of you survive. Though people glared back angrily, no one dared speak up. The tense atmosphere made it feel hard to even breathe. Seeing the silence, the gang leader smirked arrogantly. You bunch of troublemakers. Our crab gang is just trying to protect you, and this is how you repay us. Before he could finish, a heavy foot suddenly kicked him in the side, sending him flying 2 or 3 meters. Who the hell dares kick me? The gang leader fell to the ground, groaning in pain, but still furious. He struggled to get up, cursing fiercely. He looked up and saw Zhang Yi standing there, smoking a cigarette, carrying a bag of groceries in one hand, and with the other stuffed in his pocket. He raised an eyebrow and stared coldly. The gang leader froze, silent. It wasn't just Zhang Yi's tall and imposing stature that crushed him with pressure. He recognized Zhang Yi from when he dominated the fight against Sains and felt immediate fear, a stark contrast to his earlier cockiness. Nice job charging a security fee, Zhang Yi said as he put down the groceries, hands in pockets, and slowly approached the gang leader. The gang leader trembled all over, but didn't dare run. Zhang Yi was over 2 meters talamaster at the golden rank with every step covering the ground like 3 of his. He knew he had no chance escaping. The 5 or 6 gang members accompanying him all stepped aside, not daring to block Zhang Yi. Standing above him, Zhang Yi glared down. Tell me what's going on. Then he took a deep puff of smoke and blew a ring of smoke that landed right in the gang leader's face. The smoke irritated the gang leader's eyes, making them blink constantly, but he still forced a grin. Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Zhang Yi sneered and delivered a swift kick to the gang leader's crotch hard enough to make him fall in pain, but not severe. Brother, don't hit me. Don't hit me. The gang leader clutched himself, unable to even resist. Charging a security fee on my turf? Sains must be looking for a fight, Zhang Yi said with a smirk, following up with another kick that made the gang leader scream in pain. We're just forced into it, the gang leader muttered, almost in tears. Forced, huh? So maybe I've been blaming you guys unfairly? Zhang Yi mocked, looking down at him. No. The gang leader looked down and nodded repeatedly, completely defeated. Seeing how he was behaving, Zhang Yi didn't bother to continue handling him and simply waved at him casually. The thug who had fallen to the ground was momentarily stunned. When he looked up at Zhang Yi, his expression immediately stiffened. Zhang Yi frowned slightly, and the thug shivered before quickly scrambling to his feet. Cautiously approaching, he whispered, Brother, go tell Sciences that this place is under my control from now on. If the crab gang dares to come here again to collect protection fees, I swear he'll take off the other arm. Zhang Yi exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, his voice cold and indifferent. Yes, yes. The thug nodded nervously again and again. Get lost. Zhang Yi lifted his chin. The group of thugs acted like they'd been granted a pardon, scrambling away in a panic as if their lives depended on it, some even crawling as they fled. Zhang Yi curled his lips, looking at the lot without any warmth. He wasn't doing this out of kindness to support the local shopkeepers or to expand his gang's territory against the crab gang. He simply didn't want to see Bai, who came here every day to buy groceries, getting harassed by these ruffians. Although there was a sheriff here, the law enforcement in Haidu was no better than the walled city in the wasteland. The sheriff was just a figurehead, completely ineffective. Otherwise, gangs wouldn't have become the main force collecting these so-called protection fees. But these gangs were somewhat interesting. They usually stuck together for mutual protection or were just young people who thought being in a gang was cool. They rarely dared to commit openly atrocious acts that would provoke both gods and humans. As long as you paid them, sometimes they even helped you against rival gangs. Many places ran their affairs much like the gangs in the wasteland. Back at the shop's doorstep, Zhang Yi saw Bai standing there in a daze and couldn't help but say, What are you standing around for? Go buy the spices already, I'm starving. Bai finally snapped out of it, nodded, and went inside to find the owner to buy the spices. Seeing that Bai and Zhang Yi were together, the owner swiftly packed the spices for her, refusing to charge, and even gifting her some extra premium seasonings. Bai quickly waved off the idea of paying, but the owner said it was a favor to thank Zhang Yi. Bai glanced at Zhang Yi with a hint of shyness on her face. Seeing her adorable awkwardness, Zhang Yi smiled and flicked off the ash from his cigarette. If it's the owner's kindness, just accept it. Bai nodded and quietly thanked the owner, who didn't hear but continued to smile warmly. After buying the spices, the two of them carried heavy bags back to the orphanage. Because of Zhang Ye's tall stature, the rustic-looking Bai walking beside him seemed especially small and easily overlooked by passers-by. Once home, Zhang Yi neatly put the ingredients away in the kitchen, then leisurely sat in the living room waiting for the meal. Bai wanted to help, but soon she was gently pushed out by Grandma Lunla. Today, Grandma's cooking. Wash your hands and just sit tight until the meal's ready, Grandma Lunla said with a beaming smile, glancing at Zhang Yi. Bai had no choice but to nod in agreement, but she quietly snuck back to the kitchen and brought out the half-full wine jug, slowly pushing it toward Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. He had just returned from a stroll and was a bit thirsty. Without thinking, he grabbed the jug and tilted his head back to gulp it down. It was empty in one go. Ah, he said, putting down the jug and licking his lips. That hits the spot. But just as he relaxed, he noticed Bai staring at him intently. Although her hair covered her eyes, her gaze was fixed unwaveringly on him. What's up? Zhang Yi asked, puzzled. You like to drink, Bai said softly. Surprisingly, she spoke without stammering. Of course I do. Zhang Yi nodded instinctively, then caught himself, raising an eyebrow. No, I don't. Mercenaries can't handle good liquor. This stuff tastes awful. Bai kept staring quietly, not saying a word. 3 seconds later, Zhang Yi started feeling uneasy and forced a crooked smile. All right, fine, I do like it, but so what? You're not allowed to buy any. He glared at her with mock severity. If you buy it, I'll drink it. You buy a bottle, I'll slam it all at once. I'll drink it until my stomach perforates and burns a hole. Gone for good. Scared, huh? Bai tucked her head into her turtleneck, cheeks faintly flushed. Scared? Then don't buy it, so I don't lose control, got it? Zhang Yi said with a roguish tone. If you must buy, get rye beer. It's low in alcohol and not so harsh you can drink it like a soda. Okay. Don't just say okay, say got it. Got it. In the kitchen, Grandma Lunla slowed her chopping, smiling softly. From the living room came their voices, and this household seemed to be warming up with a new kind of liveliness. Big guy, and the chubby one here suddenly. Strange sounds came from outside, mixed with the noisy footsteps of a crowd bustling about. Zhang Yi immediately stood up and headed for the door. Before long, he saw Chi-Chi and couldn't help but smile. The footsteps belonged to several workers, who were carrying a large batch of furniture into the yard by now. They had already unloaded some stools and cabinets. A total of 1,100 gold coins, but after the boss rounded it down, 900 remain, Chi-Chi said as she pulled gold coins from her pocket and handed them to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi didn't take them, grinning as he said, keep the rest as you're spending money. Really? Chi-Chi wiggled her soft ears with joy shining all over her face. I'm a rich man now, Zhang Yi chuckled, his eyes full of relaxed pride. Carpe diem, that's the mercenaries' motto. Mercenaries don't buy houses. There's no need for SUVs or sports cars. You work to spend the money. His words carried a carefree bravado. Big guy is the best. Chi-Chi leapt up happily and hopped onto Zhang Yi's shoulder, pressing her soft cheek against his side. Zhang Yi laughed wholeheartedly, thinking those 900 gold coins were well worth it. Just then, a foreman approached with a beaming smile and respectfully asked, Boss, where would you like these furniture pieces placed? He continued, we provide moving and cleaning services. This lady bought the whole set. Whatever you need, just say the word. We guarantee top-notch service and we'll get the job done beautifully. An order over 1,000 gold coins was a big deal in the outer city, so naturally, Zhang Yi became a valued customer and was treated accordingly. He nodded in satisfaction, pulled out a pack of cigarettes and handed it to the foreman, lighting one for himself too. Pointing to the building beside the welfare center, he said, leave the chairs here. Move everything else into that building and clean it up. Bring out any old furniture and put it in the yard. He had inspected that building earlier. It used to house the welfare center's children, but most had moved away over the years. The rooms were mostly empty except for a few beds and tables. Though not too dirty since it was usually cleaned, some corners still needed proper tidying. The foreman accepted the pack, counted about 20 cigarettes, beamed even brighter, and patted his chest. Got it, brothers, let's get to work. 7 or 8 workers immediately sprang into energetic action. Zhang Yi watched them contentedly, then turned left to pat his pocket. Huh, where's the lighter? They used lighters too, but called them fire watches looking like pocket watches. When opened, a spring snapped the lid open and a flint sparked to light the oil wick inside the watch's center. His lighter was homemade, Zippa style, usually carried on him. He remembered putting it in the left pocket, but maybe it slipped into the right? Just as he was about to check, a small hand reached out in front of him, holding that pocket watch style lighter. Click, the lid popped open. A tiny flame flickered at the center. Zhang Yi paused, then used it to light his cigarette. Taking a drag, he glanced at the little catgirl on his shoulder, a smile blooming in his eyes. No one can say no to a little catgirl. And to think this little catgirl even lights your cigarettes for you. And you still went out of your way to buy a lighter? Zhang Yi teased with a grin. Well, how do you like it, meow? The catgirl Kiki proudly waved the lighter in her hand. She had carefully picked it out. It had delicate floral engravings on its surface and a soft, warm sheen. Not bad, but it's no match for mine. Zhang Yi pulled a lighter from his pocket, flicking his thumb gently. The handcrafted angel carving shimmered under the sunlight. He had assumed the lighter would be in his left pocket, but sure enough, it appeared in the right. Zhang Yi muttered to himself, no wonder I call this the Schrödinger lighter. While Kiki took the lighter, her eyes shining with delight as she admired the finely detailed angel etching. Give me yours, and I'll give you mine, Zhang Yi said with a laugh. Big guy, you're the best, meow. Kiki beamed, and just like that, they exchanged lighters. Zhang Yi chuckled, but you don't even smoke, little kitty. What else could you use it for besides lighting campfires outdoors? Of course it's to help me light my cigarettes. Kiki hugged the lighter, totally smitten. Just be careful not to burn my hair off, Zhang Yi said, watching her perched on his shoulder with a fond tone. He'll be careful, meow, Kiki nodded earnestly. The workers moved efficiently, and soon all the furniture was brought inside. The old pieces were piled in a corner of the yard, and even the grimy dead corners of the room were cleaned up. The place instantly looked much tidier. After giving a few directions, Zhang Yi arranged the furniture neatly. This room was done. Boss, the job's finished. Do you want us to help clear out the old furniture and trash? The foreman asked eagerly. Just as Zhang Yi was about to reply, he felt a gentle tug at his sleeve. Turning around, he saw Bai standing quietly behind him. Can we keep the old furniture? Bai's voice was soft, tinged with unease. Why keep it if you don't want to throw it away? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. Bai didn't answer right away but quietly stared at the old tables and chairs, a complicated look in her eyes. It was as if she didn't fully understand her own feelings, only that she hated the thought of letting them go. Seeing this, Zhang Yi nodded and told the foreman, leave the old furniture there, but clear out the trash. Got it. The foreman responded, gathering his crew to quickly clean up the garbage. They smoked the cigarettes Zhang Yi gave them, grinning as they happily left the welfare home. It seemed a pack of smokes could keep these simple workers cheerfully occupied for a while. Bai remained beside the old furniture, running her hand gently over the wooden surfaces. What's wrong? Zhang Yi asked. Staring at the tables, chairs, and wooden bed, Bai spoke softly. I used to sleep on this bed, sharing it with another girl. Grandma Lunla would sit at the bedside and tell us stories. Where did the other children go? Zhang Yi asked with curiosity. Bai shook her head. I don't know. Some were adopted, some went out on their own. I don't know how they're doing now. Did no one want to adopt you girls? Zhang Yi pressed. Still shaking her head, Bai said, mostly the boys got adopted. Fewer girls did. I didn't want to be adopted, so when someone came, I hide. I didn't want to leave Grandma Lunla or the welfare home. Her voice was low, tinged with sadness and unspoken emotion. Zhang Yi listened, understanding her helplessness and longing. He patted her shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. Gorilla City is only a day's journey from here. If you ever want to come back and visit Hydus, just tell Minter Holland. He'll be here, and Grandma Lunla and Tina won't need you to worry about them. As long as I'm around, nobody will let them suffer. I turned to look at Zhang Yi, then took a small bow in front of him. Thank you. Her voice trembled slightly as she fought back tears. Feeling touched, huh? Zhang Yi laughed. Then can you grant me one small request? I nodded lightly. Okay. Zhang Yi scratched the side of his face, his gaze suddenly drifting. This usually confident, burly man now showed a hint of shyness. I see what you look like. Bai Weiwei was momentarily stunned, tilting her head with a hint of confusion. She couldn't understand why Zhang Yi would ask such a request when they had met several times already. Seeing her puzzled expression, Zhang Yi sighed and explained, your hair covers half of your face, and the collar of your sweater blocks the other half. Until now, I haven't really seen what you look like. I just want to make sure I can recognize you in case you change your hairstyle someday, right? In his words, Zhang Yi was half persuading Bai Weiwei and half making excuses for himself. To his surprise, Bai Weiwei readily agreed. She nodded gently and said, Zhang Yi swallowed nervously and cautiously asked, so you're agreeing? Again, she nodded. He breathed a sigh of relief and continued. Then can I lift your hair to take a look? Without hesitation, Bai Weiwei responded with the familiar stop with the mumps. Can you just say yes? He said. Yes, she replied. He asked again, so I won't be shy then? After this back and forth, Zhang Yi finally got a clear confirmation, and unexpectedly, a wave of excitement washed over him. That excitement was full of anticipation, though even he didn't understand why. When he was preparing to return to mercenary life back then, he had never felt this way. He slowly reached toward Bai Weiwei, his fingers trembling slightly as he quietly parted her hair. The feeling was like a groom gently lifting a bride's veil, childlike, yet deeply real. His fingers touched her forehead. If he lifted them, her hair would fall back down. Yet this simple motion took several deep breaths from him. Even Kiki, perched on his shoulder, was affected, nervously staring ahead. Are you starting now? Kiki whispered. Bai Weiwei nodded faintly, standing there facing Zhang Yi, her head tilted slightly upward. Her hands were hidden in her sleeves, her index fingers intertwined subtly betraying her nervousness as she waited silently. But Zhang Yi stopped. Even in the fiercest firefights, he had been decisive. Yet now, at the very moment to act, hesitation gripped him instead. Suddenly, a breeze blew through the narrow alley, drifting into the welfare center, lifting a stray lock of his hair and stirring his heartstrings as well. In that moment, he froze. Bai Weiwei lifted her head slightly, revealing a soft jawline that extended down to her fair, slender neck. Her almond-shaped eyes glistened faintly red. Her silver-gray irises were crystal clear, reflecting Zhang Yi's incredulous expression. She blinked, her lashes fluttering, her straight nose prominent, lips slightly parted as she let out a soft nasal sound as if asking why he looked so strange. The breeze passed again, and her hair fell back down, veiling her delicate face once more. Zhang Yi finally snapped out of it, withdrew his hand, covered his mouth, and turned away. He crouched down, plunging into boundless self-doubt. Kiki jumped to the ground beside him and crouched too, sharing the silence, tinged with complicated emotions. I stared at the two of them, one big, one small, completely baffled, unable to understand why they were reacting like that. Did you see that? Zhang Yi turned his head, lowering his voice as he asked Chi-Chi. I saw it. Chi-Chi, tale forgotten, simply nodded, clearly just as shocked. What do you think it was? Zhang Yi pressed. That was an angel, Chi-Chi mumbled dreamily. Right, definitely an angel. Chi-Chi immediately added. Zhang Yi, I think so too. There's no way she's an ordinary persona one in the human world looks that beautiful, Chi-Chi repeated twice. Then the two turned to look at Bai, quickly turning back to whisper to each other in low voices. I think that must have been a mirage. Why don't you go check again? Zhang Yi encouraged. Chi-Chi nodded and ran off into the distance. Zhang Yi didn't look back. He bit his nails, then gave a slow thumbs up, staring blankly at the ground. After a moment, Chi-Chi came back and squatted next to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi looked over to her and saw the same astonishment written all over her face. Not a hallucination, Chi-Chi whispered. A smile crept onto Zhang Yi's lips, uncontrollable. Hee-hee-ha-ha. His laughter rang out suddenly, full of wild, uncontainable joy. Chi-Chi glanced at him in confusion, and Bai drew closer, eyes filled with puzzlement. After laughing for a while, Zhang Yi wiped the tears from his eyes and leaned close to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, we just uncovered a huge treasure. Do you know what that means? What do you mean, meow? Kiki's tail wagged excitedly, equally thrilled. It means we have to guard this treasure carefully. We can't let anyone steal it. Zhang Yi grinned, voice low and full of excitement. Bai quietly tried to catch their whispers, but couldn't make out much. Still, their reactions when they looked at her felt strange. She hesitated, fingers fidgeting with the edge of her clothes, then finally stepped behind Zhang Yi and gently tugged his sleeve. Zhang Yi turned to look at her, smiling broadly. But Bai kept her head down, eyes dim, failing to meet his gaze. I am not pretty. Don't mind me, I won't show my face. Hearing that, Zhang Yi immediately understood the misunderstanding. This girl's insecurity was baked deep into her bones. She didn't even realize how special her face was. If she dared reveal it, the whole sea region would go crazy for her. Had she revealed herself in front of Manasha, it would have been Manasha who should feel ashamed. But that would only provoke even worse jealousy and bullying from Manasha. So Zhang Yi silently felt grateful that this girl protected herself so carefully. Listening to her quiet, insecure words, Zhang Yi slowly bent down and ran his big hand through her hair, gently stroking it. She trembled slightly. Her words trailed off. Lift your head. Bai obediently looked up. This time, Zhang Yi didn't rely on the wind but brushed aside the strands hanging over her forehead. That angelic, flawless little face appeared before his eyes again. Still, there was one flaw. A faint scar ran across the bridge of her nose, as if scratched by something sharp, almost unnoticeable unless you looked carefully. But to Zhang Yi, a mercenary who wore scars like badges of honor, it wasn't a flaw, it was the finishing touch. Seeing her stunned expression, Zhang Yi's smile grew even brighter. His fingertips brushed the strands by her temple and gently pinched her soft cheek. The texture was as tender as jelly. Silly girl, you're beautiful, the most beautiful mushroom I've ever seen. He burst into laughter, then turned and headed inside. Come on, let's eat. I can already smell the food. Bai watched his retreating figure and quietly touched the spot head just pinched. I'm not a mushroom. Her voice was barely audible. Zhang Yi didn't hear it. What are you standing there for? Grandma Lunra is calling for dinner. Zhang Yi's voice came from inside. Bai snapped out of her daze and hurried to follow. Hidden beneath her chestnut hair, a gentle smile flickered in her eyes. But Zhang Yi didn't notice the single white hair resting silently among her dark strands. This feast is incredible. Zhang Yi looked at the table piled high with dishes, his face full of delight. He turned to Grandma Lunla and smiled. Grandma Lunla, it's a shame you don't run a restaurant with cooking skills like this. Grandma Lunla chuckled warmly. Heh, this old body can't keep up with much anymore. If you all like it, then I'm happy. Zhang Yi's eyes brightened, a touch of seriousness in his gaze as he looked at Bai. Suddenly, he said, I'm going to live here from now on. Since I don't know how to cook, I want to give you 1,000 gold each month for you to take care of our meals. How does that sound? Grandma Lunla quickly waved her hand shyly. That's too much. I want to cook for you because I enjoy it. There's no need for money. No way. I have a huge appetite, especially for meat. You can't let yourself worry about that. Zhang Yi shook his head with a smile. Then he paused, frowning slightly, but Grandma Lunla was about to say something, but Zhang Yi waved her off and changed the subject. It's settled then. The rest of the money can go to the little girls for nutrition. They should all put on some weight. It's not right for them to be so thin. Hearing this, a gentle warmth flickered in Grandma Lunla's eyes. She nodded in agreement, her gaze full of affection. She understood that Zhang Yi's kindness was meant to support the children. The meal was especially lively. Tina and several of the little girls rarely ate meat, so the sight of so many rich dishes thrilled them. Once they began eating, they devoured the food ravenously, their cheeks puffed out adorably. While eating, Zhang Yi kept an eye on Bai. At one point, Bai slightly folded up her collar, revealing half of her small face. She ate very carefully and slowly, only spooning a few small pieces of fish tail, hardly touching any other meat. Zhang Yi frowned, feeling that wouldn't do. He used his fork to pick up a piece of beef and placed it in Bai's bowl. Startled, Bai looked at Zhang Yi, who wore a serious expression as he said, "Eat more meat. You're so thin it looks like you're about to suffer from malnutrition." Magic research workers need proper nutrition so their minds stay sharp. Bai nodded softly and said, "Okay." Seeing her slowly eat the meat, Zhang Yi finally relaxed and took big bites himself. But every once in a while, he would add more beef, fish, and even chicken drumsticks to Bai's bowl. "That's too much." Too much. Bai looked a bit flustered. "Too much? That just means your appetite is too small." Zhang Yi laughed. Bai stared at the beef taking up half her bowl, looking unsure. Seeing she couldn't finish, Zhang Yi simply handed over his bowl. "Give me what you can't eat." After hesitating a moment, Bai gently picked up the leftover beef and placed it in Zhang Yi's bowl. He took it and swallowed it in one bite. While eating, Zhang Yi reminded her, "From now on, you need to take the initiative to eat more meat. Don't just wait for me to cut it for you, or you'll never finish." Bai obediently nodded, "MHM." Zhang Yi smiled and asked, "You understand?" Bai nodded again, "I do." As Grandma Lunla ate, she watched the scene with a smile in her eyes. Usually, the kids barely ever got to eat meat. Bai herself hardly touched it, mostly just pouring meat sauce over rice and leaving the real meat for her and the other children. Grandma Lunla had often encouraged Bai, but she would only taste a tiny bit and refused to eat more. She knew Bai wasn't really avoiding meat because she disliked it. In fact, Bai liked it very much. Whenever there was meat, she always swallowed the saliva secretly. For this family, meat was always a luxury. When Zhang Yi wasn't around, they might eat meat at most twice a month. But this obedient little girl, so pitifully well-behaved, always saved the limited meat for children smaller than herself, even though she was a child too. This time, under Zhang Yi's insistence, she ended up eating several pieces herself. On the surface, she showed little reaction, but the small feet gently wiggling under the table revealed her satisfaction and happiness. She was finally full. Zhang Yi leaned back in his chair with a satisfied look, letting out a content burp. The little kitten mimicked his carefree posture, lying down and beginning to purr softly. Bai picked up the mop, intending to help Grandma Lunla clear the dishes. But just as she was about to head to the kitchen, Grandma Lunla stopped her firmly. "I've got this. You go rest in the living room." Bai looked at Grandma Lunla with some confusion. Usually, all the housework fell on her shoulders because Grandma was old and physically limited, and the younger sisters were still little. But today, Grandma Lunla had taken over that chore, leaving Bai uncertain of what to do next. Seeing the determination in Grandma Lunla's expression, Bai had no choice but to nod reluctantly and go to the living room. Grandma Lunla smiled gently and quietly glanced at Bai and Zhang Yi with satisfaction before turning to wash the dishes. She knew well why she hoped Bai would spend more time with Zhang Yi, hoping it would help her become more cheerful. For Bai's sake, no matter how hard it was worth it. Bai sat in the living room and began to knit a sweater carefully. Zhang Yi had nothing else to do and quietly watched her work the yarn. Outside, Chi-Chi and Tina had gone out to play, leaving only the two of them in the little house. The room was quiet, but not awkward. Instead, it felt peaceful and comfortable. It had been a long time since Zhang Yi had felt such calm. He loved the wildness of battle and the apocalypse of gunfire and blades, but he also craved the quiet after the storm. This tranquility before him intoxicated him, and slowly sleepiness crept in. He laid back on the wooden chair and fell into a deep sleep. The only sounds inside were the soft rustle of yarn and his steady breathing. After a while, Bai stopped knitting, stretched her neck, and glanced over at the sleeping Zhang Yi. The big guy was sound asleep, even wearing a faint smile on his face. She was stunned for a moment, then quietly got up, fetched a blanket, and gently covered him. Her movements were soft and did not wake him. Normally, mercenaries had very light sleep and woke at the slightest sound. But this time, Zhang Yi slept like a slumbering giant, smiling even in his dreams. Bai quietly watched him, a tender smile naturally spreading on her lips. Grandma Lunla came out of the kitchen and saw Bai standing motionless by Zhang Yi's bed, staring without blinking like a wooden doll. As someone who had been through similar experiences, she understood exactly what was happening. She just smiled softly and returned to her room, not wanting to disturb them. Bai stood there for a long time, as if time had frozen. This child always seemed to be like this, lost in thought. It wasn't until the children's laughter and Huolan's voice came from outside that Bai snapped back to reality. Zhang Yi murmured softly as if waking. Bai's heart tightened. She looked around and saw the nearly finished sweater. Hastily, she sat back down and resumed knitting stitch by stitch. The door creaked open, and the children, along with Chi-Chi and Huolan, entered the little house. Zhang Yi opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and wore a relaxed smile. He hadn't enjoyed such a comfortable nap in a long time. That's right, Huolan said with a laugh. Seeing Huolan, Zhang Yi smiled back and was about to speak, but then noticed the blanket and looked over at Bai. She was still quietly sitting, focused on knitting, as if nothing had just happened. Zhang Yi chuckled, realizing the sweater hadn't progressed much since he fell asleep. I've got 2 pieces of news for you. Which one do you want to hear first? Zhang Yi asked Bai, his voice carrying a hint of curiosity. Huolan smirked, then chuckled and said, "Oh?" Zhang Yi's face lit up with a big smile, clearly in a good mood. He nodded, "Give me the good news first." The good news is that Haidu Academy agreed to let me bring Bai to Haidice Academy ahead of schedule. As soon as Huolan finished speaking, Bai's knitting needles froze midair. She looked up with wide eyes, a bit dazed, staring at Huolan. Huolan grinned triumphantly. Zhang Yi's face was full of excitement. That really is good news. Of course, Huolan said, clearly pleased by Zhang Yi's reaction even though it didn't concern him much. Zhang Yi's curiosity got the better of him. And the bad news? A mischievous glint flashed across Huolan's eyes. When did I say there was bad news? Could it be 2 pieces of good news? Zhang Yi feigned surprise. Definitely. Huolan laughed even harder. ID already applied for Imperial Scholarship Aid for Bai at Haidu Academy. The scholarship funds actually arrived 2 weeks ago, but the Academy kept blocking them from being released. I just put some pressure on the instructor's office myself, and finally, they handed over the money. With that, Huolan flicked his ring, and a pouch of gold coins suddenly appeared with a soft thud on the table in front of Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi reacted quickly, grabbing it and feeling the weight. That must be 1,500 gold coins, right? Exactly, 1,500 gold. Huolan sneered. Those corrupt officials taking bribes tried telling me the scholarship was only 300 gold. If I hadn't checked the subsidy standards for secondary academies around Haidice beforehand, I might have been fooled. Zhang Yi smiled wryly. These corrupt officials really take a bite. If it weren't for you, dear dumb mushroom, Bai wouldn't have gotten a penny. Dumb mushroom? Huolan blinked and glanced at Bai, suddenly understanding and chuckling. Don't give my student nicknames, haha. Zhang Yi laughed softly as he handed the pouch to Bai. Bai looked a little nervous, saying, maybe you should keep it safe for me, Instructor Huolan. It's yours. Keep it yourself, Zhang Yi said without hesitation, shoving the pouch into Bai's arms. Bai grabbed it quickly, her eyes shy. Thank you. Zhang Yi teased. Hey dumb mushroom, you better say thank you to Instructor Huolan. Bai hurriedly bowed deeply to Huolan. Thank you. Huolan's smile softened. He shook his hand gently. Today you should pack up and come with me to Haidice. Once we get there, it'll help you apply for the scholarship there. Since Haidice is a first-tier academy, the scholarship could be 5,000 gold. You can relax about living expenses after that. Thank you, Bai's voice trembled, her eyes moist, almost crying. Zhang Yi and Huolan exchanged a glance and couldn't help but smile. Since they had to leave immediately, Bai needed to pack and say goodbye to Huolan, Tina, and the others. When the younger girls heard their sister was leaving, Tina and a group of little girls all burst into tears, sniffling and clinging tightly to Bai. Bai couldn't hold back any longer either. She cried softly while comforting the sobbing girls. Grandma Lunla gently stroked Bai's cheek and reminded her of things to keep in mind at Haidice. This touching scene moved everyone. Huolan's eyes were red-rimmed. His little nose scrunched up as he repeatedly sniffled. Zhang Yi looked at them with a hint of helplessness, mumbling to himself, why all the crying? It's really unnecessary. After saying that, he stepped outside, lit a cigarette, and waited quietly. The sobbing inside continued on and off for quite a while before gradually subsiding. After a moment longer, the door slowly opened, and everyone walked out together. Zhang Yi glanced back and nearly burst out laughing. Bai was loaded down with packages of all sizes, heavy cloth sacks stuffed full, standing there looking like a big mushroom, sprouting smaller mushrooms both comical and endearing. Zhang Yi chuckled and asked, are you moving to study in Hades, or moving house? Carrying all these bags don't they weigh you down? Huolan answered from the side. This is their family's overflowing love. Zhang Yi took the packages and hefted them a few times. They really were heavy. Inside were bedding, Bai's usual water bottle, dishes, cutlery, even mini homemade farmhouse dishes and dried fruits. It was clear Bai's family worried this was her first time away from home strange, and lonely and Granny Lunla had carefully prepared everything she might need, leaving nothing out. If it had been possible, Zhang Yi suspected Granny Lunla might have even tried to bring Bai's usual chair along. There was so much stuff that Zhang Yi figured they'd have to rent a horse-drawn carriage to transport it all. He recalled that Hylon 11 had carriages for rent and looked to Huolan. Huolan, Mentor, can you do me a favor? Huolan raised an eyebrow, curious. Go ahead, tell me. Zhang Yi explained his plan. Huolan couldn't help but laugh when she heard it. He wanted her to help transfer the escort task to him and then release a golden level mission through Hylon 11. That way, he could accompany by to Jellalus City while building up more golden level mission credits to help Kiki qualify as an emissary to Hades. He promised to return any commission to Hualan and insisted this had nothing to do with personal gain. Hualan's eyes brightened. So you came to me just for this? Zhang Yi grinned. A beautiful and clever mentor like you? There's no way I could hide it. Hualan smiled. How about I give you a few more golden level missions? Zhang Yi replied seriously, commission doesn't matter. I just like golden level missions. Hualan couldn't help but laugh at his earnestness. This was a classic win-win deal. Zhang Yi helped Hualan gain experience completing missions, and she helped him build prestige. Later on, Zhang Yi hoped she might even help him find a way to learn magic. Commission was a minor detail in his eyes. Then it's settled. Let's go, Hualan nodded. Zhang Yi nodded back, signaling Bai to wait here while he and Hualan headed off toward Hylon 11. Bai watched their backs silently, expressionless. At that moment, Granny Luan La came over and softly adjusted Bai's clothes. She gently reminded her, Nan Nan, when you go to Hades Academy, remember to listen to your mentors, okay? Bai nodded lightly. Granny Luan La continued, if you encounter trouble, seek out Mentor Hualan or that big Gith'll help you. Don't forget to dye your hair, no matter what. Eat on time, and don't worry about things back home. If you can find work, keep what you earn to buy something nourishing for yourself. No need to send money back. Bai responded seriously, Mem. Granny Luan La's voice was soft yet firm, as if her gentle actions were quietly reinforcing Bai's confidence for the journey ahead. Grandma Lunla repeated her warnings again and again, while Bai Zhe nodded obediently, her eyes filled with respect and seriousness. After she finished speaking, Grandma Lunla reached out, parting Bai Zhe's thick bangs and gently caressing her soft cheek. Her voice was gentle but carried great weight. One more thing, the most important, don't use magic. Remember, absolutely no magic. Bai Zhe silently promised herself to keep this serious admonition close to heart. Meanwhile, inside Tavern number 11 in Hylon, a mercenary frowned as he pointed at the dish before him. Madam, I ordered the seafood set number 3, but you brought set number 2. His tone carried a hint of displeasure. Yiflan quickly apologized. Ah, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Please wait a moment. They'll have the kitchen prepare it again right away. She hurriedly gestured to the staff beside her, while the others in the tavern exchanged looks of mixed emotions. A nearby staff member shook his head helplessly. This was already the 4th order mix-up by the madam today. Yiflan had never made such a rookie mistake before. What was going on? Past noon, she was still unsettled. That morning, while out shopping, she saw a group of the armed crab gang's thugs marching out of the city. She knew Zhang Yi had previously clashed with the crab gang over a task she gave him. Since then, she had been anxious, fearing something might happen to Zhang Yi. Especially now, with him still not back. By right, the delivery task should have been completed in the morning. Could something really have gone wrong? She kept dismissing the thought. Zhang Yi was incredibly strong. Having slain a wolf demon, there was no way he could be easily overwhelmed. But this time, the crab gang had mobilized 40 or 50 men and even brought a golden-ranked mage. The situation looked extremely dangerous. In her mind, a reckless urge kept surfacing to grab a frying pan from the tavern and storm the crab gang's hideout to get answers. She knew it wasn't rational. She had done this job for years and should have grown used to mercenaries disappearing after their morning drink and not waiting to return. But this time, her heart was in turmoil, emotions unsettled, and even her work had become distracted. Just as her emotions swirled uncontrollably, the tavern door suddenly swung open. Yiflan quickly looked up, hope mixed with anxiety. This time, she was not disappointed. A strong figure entered, his familiar face still showing his usual simplicity and confidence. Yiflan's heart immediately relaxed, a long-lost smile spreading across her face. Yet the next moment, her smile froze when she noticed a woman walking beside Zhang Yi. The woman was strikingly beautiful, with a noble and elegant aura. At a glance, it was clear she was no ordinary person, someone very significant. Evelyn is an amazing tavern owner. Without her help, I wouldn't have progressed so quickly, Zhang Yi said with a smile. She was the one who introduced me to my first task. That time I ran into the wolf demon. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have gotten the wolf demon's corpse, nor met that outstanding mercenary. Holland chuckled along. Haha, something like that. Zhang Yi nodded with sincere gratitude in his eyes. I definitely need to properly thank her later. As soon as he finished speaking, Holland and Zhang Yi stepped into the tavern together. Upon entering, Holland frowned slightly. The air was thick with the strong smell of alcohol mixed with the distinctive musk of mercenaries' sweat, making her feel uneasy. She wasn't fond of such environments and rarely came here. Oddly, though, she couldn't detect any sweat odor on Zhang Yi. Maybe he hadn't broken a sweat in front of her all these years. Luckily, she was only here to commission a task and wouldn't stay long. She could tolerate the smell for a little while. Then her gaze was caught by another woman. Not only was the woman beautiful, but she also had a striking figure and a powerful presence. Holland instinctively glanced at Zhang Yi. After all, He had just been loudly praising the tavern owner. Could there be more between them than just business? Without hesitation, Zhang Yi walked up to the woman with a broad smile. "Boss Evelyn, I'm back," he said as if the tavern were his own home. The other mercenaries inside cast glances their way. Zhang Yi was well known to them, but the real center of attention was the stunning woman by his side. Her grace and looks seemed out of place in a mercenary tavern, drawing envious eyes all around. Evelyn noticed this and smiled faintly, her gaze lingering briefly on Holland before she spoke. "Task completed?" "Of course," Zhang Yi said as he pulled out the task items from his spatial ring: the unicorn bull's horn, the hops that Boss Ailey requested, a mission token from Nick, and a sealed task sheet prominently marked with a 5-star rating. Completing 3 gold-level tasks all at once caused the mercenaries nearby to whistle in admiration. But Evelyn, used to his efficiency, nodded lightly and took the materials, quickly handing him the payment. "1 bag of money." Zhang Yi pushed back. "Please forward this to Boss Ailey for me." "Sure," Evelyn replied, glancing curiously at Holland. "And who is this?" "A mentor from High Dice Academy." Holland, Zhang Yi introduced. "Mentor Holland, this is the amazing tavern owner I mentioned." Evelyn. Holland smiled and extended her hand with poised ease. "Pleasure to meet you." Evelyn was quick to respond, shaking her hand with a smile. Knowing Zhang Yi spoke highly of her as a great tavern owner put her more at ease. Seeing this, Zhang Yi took the lead in conversation. "Mentor Holland is here on a mission request." His tone was light, like he was bridging the two women. Holland took up the story. "Yes, I have 6 gold-level tasks and 1 platinum-level task to post." At her words, not only Zhang Yi but also the surrounding mercenaries and Evelyn widened their eyes. Holland's usual stern authority made this announcement especially striking. Zhang Yi blinked, expression seeming to say, "You didn't mention this when you arrived, did you?" When she arrived, Holland only mentioned having 3 gold-level missions. But before long, not only had the number doubled, she had also added a platinum-level assignment. She keenly noticed Zhang Yi's glance, but just smiled softly without responding, instead turning her attention to the remarkably poised hostess before her. The air seemed taut with an unspoken tension, though whether it was hostility or something else was hard to say. "So, can you take them?" Holland's smile was gentle, her tone casual, but Yiflan caught the subtle hint of a challenge beneath the surface. "Can I take them?" The real question was whether she was even qualified. Right now, the only person truly capable of handling things independently was Zhang Yi. 6 gold-level missions were no sweat for him. But could he really complete the platinum-level one? Even if he could, she had no authority to accept such a high-tier commission on his behalf. Thinking this over, doubt crept into Yiflin's heart. In looks, she could rival Holland. But from the moment the orders came in, it was clear their skills, status, and overall standing were worlds apart. Her gaze darkened briefly, yet she maintained a professional smile. "The gold-level missions are manageable, but as for the platinum level..." Before she could finish, Zhang Yi's voice cut in from beside her. "I can take that too." Yiflin's heart skipped. She turned to see him grinning in her direction. Holland glanced toward him with a flicker of inscrutable light in her eyes. Their gazes crossed in the charged atmosphere. Biting her lip, Yiflan found an unexpected surge of courage, quietly nodding and flashing Holland a sincere smile. This was no longer a practiced polite grin, it was full of resolve and confidence. "Yes, I can take them. I have the most reliable mercenaries at my disposal to ensure your request is fulfilled," Yiflan said firmly, her voice unwavering. Holland smiled. "Is that so? Then I look forward to it." She then gestured. "Please follow me. All gold level and above missions require identity verification and task forms. Since you're our honored guest, we'll arrange the finest reception room for you." "Thank you," Yiflan replied politely, leading Holland deeper into the tavern's private area. Zhang Yi followed close behind. He wasn't naive, he totally sensed the simmering tension in the air. Why it existed? That damn charm of his, he silently scolded himself. It wasn't vanity. He never expected such a reaction on their first meeting. 2 women competing like that over him? He was baffled, but certain it involved him somehow. Clearly, Yiflan had been at a disadvantage earlier. The hostess had helped him quite a bit, and deserved a return favor. Zhang Yi guessed Holland must be feeling somewhat displeased. Having 2 women subtly vying for him amused him, but also gave him a headache. It was the same story in his past life and this one too. Sigh. Maybe the old man Chris was right, and he was a scoundrel? Nonsense. He was a responsible, genuine man. Chris' words were totally unreliable. Muttering to himself, he followed the 2 into the prepared reception room. Yiflan prepared tea for Holland, who didn't touch her cup. Next came identity verification and filling out the forms, a total of 7 missions, 6 gold level and 1 platinum level. Yiflan had prepared 9 forms in total. Holland focused on completing them while Yiflan carefully guided her, Zhang Yi raising an eyebrow as he observed. The scene suggested their rivalry had softened into a kind of tacit understanding, leaving Zhang Yi puzzled. Women truly inscrutable creatures. Before long, the form was meticulously filled out. Holland put away her notebook and turned to Zhang Yi, smiling as she urged, "All right, it's time to go. Can't keep my star trainee waiting." There was a hint of urgency in her tone, clearly not wanting to stay any longer. Zhang Yi nodded. Got it. You wait outside. We'll pick up a job and catch up with you soon. Holland responded and walked away, her figure gradually fading into the distance. Zhang Yi watched her go, a slight smile tugging at his lips until he turned and accidentally met the innkeeper Evelyn's somewhat scrutinizing gaze. Momentarily at a loss for words, Zhang Yi cautiously ventured, picking up a job? Evelyn didn't rush to hand over the contract. Instead, she fixed him with a sharp look and asked, You and her get along pretty well? Zhang Yi answered calmly, Yeah, we're friends, I guess. Evelyn frowned. Friends don't just hand you 7 commissions at once, including a platinum level 1. Skepticism was clear on her face. Zhang Yi waved his hand in frustration. She's the client, not the one giving me the jobs, you know? Evelyn's expression softened, and she continued. So, you take a cut of her commission? Of course. Zhang Yi replied without hesitation, though a flicker of unease lingered inside. Evelyn's smile eased as she finally handed over the contract, adding in a low voice, That platinum task won't be easy. You need to hunt a platinum-grade demon beast. Are you sure you want to accept it? Zhang Yi grinned cockily. Don't worry, I just broke through gold rank. This won't be tough for me. He suddenly laid his cards on the table. Evelyn's eyes widened. Wait, you weren't gold before? No, I was silver. Zhang Yi said proudly. Silver, and you dare go after werewolves? Evelyn expressed disbelief. Exactly, that's my best feature, Zhang Yi boasted, full of self-satisfaction. Evelyn chuckled and nodded approvingly. No wonder you're confident taking on platinum. With these jobs done, your 3-star rating is a sure thing, right? Zhang Yi blinked and asked with a smile, Absolutely. Mimicking him, the innkeeper struck a pose and said, Don't just settle for 3 stars. Complete all the gold and platinum tasks, and you've got a shot at 4 stars. Well then, consider it done. He'll wrap it up within 10 days. Zhang Yi snapped his fingers confidently, ready for action. Evelyn's expression turned serious as she reminded him. This time, you're hunting a platinum crystal demon serpent. The goal is its crystal core. No cutting corners, you must kill it yourself. Don't worry, I'm banking on luck, maybe I'll even find a corpse and save myself the trouble, Zhang Yi joked. Seeing his relaxed attitude, Evelyn said little more, just nodding slightly. She brushed a stray lock of hair behind her ear. At her temple, a delicate ornament stood out, a bright red Mona flower accompanied by 2 snow-white peach blossoms, all coated with transparent amber resin. The 3 flowers bloomed exquisitely, and a faint hope shimmered in her eyes. Zhang Yi organized the contract and tucked it into his ring, grinning. I'll head out now. Mind if I borrow a horse-drawn carriage from the tavern? You'll have to get one from the stable yourself. Evelyn's voice carried a hint of disappointment, but she gave him a cautious farewell. Be careful on the road. Thanks. Zhang Yi nodded and strolled out of the reception room with a light step, closing the door behind him. Evelyn sighed and absent-mindedly touched the hair ornament at her ear. Suddenly, the door reopened, and Zhang Yi came back. He approached her, his gaze carrying a subtle intensity. Evelyn was caught off guard, her chest tightening slightly. Gently, Zhang Yi took the ornament from her ear and slowly placed it on the other side of her temple. It looked better on Daya's side, and Zhang Yi broke into a wide grin. Stay beautiful. See you with that. He hummed a little tune as he stepped out of the room. Yifan stood at the door, staring blankly at the closed door, then covered her mouth to laugh softly. This guy, why does he always use this kind of routine? Despite her words, a smile tugged at the corner of her lips, and she couldn't suppress the amusement in her eyes. As Zhang Yi left the tavern, he caught sight of Huolan standing a short distance away with crossed arms. She seemed to recognize him, her gaze flickering briefly before quickly looking away as if pretending not to see him. Zhang Yi pressed his lips into a thin line. Things with the landlady should be settled by now. Next was dealing with the mentor. He had a vague feeling it wouldn't be so easy. Sure enough, when Zhang Yi approached Huolan, her eyes held a half-smile, half-smirk. Looks like you and that landlady have a pretty good relationship. Zhang Yi scratched his head and chuckled nervously. Yeah, we're good friends. Friends? Huolan raised an eyebrow. Friends would take on a job they clearly shouldn't just because of one word from you? Zhang Yi shrugged. You know I'm a top-tier mercenary. Naturally, she trusts me enough to hand over the task. No commission, and she'd still be willing? Huolan stared sharply. Zhang Yes, I twitched slightly as he thought this as being way too literal. He forced a wry smile. Of course not. The pay from a few jobs isn't worth nearly as much as the friendship of a mentor. Smart people know how to choose. At last, Huolan laughed out loud, though it was clear the matter wasn't over yet. She opened her mouth to ask more, but Zhang Yi sensed trouble immediately and quickly changed the subject. He puckered his lips and said, Honestly, Mentor Huolan, you really startled me just now. I expected a few gold-level tasks, but not a platinum level 1 right off the bat. Huolan was taken aback. You're scared of a platinum-level hunt. Not scared of the task itself, scared of you. Zhang Yi chuckled. Me? Huolan looked confused. Zhang Yi nodded seriously. When I got promoted to gold, I was eager to test myself against a platinum-level monster to prove my strength. You know I love challenges and danger. The top one I wanted to try was the Crystal Demon Serpent, a fierce beast that ranks among the best of that tier, living about 200 kilometers from here in the Nuophalic Forest. He paused before continuing. When you said there was a platinum-level commission, I was surprised. But when I learned the target was the crystal demon serpent, my heart really skipped a beat. Makes me wonder if you have mind-reading powers and know what I'm thinking. He stared at Hualan as if convinced it was true. Hualan covered her mouth and laughed lightly, a triumphant look on her face. She had been thinking the same thing, and the shared thought brightened her mood, as if they were perfectly in sync. What do you think? She asked, blinking those beautiful almond-shaped eyes, neither denying nor confirming. Zhang Yi pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Two possibilities. 1. You really do have mind-reading magic, an ability only a handful of prodigious mages possess. Hualan laughed louder. And the other possibility? Zhang Yi grinned mysteriously. The other is that you're just incredibly clever and perceptive. That alone lets you see right through what I'm thinking. Hualan couldn't help but smile. Well, then let's go with the second. Zhang Yi nodded. I'm inclined to agree, though the first possibility can't be completely ruled out. She waved her hand dismissively. Enough flattery. Bai is still waiting for us. Her laughter rang out cheerfully as she didn't mention Yifun again. Zhang Yi chuckled softly. All set. Driving the horse-drawn carriage borrowed from the tavern, Zhang Yi arrived at the entrance of the orphanage. Bai climbed nimbly onto the carriage, clutching bundles of packages in her arms. A group of little girls, who had just stopped crying, burst into tears again the moment she settled in and the carriage began to move. Seeing this, Zhang Yi simply opened his arms wide and beckoned, scooping up each of the girls under 10 years old one by one. He held them firmly, but gently. Get seated properly. He set them steadily on his shoulders, and the girls quickly linked hands and sat together. Tina still clung to his neck. Though her tears hadn't dried completely, she had stopped crying. I'll take you all with me for a while. Once we're through the city gate, they'll bring you back, so no more crying, all right? Zhang Yi said firmly. Okay. The girls nodded eagerly, then looked around curiously. It's so high up. Big guy, aren't you scared of being this tall? Zhang Yi chuckled. It's barely over 2 meters. What's there to be scared of? Of course not. I'm a brave mercenary, he said proudly. Tina blinked her big eyes and asked earnestly, can I be a mercenary too? Absolutely. But being a mage is even cooler, Zhang Yi replied with a smile. Then he helped the girls climb onto the carriage. Despite his large movements, he handled them carefully and steadily. The little ones shrieked excitedly at first, but soon couldn't help but laugh out loud. Bai reached out from inside the carriage, gently supporting the children behind her as if afraid they might tumble off. As Zhang Yi drove, he boasted to the kids perched on his shoulders, wondering if I can fly? No, he grinned mischievously, but I can shoot down flying things, with just stones I pick up on the spot. The girls exclaimed in awe, their eyes shining with admiration and anticipation. Nearby, Hualan watched quietly, a smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Someone who could genuinely connect with kids like this surely wasn't a bad person. The trip from the orphanage to the city gate usually took just 10 minutes, but Zhang Yi deliberately slowed the carriage, stretching the journey to over 20 minutes. We agreed. No crying, okay? His voice was gentle but resolute. Okay, no crying. Tina and the other girls replied stubbornly, their eyes red-rimmed. Zhang Yi nodded. Then with a sudden shake of his shoulders, 4 of the girls leapt into the air at once. He bent down and caught them steadily. Don't close your eyes, big brother's gonna take you on a thrilling ride, he said with a grin. Jumping off the carriage, Zhang Yi stretched his powerful legs and suddenly dashed forward at lightning speed. While the girls screamed, Tina's shout the loudest, but their cries were full of excitement and joy. What had been a 20-minute trip was over in less than a minute when he sprinted them back to the orphanage. Their hair was tousled wildly, standing up like tiny brooms when they landed. Tina raised her hand, pleading, I want to play more, I want to play again. Zhang Yi laughed, ruffling her hair gently. Next time for sure, but first I need to take your sister to the academy. Promise you'll take us to play next time. Tina's eyes sparkled. Promise. Zhang Yi nodded, handing the group of children over to Grandma Lunla's care. Then he leapt back into the carriage and took off like a shot again, racing swiftly toward the city gate. You really don't mind the trouble, do you? Hualan teased with a smile. What trouble? Zhang Yi laughed heartily, flicking the reins. Let's go. Inside the carriage, Bai held the parcels tightly, her gaze following the joyful smile on Zhang Yi's face. The eyes hidden beneath her hair softened gradually. This was clearly Bai's first time traveling so far. She curled up tightly, her expression a little anxious as the wheels rolled past the city gate and into the wilderness beyond. Take it easy, silly mushroom. Zhang Yi turned back with a teasing smile, his tone full of affection and playful mockery. Bai quietly muttered, I'm not silly. Then he'll just call you little mushroom. Zhang Yi chuckled softly, as if teasing this girl brought him endless joy. Bai hesitated for a moment, then gently extended a finger from her sleeve, but didn't say a word. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow and smiled even more mischievously. What's a year older to me? They'll still call you little mushroom. Bai immediately withdrew her finger, lowering her head with a hint of grievance on her face. Nearby, Hualan watched their close interaction, half amused and half annoyed. She lightly tapped Zhang Yi and said, You dare bully her like this even when I'm here? Me? No way, Zhang Yi replied, a bit embarrassed as he laughed. I saw it all. Don't deny it. Huolan pouted, clearly unconvinced. Seeing isn't always believing. Why don't you ask her if I bullied her? Zhang Yi smiled mysteriously. Huolan turned to Bai and gently linked her arm, saying, if he ever does, tell the tutor. He'll teach him a lesson. Bai shook her head repeatedly, her voice soft. No, no bullying. Zhang Yi shook his head with a sly smile. Ha ha ha. Stop laughing. Huolan tapped him again. Bai's just too soft-hearted. If it were someone else, you wouldn't dare treat them like this. Zhang Yi smiled, but suddenly grew serious. Huolan, can you guarantee that no one dares bully Bai here at Hydus? Of course. Huolan replied without hesitation. As long as I'm here, no one will dare lay a finger on Bai. But Zhang Yi shook his head calmly. Looks like you don't really understand Bai. What do you mean? Huolan frowned. Without looking back, Zhang Yi said quietly, have you ever seen her true self? Huolan was momentarily stunned as she turned to look at Bai. Suddenly, she felt uncertain had she ever truly seen this girl's real nature. Lift her bangs and take a closer look. Then I'll ask you again. Zhang Yi added. Huolan hesitated, then softly asked Bai, can I? Bai stared blankly for a few seconds before slowly nodding. Huolan gently swept Bai's bangs aside. Immediately, she froze. In the silence, Zhang Yi's voice broke through. Now, tutor Huolan, can you still guarantee that no one dares bully Bai at Hydus? Huolan was silent for a long moment, her expression shifting. What she saw made her realize that no guarantee could really hold. If Bai revealed this true appearance, it would stir a massive storm. Those who would target her would not be limited to just Hydus students. This world was ruthless and unforgiving. To possess breathtaking beauty without equal strength or backing was more of a curse than a blessing. Think of Hilda, her stunning beauty shocked all of Hydus and Grelic City. Among over 3,000 students, at least half followed her faithfully. Not just students, tutors, and even the city's nobles adored her. It sounded impressive, but it was also dangerous. Without comparable power and influence, she would become a marked target. Not all nobles played by the rules, and not all strong people can resist temptation. How many could control themselves when faced with an angelic beauty who couldn't fight back? Protecting Bai. Though Huolan was distinguished and powerful, if those targeting Bai were far stronger with deeper connections, how could she handle it? That was exactly why Zhang Yi couldn't let it go. Can you? Zhang Yi looked Huolan in the eye steadily. Huolan bit her lip. I will try my best to protect her. Good. Zhang Yi smiled and nodded. But I'm different. How so? Huolan raised an eyebrow, slightly defiant. I'm a mercenary. I have no restraints and can do whatever I want. His voice was steady and resolute as he gazed into the distance. Remember what I said before? Freedom beyond the rules. If anyone dares to hurt her, you protect her as best you can. You'll mercilessly eliminate anyone who tries. Eradication is true protection. Understand, tutor Huolan? He turned back, flashing a grin so bright it could almost shine. I guarantee that, except for me, no one will dare bully her. The carriage rolled slowly along the winding country road, the wheels crunching over the gravel with a gentle rhythmic sound. Zhang Yi leaned against the corner of the carriage, a bit resigned, listening to Huolan's calm but clearly warning voice filtering through the carriage. Bai, when you're in Hydus, you better keep your face out of sight, got it? Otherwise, those bad guys like me will come looking to harass you. Even though you have a mentor there, they won't openly mess with you in Hydus, but don't be surprised if they keep you up at night, Huolan said, his tone heavy with concern. Bai replied softly, her head bent so low it almost touched her chest, her voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid of being overheard. He isn't a bad guy. Her eyes never lifted as she spoke. Zhang Yi immediately broke into a proud grin, raising an eyebrow with a teasing edge as he looked at Huolan. Huolan shook his head helplessly but still reached out to pull Bai's shoulder gently, his tone warm. All right, maybe he's not a bad guy, but there are bad people out there. Anyway, you have to listen to your mentor, understand? Bai remained silent, her head bowed. Huolan glanced at her, uncertain if she had really taken the advice in. Zhang Yi chimed in. Listening to mentor Huolan is always the right move. Bai nodded lightly. No you have to say you understand. Zhang Yi sounded a bit smug. I understand, Bai obediently answered. Good mushroom, Zhang Yi joked with a laugh. Huolan cast a resigned glance at Zhang Yi's increasingly cocky smile, and thought to himself he really wanted to pinch that thick skin, just to see how someone could be so shameless. The carriage continued steadily onward as night slowly enveloped the sky. Perhaps from the tension of the journey, Bai's nerves finally began to loosen. Her slender frame trembled slightly with drowsiness. She gently swayed with the motion of the carriage. Zhang Yi noticed, but said nothing. Instead, he shifted slightly toward Bai, slowly turning his back to her. Gradually, Bai's small head nodded, then finally rested softly against Zhang Yi's back. Exhausted, she quickly fell into a deep sleep. Her long cat tail somehow curled around Zhang Yi's arm, while Chi-Chi nestled quietly on his other side, eyes closed. Listening to the faint sounds of breathing nearby, Zhang Yi gently pulled on the reins, gradually slowing the carriage. Huolan watched Zhang Yi's broad, sturdy back fade into the darkness, and suddenly felt a wave of sleepiness wash over her. Being around such a big, solid person gave a strange sense of being wrapped safely by the whole world, even though Zhang Yi was only a gold-level fighter. She suppressed a yawn, stepped behind him, softly covered Bai with a blanket, then turned to sit down, wrapping herself tightly in a quilt and leaning against Zhang Yi's strong back. Things were just right now. A little cat on her left, a steady mentor behind her, and a soft, delicate mushroom girl on the other side. Zhang Yi glanced back sideways at Hualan. She looked up at him, a mischievous spark in her eyes that she couldn't hide. Zhang Yi's lips twitched in a slight smile, but said nothing, refocusing on driving the carriage. You big lug, Hualan's voice echoed. Slightly Zhang Yi recognized the magical sound transmission. She whispered, can you really protect her? He heard the doubt in her question. She worried whether he could really safeguard the fragile mushroom girl. Zhang Yi didn't reply with words. He just nodded firmly. Even if those who bully her are much stronger than you, you'd still do it? He nodded again. Then why protect her like that? Zhang Yi chuckled softly. Because she's beautiful. Just because of that. Hualan blinked in surprise. Isn't that enough? Zhang Yi asked in return. Hualan was speechless. She knew she wouldn't trust any lofty excuses coming from him. But this reason, she believed. Men liking beautiful women, it was just human nature. Zhang Yi didn't try to hide his true nature. Instead, he openly admitted it, which unexpectedly made Hualan like him even more. She then asked, so, do you think I'm beautiful? Zhang Yi didn't hesitate. Of course. Head lost count of how many times Head called her a beautiful mentor, but women liked asking questions they already knew the answer to, and Zhang Yi happily gave her the response she wanted to hear. Hualan immediately followed up. Then, will you protect me like you protect her? As soon as she said it, she looked up at Zhang Yi with an innocent, almost childlike expression that seemed full of wonder. But Zhang Yi wasn't fooled by her outward naivety in his eyes. Hualan was a graceful, intelligent woman who knew how to keep herself guarded and wouldn't say something so close to a confession casually. In an instant, his mind raced and he realized she was setting a trap. If he said yes, it meant he treated every beautiful woman the same, which meant she wasn't special. What women truly wanted was to feel special. This question was like the classic trap: who is more beautiful, me or that girl? Deadly and clever. No wonder she was a mentor. Her tactics were impressively sharp. Zhang Yi pretended to ponder, then after a pause said, if you needed protection like that silly mushroom girl, I would. But clearly, you Donnie are even stronger than me. So he deliberately paused, smiling. Instead of wasting energy on protection, why not give you a kind of romance and fun you've never experienced? For example, how about you promise me a candlelit dinner? Hualan instantly covered her mouth, laughing out loud. I only promised to treat you to dinner, nothing about candlelight. Zhang Yi chuckled proudly. No problem, I'll bring my own candles. Her lively eyes curved like crescent moons as she smiled warmly. She was well used to Zhang Yi's shamelessness, and this perfectly timed boldness made her feel wonderfully pleased. She nodded and leaned against his back in a comfortable spot. How about tomorrow night, Mr. Mercenary? I'm sure it will be an unforgettable evening, Mentor Hualan. Well then, good night. Sweet dreams. With the brief goodbye, the night grew quiet and still. They didn't speak the entire night. When the morning light filtered through thin clouds, Hualan woke to find the sky pale and grayish. Sleeping until naturally waking felt so refreshing. The only discomfort was that sleeping while leaning on the carriage made her body a bit stiff, though moving around helped. Sitting up, she stretched and glanced over at Zhang Yi. He was still sitting perfectly still, like an iron tower quietly standing guard. She noticed that a little cat had somehow crawled into his lap, curled up, using his thigh as a pillow. Bai still leaned against her usual spot. His unmoving posture showed Head hardly stirred all night. Where are we now? Hualan asked softly. About a third of the way left, Zhang Yi answered. To keep everyone from tiring, Head deliberately slowed the carriage, but they'd arrived before noon. At that moment, Mushroom Girl let out a soft whimper. Bai had woken up. She stood slowly, a little dazed. Thankfully the carriage was one of the large freight ones with a high roof nearly 6 feet tall, or she might have hit her head. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere was quiet, but full of subtle tension as the journey continued onward. After standing up, she took a few unsteady steps forward, then suddenly cried out as she stumbled over the wooden step of the carriage. Fortunately, Zhang Yi reacted quickly, stretching out his right hand to catch her steadily. He then carefully helped her back into the carriage seat. Clumsy mushroom, do you think you're still at the orphanage? Zhang Yi teased with a smile. Bai glanced around and finally realized she had left the orphanage and was now sitting in the carriage heading to hide a sigh. She lowered her head in embarrassment and whispered, sorry, I might have caused you trouble. Stop saying sorry all the time. What I really want to hear is you say I love you to me. Zhang Yi smiled warmly, his tone gentle and teasing. Hey, Hualan lightly tapped Zhang Yi's shoulder and whispered to Bai, don't mind him, he's just joking. You can't say things like that so casually. But as Hualan looked back at Bai, she immediately noticed Bai's head was bowed, silent and withdrawn. Raising an eyebrow with a knowing look, she teased Zhang Yi. See, you've taken the joke too far this time. Zhang Yi froze for a moment and turned to look at Bai. Usually, Bai kept her head down out of shyness and insecurity, avoiding eye contact and staring at the ground. But this time, she actually lowered her head so far that her face was almost parallel to the floor. Could it really be that the joke went too far? He quickly leaned in and called softly, "Mushroom?" Bai didn't respond and kept her head lowered. Zhang Yi looked helplessly at Huolan, who folded her arms with a look that said, "Whose fault is this? Go comfort her." Zhang Yi could only speak softly, "Look up." At his words, Bai obediently lifted her head, though she still didn't say a word. Zhang Yi reached out and gently brushed the fringe away from her forehead. She didn't pull away, which eased the tension in his chest. He silently told himself, as long as she didn't cry, it wasn't too bad. But when the fringe was lifted, Zhang Yi saw her face, flushed bright red. At that moment, his heart skipped a beat. He realized this wasn't just the joke going too far and making her cry, it was that Bai Mushroom was truly shy. Her entire face was flushed pink, her ears red like ripe apples. Biting her lip, her wide eyes looked at Zhang Yi in a panic, a swirling mixture of anxiety spinning deep within them. But it was exactly that expression that made Zhang Yi's heart race faster without him even realizing it. Just kidding, don't overthink it." He scratched his cheek, trying to hide his own nervousness. Bai finally relaxed and gently nodded, "Mm." At that moment, Huolan furrowed her brows and asked Zhang Yi, "Is our big guy actually shy?" Around 10 in the morning, Zhang Yi and his group arrived at Jarila City. The city was as lively and bustling as ever, with people coming and going along the streets, full of energy. Zhang Yi drove the carriage slowly into the unloading area of Hades Academy, then got down to help Bai unload a large pile of packages. Walking at a slower pace, he carried the parcels while following behind Huolan and Bai, quietly asking, "By the way, is Bai's dorm a single room?" Kiki sat steadily on Zhang Yi's shoulder, its cat tail swaying lazily, seemingly paying attention to the conversation. Huolan nodded calmly, with a hint of care in her tone. "Yes, I have 3 dorm spots reserved for magic researchers, and each is a single room. Don't worry." She understood that Zhang Yi was probably just concerned whether Bai would get bullied by roommates. That was something she had already taken into account. Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "That's good." Then the 3 of them headed toward the girls' dormitory. But just as Huolan reached the entrance, she stopped with a teasing smile and half-jokingly said, "What? Want to come inside and take a look?" Zhang Yi immediately turned serious. "No way. I'm just worried that you 2 little girls can't carry these packages." Hearing himself called little girls by him, Huolan was quite pleased. With a flick of her finger, magic surged forth and the packages in Zhang Yi's hands were instantly lifted and stored in her spatial ring. "That way, you don't have to trouble yourself. Go do your own thing, Zhang Yi," she said with a smile. Zhang Yi gave a helpless smile. "All right then." He turned to Bai with determination. "If anyone bullies you from now on, tell Master Huolan right away. If she can't handle it, he'll step in. Don't quietly endure it. If I find out you were bullied and didn't tell me, he'll use unconventional methods. Understand?" Bai nodded seriously. Gnomes say you understand." "Got it." Bai nodded firmly. Zhang Yi nodded with satisfaction. "All right, let's go." Watching them disappear into the mysterious and solemn depths of the girls' dormitory, Zhang Yi turned and strode toward the city outskirts. He planned to use this brief time to complete the platinum-level task. Most of the commissions Huolan had issued were for material gathering and were relatively easy. Among the 6 gold-level tasks, 4 involved collecting medicinal herbs clearly for concocting magic potions and the other 2 required gathering materials from gold-level herbivorous beasts. Though called gold-level, those tasks were not very challenging, roughly equivalent to silver-level difficulty. The only platinum-level task was to hunt the crystal demon serpent in the Nafarak forest. Nafarak was a vast forest near Jarila, much larger than the Nyamu forest. Traveling from Jarila to Nafarak was much closer than going from Haidu over 190 kilometers away. Leaving now, killing the serpent, and returning would line up just right with the afternoon. Zhang Yi would also bring the serpent's magic crystals as a gift to Huolan, which, although part of the task, was still a nice gesture. Additionally, 5 of the 6 gold-level materials Huolan requested could be found inside Nafarak Forest. If luck was on his side, Zhang Yi might be able to collect them all at once today, making for great efficiency. To prepare for this big undertaking, Zhang Yi had stopped by Jarila City's magic potion shop to buy some stamina potions to replenish his energy. By big undertaking, he meant the upcoming battle with the crystal demon serpent knot with Huolan. Well, better not explain that now. With everything ready, Zhang Yi shouldered his supplies, mounted Kiki, and sped off. After his recent upgrade, his speed had increased, allowing him to cover nearly 200 kilometers in under an hour and reach his destination. The poor little cat was completely ruffled by the fierce wind blowing all along the way. Kiki obediently curled up on Zhang Yi's shoulder, murmuring, "Big guy, I feel so dizzy." Meow. Zhang Yi apologized softly, saying, "Let's take a break for now." In his heart, he silently wished he could fly, then the journey would be faster and less shaky. It was clear he needed to hurry up and learn some magic. They rested at the forest's edge for 10 minutes, and Kiki quickly regained her usual lively spirit. Little cat girls really have endless energy. Zhang Yi then led her around the thicket and deeper into the woods. Their luck was pretty good. Less than 10 miles in, Kiki spotted the first herb Horan had instructed them to find. Her sharp eyes singled out the target immediately amid the dense grass. She swiftly picked the herb, carefully placed it into the spatial ring, and pressed on. Then, as if triggered by a lucky buff, Kiki quickly found 3 more task herbs in succession. With that, the materials for the 4 golden grade tasks were complete. Though these herbs were intentionally set as easier tasks by Horan, Zhang Yi still lovingly ruffled Kiki's little head, grinning. You really are my lucky star. Hee. Kiki beamed, happy to finally be useful, and eagerly jumping through the forest searching for the next target. Besides the mission herbs, Zhang Yi also gathered some medicinal plants he recognized, storing them to submit later. Even without specific tasks, these golden grade materials could fetch a good amount of silver on the market. However, danger was inevitable on the way. The forest swarmed with magical beasts, many of golden grade prowling the outskirts. Within less than an hour, Zhang Yi encountered 7. An ordinary golden grade mercenary might have been battered or killed by now, but Zhang Yi's strength was clearly above his peers. Each time, a single punch dazed the beasts, who then wisely fled. Only 2 stubborn ones insisted on fighting, but both were knocked down by his whirlwind fists. He hadn't even used his trump card, the angel hammer, yet. He dispatched them with ease. Around noon, Zhang Yi roasted a giant beast's hind leg over the fire. The aroma filled the air. He and Kiki sat in the shade, enjoying a hearty barbecue feast. After eating, they continued searching the forest for signs of the crystal demon snake. Whether luck had run out or for some other reason, they found no trace until 4 in the afternoon. Zhang Yi knew they had to return by about 5 to make it back for dinner. They searched another half hour but still had no luck by the time it was 4:30, so reluctantly decided to turn back. Although they couldn't bring the crystal core of the snake as a gift to Horan, the herbs they collected were enough compensation. Just as they were about to leave, a sudden loud crash rang out in the distance, mixed with a sharp hiss. Zhang Yi frowned. The sound was eerily like that of a serpent beast. He felt a spark of hope. Could it really be the crystal demon snake? Without hesitation, he dashed toward the noise with Kiki. After climbing a small hill and running 5 or 6 miles, they finally reached a basin. From the hilltop, Zhang Yi's eyes scanned the scene ahead. As he suspected, there was a massive crystal demon snake, stretching around 30 to 40 meters long. But the situation also made him frown deeply. There was a human figure, and even more alarming, 8 fierce wolf demons guarding the area. This was far more complicated than he had imagined. The moment Zhang Yi saw the wolf demons, he knew something was seriously wrong. Helen had told him that wolf demons usually traveled alone, so seeing this many of them together could only mean one thing: there was probably a legendary bloodland nearby. Kiki glanced towards the basin, swallowing nervously. Clearly, these wolf demons had left quite an impression on her. In the basin, one of the wolf demons was exceptionally large. Ordinary wolf demons stretched about 3 meters in length, and 2 others were over 4 meters. But the biggest one towered at a full 6 meters tall. Its claws were as red as blood, emitting an eerie crimson glow even from a distance. Kiki's eyes widened as she muttered anxiously, "There's someone near the big one. We have to go help her, meow." Zhang Yi crouched down, studying the scene carefully, then grinned. "Of course we do. We know her." "Who?" Kiki frowned. Her eyesight wasn't as sharp as Zhang Yi's. She could tell it was a woman, but couldn't make out any details. "Hilda, remember?" Zhang Yi's eyes twinkled with a smile. Kiki blinked, then instantly caught on. "Oh, the swan sword maiden Warren mentioned, meow." "That's right." Zhang Yi snapped his fingers excitedly. "She needs our help now. This is a perfect chance." "What kind of chance?" Kiki asked curiously. "A chance to be a hero and save a beauty," Zhang Yi said unabashedly, grinning widely. "Does the big guy like her?" Kiki suddenly wondered. "As long as it's a beauty. I like her," Zhang Yi replied eagerly. There was no need for beating around the bush with Kiki. Was straightforward. She thought for a moment, gently touched her cheek, then looked back at Zhang Yi. "Big guy, do you always save beautiful women when they're in danger?" "Of course. Why wouldn't I?" Zhang Yi chuckled confidently. Kiki couldn't help smiling because Zhang Yi had saved her back then, and by his standards, she counted as a beauty. It wasn't hard to conclude Zhang Yi liked Kiki. She felt like a genius for figuring it out. She nodded and jumped onto Zhang Yi's back. "Then let's hurry and save her, meow." "All right." Zhang Yi leapt up instantly and charged toward the basin. At the same time, the battle in the basin flared up again. Hilda held her slender sword aloft, locked in a tense 3-way standoff with the crystal demon serpent and the pack of wolf demons. Although the crystal demon serpent was a serious threat, the wolf demons were clearly far more dangerous, forcing even the serpent onto the defensive. Hilda's face was grim. She had come to the Norfakra forest mainly for training and to help her mentor Helen gather rare materials. Interestingly, her goal was the same as Zhang Yi's, except she wanted to repay Helen's earlier help. So when she learned that Helen's research team needed these materials, she volunteered to go out on a solo mission to collect them, something Helen wasn't even aware of. Alone as usual, Hilda was a platinum level 2-star warrior. Though well liked at the academy, she had few close friends. She was well qualified to roam the Norfakra forest on her own and face its challenges. The battle spread through the basin. Hilda's blade flickered with a deadly gleam, while the crystal serpent and wolf demons stirred in the shadows. The situation was shifting rapidly and dangerously. Although her main goal on this journey was to kill the crystal demon serpent ranked Platinum 3, just one rank above her, Hilda was full of confidence in herself. As the youngest and most talented swordswoman of her clan, she possessed all the qualities of a prodigy, including the courage to challenge powerful foes and fight beyond her level. After 3 days of training in the Norfarak forest, she finally encountered a Platinum 4 crystal demon serpent. Though it was 2 sub-ranks stronger than her, this did not make Hilda hesitate. She knew that slaying this serpent, while difficult, was far from an insurmountable barrier. The battle was fierce and intense. Relying on her keen insight, Hilda managed to suppress the serpent at one point, preparing to deliver the killing stroke. Just then, a pack of wolf demons suddenly burst from the woods, launching a surprise attack. Were it not for her quick reflexes, she would have been seriously injured. Even so, she was forced to abruptly interrupt her sword technique to avoid a heavy blow. However, the magical backlash surged through her body like a tidal wave, burning fiercely and causing her great discomfort. At this moment, she faced a deadly pincer attack from both the crystal demon serpent and the wolf demons. She was familiar with ordinary wolf demons, but this pack was unlike any she had seen before. The lead wolf demon was far larger and more terrifying than usual, its claws stained with blood and glowing with a sinister crimson light. A mist of blood swirled around it, hinting at lethal poison. Hilda knew all too well that a single scratch from those claws, no matter how shallow, would bring unspeakable trouble. The situation before her looked grim. Her earlier battle with the crystal demon serpent had already drained most of her magical energy. She wielded extraordinary magic, powerful and explosive, that was what gave her the confidence to fight beyond her rank. But the downside was her limited mana reserve, much less than swordsmen of her level. Since childhood, she had painstakingly trained herself to manage and allocate her magic carefully. Now, with so much energy spent, she was clearly at a disadvantage against this pack at their peak. What irritated her most was that just as she had almost seized a critical opening to kill the serpent, the wolves' ambush had interrupted her attack, not only preventing the kill, but causing a painful magical backlash. Even more troubling was the cunning gleam in the eyes of the giant blood-clawed wolf. It had deliberately chosen this critical moment to strike, intending to seriously wound her, and when that failed, to leave her reeling from the backlash. This opponent was no ordinary beast, but a cruel and crafty enemy. Her reason told her the best strategy now was to retreat. The sudden appearance of the wolf demons was no accident. Their sheer numbers and clear tactical intent made this extremely dangerous. Yet inside, pride and fury would not allow her to back down. She stood her ground, gripping her long sword tightly, her gaze unyielding. The Scarlet Clan's swordsmen never feared striking at the strong. The Knights of Scarlet never retreated in the face of death. She, Hilda Kai Scarlet, would never betray her family's honor nor sully the legacy of the Sword Saint. Against these bloodthirsty hunters, she would not yield easily. Since fate had drawn them together today, she would prove her legend here and now. Slightly shifting her stance, she leveled her sword tip parallel toward the blood-clawed giant wolf, her other hand resting naturally behind her back. The slender, double-edged sword shimmered silver, its tip aimed directly at her formidable foe. Sharpness and resolve burned in her eyes as her golden hair was tightly tied in a high ponytail that did not sway even without wind, her aura piercing and chilling as a streak of cold light. Her voice was calm, yet laced with icy elegance and confidence. Prepare to die. Listening to Hilda's low, cold whisper, a cruel gleam flashed in the giant wolf demon's eyes. It let out a guttural roar that tore through the air, scattering the surrounding wolf demons. 3 of the wolf demons lunged fiercely at the badly wounded crystal demon serpent, while the remaining 4 joined the giant wolf demon to completely encircle Hilda. The battle near the crystal demon serpent suddenly erupted, heavily scarred and clearly struggling. The serpent was hard-pressed to hold off the 3 golden tier wolf demons. Its situation looked dire, like a tiger down on the plains being harassed by dogs, unable to last much longer. Meanwhile, the 4 wolf demons surrounding Hilda pressed her back step by step under the giant wolf demon's lead. A cold glint flashed in Hilda's eyes as her magic surged. Suddenly, pure white snowflakes fell from the sky, soft as down but each infused with the sharpness of a sword's edge, slicing through the air like invisible blades. In an instant, dozens of silver streaks of light intertwined and descended, instantly cutting one wolf demon into pieces. But the giant wolf demon immediately retaliated. Its blood-red claws tore through the air with a ripping screech, aiming straight at Hilda's back. Without turning, she kicked off one leg with sudden force and quickly flickered away beyond the original position. The giant wolf demon struck the ground heavily, causing a massive fissure several meters wide and unfathomably deep, revealing the creature's terrifying strength. A direct clash was hopeless, and Hilda quickly realized. Relying on agility to pick off the golden tier wolf demons one by one before facing the giant wolf demon was the only chance. She lightly pressed her toes and darted like the wind toward one golden tier wolf demon. Just then, a bloody gust howled past, causing her pupils to shrink. She swiftly activated her combat art golden radiance flash, transforming into a beam of golden light to instantly reposition. A thunderous boom followed, shaking the surroundings. Landing steadily on an ancient tree branch, she furrowed her brow and stared at the spot where she had just stood. The giant wolf demon had appeared there, moving faster than she expected. This speed was no reason to retreat. If anything, she would use it to move even faster. Flicking her slender sword, magic surged anew and golden light flared again. She unleashed a twisting, nimble sword beam straight at the giant wolf demon. The beast roared and swung its claws down, but the golden light reflected in midair like a mirror, unexpectedly circling behind it to form a sharp, triangular formation. The snowflake-like sharp sword beams danced once more, carving a cluster of dense, slender cuts across the giant wolf demon's spine. But Hilda's true strike was aimed elsewhere. She spun toward the golden tier wolf demon behind it, sweeping her sword light in a horizontal slash. Like the previous wolf demon, it was instantly torn apart. Every strike was lethal. In the blink of an eye, she slashed another one down. Without pausing, she wove through the battlefield in golden light. Each dodge was precise and elegant as the giant wolf demon roared fiercely in pursuit. From afar, the golden glow and black shadows intertwined, like two flowing streaks of light racing across the war zone. Using her agility to dart around, she quickly eliminated 3 golden tier wolf demons. Then she spun sharply to charge at the 3 wolf demons, attacking the crystal demon serpent. By now, the serpent was barely alive, its agonized groans mingling with beastly roars as those 3 wolf demons ruthlessly tore at its body. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shook the sky. The slightly larger, possibly near platinum tier wolf demon suddenly lifted its head. In the next moment, a golden sword beam flashed like lightning. Its head was severed, and it collapsed without moving. The 4th wolf, she whispered softly, like that golden hunter who always remained calm and graceful. Zhang Yi, watching secretly from nearby, furrowed his brow slightly and murmured in approval. Well, no wonder she's called the Platinum Swan Sword Maiden. Definitely not just a pretty face. Is she really expecting us to step in and help? Chi-Chi, standing beside him, couldn't help but ask. Zhang Yi's eyes stayed fixed on the battlefield as he slowly nodded. She needs it. Chi-Chi looked confused. But she's almost taken down the wolf demon already. The 4th and 5th are falling one after another. Her combat power is off the charts. Zhang Yi shook his head. Impressive, yes. But her sword can't hold out. He frowned deeper. Did you see that biggest wolf demon? It's even smiling, completely unfazed. That's a truly vicious creature. It treats this like a game, Zhang Yi muttered. Chi-Chi paused. Then her expression grew serious. If it's treating this as a game, that means the giant wolf demon hasn't unleashed its full strength yet. Watching Hilda slaughter her kin one by one, the wolf demon remained gleeful. Just as Zhang Yi said, it was downright disgusting. Chi-Chi glanced at Zhang Yi, who was hidden in the trees watching eagerly, and asked, so why don't we help her now? Zhang Yi smiled wryly and shook his head. She's a proud girl. That confidence, I can feel it from 200 meters away. Otherwise, she wouldn't risk darting so close to the big wolf's claws just to take down the golden-ranked wolf right beside it. A proud genius like her. If I interfere now, I might just end up getting cut down myself. He shrugged and smirked. She's incredibly strong, but still too young. We wait for her to learn a few hard lessons, then show ourselves. That's the only way to give effective support. Chi-Chi nodded, suddenly understanding. Strangely enough, although Zhang Yi claimed to be 18 but was actually 16, when he called this 18 or 19-year-old girl too young, it didn't feel off at all. After all, Zhang Yi carried the aura of a seasoned mercenary veteran, probably 48 years of experience counting past lives. His manner and bearing were nothing like a 16-year-old, not to mention his body, strong as iron. Chi-Chi wondered why Zhang Yi didn't use magic. Was he unable to? At that moment, Zhang Yi muttered quietly, impossible. As the president of Hydus Magic Academy's student council, it would be laughable if he couldn't use magic. Suddenly, the ring of sword steel echoed sharply. Hilda sprang off the tree trunk with force. In the next instant, the massive tree big enough for a person to wrap their arms around was sliced in half at the waist by the giant wolf demon's claws, the thick trunk crashing heavily to the ground. Hilda's chest heaved noticeably. Her rapid movements and strikes had worn her down, leaving less than a quarter of her magic power remaining. But her eyes shone with excitement and deadly intent. 7 wolf demons had all fallen. Now, only this largest one remained. She gripped her slender sword tightly and raised it once more. The giant wolf demon, sensing the lethal intent, grinned even more wildly and spread its arms in a preemptive embrace, its claws fully extended and shimmering coldly. Man and beast faced each other silently. In the moment, leaves drifted down. As the leaves slowly settled, they seemed to transform simultaneously into two after-image-zone golden light, one shadowy black colliding with fierce intensity. Jingguang moved faster and more agilely, darting and dodging around the massive wolf demon. Whenever its claws swiped through the air, she struck with several rapid sword cuts, seizing every exposed weakness in its attacks. Her blades carved wounds across the beast's thick fur. Though to a creature this huge the injuries were mere scratches, the more numerous they became, the greater the damage. If hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of sword slashes were layered together, it would be enough to shred the monster to pieces. In an instant, hundreds of golden sword glows whirled faster and denser like a flurry of downy snowflakes, and a look of excitement and confidence gradually appeared on Hilda's face. A weakness. A chance to kill it. The moment the wolf demon's claws swung through empty air, her deep blue eyes suddenly gleamed with a streak of gold. A slender beam of golden light flashed into her sight. Locking onto this mark, she swung fiercely along the line, aiming directly at the giant beast's napith only chance to sever its head. Her heart brimmed with confidence, and her body spun and leapt with light, decisive movements. The wolf demon, facing away from her, had no time to turn to block. She was certain she could land a fatal blow. Yes, she could do it. The only opponent was the sword in her hand. With a sharp snap, Hilda spun and landed steadily, but the smile vanished from her face in an instant. She slowly raised her hand and saw her slender sword had broken. The shattered hilt was wedged into the gap between the wolf demon's spine at its neck. The massive beast bore only a slash from that final blow. Its head remained intact, and her weapon was lost. The wolf demon turned sharply, claws tugging ferociously. The wound, along with the lodged broken sword piece, tore open flesh and skin ripped apart. The broken blade pulled free. The beast's cruel snarl faded, replaced by a hollow expression. Its eyes widened, locking onto Hilda with an unrelenting stare. Though its fangs did not show, she felt an unprecedented pressure radiating from it. Its eyes glowed a terrifying crimson. In the next moment, a deafening roar exploded. A terrifying shockwave swept outward. Hundreds of meters away, red light surged rapidly from the fallen wolf demon corpses, countless crimson rays swiftly converging back into the giant wolf demon. Its black fur darkened into blood red. Its half-meter-long claws suddenly grew to nearly a meter. At the same time, the beast's body cracked and shrank dramatically, shrinking from 6 meters tall down to about 4. Yet its muscle lines became incredibly defined, exuding a powerful, explosive force. That wild and savage aura made Hilda's face pale, barely able to meet its gaze. This thing really a wolf demon? She had never heard of a wolf demon possessing a second form. If Holen were here now, he would tell her the creature before her was no ordinary wolf demon but the legendary high-level wolf demon species, the ferocious wolf demon. A kilometer away, a cloaked figure silently observed the unfolding scene, slowly shaking his head and letting out a sigh. If Hilda were at her peak condition and her weapon intact, she would have had no trouble handling the savage wolf demon. But now, things were different. There was no way she could hold out. So, he decided not to intervene yet, choosing instead to wait, to let the wolf demon attack Hilda and awaken the guardian power hidden within her. This, however, would inevitably shake Hilda's spirit because she hadn't yet realized the strength lying dormant inside her. Still, surviving, even with that blow to her confidence, was far better than perishing. He raised his hand, and suddenly a golden book appeared, hovering with a calligraphy brush poised above it, ready to record the details of Hilda's trial today and note her shortcomings. But then, with a slight frown, he quietly withdrew the book and brush, a look of meaningful interest flickering in his eyes. The savage wolf demon shifted form, bearing a grotesque grin, and Hilda keenly felt the crushing killing intent radiating from it. Her hand trembled slightly, not just from the violent recoil she felt when Shed struck the demon's bone with her sword, but from the surge of fear rising inside her. This unfamiliar terror gripped her tightly. She struggled to calm herself, clutching the sword that had already been broken 2/3 of the way through. At this moment, her goal changed no longer to kill the wolf demon, but simply to survive. The fact that she could adjust her mindset so quickly amid such danger spoke volumes about her resilience. Suddenly, a low growl escaped the wolf demon's jaws. It dropped onto all fours, muscles tense, entering a fully charged state. Hilda's entire body stiffened, every muscle taut and ready, prepared to dodge and retreat the instant the savage attack launched. She fixed her gaze on the demon's movements, her expression grave. Then, abruptly, the wolf demon vanished from sight. In an instant, a massive, blood-flecked maw filled with razor-sharp teeth lunged straight at Hilda's face. In that moment, all her defenses and readiness fell away. She never expected the demon's post-transformation speed to be so absurdly fast. There was no time for a normal reaction. Her mind went blank. Relying on instincts honed through years of training, she twisted her body to avoid the bite, but even so, her left arm, the hand holding her sword, was caught. She knew it would be torn apart. At this critical moment, a heavy war hammer whistled through the air from afar, striking the lunging wolf demon squarely. The fierce impact echoed, sending the beast flying back several meters, smashing giant stones and trees in its path. The hammer spun through the air, crashing to the ground heavily beside Hilda, the shockwave making the earth tremble. Then, from the forest, a burly figure strode forward confidently, a cocky smile on his face and disdainful excitement shining in his eyes. Is picking on a little girl fun? He'll come join you. 100 meters away, next to a fallen giant tree, the wolf demon shook its head as it stood up. That strike earlier had only dislocated its jaw. It snapped its neck sharply with a crack. The jaw snapped back into place, and its eyes fixed fiercely on the colossal figure who had attacked it, glowing with savage hatred. Zhang Yi walked steadily up to Hilda without looking at her, heading straight forward. Reaching the warhammer, he raised one hand and hoisted the heavy weapon onto his shoulder. With a sharp glare aimed at the wolf demon, he prepared to face the brutal battle ahead. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Sensing the provocation in Zhang Yi's stance, the savage wolf demon suddenly gaped its blood-red maw and let out a deafening roar. In an instant, it transformed into a streak of crimson light and lunged fiercely toward Zhang Yi. Finally snapping out of her shock, Hilda shouted urgently, "Watch out!" But before she could finish, Zhang Yi's heavy hammer crashed hard against the wolf demon's face, sending up a spray of blood mist and knocking it flying backward once more. Hilda's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape in utter disbelief. She knew all too well the power of this wolf demon. Not only had she faced it heat-en before, she understood the ferocity of its pounce. No one would attempt to withstand its attack directly and live. Yet this burly man before her seemed to overpower the beast with sheer strength. However, once the savage wolf demon shifted into its second form, its power and speed surged tremendously, along with its physique and regenerative capacity. Before long, its terrifying roar echoed through the forest once again. This time, the wolf demon abandoned the airborne pouncy it knew leaping left it vulnerable, offering Zhang Yi an opening. Instead, it charged with both feet firmly planted on the ground, bellowing as it rushed forward. Its blood-red claws, each over a meter long and as sharp as sickles, slashed straight toward Zhang Yi's face. Without flinching or dodging, Zhang Yi stepped forward confidently, swinging his heavy hammer in a violent clash against the red claws. Sparks flew from the brutal impact. It was a familiar scene. The relentless pounding reverberated through the earth. A little cat crouched in the trees clung desperately to a branch, fearing it would be shaken loose. Suddenly, a ripping sound rang out as a deep scratch appeared across Zhang Yi's chest. Bright red blood flowed from the wound. Yet surprisingly, no pain showed on his face. Instead, he broke into a fiercer, wilder grin. The blood mist drifting from his chest was the wolf demon's venomous claw poison. But the venom faded on its own after only seconds, and the bleeding quickly stopped as a scab formed. Zhang Yi's rapid healing shocked Hilda to her core. Venom like this is a fatal weapon of bloodthirsty creatures. Anyone struck by it would suffer relentless bleeding, often to death. But Zhang Yi's formidable constitution forced the bleeding to cease and triggered swift recovery. This explained why he dared confront the wolf demon head-on. Ascending to golden tier, he unlocked tremendous regenerative powers inherited from the giant within his mind. With his blood boiling and the fight dragging on, this healing only grew stronger. In other words, the risk of blood loss didn't faze him at all. The wolf demon seemed momentarily stunned by Zhang Yi's resilience, hesitating just a beat. Zhang Yi seized that split second decisively. Without the superhuman physique and strength in his past life, he had relied entirely on his weapon skills and combat experience honed through countless life-and-death battles. Over 3 decades in the wasteland had sharpened his instincts to detect weaknesses instantly. That fleeting weakness did not escape his keen eyes. With an explosive surge, Zhang Yi's bulging muscular hand breached the wolf demon's claw guard, grabbing its throat with an eagle's grip. His back muscles tensed, and his waist twisted powerfully as he lifted the wolf demon onto his shoulder. In one heavy motion, he slammed it down to the ground with a thunderous crash. The earth shook violently, and dust billowed everywhere. Zhang Yi's grip remained unyielding, not a muscle twitching. A ferocious smile twisted across his face, his body covered in scabbed wounds that made him look far more terrifying than the brutal wolf demon. With a fierce swing of his arm, Zhang Yi hurled the wolf demon through the air, slamming it heavily against a massive tree behind. The giant tree crashed down with a thunderous roar. The wolf demon struggled to rise, but Zhang Yi was already on him, driving his knee fiercely into the demon's chest like a sledgehammer. The shattered tree exploded into fragments from the impact, sending the wolf demon flying backward several meters. Relentless, Zhang Yi gave chase as if they were 2 runaway trains, battering through the forest. Each collision came with the sound of splintering and crashing trees, a cascade of falling cedars thundering down around them. Blows wielded like heavy hammers kept raining down, with fists following swiftly. In midair, Zhang Yi grabbed the demon's wrist, forcibly pulling it back. He then drove a knee into the wolf demon, folding it over like a mantis shrimp, before slamming an elbow down hard. The beast crashed to the ground from the blow, a whipping low kick immediately snapping at its side, with the sickening crack of breaking bones. As the enemy writhed on the forest floor, Zhang Yi leapt high, his hammer screaming down in a powerful strike. The relentless surge of attacks flowed seamlessly, leaving the wolf demon no room to breathe. Hammer strikes overlapped with explosive impacts, as if Zhang Yi's weapon was an extension of his very body, and he himself had become one living, deadly hammer. Every finger alone could unleash devastating power. In that moment, through Hilda's eyes, Zhang Yi embodied what close-quarters combat, flawless combos, and brutal artistry truly meant. Every movement, every part of his body transformed into the sharpest weapon, not limited only to the hammer in his hand. At last, a deafening crash rang out as the wolf demon's skull shattered. Zhang Yi stood amidst the blood, a fierce grin curling his lips. His teeth stained cold white with blood, but to Hilda, that was the unmistakable smile of a true warrior. The battle was over. The brutal wolf demon defeated. This thing is really tough to take a beating. Zhang Yi grinned as he looked at the savage wolf demon before him, its body covered in mangled flesh and blood. Compared to the last one he faced, this wolf demon was definitely fiercer. They had gone head-to-head in a brutal clash, leaving 17 or 18 deep claw marks etched across his face. If it weren't for his naturally sturdy build and incredible healing ability, he would have been torn to pieces by now. Luckily, Zhang Yi was at his peak, just promoted, his magic source brimming with free-flowing power, his strength fully unleashed. That's why he had the confidence to stand firm against the wolf demon and ultimately overwhelm it. After catching his breath, Zhang Yi hoisted his heavy hammer and walked over to Hilda. Standing before her, he tilted his chin up as if casually asking, "Got any magic left?" Hilda blinked in surprise, but nodded hesitantly. He pressed on, "Can you cast any water-based spells?" She nodded again. Frowning slightly, Zhang Yi said, "Use it on this sticky mess clinging to me. It's annoying." With that, he spread his arms wide, bracing himself to receive the water. Hilda rolled her eyes silently, but still began casting. As she lifted her hand, a magic circle appeared above Zhang Yi's head, and then water poured down like rain. Sharp droplets struck him, washing away the residual grime and blood. Zhang Yi spun around a few times, enjoying the cool rinse. He rubbed at his tattered shirt and tossed it aside, revealing his solid upper body. The water made his skin glisten, showing every muscle contour, as well as the scars and fresh scratches clearly. There wasn't a flicker of pain on his face. Those fierce claw marks hadn't left him hurting at all. Once mostly clean, Zhang Yi nodded without saying more, then turned and strode straight toward the lifeless crystal demon snake carcass. This really was a lucky find. The crystal demon snake's corpse was worth a small fortune. Despite the intense fight, this bit of good fortune felt like a reward. After all, even the wolf demon's body could fetch a handsome price. Seeing he didn't respond, Hilda couldn't hold back any longer. "Who are you?" Without a glance back, Zhang Yi replied coolly, "Just a kind mercenary passing through." Hilda's eyes flickered. This was her first time meeting someone so indifferent. Everyone else had always fawned over her before. She usually relied on her looks, and had once been proud and sometimes frustrated by it. But this guy seemed completely unconcerned. She pursed her lips and offered, "What's your name?" Zhang Yi remained indifferent. This was on purpose. You never give in to a proud little swan like her. "What's it called?" "Playing hard to get." An old trick, but effective every time. Sure enough, Zhang Yi deliberately ignored her. Frowning, Hilda stepped closer and asked again, "What's your name?" Her tone carried a hint of provocation. "Don't you have to introduce yourself before asking others for theirs?" Zhang Yi gave her a cold glance and said flatly, "No need." Hilda was taken aback, then quietly said, "Hilda Kyle." Zhang Yi responded, "Zhang Yi." After that, he walked over to a chunk of bloody flesh beside the wolf demon's body. That was the spot on the back of its neck where the beast had been torn open, still embedded with a broken sword blade. He knelt down to pick up the slender blade, holding it carefully and examining it. "This sword's not bad, but it's not right for you." "You know swords?" Hilda asked, puzzled. Zhang Yi nodded. "I'm not just a mercenary, I'm a blacksmith too." It was true. The old man had forced him to learn smithing back in the day, so he had all the skills of a skilled blacksmith. As the old man used to say, "With muscles like yours, it's a shame not to be a blacksmith." Hilda looked at him in confusion. "Why do you say I'm not suited for that?" The broken sword she held had been custom-made at great expense, fitting her grip perfectly and matching her fighting style. How could it be unsuitable for her? Zhang Yi didn't answer right away. Instead, he reached out, signaling her to hand over the sword. Hilda hesitated for a moment. As a swordswoman, she should never let go of her weapon easily. But this sword was already broken. If Zhang Yi wanted to hurt her, he wouldn't need to worry about taking this useless blade. Gently, she passed the broken sword to him. Zhang Yi took the sword, examining the blade carefully. Then he nodded and said, "Your fighting style favors slashing, but this sword is better for stabbing. The styles don't match. Stabbing requires a blade hard enough to penetrate, while slashing needs flexibility. This blade is too hard and brittle, which which is why it broke. He paused, then looked at Hilda with a trace of approval. It's a good sword but not good enough to deserve its wielder. Hilda was momentarily taken aback, but then a proud smile curled her lips, and she lifted her chin slightly. She accepted his words without hesitation. You're right. His professional insight mixed with a compliment made her willing to accept the critique. Zhang Yi smiled to himself inwardly. Just as he thought, a proud little girl on the outside but soft inside. His face remained calm as he casually handed the broken sword back to her. He called over the little cat, Kiki, and approached the crystal demon serpent. Hilda watched as Kiki nimbly leapt onto Zhang Yi's shoulder. The contrast between big and small caught her attention, and she couldn't help but glance at them a few more times. When Zhang Yi began skillfully dismantling the crystal demon serpent, a creature she had hunted herself, Hilda raised an eyebrow. After all, it was her prey. Despite the sting of jealousy at Zhang Yi's timely rescue, she kept silent and merely clenched her teeth. Not long after, Zhang Yi pulled out the crystal core from within the serpent, then pointed to the corpse of a wolf demon. Do you want this wolf demon's body? If not, I'm planning to sell it. Hilda nodded. Go ahead. She wasn't short on money, nor did she care about the value of the corpse, but the giant wolf demon's body was important. She intended to bring it back to Minter Holland for study. Research on fierce, bloody creatures often led to breakthroughs, but since Zhang Yi had killed it, ownership was his to decide. She had no right to claim it. Thank you, Hilda said politely. Zhang Yi nodded and pulled out a burlap sack from his space ring, carefully packing the wolf demon's body. Then he headed toward the massive body of the savage wolf demon to process it. Hilda hesitated for a moment, then suddenly asked, could I buy that wolf demon from you? Zhang Yi looked surprised. Why do you want that thing? Hilda answered seriously, I want to give it to the Academy's mentors to help better study these bloodthirsty creatures and develop potions to fight them. She added, I'm a student at High Dice Academy, the Swan Sword Maiden. Zhang Yi nodded in recognition. Hilda's eyes widened in surprise. You know me? Oh. He smirked playfully and countered. Then why did you ask my name first? Shouldn't it be basic courtesy to introduce yourself first? Hilda flushed, thinking to herself. She had been quick to confirm his identity, and when she realized he knew who she was, she felt proud. After all, everyone at the academy recognized her. She didn't need to give her name, but others did. Now she realized she needed to adjust her attitude. She lowered her head and quietly said, sorry. Zhang Yi looked slightly taken aback. This proud little swan offering an apology was different from the noble image others had of her. He gained a little respect and said, if it's for research, then I won't sell you the wolf demon's body. Hilda frowned slightly and explained that the bloodthirsty creatures were already invading, making her mission urgent. Zhang Yi waved his hand in resignation and said, I also need to give the wolf demon to the academy mentors. You don't have to spend money on it. But if you want to give me something in return, I wouldn't mind. Seeing his mischievous smile, Hilda felt her cheeks flush even more. Her hands clenched into fists. Though he was her savior, she found herself growing more and more annoyed. One part of her even wanted to punch him. Zhang Yi looked at Hilda, a sly smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Though her expression remained calm and composed, the faint flush on her cheeks and ears betrayed her true feelings. Unlocking the pride of such a proud little swan was actually quite simple. It just took one strong enough emotional jolt. After all, this proud girl wasn't short of surprises or romance. What she really lacked were those unexpected ripples of feeling and unique experiences she had never tasted before. Clearly, very few people treated Hilda so special with the kind of attention Zhang Yi did. At that moment, Hilda's gaze fixed tightly on Zhang Yi, as if she wanted to engrave his image deep in her memory. Zhang Yi pretended not to notice, thinking to himself, the deeper you remember, the better. After finishing with the wolf demon's corpse, Zhang Yi prepared to head back. He looked up at Hilda, lifting his chin slightly. Shall we walk back to the academy together? Hilda was silent for a few seconds before nodding softly. She wasn't sure if there were more wolf demons nearby. One more, and she knew she couldn't handle it alone. Walking with Zhang Yi felt safer. So besides the little cat by his side, Zhang Yi now had a little swan walking with him. Hilda maintained her elegance and pride at all times. Even in this dense forest where one could easily get messy, her hair remained flawlessly neat. To make things worse, she insisted on walking ahead of Zhang Yi. But the problem was, she was going the wrong way. Hades Academy's that way, Zhang Yi pointed. Hilda paused, then turned and continued walking forward. I know. Yeah, sure you do, Zhang Yi chuckled quietly, deciding not to say more, silently following behind to see how long she'd stubbornly insist. They walked 2 miles in silence along her chosen path before Zhang Yi nearly burst out laughing. Obviously, the little swan had a plan. She was trying to take a wide detour and circle back to the right path, hoping to save face for having taken a wrong turn. But when she finally reached what she thought was the correct route, she didn't realize she actually kept walking farther away. The circle was getting wider by the minute. Hades Academy is that way, Zhang Yi said again, pointing in the opposite direction, barely able to hold back his laughter. Hilda stopped again, said nothing, then turned and went forward. I know. Getting impatient? Zhang Yi teased. Hilda's expression grew a little awkward. It was true she wasn't great with directions. Otherwise, she wouldn't have spent 3 whole days endlessly comparing the map while searching for the crystal demon serpent's lair. But she stubbornly refused to admit it, never daring to pull out the map for fear of showing weakness. She had pretended all along to be completely confident, just not wanting Zhang Yi to look down on her. Deep down, she already felt some regret for insisting on walking ahead of him. She had thought if she led for a while longer, he'd give her face somehow. But this guy had zero grace, silently following and stifling his laughter, letting her wander in circles until she finally realized the mistake. Unwilling to give up, Hilda tried to retrace her steps in a third attempt to get back on track. Zhang Yi strolled along behind her, hands in his pockets, completely relaxed. Predictably, she overshot again. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yi finally burst out laughing, pointing to the other side and shouting, Hades Academy, right over there. I know. Hilda snapped back, biting her lip, though her face betrayed her embarrassment. When Zhang Yi saw her eyes redden slightly, he quickly composed himself and stopped laughing. The young girl, barely 18 or 19, might appear strong on the surface, but after experiencing that battle against the wolf demons, the terror of facing death had already stirred waves deep in her heart. Her inner world was tangled with frustration from defeat, the disappointment of failure, and accumulated grievances. Now, Zhang Yi's actions had pushed her sense of injustice to the extreme, but her pride would never allow her to show even a hint of weakness in front of him. Zhang Yi naturally understood her feelings and knew this was enough. He strode forward, stepping past her to walk ahead. Hilda stood quietly, already prepared in her heart to be mocked. However, as time passed second by second, Zhang Yi's mocking laughter never came. She looked back and saw he had already walked dozens of meters away, now turning to look at her with a phrase hanging at the corner of his mouth. What are you spacing out for? Keep up. Only then did Hilda silently follow. Taking advantage of the moment Zhang Yi turned around, she quietly wiped the corner of her eye with the back of her hand. Zhang Yi's deliberate action had to give the little swan a chance to wipe away her tears. Otherwise, if the blow was too heavy and the little swan became unwilling to lift her head, that wasn't what he wanted to see. A swan should have a proud posture, holding her head high to display her grace. After waiting a while, Zhang Yi felt the timing was about right and asked, What rank are you? Platinum 2-star. Hilda answered, her voice having regained its cool composure, yet faintly carrying some lingering emotion. Platinum 2-star, huh? Zhang Yi rubbed his chin, a glimmer of calculation flashing in his eyes. What type of sword do you want? Hilda froze for a moment and asked in confusion. Why are you asking that? Forgot? I'm not just a mercenary, I'm also a blacksmith. If you're willing, I can forge a sword that's truly worthy of you. Zhang Yi continued with full confidence. So what do you say? Want to consider it? At this moment, Chi-Chi sat steadily on Zhang Yi's shoulder, narrowing her eyes to size him up. Sensing that this gray wolf, Zhang Yi was showing a cunning smile toward the little white rabbit, no, the little swan. Despite being a little kitten, Chi-Chi happened to side with the gray wolf, delighted to help Yi with his mischief, and so chimed in. Big guy is a master-level blacksmith, meow. Although I don't know if blacksmiths have rank divisions, master level must be the most amazing, and big guy is the best blacksmith. Zhang Yi secretly gave the little kitten a thumbs up. That assist was well done. Hearing them say this, Hilda's gaze fell on the broken sword in her hand. After a few seconds of silence, she finally nodded. A rapier. No problem. Zhang Yi nodded. When the time comes, you'll need to demonstrate your swordsmanship. If necessary, we can even spar, because I need to understand your fighting style to design a truly unique sword that's perfect for you. Here, I'm giving you a follow-up excuse date reason, if you will. Zhang Yi smiled easily and naturally. Hilda didn't catch the true meaning behind these words. Her attention was completely captured by truly unique. A one-eo faken sword no girl would refuse, especially one that truly belonged to her and was completely suited to her. Thinking of this, a gleam of anticipation flashed in Hilda's eyes, and she nodded solemnly. All right. How much will it cost? She asked. It was clearly an inquiry, but Zhang Yi heard a kind of default affirmation in it, as if no amount of money would be a problem. She really is a rich lady, he muttered to himself. But talking about money always hurts feelings, so his face took on an air of treating money like dirt. I'm an excellent mercenary and an excellent blacksmith. Excellent blacksmiths are always obsessed with creating better, more perfect works. This value is priceless. In you, I see the shadow of such a work, sparking my creative inspiration. So, we'll talk about it after the finished product comes out. If it satisfies me, I'll definitely give it to you for free. A unique weapon belongs only to its one and only master. This value cannot be measured with money. These words aligned perfectly with Hilda's pursuit of perfection. Looking at Zhang Yi with added admiration in her eyes, she nodded. All right. Zhang Yi rejoiced inwardly. Will no charge? What's free is actually the most expensive. Little swan, you're still so young. Having finally emerged from the Norfakra forest, Zhang Yi checked his pocket watch. It was almost 6 o'clock. If it weren't for Hilda slowing down earlier, he could have gotten away half an hour sooner. Determined to make it in time for a candlelit dinner with Minter Holland, he quickened his pace. Glancing at Hilda beside him, Zhang Yi asked, "Do you still have the stamina?" "I'm thinking of running straight back." "Run back?" Hilda's face showed confusion for a moment. Then she said quickly, "I have a return to city teleportation disc." Zhang Yi froze, eyes wide. "Then why didn't you just use it earlier instead of dragging us all out here?" A faint blush colored Hilda's cheeks, a little embarrassed but still trying to explain. "I thought you had a better way to get back actually. I just forgot," she muttered hesitantly. Zhang Yi burst out laughing. "Huh? What are you laughing at?" Hilda frowned, clearly annoyed. Still smiling, Zhang Yi teased, "I never expected the acclaimed swan sword maiden to be such a newbie. You already have a teleport disc and still forgot to use it. If that's not a rookie, what is? Seriously, what kind of better way to return is there than just teleporting straight back? Come on, tell me." Hilda's face flushed even deeper. Though she didn't know the word newbie, she could tell Zhang Yi was teasing her and guessed the meaning. Puffing out her chest, she protested, "I'm not." In her eyes, she was already far stronger than other students her age. Most of them were still stuck in classes at the academy. Zhang Yi just grinned quietly, saying nothing. The rise and fall of Hilda's chest grew more obvious with each breath in the suddenly quiet air. Finally, pouting stubbornly, Hilda pulled out her Return to City disc and quickly infused it with magical energy, beginning the activation process. The disc's charging took at least 10 seconds, and if interrupted, magic would backfire, making it nearly impossible to escape in battle. Seeing her start the ritual so deliberately, clearly intending to leave Zhang Yi behind, smirked and called for his falcon, Kiki, to get ready. He was about to sprint. Hilda focused on channeling the magic, but when she saw Zhang Yi set himself in a running stance, she hesitated a moment before shouting, "Get in. We're leaving now." "Got it." Zhang Yi instantly changed direction, smoothly stepping into the teleportation circle like he had been waiting for this moment all along. And he had indeed prepared for this. Whether Hilda liked it or not, he was hitching a ride home this time. Who in their right mind would run all the way back? Seeing Zhang Yi's move, Hilda stomped angrily, her face flushing bright red. As the swirling teleportation light grew brighter, Zhang Yi and Kiki felt themselves surrounded by a dazzling glow. The scenery blurred, then suddenly they appeared on the spacious teleportation plaza of Heidi Academy. This plaza was equipped with special teleportation arrays linking major cities. The Academy's teleportation discs all returned here, super convenient. Zhang Yi sighed with relief. "If only I could get my hands on one of these discs, I wouldn't have to run back and forth all the time. I'll have to mention it to Minter Holland later, see if he can hook me up." It was class time, and the plaza forbade any horseplay. There were barely any students around, so Hilda's sudden reappearance attracted no attention at all. Back at the academy, Hilda seemed to relax with a sigh. She turned to Zhang Yi, just about to say something. Zhang Yi strode purposefully toward the library, waving one hand without turning back as he spoke. "I still need to meet with my mentor. Catch you later, little miss." "Little miss?" Hilda froze for a moment, then clenched her teeth and snapped fiercely, "My name is Hilda." "Got it." Zhang Yi replied half-heartedly with a nod before turning away. Watching his retreating figure, Hilda couldn't help stamping her foot and lifting her chin defiantly. She quickly reclaimed her proud, haughty demeanor, like a little swan strutting with her golden, wavy high ponytail swinging as she turned and headed toward the dormitory area. After teasing the proud little swan, Zhang Yi felt especially cheerful. He hummed softly as he walked, a favorite rock song from his past life as a wasteland mercenary playing through his mind. Kiki's the creature perched on his shoulder had already learned the tune and bobbed its head along, looking irresistibly adorable. Before long, they arrived at the library. Zhang Yi wasn't sure if Holland would be there, but his intuition led him correctly. Indeed, Holland was inside. As soon as Zhang Yi stepped through the door, the librarian let him in without hesitation or question. It was clearly a privilege arranged by his mentor. Zhang Yi accepted this convenience with ease, though he wondered why both the librarian and passing students looked at him with surprise. Could it be that had gotten even more handsome? Inside, he found the familiar private room. Holland, freshly finished with class, was leisurely sipping tea. She visibly stiffened and blushed slightly when she saw Zhang Yi enter. "What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Do I have something on my face?" Zhang Yi asked, confused. Holland shook her head with a smile. "No, your face is clean and your upper body too." Zhang Yi glanced down, and only then realized his clothes had been torn to shreds by that wolf demon during the mission, leaving his torso completely bare. His physique and muscle contours were sharp and distinct. No wonder the female students had covered their faces and fled earlier. He scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled. "My clothes got wrecked on the mission." Holland nodded without doubt. His half-naked body was covered with healing claw marks, most wounds mostly healed, except for a few small scabs. Since his promotion, Zhang Yi's recovery speed was truly impressive. "You can't show up to the candlelight dinner like that. That place has a strict dress code," Holland teased warmly, her mature charm effortlessly shining through. Though her cheeks tinted pink at the sight of his bare torso, she showed no shy embarrassment. Instead, she looked on with open admiration. Zhang Yi shook his head and grew serious. Yeah, but I'm afraid tonight's candlelight dinner is off. A flicker of disappointment crossed Holland's eyes, but her expression stayed calm. Why? Zhang Yi sobered. Look at these wounds. They're from the wolf demons. Holland frowned deeply. You ran into wolf demons again. Where? 200 kilometers away in the Nuof Fakra Great Forest. Not just 1/8 of them, Zhang Yi said evenly. Eight. Holland's brow furrowed even tighter. Do you have samples? Yes. I brought them all back. They're stored in the ring, Zhang Yi said, shaking the ring on his finger. Follow me. Holland stood, urgency replacing her earlier interest in dinner. He followed her through the teaching area to a minimalist building. Most people passing by wore white lab coats, clearly top experts, and nodded respectfully to Holland. She gave only a brisk nod in return and led Zhang Yi straight into the lab. The lab was empty. Holland opened a door and stepped into a spacious, bright room. Bring out the wolf demon corpses. I need to confirm if they're of the same species. This analysis is crucial. Zhang Yi nodded and dumped all the wolf demon remains onto the floor, instantly filling the air with the stench of blood. Holland's eyes widened as she inspected one corpse, whispering in shock, relentless wolf demon. Horan pulled out a handkerchief with one hand to cover her nose and mouth, while conjuring an ice spike with the other. She walked over to the berserk wolf demon's corpse and gently prodded its razor-sharp claws. Watching this scene, Zhang Yi asked curiously, a berserk wolf demon? What's wrong with it? Horan frowned and said, if it were just an ordinary wolf demon, it might have wandered here by chance. But once a berserk wolf demon appears, it means there's definitely a bloodland nearby. She paused and continued to explain. Berserk wolf demons are the primary guardians of bloodlands theory, an evolved species of wolf demons. They can command a certain number of wolf demons and absorb blood-soaked power to strengthen themselves. Zhang Yi nodded, recalling, back then, when this wolf demon roared, red light flew out from the corpses of the dead wolf demons around it and entered its body, making it even stronger. Horan continued, that's the blood-soaked power in extremely violent and abnormally powerful force. Zhang Yi smiled wryly and muttered, it was indeed pretty strong. Almost defeated Little Swan. Horan was taken aback and asked, Little Swan? Oh, I mean Hilda. Zhang Yi answered casually. Horan raised an eyebrow. Hilda? She was there too. To be precise, she killed all these wolf demons. When the berserk wolf demon entered its second form, I happened to pass by and just hammered it to death. Zhang Yi said with his hands in his pockets, his voice relaxed and casual. Horan couldn't help but laugh. This guy was good at making dangerous battles sound like nothing. No wonder I noticed all the wolf demons were slashed by sharp weapons. I thought you used a sword. Horan said, furrowing her brow slightly, but didn't ask more about Hilda. Right now, she was most concerned about the bloodland situation. It seems a bloodland has indeed appeared nearby, and it's most likely in the No-Fei-Klassen forest. She analyzed calmly. So what do we do next? Should we investigate further? Zhang Yi asked. Horan nodded. We must. Fortunately, the bloodland has only just begun to form and hasn't fully spread yet. Otherwise, the situation would be far more complex than it is. No, it wouldn't just be about berserk wolf demons. Time is tight. I'll immediately report to the city lord's manor to ensure all surrounding cities enter a state of alert. Her tone carried a hint of urgency. Zhang Yi patted his chest. Sounds like you'll have plenty to keep you busy. Horan sighed. Yes, I need to accelerate my research on the magic potion, the one specifically targeting blood creatures. When that time comes, you'll probably need to get involved too. How so? Zhang Yi asked curiously. Horan explained. The city lord's manor will issue special commissions to all adventurers and mercenaries. There will definitely be missions to investigate the No-Fei-Klassen forest. These special commissions usually offer generous rewards. And once the Bloodlands location is confirmed, there will be missions to assist the Imperial Army in encirclement and elimination operations, which might even escalate into war missions. Horan paused, her gaze resolute. For mercenaries, war is where the money is. But unlike merchants who profit from war without risk, mercenaries have to fight desperately, shed blood on the front lines. That's the price that comes with being a soldier. Zhang Yi smiled. Mercenaries are unaffiliated, independent soldiers. When needed, the authorities mobilize them through both a force to contain bloodlands and potentially cannon fodder at the front of regular armies. Horan nodded. In any case, the money's good but not easy to earn. Though you already have plenty of experience in this area. Your company in your previous life dealt with wars quite often. Zhang Yi shrugged. As for which side I stand on, it all depends on who pays more. Then Holland stood up and said to Zhang Yi, thanks for bringing back these samples, but the commission might not be payable in cash right now. Our friendship means there's no need for commission. Zhang Yi waved his hand, smiling easily and generously. But I do need a teleportation array disc, one that can link directly to Hadi's academy. Can you get me one like that? Holland couldn't help but chuckle at how adaptable he was, then nodded and pulled out a disc to hand over. I just happen to have one. Zhang Yi took the disc and examined it carefully, a proud smile spreading across his face. Such arrays don't come cheap. Disposable teleport scrolls covering 200 kilometers usually cost 800 gold coins, while reusable discs easily run into the thousands. Finished products can sell for tens of thousands of gold coins. But this disc had an engraved set of numbers. It was a 1000 kilometer tier disc with bindings for 3 teleport points. This meant that anywhere within 1000 kilometers of Hades, activating it would instantly bring you back. One teleport point was set to Piedro City, 800 kilometers away, and another was still unbound. Conservatively, this disc was worth at least 30,000 gold coins, and even wealthy buyers couldn't easily get one. Typical market discs only bind to 1 point and have ranges under 1,000 kilometers. In other words, the disc Zhang Yi got in exchange for those wolf demon corpses was a massive jackpot. Although the value of 7 wolf demons exceeded several tens of thousands of gold coins, plus 1 brutal wolf demon valued over 20,000 gold coins, the other 7 were basically free pickups. He had made a stunning profit. This is my array disc. Don't lose it, Holland said with a smile, watching Zhang Yi's fond expression. Don't worry, we'll keep it close at all times. Zhang Yi promised immediately. Close at all times. Holland's cheeks flushed slightly, then she nudged him toward the exit. All right, I've got a lot to do. You go take care of your stuff. Hey, wait, I've got one more thing. Zhang Yi stopped and said hurriedly. What is it? Holland asked curiously. Zhang Yi waved his hand, and suddenly a beautiful bouquet of flowers and plants appeared out of nowhere, artfully arranged like a carefully woven bouquet. At the center rested a fist-sized crystal stone. Holland's eyes lit up as she gladly took it. Hat was exactly the task material she had assigned, the crystal core of the crystal demon snake. So do you like it? Zhang Yi asked with a smile. Holland's eyes curved into a crescent smile, clearly delighted, though she pretended to be serious. Using the task materials I assigned to win me over? You've got some skills. So that means you do like it? Zhang Yi grinned proudly. Holland nodded and casually tossed a small pouch of task coins over, the one she had gotten from Yifulin. Keep it up, I have plenty more tasks coming. Wouldn't miss it for the world. Zhang Yi caught the pouch, waved goodbye, and left. He and Chi-Chi stepped out of the academy and climbed into the carriage bound straight for Haidu. He planned to use the task coins to pay for his quests and clear the last debt on his list. This golden tier mission was no challenge for Zhang Yi anymore, but since he accepted it, he intended to see it through. That's professionalism. Besides, he planned to stroll through the inner city, rumored to have goods unavailable outside. With a hefty sum on hand, he never liked hoarding money. Spending it was more satisfying. The story pauses here as Zhang Yi's figure gradually fades into the distance. Holland hums softly, placing the bouquet in the most prominent spot of the lab, intending to keep the materials until she really needs them. Boss lady, the mission's here. Zhang Yi strode casually through the wooden door of Hylon number 11. The moment he stepped inside, he sensed something off. The tavern's crowd was split into 2 groups. On the right sat familiar faces, including the usual bearded regulars, unchanged. On the left were guys with crab tattoos, members of the crab gang. Their boss, Sigh, was perched at the bar, his wrist still heavily bandaged where Zhang Yi had ripped off his iron claw. The wound looked far from healed. The tavern was unusually quiet, missing its usual noisy bustle. That strange silence wiped the smile off Zhang Yi's face, replacing it with a cold, sharp glare. He stepped deeper into the room, hands shoved in his pockets, eyes locking onto the crab gang members. His voice darkened. So what? The crab gang's come here to steal territory now? The tattooed gang members immediately shook their heads, waving their hands and pointing toward their boss. Sigh raised his glass for a sip, noticing Zhang Yi's dark expression but responding with a faint, wary smile that barely concealed his unease and underlying fear. Misunderstanding, big brother. We're not here to grab territory, Sigh said calmly, trying to ease the tension. Zhang Yi's expression softened suddenly, breaking into a rough grin as he approached the bar. Sitting beside Sigh, he clapped him on the shoulder, acting like an old friend. So, you're here to buy me a drink, then? Sigh shrank slightly, grinning but clearly overwhelmed by Zhang Yi's intimidating aura. After all, the arm Zhang Yi tore off still ached as if the fight happened yesterday. Quickly, Sigh waved at Yifulin. Hey, bring my brother the best wine top shelf. Yifulin rolled her eyes at Zhang Yi but obediently poured a glass. Zhang Yi nodded approvingly, tilting his head to signal he wanted a bit more attention, like a kitten waiting to be fed. The seasoned Sigh added, make sure it's the finest milk and dried fish treats, too. 100 gold coins were laid out without hesitation. Sigh bit his lip in pain after losing 30,000 gold to Zhang Yi's tricks. His funds were almost depleted. With Zhang Yi dominating the market along the whole street, the gang's days were tough, some members fleeing, and now it was questionable if 100 men still remained in the gang. Zhang Yi took a slow sip and lit a cigarette, offering one to Sigh, who accepted it. Mercenaries, huh? Yesterday we were enemies, today maybe allies. Even if temporary, tomorrow we might still fight tooth and nail over a mission. That's how things change on the fly. Sigh lit the cigarette, his face twisting with bitterness. Brother, I really admire you, so young, but so powerful. I admit I'm no match for you. Zhang Yi just smiled at him, knowing it was polite talk, more a shield for Sigh and Si. Coming here meant the city's hidden boss had given this assignment. Seeing Zhang Yi silent, Sigh and Si cut to the chase. To be honest, brother, our boss wants to meet you. Your boss? Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, voice calm. Who's that? Got enough muscle to back it up? That's more than enough, Sane said, a hint of admiration in his tone. I heard you had a fight with me. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, a half-smile playing on his lips as he cut him off. Sanes quickly adjusted his words. I heard you actually beat me up. There aren't many with that kind of strength in the outer city, so I really respect you and want to be friends. Zhang Yi smiled quietly, thinking to himself just as I suspected. The boss backing Sanes must be some big shot in the inner city, and Sanes himself is basically just a low-level henchman managing his interests in the outer city. Although the total industries in the outer city are less than a tenth of those in the inner city, its population makes up over 80 of the entire Haidu. The balance is delicate. To keep stability, resources and benefits have to flow out from the inner city to feed those outer city civilians. Otherwise, if the outer city people rise up, the inner city will suffer. When the empire investigates, the first to lose their heads will be those so-called rulers. In that sense, gangs and criminal forces are basically tools used by inner city elites to maintain order, like enforcers. But now a figure like Zhang Yi has appeared in the outer city, clearly beyond Saint's control. So the inner city bigwigs face two choices: either win him over or eliminate him. It's clear they chose the former. No one here is a fool. Zhang Yi had lied before, claiming connections with the ruler of Jelala City. That made them wary. After all, unless they themselves had ties to Jelala City, they couldn't verify the truth. Compared to Jelala, Haidu is like a major first or second-tier city versus a tiny 18th-tier town, completely incomparable. So these supposed big shots found it hard to prove Zhang Yi was lying, and dared not take the risk. In the end, they had to come to a truce. Sometimes lies really do work wonders. No wonder many people are willing to lie. But such lies often come at a price unless you can turn the lie into reality. Zhang Yi was confident he could. With his growing strength, it was only a matter of time. He nodded seriously. I'm listening. Seeing he didn't refuse right away, Sanes visibly relaxed and put on a flattering smile. The place is the toughest tavern in the inner city, the Steel Tavern. Not just anyone can get in there. Only big brothers like you deserve to step inside. Wow, that impressive? Zhang Yi smiled, taking a sip of his drink before asking, what's your boss name? Raymond Engel, Sanes answered immediately. A big shot in Haidu, known as the Iron Fist. Half the mercenary forces in the inner city answered to him. Actually, I learned these iron claws from him. His iron arms weigh stronger than mine in his youth. They say he could crush a earth dragon to death with that arm. Zhang Yi weighed this quietly. Adult earth dragons are usually platinum-level powerhouses. For Raymond Engel to have killed one with his bare arm meant he must harbor mithril-level power. With Zhang Yi's current strength, defeating platinum-level or weaker opponents was no problem after all. He inherited the bloodline of the giants, but against a mithril-level opponent, he'd have to be much more cautious. Fortunately, after ascending to gold level, he gained a trump card from the giant's legacy, a practical ace that could at least preserve his life and let him escape from mithril-level foes when outmatched. He nodded and said, all right, got it. We'll go see him later. All right, I'm sure the boss will be happy to hear that. He's really looking forward to meeting such an outstanding mercenary. When that happens, I hope you'll take good care of him, Sane said, his face lit up with a flattering smile, his tone dripping with insincerity. Zhang Yi looked at that deliberately sycophantic, ugly expression and let out a light laugh. No need to say more, no need. The reason Sanes acted so obsequiously was obvious. He was afraid that once Zhang Yi showed up, the boss behind him would immediately kick him out and put Zhang Yi in his place. At that point, even if he didn't die, he'd probably suffer badly. Faced with such a threat, he had no choice but to smooth things over with Zhang Yi for now. Even if he was ultimately abandoned, at least he wouldn't bear Zhang Yi's wrath. It was a clever calculation, a wonder he had made it to the top. Unfortunately, probably spoiled by an easy life, he ran into someone like Zhang Yi and ended up losing in the end. Well then, I won't bother you any longer, Sane said with a smile as he stood up to leave. Wait a moment, Zhang Yi suddenly called after him. Sane swallowed nervously and turned back. Is there something else, brother? Whatever it is, just say it. I guarantee I'll take care of it smoothly. His desperation to survive made Zhang Yi chuckle. It's nothing major. I just wanted to ask if there's a good blacksmith shop in the inner city. I've never been inside, so I'm not sure, Zhang Yi said casually. At that, Sane sighed in relief, raised an eyebrow, and after a moment's thought replied, Oren Blacksmith is the top forge in the entire harbor city. The boss is a dwarf named Oren. You know, dwarves are among the best smiths on the continent. As a blacksmith himself, Zhang Yi nodded. He was familiar with the name Oren. It sounded very professional. But the boss of that shop has a terrible temper, and their work is very expensive. A single dagger will cost at least 30,000 gold. If you want to buy weapons, I'd recommend another forge instead. Sanes hesitated to warn him. No need, just that one. Give me the address. Zhang Yi interrupted. He wasn't going to the blacksmith to buy weapons, she was going to have weapons made. His promise to Xiaoxian about a custom weapon wasn't something he said lightly. Sanes left with the crab gang, while Zhang Yi sat back down, sipping his wine and staring intently at the address Sanes had written. The handwriting was so messy it was nearly illegible. He couldn't help but complain. His handwriting is awful. I have no clue what he actually wrote. Let me see. Evelyn took the note and studied it carefully. After confirming, she said, the writing is definitely bad, but I recognize this place. It's right here. Then she explained the location in detail. Zhang Yi nodded, committing it to memory, his eyes lighting up with interest. So, you really plan to meet that Iron Fist? Evelyn looked up at him, her tone probing. Why not? Zhang Yi replied confidently. From the looks of it, Iron Fist is a big shot middleman. I have to meet him in person. Aren't you worried it might be a trap that someone set this up just to ambush you? Evelyn's eyes flickered with concern. Heh, people with that kind of influence don't stoop to such cheap tricks, Zhang Yi said with an easy smile. If anyone dares try, I guarantee he'll regret being born into this world. Evelyn shook her head helplessly. Though her worry was clear, she couldn't hide her admiration for his bold confidence. That kind of courage wasn't something most people had. By the way, I almost forgot your payment, Zhang Yi said as he pulled a small pouch of task coins from his pocket and handed it to Evelyn. She weighed the coins in her hand, then pulled out a platinum task coin, surprised. You completed a platinum tier mission? MHM, Zhang Yi smiled proudly. I found the corpse of a crystal demon snake. Evelyn looked skeptical, but Zhang Yi offered no explanation, just a calm smile. The mission was done. The materials had been delivered to the client, and he had received his payment. Facts spoke louder than words. Evelyn didn't press it further, instead marveling at his efficiency. They said 10 days to complete it, but you did it in less than 3. You're something else. That Minter Horan is the client for your mission, right? She only posted the job and didn't prepay the fee. Did you ask her for payment? Evelyn asked curiously. Seeing her interest, Zhang Yi nodded. Of course. See. He pulled out the array disc Horan had given him. Several tens of thousands of gold for this. A transmission array disc with a 1,000-kilometer range? Evelyn took it, handling it as if it were a treasure. These are rare and expensive. You can't just buy one even if you have the money. You believe me now, huh? Horan and I are just friends. Whatever commission I'm owed, I take. Zhang Yi said with a proud snort. Evelyn chuckled and handed the array disc back with a teasing smirk. Yeah, right. Despite her words, her smile lingered, and her steps grew lighter. Then she invited Zhang Yi. You haven't eaten yet, right? There's fresh giant claw crab today. Want some? It's on me. Really? Giant claw crab isn't cheap, over 300 gold per serving. You helped raise the tavern's rating. A fancy meal is the least I can do. So want some? Evelyn lifted her chin playfully. If you say no, they'll open the order to the public. There's a long queue waiting. Of course I want some. Zhang Yi's smile was radiant. Before long, a steaming giant claw crab was placed on the table. The shell was over a meter in diameter, and the massive claws were thicker than Kiki's waist. The plate was spacious enough to barely fit 2 Kikis lying side by side. The dish was piled high with all kinds of seafood, utterly lavish. This was the deluxe set meal, enough to feed 12 people. Zhang Yi and Chi-Chi eagerly devoured the food, their mouths dripping with grease, thoroughly satisfied. The mercenaries in the tavern looked on with envy. Big Beard couldn't resist, and shamelessly snagged a crab leg from Zhang Yi to satisfy his craving. Zhang Yi wasn't stingy. Such a huge crab, he couldn't finish Alaniso. He invited the landlady and Big Beard's mercenary squad to join them, eating and chatting together in a lively, friendly atmosphere. The big-bearded man's name was Bob. His name was simple and common, but Zhang Yi liked him a lot. Bob was an experienced veteran mercenary whose style perfectly suited Zhang Yi's taste. His squad was at the silver level, while Bob himself was a 10-star silver, rumored to be working hard toward gold. They all enjoyed a good meal, and Zhang Yi and Chi-Chi grew familiar with Bob's team, agreeing to cooperate on future missions. Though Zhang Yi was advancing so fast that the others might never catch up, and they weren't really in the same league, he didn't mind making a few pals to share drinks and laughs on this tough, long journey. Full and content, Zhang Yi picked his teeth and headed toward the orphanage with Chi-Chi. On the way, he bought some meat, eggs, and vegetables to help nourish the girls there. But when they arrived, Zhang Yi noticed a section of the fence had collapsed. The orphanage's iron sign lay fallen on the ground, with several clear footprints visible. His expression instantly hardened. He strode inside and opened the door to find Granny Lunla knitting calmly, with several children leaning against her, as if nothing had happened. Seeing they were safe, Zhang Yi felt somewhat relieved and immediately asked, "Did someone cause trouble here?" Granny Lunla hesitated, looking unsure whether to speak. Just then, Tina rushed over and grabbed Zhang Yi's hand, her face full of anger and hurt, eyes red from crying. "Big guy, someone bullied us and even tried to hit us. If it weren't for the enforcer uncle passing by, Granny might have been hurt." Zhang Yi took a deep breath and looked at Granny Lunla, who sighed and said, "We don't know who they were. They started targeting this place a few months ago, wanting to buy the orphanage's land for 500 gold coins. I refused. Since then, they've come by every once in a while. This morning was the fourth time. Does by know? Zhang Yi asked. Granny Lunla shook her head. No, she was at school. We didn't tell her to avoid worrying her. Do you remember what those people looked like? Zhang Yi asked again. Tina spoke up. I remember a big-nosed guy who kicked down the fence and cursed Granny. The other kids chimed in. There was a tall, skinny one with his chin and neck joined together, really ugly. They had markings like snakes, some on their heads, some on their arms. They recounted all the details they could recall. Zhang Yi nodded, nearly certain who the culprits were. Nanetine% gang members. He didn't know why they wanted the orphanage land for such a low price, but had seen plenty of shady deals like this back in his previous lives wasteland. He had a plan to deal with it. All right, got it. Zhang Yi crouched down and ruffled Tina's and the other girls' heads, handing over the meat, eggs, and veggies. Eat well. I'm going to teach those bullies a lesson and make sure they lose their teeth. Tina pumped her small fists angrily. Haha, of course. Zhang Yi smiled, told Granny Lunla to take good care of the children, then turned and strode away with Chi-Chi. The tension inside demanded he find a place to vent. At the orphanage's gate, he picked up the fallen sign, studying the fresh footprints on it. He rolled a cigarette and bit down on it. With a click, Chi-Chi handed him a lighter on his shoulder. Zhang Yi lit it, took a puff, then strode forward with purpose. Meanwhile, Sane sat in his crab tavern, blowing out smoke and lost in thought about his next move. Suddenly, a huge bang sounded from outside. He jolted, nearly falling out of his chair. Who the hell? He glared toward the door, but stopped mid-sentence. Sorry, lost a bit of control. Zhang Yi eyed the crooked door with some apology, withdrawing his foot. Around him, a few crab gang thugs swallowed nervously. No one dared speak. They could all tell this guy had a fierce temper. Did boss get on his nerves again? Damn, can we even stay in the crab gang anymore? The men were on edge. Brother, what are you doing? Sane swallowed nervously, his eyes filled with unease as he stared at Zhang Yi, who was slowly approaching him. Don't be nervous. We're friends now, Zhang Yi said with a broad smile. Yet beneath that smile, Sane sensed a faint undercurrent of anger. That's right, friends. He quickly nodded, his voice tinged with urgency. Since we're friends, how about doing me a small favor? Zhang Yi stepped closer, and the smoke he exhaled carried a shadowy tone. Name it, it'll definitely help. Sanes replied eagerly, his eyes shining. Good, Zhang Yi nodded. Do you know which gang in Haidu has a snake tattoo? A snake tattoo? The Sea Snake Gang. Their emblem is a writhing sea serpent. Sanes answered immediately, eyes locking onto Zhang. Yes. Was Zhang Yi trying to stir up trouble with the Sea Snake Gang? Perfect. Where are they? Zhang Yi asked. Out in the West District. They'll take you there, Sanes said, and turned to head off. Okay. Zhang Yi nodded and followed close behind. As they walked, Sanes shouted, Brothers, grab your gear. Let's go shake up the Sea Snake Gang. Though the Crab Gang had barely 100 left, each was loyal. When their leader spoke, some of the more militant members even lifted chair legs as makeshift weapons, ready to follow. Times were tight for the Crab Gang. Most weapons were broken, and no one had the money to replace them. Zhang Yi chose not to concern himself with the reasons. His only thought was to chop off the heads of the Sea Snake Gang. The entire Crab Gang mobilized, their numbers impressive enough to make bystanders clear the way, wary of getting caught in the crossfire. Some passers-by noticed none dared step beyond the large figure at the front. The Crab Gang's leader was surprisingly stout. Zhang Yi felt no particular reaction to Sane's actions. After all, he just wanted to use Sane's to wipe out the Sea Snake Gang, a feud he knew all too well. He didn't stop it. If anything, it made things easier and saved him the trouble of cleaning up afterward himself. Soon they arrived at the Sea Snake Gang's stronghold, a secluded wooded area in West District. The men guarding the gate bore unmistakable, fierce sea serpent tattoos. Seeing the sudden influx of armed men, several sea snake disciples panicked and rushed off to spread the alarm. But Zhang Yi didn't wait for word to spread. He kicked open the heavy iron gate with a single blow. The Crab Gang's men, confident in their numbers, began ransacking the area, smashing whatever was in reach. Zhang Yi ignored their chaos and strode straight toward the largest building in the compound. With a loud crash, the iron door flew open. Zhang Yi, a cigarette clenched between his teeth, peered inside and saw over 100 sea snake disciples already armed and ready. Wasting no time, Zhang Yi swung up a wooden plaque and shouted, "Who stepped on it? Step forward." The Sea Snake Gang exchanged glances, raised their weapons with murderous intent, and closed ranks around him. Crab Gang members hurried to Zhang Yi's back, and the two sides stared daggers at each other, tension crackling through the air. Brother, is there some kind of misunderstanding? A burly man with a goatee stepped forward, his eyes fixed warily on Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi sensed the danger radiating from him and inwardly tensed, instinctively reluctant to confront the man he'd without cause. Recently, a formidable big mercenary showed up in Haidasumyeon Zhang Yi had heard about long ago. It was very likely this very man right in front of him. But what puzzled Zhang Yi was the rumor floating around that this big guy once tore off Sign's iron clamp with sheer strength. How come now he was mingling so casually with everyone here? Still, this was the Heish Gang's territory. Though there was some apprehension in his heart, Zhang Yi didn't feel afraid. Why? Because the Heish gang had over 200 brothers, rivaling the Crab gang at their peak. Now the Crab gang barely had 100 members left. Even with a golden level mercenary like this, could one really wipe out the Heish gang? There was no misunderstanding. Zhang Yi put down the heavy iron sign with a low, commanding voice. I'll give you 1 cigarette's worth of time. Hand over those guys who came this morning trying to extort the land. As soon as he finished speaking, the man with the goat beard instantly darkened. With so many brothers around, there was no way he could turn people in that would lose their loyalty, and losing the heart of the team was taboo. Without it, leading was impossible. He stepped back 2 steps, his voice icy. What if I don't hand them over? From the surrounding factory buildings, members of the Heish gang poured out, surrounding Crab gangs less than 100 people. 200 plus against just over 100. No matter how you looked at it, the Crab gang was doomed to lose. Signs was sweating coldly, quietly praying Zhang Yi could hold the line. Zhang Yi did not disappoint, not handing over. He flipped the rusty iron sign in his hand, then suddenly swung it hard. The metal bent and twisted into a reaper's scythe, slicing through the air like mowing grass, crashing fiercely into the mottled factory wall. Rust and fresh blood splashed together. The goat-bearded man's eyes widened. Then he collapsed instantly, along with 7 or 8 men behind him. Their necks snapped with sickening cracks, heads hitting their shoulders in rapid thuds, blood splattering everywhere. Everyone on site froze, stunned beyond belief. In a second, just like that, the golden 6-star Heish gang boss was turned to dust. A brief silence remained, broken only by Zhang Yi's furious roar, shaking the factory to its core. I gave you face already, damn it. As long as your Heish gang survives today, they'll rip off my own head and use it as a soccer ball. God damn it. His rage exploded, cursing loudly in his local dialect without restraint. As he swore, the ring on his finger gleamed blindingly. Suddenly, a heavy hammer materialized, and with a mighty swing, it spun fiercely, striking the front line like a tidal wave, instantly knocking down dozens of enemies. His massive frame smashed forward like a tank, the heavy impacts echoing as those nearby screamed. Some were tossed into the air, crashing against the factory roof. Seeing this, Signs felt his blood surge and yelled hoarsely, raising his huge machete. Brothers, attack. The Crab gang's men, seeing Zhang Yi instantly kill the opposing boss, surged with morale and charged fiercely, weapons swinging. The Heish gang members were now in panic. By the time they reacted, Zhang Yi had already slain over 50. Witnessing such a ruthless massacre, their courage shattered. Without their leader left standing, what reason did they have to fight? They turned tail and fled. The situation flipped completely. Despite having the numbers, the Heish gang collapsed like a punctured balloon, scattering in confusion while the numerically disadvantaged Crab gang relentlessly pursued. Zhang Yi was like a tiger among sheep. The silver-level Heish gang members were like chicks before him, one hammer blow after another, falling quickly to the ground. The number of Sea Serpent gang members was rapidly dwindling at an astonishing rate. In the end, fewer than 60 managed to escape the forest garden. The rest were either hacked to pieces or too injured to keep fighting. Among the 100 or so dealt with by Zhang Yi, over 70 were knocked down one by one by him. More than 60 died, and most of the survivors were left paralyzed from the waist down. 2 were even throat-slashingly finished off by Little Kitty in the chaos. Her ferocity was just as ruthless. Such a huge commotion quickly drew a large number of enforcers. Although the law enforcement system in Seaport City was deeply entangled with gangs, this explosive incident couldn't be ignored without losing public trust. Reluctantly, all the officers mobilized in full force to handle the situation. Boss, the enforcers are here, Sciences said excitedly as he ran to Zhang Yi, who sat calmly by the factory machinery, smoking a cigarette. Somehow, he had started calling Zhang Yi Big Brother. His eyes shone with enthusiasm. Zhang Yi shot him a sidelong glance and exhaled a wisp of smoke. Scattered on the ground were the battle marks had personally left behind. This natural, imposing aura made Sciences fully convinced. Not only did his resentment toward Zhang Yi vanish, but his only thought now was to follow Big Brother, strengthen the gang, and achieve new glory. Can we handle this? Zhang Yi asked coolly. Absolutely. Sciences replied firmly, nodding toward the Sea Serpent territory. With the Crab gang beginning to swallow Sea Serpent territory, their power would inevitably grow. He no longer feared being kicked out by the boss. With a boss backing him, the enforcers were just window dressing. Catching a few scapegoats and locking them up for a few days didn't matter much whether they were held or released. The matter would soon blow over. That was the dirty reality of Seaport's underworld. Zhang Yi nodded, put away his angel heavy hammer, and slowly walked outside the factory. His voice was low but clear as he declared, make it known. All gangs in Outer City, anyone who dares to forcefully buy land at a low price. This is what awaits you. Got it. Sciences responded energetically. Though the storm hadn't settled, the battle in the underworld was only just beginning. The reason Zhang Yi never mentioned the Lunla welfare home was that he knew some people were stubborn to an exasperating degree. If you forbid them from doing something, they'll insist on doing it anyway. If the welfare home's existence became public knowledge, it would instantly become a lightning rod for criticism. Perhaps because of this, no one dared to lay a finger on it, but the mere possibility of trouble was enough to keep Zhang Yi uneasy. So he decided to expand the cover-up, protecting the welfare home under the pretense of a land deal. After all, the only truly valuable asset of the Lunla welfare home was the land itself. As long as no one dared to covet the land, the welfare home would remain safe and sound. Soon, Zhang Yi arrived outside the forest garden. The perimeter was already crowded with law enforcement officers, each one vigilantly watching the border for any movement. Halt! They shouted in unison, commanding Zhang Yi not to proceed any further. Zhang Yi immediately put on an innocent, harmless smile and cheerfully said, "Officer, you've got the wrong guy. I'm just a passing stranger with good intentions. If you want to arrest someone, you should find someone else. I have nothing to do with this." The officers glared at him coldly. "You're covered in bloodstains that even 3 buckets of water won't wash away. And you expect us to believe you're a law-abiding citizen? If you don't believe me, ask him. Isn't that right, Sains?" Zhang Yi turned towards Sains beside him. Sains nodded slightly, then waved his hand grandly. "This is all the crab gang's business. Nothing to do with this gentleman here. If you want someone, look for us." Behind Sains, crab gang members raised their weapons high and shouted in unison, "Yeah, we did it all." The officers tensed up, their expressions grave as anxiety gnawed at them. They feared these violent gangsters might lose control and charge. The lead officer furrowed his brows. He was just over 1.8 meters tall, with sharp, well-defined features and eagle-like eyes. His posture was upright and radiated a military-like authority. Clearly a seasoned veteran, he was a stark contrast to the other officers who cowered nervously at the sight of gangs. His uniform and insignia marked him as high-ranking. Zhang Yi cheekily clenched a cigarette between his lips and called out loudly, "See? How innocent am I?" In that instant, he felt as if he had traveled back to that dusty wasteland, breathing in sand with a strangely pleasant mood. The senior officer stared at Zhang Yi for a moment, then tilted his brow slightly. The officers behind him instinctively parted to make way. Zhang Yi smiled and strode confidently through the crowd. Just as he walked past the officer, a deep, heavy voice warned, "Better not fall into my hands." Zhang Yi patted his shoulder, wiping the blood off his hands with a grin. "That depends on whether you're a good cop or not." Without another glance, he turned and walked away, fully ignoring the angry pounding chest behind him. "Take them all away," came the angry command from the officers, mingled with the gang's mocking laughter behind him. Zhang Yi's mood remained cheerful and completely unmoved. Before long, he returned to the welfare home. Lumla Grandma's face went pale and terrified when she saw him covered in blood, but the little girls nearby were utterly unfazed. Zhang Yi clapped his hands and announced loudly, "Here, these are the teeth you wanted." Opening his hand, he displayed a dozen or so clean teeth he had just pulled from the mouths of a few unlucky guys. "Wow!" Tina exclaimed excitedly, grabbing the teeth and passing them around among her friends, tormenting them until Lunla Grandma's eyelids twitched in exasperation. Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh heartily. Tina definitely had the makings of a mercenary, though he didn't recommend she take that path. Who could say what the future held? After that, Zhang Yi headed back to Hiren 11, ready to take a proper shower. Of course, the welfare center had bathing facilities, but they were still quite basic. The shower area was so low that Zhang Yi couldn't stand upright. He had to bend over and scoop water with a ladle to wash himself, which felt very awkward. So, he simply went to the mercenary's tavern to bathe. Instead, the place was spacious and comfortable. In his mind, Zhang Yi made a mental note to renovate the welfare center thoroughly. Once everything was improved, he could move back in comfortably. At that moment, Yiflan saw him covered in blood and immediately rushed over, anxiously asking questions. Only after confirming he was okay did she finally exhale in relief. "Where exactly did you go?" she asked, clearly worried. "Nothing major, just wiped out a gang. They messed with me," Zhang Yi said casually. "What gang?" "The Sea Serpent Gang." Yiflan's expression darkened, becoming complicated. The Sea Serpent Gang was one of the 4 major factions in the outer city, yet Zhang Yi spoke of them like they were some insignificant group. It seemed this time the Sea Serpent Gang was truly in trouble, and it wouldn't be long before big news broke. "Oh, and your temporary pass for the inner city came through," Yiflan added casually. Zhang Yi nodded. "Thanks. They'll head to the inner city soon. Probably won't be back tonight." Yiflan's lips twitched mischievously. "Not coming back, huh? Why bother telling me? Afraid someone might miss me so much they can't sleep?" Zhang Yi smiled and leaned in close, his face large and full of affection. Yiflan immediately pushed him away, crossing her arms and turning her back, half teasing and half amused. "Who would waste time missing a big oaf like you? Say it." "Haha, I don't know myself. All I heard was that someone is very pretty." Zhang Yi's voice came from behind her. Yiflan paused, a smile creeping across her lips in anticipation. "Oh, how pretty. The kind of pretty you only see in happy dreams," he replied, his voice teasing. Suddenly blushing, Yiflan quickly turned around, eyes flashing with a mix of irritation and amusement. only to see Zhang Yi already dashing up the stairs like he was running for his life, laughter ringing down the hall. She smiled wryly, both annoyed and fond, brushing her stray hair behind her ear gently. After his shower and changing into clean clothes, Zhang Yi briefly thanked the landlady and headed out with his little cat, Chi-Chi. The kitten was his most trusted companion, never went anywhere without her. Yiflan had obviously noticed this and thoughtfully helped them get 2 temporary passes. The security checks in the inner city were much stricter, at least they recorded names. As Zhang Yi passed through the city gates, it felt like stepping into Jelala City. This was a wealthy district, much cleaner and safer. But he knew better than to be fooled by appearances. Many rich people spent money extravagantly and indulged in pleasures far more recklessly than the poor, with ample time and wealth to explore all kinds of desires and thrills. After just a few steps, a well-endowed noblewoman approached first, accompanied by several equally lavishly dressed ladies. Smiling, they openly scanned Zhang Yi's muscular build with flirtatious eyes. Chi-Chi frowned slightly, clearly displeased. In the little cat's world, Zhang Yi's true beloved should be beauties like a Holan or Yiflanot, these noble women, who were simply not pretty enough in Kiki's eyes. After all, a big guy like him deserved only the best. This scene struck Zhang Yi as both ridiculous and revealing, reminding him just how distant he was from the complicated life behind this glamorous exterior. The little cat guarded the food warily, her small short sword at her waist glinting faintly. Zhang Yi watched the scene, unable to suppress a smile. Still, he was very fond of his little cat, and quickly made it clear that he was there to perform, not to sell himself. Hearing this, the noble ladies felt awkward and embarrassed, and one after another, they turned and walked away. Kiki was delighted, leaping onto Zhang Yi's shoulder, her tail curling around his neck, and her front paws gently scratching his cheek. The tickling sensation was slightly itchy, yet strangely comforting. Recalling the address Yifan had given him, Zhang Yi scanned the street as he planned to first visit the Orn blacksmith shop to confirm the work he had prepared, then look for the Iron Fist Raymond. Thanks to his excellent memory, he soon found the blacksmith shop. Its exterior was plain and unremarkable, built from rough stone bricks that gave it a sturdy, rugged look, a sharp contrast to the elegant buildings around it. The weathered sign hanging above the door bore 5 large characters reading Orn Blacksmith Shop, their paint chipped and worn as if cast from molten iron, slag hard and distinctive. Thin streams of smoke curled up from the roof, and the stone walls were glazed with crystalline deposits formed from years of exposure to forging minerals. Zhang Yi thought to himself that this thick layer of smoke-encrusted crystals must have taken decades to form. It was no ordinary blacksmith's workshop. Clearly, this was the shop of a seasoned, experienced mastersmith. He then pushed open the heavy wooden door and stepped inside. As soon as he entered, the intense heat from the forge blasted him in the face. A short, stocky, sturdy figure appeared in his line of sight, and a rough, hoarse voice rang out, "We're closed today." A rough voice came from inside, and Zhang Yi's gaze fell on the door handle where a wooden sign hung, carved with the words "Forging in Progress." "Doesn't that say Forging in Progress?" Zhang Yi frowned slightly. The dwarf blacksmith didn't even look up, continuing to hammer the glowing iron on the anvil. Forging in progress means closed for business. Rest time means open. Wait, isn't that backwards? Zhang Yi blinked, then it suddenly dawned on him. Forging in progress means the smith is busy working on orders. Rest time is when he takes new ones. "I'm not here to order weapons," Zhang Yi said with a smirk. "I'm here to make weapons." Clang. The hammer struck heavily, flattening the red-hot iron into a broad slab. The dwarf put down his hammer and turned around. Only then did Zhang Yi get a clear look at him, about 1.4 meters tall, but with a build any warrior would envy. His thick arms bulged with muscles like mountain ridges, and his wide palms were almost as big as Zhang Yi's. A dense beard stretched from his chin up to his eyebrows, leaving just a large nose and eyes beneath thick brows visible. The dwarf appraised Zhang Yi from head to toe, his thick brows shooting up as his eyes fully revealed themselves. "With your muscles, it'd be a shame not to be forging." Zhang Yi's mouth twitched. "That's exactly what my old man says. I'm here to find a place to forge weapons," Zhang Yi explained proactively. "Most regular smithies can't handle advanced materials, so I came here." "You're a smith too?" "Sort of. Yes or no?" The dwarf's voice suddenly rose. "Sort of? What does that mean?" Zhang Yi hurriedly explained. "My old man's a true blacksmith, and I learned his craft, but I don't want to be a smith. I'm a mercenary. First, smithing is just a side job." The dwarf was silent for a moment, stroking his beard with thick fingers. "I have the best forging equipment in the whole sea city and surrounding towns. But not everyone can use it." His gaze sharpened. "Kid, if you want to work in my shop, you've got to become my apprentice." Zhang Yi almost rolled his eyes. Why did every smith want to take him as an apprentice just because of his muscles? "I'm just here to find a place to forge," Zhang Yi said helplessly, spreading his hands. "Why are you clinging to me? Just say yes or no." The dwarf turned to grab his hammer. "No? Then get out, I've got forging to do." Zhang Yi took a deep breath. This stubbornness was cut from the same cloth as his old man. "So what are the requirements for being an apprentice? What do I have to do?" "Forge." Every day? No, twice every 2 days is enough. Zhang Yi relaxed. How long each time? 2 days. What? Zhang Yi's eyes widened. Forge for 2 days straight. Most people would die at the anvil from that. Zhang Yi could handle it. But he was a mercenary. Whenever would he have the time? How about this? Zhang Yi tried. I just pay you 1 million for the dwarf's hammer. Zhang Yi frowned slightly and cautiously asked, why don't you just snatch it? Can the price be a bit lower? The dwarf sneered with disdain. No money, then be an apprentice. No apprenticeship, leave. This hammer of mine is worth 1 million. If you don't pay, how can I trust you to touch it? Zhang Yi knew well that to a blacksmith, hammers were treasures. The old master even said the angel hammer was worth 10 million. Confidently, Zhang Yi said, I have a hammer myself. Can yours even compare to mine? The dwarf furrowed his brow, showing a touch of contempt. Without another word, Zhang Yi waved his hand, and the angel war hammer instantly appeared in his palm. The dwarf's eyes widened, shock and disbelief clear as day on his face. Zhang Yi smirked inwardly at the expression. Had seen many blacksmiths react this way to fine hammers, but this dwarf's surprise ran deeper. It was obvious the hammer was extremely rare in his eyes. So, is it up to standard? Zhang Yi asked with a smile. The dwarf didn't answer. Suddenly, he lunged forward, creating a gust of wind. Zhang Yi's pupils shrank. The speed was incredible. Dwarves were known for strength, rarely such speed. A powerful force followed. Without permission, the dwarf snatched Zhang Yi's hammer, seemingly trying to take it by force. Zhang Yi was stunned, immediately clutching the handle tightly to resist. Usually never losing in strength, Zhang Yi was completely overwhelmed this time. Without much struggle, the hammer was wrested from his grip. Luckily, the dwarf didn't actually intend to steal it. Standing before Zhang Yi, the dwarf held the hammer carefully, as if afraid of damaging a treasure. Seeing the dwarf's cautiousness, Zhang Yi's expression softened a bit. Give the hammer back, he said. This hammer was a treasure left by the old master. If the dwarf refused, Zhang Yi would have to use his last resort to reclaim it. The dwarf remained indifferent, eyes lowered. Zhang Yi frowned, gathering energy, ready to act when the dwarf suddenly looked up and quietly asked, what's your relationship with Tobias? Zhang Yi froze. Tobias was the name of his foster father. Swallowing, he replied, he was my master, am his adopted son. Do you know him? The dwarf didn't answer directly but asked, how is he now? He's deceased. Zhang Yi said gravely, this is his legacy. The dwarf seemed deeply struck, retreating 2 steps and staring at the hammer in his hands, silent for a long time. Zhang Yi watched quietly, sensing a profound sorrow only felt when truly losing something precious. He even glimpsed the faint glistening of tears at the dwarf's eyes. After a while, the dwarf seemed to collect himself. He handed the hammer back, lowered his head, and stepped back while murmuring, dead, finally dead, no more suffering. Zhang Yi took the hammer and couldn't help but ask, what do you know? Who exactly was my master when he was alive? The dwarf turned and said coldly, he never told you? Zhang Yi shook his head, receiving no answer. The dwarf sighed, then don't ask. He had things he didn't want you to know, and I don't want you to know either. If he got this hammer, it shows he trusted you very much. Otherwise, he would have melted it to engrave his own name. With that, he waved his hand dismissively. Use whatever you want here. I'm going for a drink. Don't bother me. Grabbing a bottle from the ground, he walked into the tavern, seeming to bear his pain alone. Zhang Yi watched silently and nodded. Though questions swirled in his mind, what was the dwarf's true relationship with the old master? What had the old master experienced? What stories did this hammer hold? He didn't press further. He understood that knowing now would only bring more troubles. The dwarf, far stronger and yet so silent and somber, would only be upset by these questions. Zhang Yi disliked feeling powerless. He decided to become stronger first, build a closer relationship with the dwarf, and then find out the truth later. For now, his priority was refining weapon materials for Little Swan. The heat waves rolled through the blacksmith shop as Zhang Yi fixed his gaze on the glowing red metal before him, slowly raising the heavy hammer in his hand. Ordinary forges, lacking proper equipment, couldn't get a piece of nebula iron hot enough to glow like this. But Orn's forge, infused with magic runes, reached temperatures above 3,000 degrees Celsius, just enough to achieve this stage. Then, with a strong, rhythmic swing, he brought down the angel's hammer. Each strike carried a special cadence, the clangs blending into a perfectly harmonious rhythm, incredibly beautiful to hear. Refining nebula iron is no simple task. Zhang Yi must hammer at least 36,000 times. Previously, he maintained a steady pace of 2 strikes per second, taking at least 5 hours. After his promotion, his strength and endurance improved dramatically, allowing him to finish the forging in just 2 hours. For most people, such a repetitive and intense process would be torturous, but Zhang Yi handled it with ease. The little kitten couldn't tolerate the heat and humidity. The forge stayed above 40 degrees Celsius, so Zhang Yi sent it outside to wait. 2 hours later, Zhang Yi finished. The cooled metal before him revealed vivid, nebula-like patterns with dazzling clarity. He nodded in satisfaction. The nebula iron had been successfully transformed into nebula steel. He had mixed in several mineral powders to further enhance the material's properties. Next, this nebula steel would be forged into a custom weapon for Little Swan. The design was already clear in his mind. He planned to sketch it out in detail later. Of course, he also intended to meet with Little Swan first to understand her style and needs, so he could make adjustments accordingly. This was his usual professional approach, just like when he told Hilda he wanted to spar with her to study her fighting style. It wasn't merely an excuse to spend time together. The blade material was confirmed, but the guard needed to be made of a harder substance. Fortunately, he already had the right material on hand. No need to refine it. He planned first to greet the dwarves, then leave. But when he turned around, he found the dwarf silently standing right behind him. "How long have you been standing there?" Zhang Yi asked. "A little while," the dwarf replied, waving a hand dismissively. "Just call me Ornser, and such sounds too stiff. You don't strike me as a polite guy. Gotta put on a show sometimes." Zhang Yi smiled. Orn didn't smile. His eyes dropped to the nebula steel on the anvil. "He left this for you?" "Yeah. I can't produce high-grade materials like this myself," Zhang Yi admitted. Nebula iron is extremely rare and valuable, sold by the gram for 500 gold each. It's usually infused into other weaponry to enhance their properties. Zhang Yi's piece weighed a full gene, half a kilogram, enough to forge an entire slender sword. The raw material alone was worth over 200,000 gold. But he didn't care. Grandpa had left him 10 pieces in total, the largest weighing 3 gene. That was the source of Zhang Yi's confidence and boldness. If he sold it all, this stash of nebula iron could fund a comfortable life for the rest of his days. But obviously, that wasn't how he planned to live. Orn stared at the nebula steel and was silent for a moment before asking, "What do you intend to make?" "A slender sword," Zhang Yi answered. Nebula steel really suits slender swords. "Is it for a woman?" "You could tell just by looking." Zhang Yi's eyes widened. Orn waved a hand with a teasing smile and said, "Big guy like you swinging that angel's hammer around, there's no way you'd be using a slender sword like this. You really have an eye for details. Is it that catman outside?" Zhang Yi asked. "No, a swan." Orn's words shifted the atmosphere ever so slightly. Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment, then added, "Not an orc, just a person. It's just a nickname." Orn pondered briefly, then laughed. "Oh, I thought you liked those bird folk with tempers worse than the dragons." Zhang Yi chuckled at that. Orn nodded, then said, "If you want to forge something later, come to me. Use my materials however you want." Zhang Yi shook his head with a smile. "No need to leave a 1,000,000 gold deposit then?" Orn laughed heartily. "If I dared charge you 1,000,000 gold, Tobian would hammer me till I'm back from the dead." They shared a laugh, and the tension in the room eased. But Orn quickly grew serious again, his expression stern. "So you're close with my old man?" Zhang Yi asked, curious. "No, we're mortal enemies," Orn said, shaking his head, voice low and firm. Zhang Yi was stunned. "Wait, now are also best comrades?" Orn's tone was complex. Zhang Yi was about to ask more, but Orn cut him off coldly. "Don't ask. It's done, now get out. I need to forge." He lifted his heavy hammer with sharp precision, forcing Zhang Yi to turn away with a wry smile. "You two old men really have awful tempers," Zhang Yi muttered to himself. "All right, I'm off for now. He'll come again next time." Orn didn't look back, but tapped the anvil with his hammer, signaling to shut the door on the way out. Strangely, Zhang Yi felt an urge at that moment as if he wanted to carry that door away with him. He couldn't explain why. Stepping out of the smithy, frowning slightly, Zhang Yi sensed from Orn's attitude that his old man's death was no ordinary passing. There had to be a reason. Something must have happened before his old man died. He felt he had to find out. But now wasn't the time. He needed to find Iron Fist Raymond and complete a golden level deck collecting mission first. "Big guy, you finally made it, meow?" Just inside the door, Kiki, who had been waiting, jumped onto Zhang Yi's shoulder, pouting adorably like a spoiled kitten. "Big guy, I was so bored, meow. Waited 2 hours, I'm about to explode." Zhang Yi couldn't help laughing, rubbing her soft head. "Then let's go find some fun." Kiki's eyes lit up as she nodded eagerly. "Okay, meow." Soon, guided by the address Saiyans gave him, Zhang Yi found the steel tavern. At first glance, the place was hardcore. The sign was a thick steel plate, hung by cables from a hoist, stamped with fist marks forming the word steel in rugged, powerful strokes. Zhang Yi grinned. The rough, muscular style appealed to him. He strode inside, and the tavern's noisy chatter instantly quieted down. For ordinary people, maybe just a glance. But Zhang Yi's big frame made him stand out. The tavern wasn't short on big guys. There was one over 2 meters 3, with muscles beefier than Zhang Yi's. But very few carried their size as naturally and gracefully, big without clumsy. Kiki sensed sharp gazes around and shrank close to Zhang Yi's back, visibly nervous. The mercenaries here were different from those in the outer city. To survive here, you had to be at least golden level, often platinum or above, far tougher than the small-timers in the outer districts. But Zhang Yi paid no attention to the looks, calm and familiar, weaving through the crowd straight to the bar. He looked to the bartender with a mustache and said, "Looking for someone." "Who?" The bartender scanned the room, then asked again. "Raymond," Zhang Yi said coldly. At once, half the mercenaries stood up abruptly, chairs clattering loudly. the atmosphere snapping tight with tension. Kid. A deep, steady voice sounded from behind. Zhang Yi turned around to see a towering man over 2 meters tall and muscular slowly rising to his feet. The crowd around them quickly parted, making way for the massive figure. The giant walked straight up to Zhang Yi, his bulky frame much broader than Zhang Yi's. His face was covered with thick flesh, his gaze fierce and imposing. Our boss isn't someone anyone can just meet casually, let alone some clueless kid from nowhere calling him by name, the giant said firmly, clearly dismissing Zhang Yi as an outsider. At that moment, the little cat hid behind Zhang Yi, its fur bristling, clearly wary of the hulking man. But Zhang Yi wore a relaxed smile, as if he had everything under control. He grinned and asked, "So, what does it take to call your boss by his name?" The giant clenched his fist, his eyes suddenly sharpening. The air between them seemed to spark, tense enough to hold your breath. After 10 seconds of silence, the giant finally laughed. All right, place your bets." The bartender shouted loudly, and the mercenaries erupted with cheers. The tavern suddenly buzzed with excitement. Everyone's attention shifted to the center of the room, where a heavy wooden table was brought out. 2 burly men sat opposite each other, hands locked, faces glowing with excitement. The steel tavern had its rules. If you wanted to drink and pick up jobs here, you needed iron-strong wrists. "Come on, kid, let me see if you're worthy, let's arm wrestle." The giant roared with laughter, his massive right arm muscles tightening so much the air almost seemed to tremble. Zhang Yi replied heartily, "Huh? I like that roll." His right arm bulged, sleeves stretched tight, as if about to rip. The bartender grinned as he announced, "Newcomer kid, or King Kong John. Betting's closing, place your bets." The crowd gathered around the betting table, most clearly favoring John. Kiki's eyes widened as she stared at the lively scene. She had expected a fight, but instead, it turned into an arm wrestling contest. The energy infected her, too, and she couldn't help but cheer, putting all her money on Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi caught her gaze, laughed heartily, and looked at John across the table. "Ready? Let's do this." John nodded and glanced at the bartender. The bartender quickly closed the bets and flicked a coin onto the table. The coin spun in the air before sliding to a stop. The arm wrestling match was about to begin. All eyes locked on that moment, the tension stretched tight like a drawn bowstring. Seconds later, the coin landed. Instantly, the 2 giants exploded with force, their muscles tensed. The wooden table creaked as if struggling to withstand their power. "Kid, you're strong." John's lips twitched. He had underestimated this slightly smaller opponent, thinking him no match. Yet Zhang Yi's arm was steady like a giant crane's arm, completely unmoving. Sweat veins bulged on John's bald head, beads rolling down his forehead. His face flushed like a perfectly cooked egg. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi still wore a bold smile, his biceps swollen like stretched rubber bands, sleeves straining tighter than ever. "I'm starting to push." Zhang Yi broke the silence, confidence clear in his voice. "Bring it on." John replied, eyes sharp as blades. Under immense pressure, their arms locked in a stalemate, the crowd chanting John's name repeatedly. But as time passed, cheers faded and shock grew. Eyes widened as Zhang Yi slowly pressed John's hand down. John had poured all his strength, his face red and veins exposed, fighting to resist. Yet Zhang Yi maintained that carefree grin, showing no sign of fatigue. Finally, John's arm was just a hair's breadth from the table. Everyone knew there was no comeback. This newcomer kid was about to win. Just then, the heavy table couldn't bear the weight any longer and suddenly shattered with a loud crack. Splinters and cracks gleamed clearly under the light. Zhang Yi feigned surprise, shrugged, and turned to John with a smile. "Looks like it's a draw." John shook his still aching arm and laughed out loud. "No way. Losing is losing, we all see clear as day." Someone nearby immediately chimed in. "Exactly, you gotta accept the bet." The tavern instantly buzzed with excitement. Everyone cheered for Zhang Yi, but the loudest shout wasn't his name, it was new guy. Losing a few dozen gold coins was nothing to anyone. After all, no one bet heavily in these games. It was just for fun, the thrill of playing. Zhang Yi laughed heartily, while Chi-Chi bounced up holding a huge sack of gold coins. "Big guy, we hit the jackpot. 18,000 gold coins. That's a fortune." Most of the other gamblers had only wagered a few dozen coins each, all backing John. But Chi-Chi had staked everything he owned worth 1,800 gold coins to support Zhang Yi. With 10 times the payout, the little cat had just won 18,000 gold coins. Zhang Yi ruffled Kiki's little head, his laughter bright and clear. "Since we're both new here, don't we owe the old demers at the tavern a little introduction gift?" Kiki's eyes lit up and he eagerly nodded. With that, Zhang Yi shouted to the barkeep, "Come on, friend, fill everyone's cups with the best rum we've got." The tavern fell silent for a moment, then erupted into cheers. The mercenaries all raised their glasses, loudly toasting Zhang Yi. Even the town band suddenly livened up, playing a stirring tune. This time, everyone was genuinely happy. Losing a few dozen gold coins and getting top-shelf rum worth 10 gold coins a glass was well worth it. Over 400 glasses were raised simultaneously, quickly pouring out over 4,000 gold coins. Zhang Yi's eyes stayed cold and unblinking. After all, The money belonged to the little cat. Chi-Chi seemed to imitate Zhang Ye's nonchalant attitude toward money, paying it no mind as he lounged on Zhang Ye's shoulder, bobbing his head to the music in the tavern's raucous atmosphere. Haha kid, I like you. John, even bigger than Zhang Yi, laughed and patted his shoulder while drinking. Zhang Yi grinned back. Thanks, but I like women. John paused, then laughed and teased. Get out of here, I like women too. Laughter broke out all around. John suddenly asked, what's your name? Zhang Yi, he answered curtly. John's eyes widened. You're the Zhang Yi? The others nearby looked surprised too. The one who took down the sea serpent gang? So that's the guy? No wonder he beats John in strength. Whispers spread. Heard there's a freak mercenary from the outer city but didn't think he was that strong. Listening to their murmurs, Zhang Yi smiled to himself. Didn't expect my name would reach into the inner city. John patted his chest, chuckling. Haha, you've been on fire lately. Among all the mercenaries in the entire sea region, nobody doesn't know you. Zhang Yi had only just arrived, but everyone had already done their homework. In less than half a month, had risen from bronze to gold rank. John had no doubts about his ability. Had even bet Zhang Ye's power was far beyond gold. There's no way one person could have wiped out the sea serpent gang alone, let alone overpower John the Iron Fist, a platinum level 2-star known for his incredible strength. John downed his drink, waved at Zhang Yi, and said, follow me. Boss Raymond has been waiting for you. With that, he turned and headed up to the second floor of the tavern. Zhang Yi, with Chi-Chi in tow, followed him. When they reached the private room upstairs and pushed open the door, Zhang Yi saw a well-built man of about 6 feet tall, middle-aged and handsome, with a neatly groomed beard that gave him a mature and steady air. The metallic sheen on his arm stood out. It must be the iron arm that science had mentioned. The room's windows were one-way glass, allowing a clear view of the street below while preventing anyone downstairs from seeing inside. As soon as the middle-aged man laid eyes on Zhang Yi, a smile crossed his face. John said, boss, the guy's here. Raymond smiled back and said, you can step out now. He'll talk to this young man. John nodded, closed the door behind him, and left. Zhang Yi sat down on the couch with Chi-Chi, noticeably more comfortable than the hard wooden chairs downstairs. Raymond looked at Zhang Yi and smiled. If you like, the Steel Tavern can reserve a private room like this just for you. As he spoke, he poured 2 glasses of wine, one for Zhang Yi and one for Chi-Chi. Seeing that Raymond wasn't ignoring Chi-Chi, instantly raised Zhang Yi's opinion of the boss by several notches. Zhang Yi smiled and replied, sounds good, but let's talk terms first. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Raymond's gaze grew more approving as he nodded. All right, he'll be straight with you. I want you to help me with something. Zhang Yi immediately shook his head. I refuse. Raymond. A flash of surprise crossed Raymond's eyes. He had just finished speaking when Zhang Yi decisively refused so bluntly, without sparing any face. Raymond cursed inwardly. At least be a little tactful, soften the rejection. But the next moment, Zhang Yi spoke up. Boss Raymond, you know I'm a mercenary, not tied to any side. I hate being ordered around, so I won't serve anyone blindly. Then with a sly grin he added, that said, as long as the pay's right, I'm willing to get the job done for you. Raymond frowned. Isn't that still doing your bidding for me? No, not hats, just mercenary business. The money's for me, not you. Zhang Yi raised his glass and clinked it against Raymond's. If you were a pretty boss lady, I might serve you personally. But since you're not, it'll only work for your gold. He laughed easily. Raymond chuckled and raised his glass in return, the crisp clink ringing between them. Nearby, Kiki licked his lips, then tucked his head, set down his cup, still preferring milk over alcohol. So got any work now? Zhang Yi put down his glass and casually handed Raymond a cigarette. Raymond took it and just reached for his lighter when Zhang Yi leaned back on the couch. Kiki, quick as ever, pulled out a delicate lighter from his pocket with a soft snap and lit the cigarette for him without Zhang Yi moving a muscle. Raymond raised an eyebrow but found his gaze drawn to the lighter in the little catgirl's hand. He stared a few seconds and couldn't help asking, where did you get this lighter? Zhang Yi smiled. Didn't buy it, I made it myself. Now it's managed by the little catgirl. He took the lighter back, flipped it skillfully between his fingers. Suddenly he flicked it, and a drop of fuel flew out, landing on his fingertip. He struck the flint with his thumb. Sparks flew and a flame sparked up between his fingers. After about 3 seconds, the flame faded as the fuel burned out. Returning the lighter to Kiki, the little catgirl looked at him with admiration. Raymond watched, somewhat captivated. A man who doesn't smoke can hardly resist a lighter this cool. Zhang Yi laughed. So? Want one? I can make you one. Raymond didn't hesitate. Absolutely. Feigning casualness, Zhang Yi asked, what design? An angel or boobs? Raymond blinked. That's quite a range. Anything else besides those two? Can commission a designer? Or just tell me what you want? Zhang Yi replied. Raymond thought a moment and tapped the table. Make it a fist print like a punch striking steel. Zhang Yi nodded. Got it. How much? Raymond immediately asked. Haha bro, why talk money now? Zhang Yi waved and smiled. Raymond raised an eyebrow, thinking, are we instantly bros now? He could only smile and go along with it. Then I can't let you work for nothing. There's a lucrative job here. Interested? I'm damn interested. Zhang Yi laughed heartily. Their eyes met. The mood instantly lightened but also more resolute. Watching the two big guys laughing there, the little cat felt like she was sitting between two crafty old foxes. Luckily, the little cat liked big foxes. Raymond snapped his fingers, and a pretty waitress pushed the door open, handing a mission order to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi took the order, his eyes scanning the details. A slight smile played at his lips. This was a real jackpot. The SARS merchants gang swiped a shipment from the Wild Wolf clan. Raymond exhaled a smoke ring, tapping the table with his fingers. The Wild Wolf lad is furious, throwing huge money at anyone willing to help them get the goods back. He paused, a sly glint in his eyes. No one here likes the SARS merchants, and no one wants to clash with them heathen. So the job's been hanging for a while. The shipment's moving in 2 days. You've got only that much time. 30,000 gold. Raymond held up 3 fingers. Retrieve the goods, and the money's yours. Plus, I've got an extra 10,000 gold compensation times tight, and the job's dangerous. So interested? If it weren't dangerous, I wouldn't take it. Zhang Yi folded the mission order and put it away. This really was a platinum level gig. Usually, commissions that high range between 8,000 and 20,000 gold, but this one offered 30,000 plus a bonus 10,000. But the risk was heavy. SARS merchants weren't a small-time crew. They dealt in human trafficking and had influence everywhere, with ruthless methods. The order clearly said Zhang Yi would most likely confront the SARS merchants' bodyguard squad directly. 30 guards, several mages, and 1 platinum tier 1-star sorcerer. Even worse, crossing the SARS merchants meant their financial clout could send bounty hunters and assassins after him without end. Still, Zhang Yi accepted. He knew the little cat hated the SARS merchants. They specialized in trading beast men. From the moment he took the job, Zhang Yi never planned to leave anyone alive. Once they were all dead, no one would know who did it. As long as Raymond kept his mouth shut, the SARS merchants wouldn't trace it back to him quickly. By the time they did, Zhang Yi expected to have built enough strength to turn the tables on them. This was also a test for Raymond. Whether he could keep the secret would decide if they kept working together. Zhang Yi crushed his cigarette and stood up. I'm off to work. That fast? Raymond raised his eyebrow. They're leaving in 2 days, and the route's already marked for you. I need to prepare. Zhang Yi shook his head. The route they gave might not be real. He'll watch from scratch to be safe. Fair enough. Raymond nodded, a flicker of respect in his eyes. This mission was the real stepping stone. The earlier arm wrestling was just a small prelude. Only when Zhang Yi successfully completed this task could he move on to the truly challenging jobs. Raymond said calmly, if you need any help, just say the word. I can offer some support within the scope of the mission. Zhang Yi felt a spark of hope and smiled. Actually, there's a small favor I'd like to ask. He leaned closer to Raymond, lowering his voice. Do you know a guy named Perry? He's a gold-level mercenary. I've got a debt collection job owes my employer money, and the guy's somewhere in the inner city. Raymond couldn't help but laugh, then snapped his fingers. The waitress from earlier pushed open the door and came back in. Find someone named Perry, a mercenary. Raymond ordered without hesitation. Got it, boss. The waitress nodded slightly and left the tavern at once. In less than 10 minutes, a somewhat scruffy mercenary was brought in. Zhang Yi teased, that was fast. Raymond chuckled in reply. Most mercenaries who come to the inner city end up drinking here. Asking around is usually all it takes to find someone. Zhang Yi nodded and turned to Perry, his tone stern. Come on. Paying your debts is a matter of principle. Cash, or are you ready to lose an arm? Hearing that, Perry grew immediately uneasy. He hadn't expected Raymond's backing to be so strong. Owing a few thousand gold coins had drawn the tavern owner himself into the matter. Terrified, he scrambled to pull money from his pockets. There were only a little over 3,000 gold coins, far short of the 4,800 required. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth. Since I took this job, I want a clean finish. For 1,800 gold coins all accounted for. There's no need to dwell on the debt collection details. The main point is that in the end, the full amount was handed over to the employer. Zhang Yi then took Perry's longsword and equipment. After selling the gear in the market, the money made exactly covered the remaining debt. And with that, Zhang Yi successfully completed this final gold-level mission. As the kitten stepped out of the Iron Tavern, her face radiated barely concealed joy. Though she'd spent quite a bit treating everyone, after settling the bill she still had over 10,000 gold coins in her pocket, several times her initial investment. Just moments ago, as she descended the stairs, every mercenary in the tavern had raised their glasses in a collective toast to her in that moment. She suddenly understood why Zhang Yi loved being a mercenary so much. Pumping her little fist, she declared resolutely, Big guy, I'm going to become an amazing mercenary too, meow. Zhang Yi responded with a smile. Then you'd better work hard. Starting tomorrow, train with me, and I guarantee your rank will shoot up. Okay, meow. The kitten's eyes curved into crescents, sparkling with light. She'd just advanced yesterday, and was now at Silver 7-star, likely the result of running around with Zhang Yi these past few days. However, even so, this level of cultivation was far from enough. Zhang Yi mentally calculated that he'd need to put her through some serious special training later. After wandering around the inner city for a while, Zhang Yi spent several thousand gold coins stocking up on supplies. As dusk fell, he left the inner city and returned to the mercenary tavern. Seeing him return safely, Eveline breathed a sigh of relief, then curiously asked about the Iron Tavern. Zhang Yi gave a brief account, and Eveline listened with envy in her eyes. She too wanted to become a great tavern owner like Raymond. Mission complete and payment received. Zhang Yi took Chi-Chi back to sleep and rest. Early the next morning, Zhang Yi brought Chi-Chi to a leather shop to prepare a set of weighted gear for her. The set consisted of a pair of leg bindings, wrist guards, and a small vest, normally used to hold equipment. But this time Zhang Yi stuffed cloud-pattern steel plates into every pocket. 3 plates in each leg binding, 2 in the wrist guards, and 16 in the vest's front and back pockets. 26 plates in total. Each cloud-pattern steel plate weighed about 3 pounds, adding up to 78 pounds. Chi-Chi only weighed a little over 90 pounds herself, and this weight nearly crushed her little face. It's so heavy, big guy. Chi-Chi pouted, her little face scrunched up. The weight made even climbing onto Zhang Yi's shoulder difficult, leaving her uncomfortable all over. Zhang Yi patted her back. The weight is to train you, to strengthen your vitality and power. Once you can move freely even with this load, then I'll be as amazing as you, meow. Chi-Chi's eyes lit up. Then you'll get even heavier steel plates. Zhang Yi replied with a smile. Despite the oppressive weight and the irritating leather straps digging into her skin, Chi-Chi gritted her teeth and nodded, determined to persevere. Next, Zhang Yi took Chi-Chi into the inner city again, but this time not to browse. They were on a surveillance mission. The Surge Trading Company's branch was located on Market Street in the inner city, a luxuriously appointed large store. Zhang Yi rented a street-facing room across from it at a steep price. Ordinary suites cost 140 gold per day, while even the most luxurious suite at Hylon number 11 only cost 80 gold coins daily. Zhang Yi privately calculated that he'd recoup these rental costs from the Surge Trading Company mission. Throughout the entire day, he spent most of his time at the window watching that shop, occasionally circling the perimeter when necessary. This surveillance work was tedious and tense, and nighttime required even more vigilance. Otherwise, he might wake to find their convoy had already left the protected zone. Fortunately, Zhang Yi didn't have to wait too long. Late at night, Zhang Yi had just finished his shift change with Chi-Chi and barely laid down when he was urgently shaken awake. Big guy, there's some movement, meow. Kiki's voice carried a hint of nervousness. Zhang Yi immediately opened his eyes and looked out the window. Sure enough, by the street corner under the cover of darkness, 6 horse-drawn wagons slowly pulled away from a large store, their compartments stacked high with goods, clearly planning to slip out of the city under the veil of night. A faint smile tugged at Zhang Yi's lips. Just as he had suspected, the enemy wouldn't follow the original plan at all. All the intelligence Raymond had received was deliberately planted misinformation. The Surge Trading Guild had made their move ahead of schedule, acting a whole day earlier than expected. By the time reinforcements arrived in 2 days, they might not even find a trace of the wagon's passage. Let's go, follow them. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi grabbed Chi-Chi and climbed out the window, silently tailing the wagons. The wagons quickly passed through the inner city gate, a checkpoint that should have been closed at this hour, forbidding passage. Yet the enemy had obviously pulled some strings beforehand. Zhang Yi, lacking such connections, pulled out his magic stone and used the cover of darkness to leap over the towering city gate, holding Chi-Chi tightly as guards dozed off. Did something just flash by? Chi-Chi blinked in confusion. What? Are you still half asleep? I told you to get more rest and stop playing cards. We have night watch duty, Zhang Yi joked. Alright, maybe I just saw things. I'm dead tired, Chi-Chi mumbled, rubbing her eyes. The concealment power of the magic stone was perfect in the night. As long as he moved quickly, the guards couldn't tell if he was human or ghost. Beyond the gate, Zhang Yi and Chi-Chi silently tracked the wagons across rooftops until they reached the outer city gate, where security was looser. The guards stepped aside as the wagons approached, keeping the gate wide open. Zhang Yi used the magic stone's invisibility again, vaulting over several unaware soldiers. Now came the critical moment to strike once the wagons left the protected zone. Chi-Chi, guess which wagons are carrying cargo, and which ones have people? Zhang Yi asked, glancing at the alert cat crouching nearby. Kiki's eyes glowed green as she scanned the 6 wagons, then said, the first, fourth, and last wagons are carrying people, meow. How can you tell? Zhang Yi looked at her, surprised. Wind sensing magic, meow? Chi-Chi answered proudly. Magic, huh? Zhang Yi laughed. I usually rely on experience. In a 6-wagon formation, usually wagons 2, 3, and 5 carry goods. Wagons 1, 4, and 6 carry people to protect the cargo. He explained calmly. The front wagon leads, the last covers the rear, and the middle one is the key. It often holds a platinum-level mage who oversees the whole operation. Our primary target is the 4th wagon. If we control that wagon and the people inside first, the rest will be easier to handle. Oh, got it, meow? Chi-Chi nodded seriously. Zhang Yi gently rubbed her little head as they continued trailing the wagons unseen. After more than an hour, the wagons exited the protected zone. The difference in levels is too big. You stay back for now. He'll take care of this first. Then you can come clean up the mess, Zhang Yi instructed. Chi-Chi looked a little disappointed, but nodded. She wanted to fight alongside him, but knew she was outmatched. She could handle gold-level missions, but feared she'd just slow him down on this platinum level 1. She glanced at her weighted gear with determination shining in her eyes. I need to get stronger fast if I'm going to truly help the big guy meow. The caravan was steadily making its way forward. Inside the middle carriage, the magician was casually playing cards with his companions. I couldn't help but warn them. Can you guys be more alert? What if someone attacks? The platinum-ranked warrior beside me shook his head helplessly, his eyes filled with exhaustion and disappointment. The group's vigilance was shockingly low. The magician waved off my concern with a careless gesture. Don't worry, Dakota. I've been maintaining magical awareness constantly. There hasn't been even a rabbit within 500 meters. Relax, he added confidently. Besides, we deliberately set off a day early. No one would dare ambush us at this hour. But before he finished speaking, he suddenly froze, his face draining of color. His senses suddenly detected 2 unknown figures less than 50 meters from the caravan. Even with his magical awareness active, this sudden presence confused him. Before he could react, a massive hammer crashed into the side of the carriage with a thunderous smash. Staring at the heavy weapon so close and yet so distant, the magician could only let out a pained, desperate groan. Damn. His torso was torn apart by the hammer's force, blood splattering everywhere, and his body crumpled instantly inside the shattered carriage. The carriage was pierced and ripped in half in an instant. Splinters flew as the explosion threw several guards off their feet. Only the platinum warrior managed to stay firmly grounded, his face etched with shock and disbelief. He's dead, he whispered. A platinum-ranked magician, just like that. Why didn't any alarm go off? The secret was simple. Zhang Yi was wielding the angel's giant hammer, using an anti-magic field barrier that made the platinum magician completely unable to detect them. The magician only sensed the threat at the very moment the hammer was thrown. By then, it was far too late. Without any warning or defense, the magician was hit full force by the hammer, unable to withstand it at all. Like a grenade explosion on a normal person, his upper body was instantly destroyed, death swift and brutal. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhang Yi dashed toward the carriage. After striking the carriage, the hammer veered off course and crashed heavily to the ground, bouncing back up and spinning in midair. With a large leap, he caught the spinning hammer without hesitation and slammed it down fiercely onto the platinum warrior. A deafening crash shook the ground. Kiki, who had fled more than 100 meters away and hid behind a grassy slope, witnessed Zhang Yi's relentless slaughter with no surprises. After only 20 or so exchanges, Zhang Yi had pummeled the platinum warrior into immobility. With merciless finality, he struck again, hammering him to death on the spot. The remaining gold-ranked guards posed no serious threat to Zhang Yi. The simultaneous barrage of arrows and bolts from 4 archers and 4 crossbowmen was so insignificant that Zhang Yi didn't even bother raising a magic shield. The piercing arrows barely broke the skin, and as long as he protected vital spots like his head and neck, his incredible regeneration quickly healed minor wounds. As for the sword and shield warriors, none could withstand a blow from Zhang Yi's hammer. Even with shields raised, they were sent flying along with their shields. Though the shields remained undamaged, their chests were shattered, and they suffered severe internal injuries upon impact. Within less than 10 minutes, this escort force of over 30 men was completely annihilated by Zhang Yi, one by one. 2 panicked scouts tried to flee but were swiftly chased down, defenseless against Zhang Yi's attacks, and killed on the spot. At the end, only a few carters remained. They knelt on the ground, crying and begging for mercy, insisting they were innocent hired hands merely paid to pull the carts. Thus, the bloody ambush on the caravan came to its cruel, final end. The sight of the tears streaming down his face almost softened Kiki's heart. But the little cat wouldn't speak up for the big guy. Instead, she turned her gaze to Zhang Yi. He grinned slyly, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Partners in crime, huh? Don't think you can talk your way out of this. Before the words even finished leaving his mouth, Zhang Yi swung his hammer down with force, pulverizing their enemies into dust in no time. Innocent. How was this any different from a driver on the wasteland helping human traffickers deliver their loot? Zhang Yi wasn't buying it for a second. With every strike, he left no survivors except for the terrified horses that scattered. When the battle was over, Zhang Yi lit a cigarette and said in a low voice, "All right, clean up the battlefield." Kiki nodded and got to work without hesitation. Kiki's nimble fingers soon stripped the fallen of their gear, neatly stacking everything. Unfortunately, there wasn't much usable left. Most of it had been smashed into scrap iron by Zhang Yi's hammer. Still, the haul was plenty rich. A handful of intact armor pieces, some cash, and 8 storage rings in total. After all, when traveling, cash was king. The 30-plus caravan members together carried over 30,000 gold coins. The gear was worth around 20,000 gold in total. Then came Zhang Yi's favorite part, the blind box moment. 6 of the storage rings were low level, with capacities between 1 and 5 cubic meters. Inside were coins, arrows, and various daily supplies. 2 were high-level rings. One belonged to a platinum-ranked warrior, with 100 cubic meters of space. Though it couldn't expand, it contained a longsword slightly inferior to Zhang Yi's own greatsword, estimated at 2 or 3,000 gold, plus over 6,000 gold coins, a dozen medium-grade potions, and even a single advanced healing potion presumably unused because the owner died too fast. All told, that set alone was worth nearly 20,000 gold. Platinum warriors sure accumulated wealth. The last ring was a platinum-ranked mage's spatial ring, also 100 cubic meters, but with expandable space. It was packed to the brim with impressive treasure. Over 11,000 gold coins piled high, bottles of spirit potions, clarity potions, mana potions, an unknown poison, and a high-grade mana potion. There were many miscellaneous items and daily necessities too. What caught Zhang Yi's eye most was a spell book, 2 scrolls, a magic stone imprinted with a purification spell, and a platinum-level staff. That staff was worth way more than a sword, at least 20,000 to 30,000 gold. The spell book detailed 8 spells, 3 nature-based, 1 fire, 1 wind, and 3 practical utility magics. Zhang Yi couldn't learn them himself, but maybe Kiki could study them. Jackpot! Zhang Yi smiled widely. The loot from over 30 people totaled at least 100,000 gold, provided they could find someone to buy it all. Otherwise, regular shops would steer clear. The gear all bore the emblem of the Ceres Trading Company, which would bring trouble if caught. Zhang Yi was confident that Raymond had underground contacts to offload these black market goods. After commissions, they could earn at least 150,000 gold this run. No wonder the big trade guild's caravan was rolling in cash. Zhang Yi even entertained the thought of switching careers to a bandit specializing in robbing the Ceres Trading Company. After all, a horse ain't fat without night pasture. A man don't get rich without sudden wealth. Once the battlefield was sorted, it was time to check the cargo. Raymond hadn't explicitly said what they carried, but didn't forbid inspection either. Zhang Yi hopped into one of the wagons, ready to open it up. 3 wagons held 18 crates. They clearly weren't cages. For a moment, Zhang Yi relaxed. It wasn't that he disapproved of human trafficking, just that those goods could easily fit into storage rings, making transport discreet and lowering the risk of discovery. He told Kiki to stand back while he prepared to break the locks with brute force. The boxes were locked tight, but Zhang Yi smashed them open without hesitation. As the lids lifted, his eyes flew wide open. From a distance, Kiki's curious voice called out, "What's that, meow?" Zhang Yi grinned and replied, "The big prize." He finally understood why the Wild Wolf gang had rushed in so fiercely. This thing would make anyone's heart race. Zhang Yi examined the object, long, thick, and black. Kiki didn't recognize it and asked again, "What is it, meow?" Zhang Yi smiled slightly, infused a bit of magic, and the black tube immediately glowed blue. A magic cannon. I've wanted one of these for a long time. Kiki perched on Zhang Yi's shoulder, looking at him with wide, curious eyes as he carefully handled the massive magic cannon nearly 2 meters long. Of course, it was impressive. The cannon could fire all kinds of magic shells, its power and attributes shifting with the infused mana. Zhang Yi lifted the cannon, aimed it at the distant grassy slope, slowly channeled mana into it, and steadily pulled the trigger. In the next instant, the rocket launcher-sized magic cannon blazed with brilliant blue light, blasting out a pure magic shell as big as a basketball. It shot downrange hundreds of meters away, striking the grass-covered hill with a tremendous bang. The explosion tore a huge crater into the earth, sending dirt and grass flying violently into the sky and kicking up a cloud of dust and debris tens of meters high. Whoa, that shot just now is golden-level precision, definitely a kill. Even golden-tier foes struck by this would be badly wounded, if not dead. Platinum-tier units surviving a direct hit would be nothing short of miraculous. Zhang Yi said proudly, demonstrating the cannon's power. And the best part? This baby can fire burst after burst, dozens, even hundreds of rounds if you have enough mana. He fired several more times in quick succession, each blast causing strong recoil that made him thrill with excitement every time he squeezed the trigger. Kiki stretched out a paw and begged, "I want to try too, meow." Before Zhang Yi could respond, she mimicked his motion and fired a shot herself. With a loud bang, the recoil knocked her off his shoulder by several steps until she plopped down on the ground, glaring up at him with eyes full of grievance and helplessness. Watching Zhang Yi firing before, she had thought his shoulder only moved slightly, never imagining the recoil could be so powerful. Now her shoulder ached faintly from that single shot. Zhang Yi laughed, unable to hold back. "Ha! Yeah, the recoil's a bit brutal, but it's got a great solid feel to it." Magic weapons were like the firearms of this world. No man could resist gear that packed such explosive force and impact. Although cold weapons, especially the hammer type, were deadly too, Zhang Yi hadn't pulled a trigger in years, and the blast's exhilarating force stayed with him. He sighed and carefully placed the magic cannon back in its case. These weren't his personal weapons, they belonged to the client, the Wild Wolf gang. Even though it would have been easy to keep them, Zhang Yi wasn't the type to kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. Deep down, He knew Raymond was testing his loyalty and judgment through this arsenal. After stowing all the crates in his storage ring, Zhang Yi slung Kiki on his back and headed not to the inner city, but to Hylon Elavina, place open around the clock. When he stepped through the door, Yifulin looked up in pleasant surprise and smiled. I thought you said you had some big job to do. Why are you back so soon? Though worn out after a long day, the slight fatigue made her even more captivating. Strands of her hair, loosened from the day's rush, framed her face beautifully, tightening something in Zhang Yi's chest. He grinned, teasing. Well, I was thinking there's a pretty girl waiting for me here, so I finished the task quickly to come back. Imagine how sad she'd be if I never showed up all day. The little flirt made Yifulin's cheeks flush bright red. She playfully punched his arm, but shot back. Pretty girl, huh? I don't see anyone like that. Far away in the distance, but right here before your eyes, Zhang Yi teased, reaching out to smooth the stray hairs fallen across her forehead. The gentle touch slowed Yifulin's heartbeat instantly. Unlike before, she didn't push his hand away or shyly evade him. She didn't even grab a frying pan to retaliate. She just stood there, stunned, looking at him. It was only when the nearby mercenaries chuckled and jeered that she snapped back to reality, stepping back quickly with a hint of fluster on her face. Her beautiful eyes flickered nervously, avoiding Zhang Yi's gaze. She quickly grabbed a nearby plate, stammering, You came back so late? You must be hungry. I'll prepare something for you. Before she finished, she hurriedly disappeared into the kitchen, her figure rushing away like someone fleeing. Seeing this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh, joy shining brightly in his eyes. Just then, a strong smell of alcohol hit him. He turned to find Bob standing beside him, his eyes bloodshot, as if he might burst into tears any moment. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, puzzled, and asked, What's wrong? Are you about to cry? Bob shook his head, lowered his voice, and patted Zhang Yi's shoulder. You have to treat her well. Oh, secretly in love with the boss lady, huh? Zhang Yi smirked, teasing, then nodded seriously and patted Bob's shoulder again. Don't get your hopes up, brother, there's no chance with your situation. Bob couldn't hold back any longer. Tears welled up and spilled down noisily. The mercenaries nearby tried not to laugh. Everyone knew Bob liked the boss lady. But with his circumstances, she would never look his way. That was an unshakable reality. It wasn't that Yifulin was unapproachable, but Bob was simply out of her league. In fact, every mercenary in the tavern had some feelings for the stunning boss lady, but everyone knew their limits. Bob understood this too, which is why all these years he only dared to love her from afar, never making a move. Now, seeing the flirtatious look she gave Zhang Yi, every man understood the story behind it. It was bittersweet relief. A moment later, Yifulin came out carrying steaming plates of food, beautifully arranged, clearly prepared with care. In contrast, Kiki's dish looked messy, ingredients carelessly piled together like an everyday rush job. In this fast-paced mercenary tavern, anyone would recognize such careful presentation as a sign of special treatment. Zhang Yi seemed oblivious as he stuffed his mouth, praising repeatedly, This tastes way better than the food in the inner city. After finishing, he let out a satisfied belch, his face beaming with contentment. Yifulin smiled happily and gently asked, Will you stay here tonight? The old room? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if her whole world revolved around being the first to see Zhang Yi in the morning. Zhang Yi snapped his fingers lightly and gave a knowing look that made Yifulin's smile blossom. Nearby, the mercenaries sighed even more deeply. Bob, slumped over the table and weeping quietly, cried all the more pitifully. Where there is joy, there is also sorrow. That night, Zhang Yi slept soundly, and Chi-Chi peacefully drifted into dreams. Only Bob tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Soon though, he came to terms with it. Perhaps this was the gap between people. Maybe it was finally time to muster real courage and boldly pursue the girl who, while not as dazzling as the boss lady, was far more suited to him. Early the next morning, Zhang Yi woke up and immediately reached to brush the cat's tail off his face. Then a blue magical light shimmered in his hand, quickly fading and replaced by a faint golden glow. Although the golden light was faint and insignificant compared to the powerful magic just moments before, Zhang Yi nodded with satisfaction. After a night of breathing exercises, his foundation had deepened slightly. The magical energy deep within him had started to settle and crystallize new power. From yesterday's battle, he had refined about 2% of his potential. As long as he kept fighting, the pacing of his cultivation would speed up. Without battles, relying only on breathing techniques and physical training, it might take 2 or 3 years to accumulate this refinement. For now, Zhang Yi planned to keep taking on missions, show off his skills, and climb the ranks quickly. Today he would deliver a task at the Steel Tavern, then head to negotiate with the Wild Wolf Gang to get his hands on a magic cannon. And so, the story goes on. Arriving at the Steel Tavern, Zhang Yi pushed open the door and saw King Kong John sitting around a table playing cards with a group of mercenaries. John was clearly someone Raymond trusted deeply, which was why he stayed at the tavern regularly to keep watch, a sort of half-bouncer role. Spotting Zhang Yi enter, John waved him over. Brother, want to join us for a few rounds? Zhang Yi shook his head lightly and replied coldly, No thanks, I play my own game. Turning back to John with a straightforward tone, Zhang Yi said, is Raymond around? I've got a job to deliver. Few could address their boss by name so casually, but Zhang Yi was one of them. John was unsurprised, knowing Raymond had taken a liking to this new mercenary, and nodded upwards. He's upstairs. Okay. Zhang Yi nodded and headed straight to the second floor. This was usually Raymond's private quarters. Even when he was around, he didn't need to constantly monitor the tavern after all. The boss wasn't some tool to handle every little thing himself. At the door, Zhang Yi gently knocked, wary of interrupting anything indiscreet. Inside, it was quiet, no tricks. He opened the door and entered with Kiki. Raymond looked up, slightly surprised. Early? MMHM, Zhang Yi nodded. Job done. MMHM, Zhang Yi confirmed again, then gestured, and the spacious room quickly filled with tightly packed crates. Raymond glanced over and smiled. He hadn't misjudged him. Mercenaries with that kind of efficiency were rare. Zhang Yi was a gem in the making. After confirming everything, Raymond had the payment brought out. 40,000 gold coins, paid in full without a penny missing. Along with the money came 2 small cards handed to Zhang Yi. Permanent passes? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. Raymond nodded. We'll be working together often. These make it easier to enter and exit the inner city. That's really generous. Zhang Yi smiled as he accepted them, then added, by the way, can I deliver this badge to the Wild Wolf gang myself? Raymond chuckled, catching his intention. You're interested in this shipment? Zhang Yi laughed louder. Of course. What man wouldn't want magic cannons? I want to test my luck with the Wild Wolves, try to grab a couple. Alright, delivery was originally John's job. Go with him. Whether you get those or not depends on your skills, Raymond agreed. No problem. Zhang Yi packed up and got ready to leave. Just then, Raymond called out, wait. More work? Zhang Yi's eyes gleamed in anticipation. Yes, but nothing urgent. Just wanted to ask about that lighter. Raymond started. Zhang Yi interrupted with a grin. I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Deal. Raymond laughed, clearly intrigued by that lighter. Zhang Yi and Kiki then followed John out of the tavern and began the delivery journey. On the road, John couldn't help asking, brother, how do you handle those guys? There was a magician in their rank stuff guy. I got beaten by him before. Did you take him out? Zhang Yi nodded. Half-handled. John froze. What do you mean? You let him escape? Zhang Yi chuckled. No, the other half scattered. I couldn't be bothered to clean up. Hearing this offhand remark, John and the other mercenaries swallowed hard, their respect for Zhang Yi's power growing. Taking down over 30 men so effortlessly, including 2 platinum-tier experts and a platinum-level magician, was clearly beyond ordinary. With that kind of skill, John was certain he stood no chance against the guy who was smaller than him by a good margin. Soon, they arrived at the Wild Wolf Gang's camp. The Wild Wolf Gang was one of the 3 major factions in the inner city, far larger than the 4 gangs controlling the outer city. They had over 300 brothers, though most usually operated scattered across the outer city. One of those outer city gangs, the Wild Dog Gang, was actually a subordinate branch under the Wild Wolf Gang. Their territory was located in an industrial zone that looked like part of the shipbuilding facility run by the seaport authorities. Brothers, show some respect to your she-wolf, queen. Here's the cargo. John was the point of contact for the Wild Wolf Gang, and both sides clearly had a good relationship. The handover went smoothly. Before long, a group of people came striding out from deep inside the shipyard, led by a woman. Zhang Yi's gaze lingered on her figure, feeling a twinge of disappointment. She was indeed a woman, but not what he had imagined. Sure, she was somewhat attractive, but she was an older woman. The years had left their marks on her face, though. She kept herself well and wore heavy makeup. The fine lines and fatigue couldn't be hidden. Still, Zhang Yi didn't underestimate her. After all, a woman running a powerful gang had to be just as ruthless as any man. Approaching John and the others, the she-wolf queen crossed her arms, her expression cold. Where's the cargo? Her hair was cut short and neat. Her bony arms akimbo exuded authority and an overwhelming presence. John gestured for Zhang Yi to step forward. Zhang Yi moved ahead to arrange the boxes of cargo one by one. The she-wolf queen gave a subtle nod, and several Wild Wolf brothers stepped up to open the crates for inspection. When they found the goods intact and quantities exact, she finally exhaled deeply, her face softening noticeably. Thank you. This shipment means a lot to us. Her voice carried unmistakable weight as she looked at John. After all, these were dozens of magical cannons, valued at hundreds of thousands of gold pieces. John waved his hand modestly and smiled, nodding toward Zhang Yi. You should thank him. He's the one who recovered the cargo, did a great job, didn't leave a single survivor. Not a single survivor? The she-wolf queen's eyes flickered with surprise as her gaze shifted from John to Zhang Yi. New face, haven't heard of you before. You might have recently. Zhang Yi. He smiled broadly, showing a row of perfect white teeth. You're Zhang Yi, the one who took out the sea serpent gang? The queen's eyes flashed with astonishment. Zhang Yi nodded. Ha ha, well done. I've wanted to kick the sea serpent gang out for a long time. The queen suddenly laughed a laugh full of relief and approval. You have a grudge against them? Zhang Yi asked, curious. No, she shook her head. It's Nash gang that's after us. When I heard someone had taken out the sea serpent gang, I made sure to ask around about you." There was a mix of admiration and scrutiny in her eyes, reminiscent of the way Raymond had looked at him once. "So what you find out?" Zhang Yi asked. "A cocky bastard," the she-wolf queen replied bluntly. "Haha, your intel's pretty accurate. I'm called Rogami brothers call me the wolf queen." Zhang Yi laughed, his eyes bright with energy. Rogue extended her hand toward Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, a remarkable mercenary. You're going to find that out soon enough." Zhang Yi smiled and briefly shook her hand, sealing their acquaintance. "I have a private job that needs a skilled hand. Interested?" Rogue gave a slight smile. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. "Absolutely. Come on in. This isn't exactly a place to host guests." Without looking back, Rogue headed deeper into the shipyard, her movements decisive and brisk. Zhang Yi had always preferred dealing with people like her, straightforward and efficient. "You guys head back first. I need to discuss something." Zhang Yi waved to John and the others. John nodded in acknowledgement and led the group away, while Zhang Yi closely followed Rogue, walking further into the shipyard's depths. "This ship is seriously impressive. Did you build it yourselves?" Zhang Yi stood inside the shipyard, his eyes sweeping over the massive decks and hull frames of the magical warship, suspended by steel cables and segments. Though not yet assembled, the sheer scale and authority of the vessel stirred something deep within him. Rogue smiled and replied, "Yeah, we've got the finest shipbuilders in Seaport here. Even the shipyards in Gorilla City struggle to match us when it comes to mid-sized magical vessels. If you ever need a seaworthy, reliable ship, come to us. Practical and durable, though I won't lie, they don't come cheap. Good stuff is always pricey." "I get that," Zhang Yi said with a faint nod of approval. The two then passed through the factory and entered a lavishly decorated reception room. Rogue handed over the menu with a grin. "Tea or something stronger?" Zhang Yi pretended to ponder. "I think tea, actually." Rogue gave a brief look of surprise before laughing. "Ron, let's have some wine." "All right, I'll punish myself with a glass." Then, Zhang Yi chuckled, shaking his head. The small exchange lightened the mood, easing the tension before the serious discussion began. Rogue slowly lifted his wine glass and said, "The batch of goods you recovered was originally meant for sale in Piedro City. But halfway there, it ran into a Sears Guild hunting squad. Those bastards are like a pack of roaming hyenas. They not only capture orcs for the slave trade, but also rob caravans. That's where the goods got stolen." Zhang Yi jumped in. "They didn't realize the shipment came from Seaport and naively tried to haul it back here to sell. We found out and took it back by force." "Exactly. But the trouble didn't end there. A few days ago, I got word that the buyer in Piedro City was killed. Probably cause the delivery was delayed." Rogue frowned. "Now the whole mess falls on us. So my mission is to take out that bounty hunter?" Zhang Yi asked. "Precisely," Rogue nodded. "But there's a problem." "What problem?" Zhang Yi pressed. "That guy's on good terms with Baron Zachary of Seaport and is hiding at the Baron's estate. Our men can't get in. Zachary holds significant power here, so we can't just start a direct conflict," Rogue explained bluntly. "Got it. They'll disguise myself as his enemy, take him out, and leave the wild wolves out of it." Zhang Yi's mind was already working. "Sounds like you know what you're doing," Rogue said with a smile. "Of course, no problem. So what's his name and rank?" Zhang Yi asked offhand. "Oh, code, Platinum 7-star, Rogue answered. "Platinum 7-star. That won't be easy," Zhang Yi mused, rubbing his chin and glancing at Rogue thoughtfully. Rogue instantly caught the meaning behind the look. "Kill him, earn 50,000 gold." Can't say no to that," Zhang Yi agreed. "But can I add a condition?" "Go on," Rogue replied, crossing his legs and looking relaxed. "You said the buyer died, right? You probably haven't found a new one yet. I want to outright buy that shipment myself." Zhang Yi smiled slyly. Rogue's lips curved. "Oh, you want to swallow it whole? That won't be cheap." "I know. But can I buy retail?" "Just 2. No, 3 units." Zhang Yi proudly held up 3 fingers. "Done," Rogue agreed immediately. "Great, how much per unit?" Zhang Yi asked, eager. "Single pattern magical cannon, 12,000 gold each. Double pattern magical cannon, 18,000 gold," Rogue quoted. Outside the room, the clanging of iron chains and metal echoed from the factory as the massive warship's skeletal frame hung silently like a slumbering steel beast bearing witness to this tense negotiation of profit and assassination. The 3-unit magic cannon cost 26,000 gold, while the aggregated array long-range magic cannon was priced at 58,000 gold. Wow, that price was seriously intimidating. Fortunately, Zhang Yi had earlier seized the Thyrsis Guild's convoy and pocketed a hefty haul. Combined with the commissions from various missions completed recently, he had about 100,000 gold in cash on hand. Selling off the loot equipment would bring in nearly another 100,000 gold. So right now, he was effectively a small-scale millionaire holding around 200,000 gold. Zhang Yi thought for a moment and said, "They'll take 2 3-unit magic cannons and 1 aggregated array long-range magic cannon." Rogue replied promptly, "That'll be 110,000 gold total. Since you're a new customer, how about 100,000? Deal." Zhang Yi didn't hesitate and immediately agreed, happily handing over the money. After paying, he was left with only a few thousand gold for pocket change. thinking he'd better head back to the Iron Tavern soon and liquidate those Thyrsis Guild items quickly. Rog ordered his crew to bring out the goods for Zhang Yi to inspect. Zhang Yi had already tested the magic cannons the night before. The main difference between single, double, and triple rune models lay in their mana conversion efficiency. The 3-rune magic cannon packed a stronger punch and charged faster, delivering nearly twice the firepower of a single rune cannon. As for the aggregated array long-range magic cannon, Zhang Yi called it a magic sniper rifle because it was beast-level powerful. A single blast from a 3-rune cannon would disrupt even a platinum tier target, but wouldn't take them down if prepared. However, one shot from the magic sniper rifle could severely cripple a platinum-level fighter if not outright kill them. It could even wound silver tier warriors, though only lightly, since platinum and silver ranks differ greatly. Usually, a platinum tier could shrug off a direct hit, or at worst suffer minor injuries unless it blasted an eyeball or struck the head, which even platinum weapons could manage. That explained why the magic sniper rifle's price didn't break the 100,000 mark. Also, the rifle was incredibly heavy, a 3-meter barrel as thick as a tank cannon, weighing over 200 pounds, making it impossible for most people to wield. Charging it consumed enormous mana. A gold tier player could fire only 1 or 2 shots before running out, while a platinum tier might squeeze out 4 or 5. Luckily, Zhang Yi was confident in his mana reserves, which were abundant and larger than most peers, so he should be able to handle it. Originally, Zhang Yi had planned to give the sniper rifle to the little kitty. Since he couldn't cast spells himself, future encounters with flying units or long-range enemies would pose challenges requiring ranged fire support. But considering the kitty's eyesight wasn't as sharp as his, although her night vision was strong, her aiming at long distances wasn't precise enough, abandoned the idea of having her use the sniper rifle. Instead, he intended to train her as a close combat lethal scout assassin with max agility, rather than a long-range sharpshooter. Besides, the magic sniper rifle was too heavy and mana-consuming for the kitty to carry. So Zhang Yi would have to take that sniper role himself for now. Finding a suitable teammate specialized in that position was next on his agenda. Fortunately, Zhang Yi's shooting skills had always been reliable. Even when previous sharpshooters from his former life were gone, he could step in. Thinking back on this, Zhang Yi's heart tightened with a twinge of nostalgia for his brothers and sisters from his past life. He truly wished they could have all been reincarnated alongside him now. Back at the Iron Tavern, Zhang Yi immediately found Raymond. Sure enough, Raymond didn't disappoint, quickly bought up the equipment at market price, and Zhang Yi's little stash instantly bounced back to around 60,000. Zhang Yi didn't sell everything. He kept some potions for himself, as well as the magic book and the magic stone. The purification spell and the magic stone could help him remove negative statuses, which was very handy. The magic book was given to Chi-Chi, so she could try studying the spells within. I heard you landed a big job with the Wolfgang? Raymond asked, his tone tinged with concern. Zhang Yi nodded. Raymond didn't press further, but shifted the topic. If you need help, just say the word. I can make things easier for you inside the inner city. That's great, Zhang Yi replied with a smile. Do you know where I can get a map of Baron Zachary's estate? Raymond frowned. You planning to move against Baron Zachary? No, my target is inside his estate. I just need to get familiar with the layout first, Zhang Yi said casually. Raymond's expression turned cautious. This kind of thing's better kept quiet. It's not exactly above board, and leaks could bring big trouble. But since you asked, I did a little digging to see what sort of backing you have in the inner city. He nodded thoughtfully and spoke in a low voice. Most of the estates owned by the rich here were designed by the Trevio Architectural Institute. They usually keep backup maps there. Hey, erase their address. He jotted down an address and handed it to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi examined the note carefully. Judging by Raymond's attitude, there seemed to be no direct ties between him and Baron Zachary, which reassured Zhang Yi enough to proceed confidently with his mission. Raymond added, by the way, the Zachary estate has a mithril-grade archer. Baron Zachary specially trained him as a bodyguard. Since your target is there, you'd better be well prepared. Zachary may be just a baron, but he still holds some weight in Sea City. You don't want to give him any leverage. He's been on edge lately. His daughter was kidnapped and injured by enemies recently, and he's in a foul mood. He's gearing up for a fight with his old rival, the Dino Trading Company. The estate is crawling with bounty hunters and mercenaries, so watch your step. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. Oh, is his daughter named Manasa? You know about this? Raymond looked surprised. Seeing that, Zhang Yi smiled wryly, a hint of amusement in his tone. Siacity's big, but not that big. Turns out Manasa's father is Baron Zachary himself. He disguised himself so well that Zachary was fooled into thinking it was his enemies behind the attack. I bet the Dino Company guys are freaking out and cursing nonstop right now. He showed no emotional reaction, just a calm expression as if resigned to the endless cycles of this world where nothing truly changes. Even if he hadn't intervened, Zachary and the Dino Company would have come to blows sooner or later. He was just getting involved earlier. When are they planning to make their move? Zhang Yi asked. Tomorrow, Raymond said. Dino mainly trades grain and liquor. Their base is about 80 miles outside Sea City at the Dino Megafarm. It'll probably be a small-scale war. Hearing this, Zhang Yi fell into thought. Raymond glanced at him with a grin. I'm guessing you want to take advantage of the chaos and make your move? More or less. My goal will probably be involved too, so I can take the opportunity to get close to him and then make my move, Zhang Yi said with a grin. Raymond took a drag of his cigarette, eyes fixed on Zhang Yi's solid build, shaking his head slightly. With your size, it's hard not to draw attention. I know. That's why I need to create a little accident. Zhang Yi smiled broadly, openly sharing his plan. Raymond chuckled. Heh, kid, you've got guts. Zhang Yi, I'm heading out first. I still owe you a lighter, Raymond said, patting him on the shoulder. Then you better get going. Zhang Yi laughed and teased. Damn, that's so practical of you. Zhang Yi muttered, but he seemed pleased. Haha, get moving. I've got my own ironwork to do, Raymond said as he walked toward the smithy. That afternoon, Zhang Yi brought Chi-Chi to Oren's forge. This time, he was making a lighter case for Raymond. The lighter's inner chamber had been completed well before he arrived in Sea City. Today, only the casing remained. The carving required detail and craftsmanship, but for someone as strong as Zhang Yi, it was no challenge. His precision in controlling his strength, combined with solid forging skills, made handcrafting delicate parts easy, let alone a small, compact lighter case. Soon enough, a simple yet tasteful lighter case was finished. The metal had a muted, steady shine and felt solid in the hand, fitting Raymond's low-key and durable style. A fist-shaped indentation was recessed on the case, both minimalistic and striking. Oren took the piece and raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Just a tiny box like this, what good is it? Holding rings? Zhang Yi smiled. Watch closely. He pulled out an inner chamber from his pocket, added a few drops of fuel, slipped it inside the newly made case, and sealed it tightly. Flicking the lid open produced a crisp snap, then twisting the wheel sent sparks flying and flames leapt out immediately. Oren's eyes lit up. Wow, this thing's pretty interesting. If mass-produced, it could totally replace flintlocks. Zhang Yi was confident. Exactly. This is a business opportunity. Oren stared at Zhang Yi in awe. As a dwarf blacksmith, gold coins were always his favorite. Hearing about making money excited him. So what's your plan? Zhang Yi chuckled lightly. I'm not a businessman. I'm not planning on handling that stuff. Oren raised an eyebrow. You want make money? Money's money. But I just want to focus on being a blacksmith. I don't want to deal with the headaches of business, Zhang Yi said openly. Oren couldn't help but remark, you're a strange one. Thanks for the compliment. But if you really want to make money, I can teach you the method. Mass production? Figure that out yourself. Use your lessons? I can tell how this works just by looking. They'll figure it out on my own, Oren scoffed. Zhang Yi laughed. After all, Oren was skilled in forging, so this low-tech item wasn't hard for him. But as for making money, I really don't care. I just want to earn through blacksmithing. Don't make me get involved with business nonsense, Oren emphasized again. Zhang Yi burst out laughing. You're a weirdo too, same here. All right, enough bragging. Get out of here, I've got ironwork to do. Got it. Zhang Yi gathered himself and left the forge. The afternoon was still early, barely 2 o'clock. He realized it had been several days since he last visited the dim-witted mushroom. Muttering to himself, he thought since there was a teleportation array, he could go straight to Hydus Academy. There was also a teleportation array in the inner city, so he just needed to bind it to Sea City's array, making coming and going easy and saving time and effort. With his mind made up, Zhang Yi took Chi-Chi to the teleportation plaza. There were 3 fixed arrays. Binding to just one was enough. The process was simple. Inject magic power, place the array plate on the teleportation array to resonate. Then the 3rd crystal lit up, confirming the binding. Let's go, kitty. We're heading to Hydus Academy, he said as he infused magic into the array plate and chose the 1st crystal as the destination, teleporting there. As for not using Sea City's array, that would cost 1,500 gold coins per teleport, too expensive, far beyond what an ordinary person could afford. A beam of light flashed, and the figures of Zhang Yi and Kiki appeared in the teleportation circle of Hades Academy. Zhang Yi had just steadied himself when his gaze landed on Hilda, who was standing inside the neighboring teleportation circle. The blonde girl wore light armor, a slender sword hanging at her waist, and her wavy long hair tied high in a ponytail. Their eyes met. Are you heading out, or just back? Zhang Yi broke the silence first. Heading out, Hilda replied succinctly. Zhang Yi's eyes scanned her, gearfully equipped for battle, clearly not a casual outing. He raised an eyebrow. You're not going to the Norfalka forest again, are you? Yeah, there's been bloodlands appearing there. You shouldn't go, he warned. I'm going for the bloodlands, Hilda said, looking him straight in the eye. It's an academy investigation mission. Zhang Yi fell silent for a moment, then turned toward the library. I was actually going to talk to you about sword forging. Fine, go do your thing. Footsteps sounded behind him. Hilda stepped out of the teleportation circle and quickly caught up. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth. We can talk now, Hilda said, falling into step beside him. Aren't you supposed to be investigating the bloodlands? That can wait until tomorrow. But I'm coming tomorrow too. Then the day after. He'll be there the day after as well. This sword isn't something you can master in a day or two. You should understand that a good blade takes time. Hilda studied Zhang Yi's half-smile with suspicion, but couldn't quite pinpoint his intention. So she asked outright, you don't want me to go to the bloodlands, do you? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. The little swan actually had a bit of a straightforward streak. But it made sense the noble class was used to expressing their needs and getting them met because their families had the means. That made them more outgoing than kids from poor families, who often learned not to voice demands after being rejected or scolded. If I was like that, oh, Grandma Lunlin never scolded her. The orphanage's limited conditions meant she kept most things bottled up. What you do in the Bloodlands is your business. I'm not going to look down on you for not being able to handle the savage wolf demon, Zhang Yi said with a light chuckle. Hilda frowned. I can take care of it. Oh, sure. Frustrated with Zhang Yi's dismissive attitude, Hilda clenched her fists. He said he wouldn't look down on her, but he clearly didn't believe she could handle the savage wolf demon. Suddenly, a smile spread across her lips. Don't you want to understand my fighting style? The arena is right over there. Zhang Yi chuckled inward. Live little swan's competitive streak had been successfully triggered, but he had come to find by this time, so now he wondered how to handle this situation. After a moment's thought, Zhang Yi finally decided to deal with the little swan first. That couldn't let her run off to the new off-Aquila forest. Although Hilda was quite strong, Zhang Yi didn't want her to take unnecessary risks. Besides, the girl was notoriously bad with directions. If she went there, it would probably delay things by several days. The longer she stayed in the new off-Aquila forest, the greater the danger. What if something happened to her? Where else could he find a flawless beauty to brighten his spirits? Teasing the little swan was far more entertaining than messing with the clumsy mushroom. Compared to that, the clumsy mushroom felt more like someone who needed protection than teasing. Besides, with instructor Hualan watching over at Hydus Academy, the clumsy mushroom's side should be safe. With that in mind, Zhang Yi nodded and said, let's go. The two of them headed straight toward the arena. Moments later, they stopped in the center as more and more students gathered around. Everyone had been drawn by Hilda. Upon hearing that the swan sword maiden was about to duel someone, some had even skipped class to watch the show. Amid the crowd, students quickly noticed Zhang Yi's burly figure, clearly not from Hydus. Otherwise, they would have recognized him from his distinctive appearance. Speculations swirled in their minds. Was Hilda here to settle a dispute with an outsider right in the arena? Or was this big guy chasing after Hilda, only to be dragged here for a lesson? After all, Hilda's usual tactic with suitors was to beat them senseless in the arena, leaving no one left to carry them off. Over time, no one dared to confess to her lightly. Zhang Yi, however, was completely unaware that the students had turned him into a hopeless suitor in their imaginations. Even if he did know, had just smirked disdainfully, casing Hilda? What a joke. If anyone was chasing, it would be her after me, and the one she can't catch. Where's your weapon? Hilda drew the slender sword from her waist, her tone cold. Zhang Yi couldn't help but admire the backup weapon of a wealthy woman was no joke. The sword gleamed with a value of over 100,000, far less than the warhammer he was about to forge, but definitely impressive. My weapon, Zhang Yi said as he took the dagger that little Meow Meow Kiki handed him. Hey kitten, lend me your dagger. This is a dagger, Meow, Kiki said as she jumped out of the arena. Zhang Yi glanced at the thin blade in his hand and sneered, a dagger? In my hands, it might as well be a knife. Hilda frowned. Where's your warhammer? I don't have a warhammer, Zhang Yi answered bluntly. The last hammer, Hilda pressed. That's my forging hammer, not a warhammer. Besides, Zhang Yi shrugged, this dagger is good enough. It's a dagger, Meow Kiki corrected again. Right, a dagger, Zhang Yi nodded. Hilda's expression darkened, clearly unhappy with his attitude. Are you underestimating me? Zhang Yi put on an innocent look. Not at all. Hilda fell silent. From her perspective, Zhang Yi choosing to fight her with such a small dagger was pure disrespect. In truth, Zhang Yi didn't mean it that way. His angel's heavy hammer had an anti-magic field that could suppress enemy skills and techniques. Both warriors and mages relied on magic to activate their moves. Once the field was active, opponents could barely move. In other words, his angel hammer and Hilda's slender sword were not even in the same league, like a purple weapon versus a golden one. Using the angel hammer in this duel would be overkill. Since Hilda was clearly displeased, Zhang Yi didn't bother to explain further. Deep down, he knew this Dagerno short sword was already more than enough. The instructor in charge of the arena glanced over the two, then asked, ready? Hilda nodded, and Zhang Yi gave a faint smile, signaling he was set. Without further ado, the instructor's voice rang out, prepare, begin. Instantly, the arena's protective system activated. As soon as it detected a lethal threat to either side, it would release energy to push them apart, ensuring safety. After all, Hydus Magic Academy was renowned for its strength and advanced facilities. This top-tier arena was something the Hydus Academy lacked, relying entirely on tutors or instructors to maintain constant protection. President, show him no mercy, someone shouted suddenly. Almost immediately, the hundreds of onlookers erupted in cheers, mostly rallying behind Hilda. As the student council president of Hydus Academy, her presence undeniably stirred waves of support. Though there were a few shouts for Zhang Yi, many sounded more like jeers than encouragement. The only true cheer for him came quietly from a small cat that had been silently by his side, but its voice was quickly swallowed by the crowd's uproar. Zhang Yi slowly reversed his dagger, pointing the tip downward. adopting a professional forward grip. While commonly called a reverse grip among laypeople, this hold was actually better suited for offense. The forward grip slightly shortened his reach, but delivered much greater impact. Close-range weapons posed a far more frequent and threatening danger than longer ones. As the saying goes, an inch shorter is an inch more dangerous here. Zhang Yi seized the initiative by closing in with that intensity. Seeing this, Hilda shifted her stance, turning sideways with one hand behind her back, calm and composed as she faced him. Presenting her profile minimized the target area, reducing the chance of being hit, while enabling explosive forward thrusts and swift retreats. Her powerful leg drive was at its peak efficiency. Her combat poise revealed clear practical experiency, at least for now. Zhang Yi couldn't find any flaws in her defense. Suddenly, Zhang Yi asked, "How old are you?" Hilda looked puzzled but quickly answered, 18. Zhang Yi smiled. "I'm 19, Kiki, not 18? He teased the little cat by his side. "Come on, in 1 year older he'll let you make the first move." Zhang Yi held the dagger firmly in his right hand, blade steady and pointed forward. His left hand was slightly open in front of him, ready to block instantly. From this stance, Hilda sensed his deep combat proficiency. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yi curled a finger on that blocking hand, beckoning her. In that moment, Hilda's eyes sharpened coldly. She stomped with a long leg and surged forward with sudden speed, launching a fierce attack. Her anger was clear, her movements ruthless. In a flash, she was right before Zhang Yi, the tip of her slender sword aimed precisely at his chest. This was a non-lethal move. Even without blocking, it would only leave a shallow cut on his solid chest, far from deadly. She was clearly holding back. A faint smile tugged at Zhang Yi's lips as he thought to himself, still too young. Though this was a sparring match and restraint expected, he could feel the force behind Hilda's strike. Her hostility burned strong, but the true merciless sharpness was missing. What is merciless intent? That was exactly what Zhang Yi was about to demonstrate. As the slender sword closed in, Zhang Yi didn't counterattack or parry. Instead, he stepped back, twisting his upper body quickly to the left. At the same time, his right hand slashed diagonally upward, blade aimed straight for Hilda's throat. Zhang Yi's big frame and long arms gave him an extra inch of reach over Hilda's sword-wielding grip, and he seized that fleeting weakness. From that angle, Hilda's sword would merely graze his chest, unable to cause him any harm. In contrast, the short sword Zhang Yi held in reverse grip could easily sever Hilda's head. Hilda's pupils suddenly contracted, a flash of shock crossing her eyes. Yet her reflexes were lightning fast. She abruptly changed her move, snapping her neck sharply backward, crouching low and sliding swiftly past Zhang Yi's side. At that instant, Hilda saw Zhang Yi's blade just inches from her cheek, flashing past the corner of her eye. The scrape of his knight's boot against the ground sounded sharply. She planted one hand on the floor, carving out a several-meter arc as she glared in surprised disbelief at Zhang Yi, who had somehow already reset his attack stance. A wisp of golden hair slowly floated down. Reaching up to her high ponytail, she realized a lock had just been sliced off. "Trying to kill me?" Hilda asked calmly, a faint smirk tugging at her lips. "Scared now?" Zhang Yi chuckled, exuding cool confidence. The nearby trainees watching froze. Though the duel had only lasted moments, it was clear Hilda was on the back foot. They couldn't believe that such a muscular giant could move so quickly, actually faster than the initial blitz launched by Hilda. Because of this, she had been forced to hastily change tactics, driven into a defensive bind. "Go on," Zhang Yi said, lifting his chin slightly. Hilda remained silent, but felt the surge of force inside her body shift dramatically. She was clearly about to give it her all. In the next moment, a golden glow enveloped her, her figure transforming into a bright column of light as she shot straight at Zhang Yi, sword tip aimed fiercely at his chest, her speed even sharper than before. Zhang Yi's expression grew serious, no longer smiling. This time Hilda was smarter, pulling back some power so she wouldn't recklessly rush in, ready to change moves on a moment's notice. Zhang Yi understood immediately. Experts never repeat the same trick twice. Their sword tips met. Zhang Yi slashed diagonally, successfully deflecting the force behind Hilda's attack. But Hilda pressed forward, stepping in half a pace. Her sword tip shifted from thrust to slash, slicing diagonally toward Zhang Yi's wrist. He quickly twisted his wrist, deftly guiding his short sword to the side. At the same time, his other hand shot toward Hilda's neck. Power exploded suddenly. Hilda tried to overpower the blade, but couldn't withstand his pressure. In a desperate moment, Hilda kicked toward Zhang Yi, trying to leverage the force to escape and retreat. But the next second, she was shocked to find her leg firmly clamped. Zhang Yi seemed to have anticipated the move, his elbow blocking her neck bent sharply and locked against her calf, crossing over his other leg like steel pincers. With a swift waist twist, Zhang Yi hooked Hilda's ankle with one hand and swung hard. Hilda immediately lost control, flung like a paper doll flying through the air. Mid-spin and flip, she landed steadily. Looking up, Zhang Yi was already right in front of her, his speed gritting her teeth with frustration. She forced her magic to surge, transforming into a golden streak as she retreated rapidly. Zhang Yi chased closely, refusing to give ground. The gathered trainees watched in stunned silence, amazed by how this massive figure's body moved so fluidly. Despite his bulk, he executed nearly impossible sharp turns mid-sprint without any martial skill aid. No matter how many times Hilda transformed into golden light, darting around the arena, her slender sword and Zhang Yi's short blade clashed constantly, sparking metallic clangs and trailing after images. Everyone began to wonder if his ankle joints were made of steel to endure the strain of his huge frame performing such brutal sudden turns. This was something no ordinary person could do, but the giant managed it. At this point, the battle's outcome was clear to all onlookers. Hilda was utterly suppressed, powerless to resist, completely in a losing position. A harsh screech of metal scraping filled the air. Hilda's feet pounded backward as she retreated step by step until she reached the edge of the arena, finally releasing her hold on Zhang Yi. She gasped heavily, her chest rising and falling erratically, sweat dripping down her china, clear sign of the intense effort she had just exerted. Yet Zhang Yi stood upright, almost calmly, with a faint, gentle smile on his face, looking like an ordinary, good-natured man. But in Hilda's eyes, Zhang Yi was now shrouded in a shadow of darkness. His eyes blazed with violent red light, faintly echoing the oppressive aura of the savage wolf demon he once fought. She shook her head sharply, swallowing dryly, suddenly realizing just how parched her mouth was. The pressure Zhang Yi radiated far surpassed what she had felt facing that wolf demon before. Then, in the next moment, that overwhelming weight vanished suddenly. Hilda blinked in surprise and looked at Zhang Yi, who now had his hands clasped behind his back, standing with the calm, strict posture of a seasoned instructor in the training ground. "Did you feel it?" Zhang Yi asked. "That murderous intent." Hilda was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. She stood up, her eyes locking onto Zhang Yi's, her voice trembling. "Do you really want to kill me? Do you think so?" Zhang Yi replied with a questioning smile. "I think you do want to kill me." She almost stated as a fact. "That's right," Zhang Yi smiled. "But in reality, I don't want to kill you. After all, we're not enemies, we're friends. This is just sparring between friends." Hilda's grip tightened on her sword. "All your moves, just now they were killing moves." "Yes," Zhang Yi admitted calmly. "Every attack was meant to kill you." "Why?" Her voice quivered. Zhang Yi shook his head. "Girl, you're strong. Every time you find a weakness and attack it, but every time, you hold back. Do you know why?" Hilda's voice trembled. "Because this is sparring between friends. I don't want to kill you, but you sound like you want to kill me." Tears welled faintly in her eyes, mixed with helpless frustration. Zhang Yi shook his head again. "That's no excuse. Girl, I never truly wanted to kill you, but you think I do. Just because every one of my moves is a lethal strike. But are you dead? If I really wanted you dead, on move 12, I would have reversed my sword and driven the tip straight through your chin, piercing your brain. On move 37, I would have twisted your arm backwards, crippling your ability to fight. On move 84, with one step forward, the cut wouldn't just graze your shoulder blade, it would sever your neck. So are you dead?" Hilda had no words. She felt the weight behind Zhang Yi's words, a razor-thin margin between these strikes and death. Her swirling emotions boiled over precisely because of this impossible pressure. If we're friends sparring, why does every attack feel like a death blow? Lost in thought, Zhang Yi suddenly said, "The answer is control." Hilda's pupils contracted sharply as she fixed her gaze on his eyes. "Control your opponent. Force him into your rhythm of battle, and only then can you command the whole fight. Your moves are sharp, but they lack true killing intent, understandable, since you don't want to kill me. But you've got to realize your body and your mind aren't moving as one. They're out of sync. You might think this is just a friendly spar, and yes, it is, but that doesn't mean you should start holding back before you even make a move, worrying about how to not hurt me, how to beat me without killing me. That's not true confidence, girl. Otherwise, why would you fear accidentally killing me? This is just a sparring match. The arena even has protective magic wards. Even if you really slip up, the wards will shield me, you can't kill me. So why are you still holding back? Do you think it's unnecessary? No, that's a flawed judgment of the situation. If this were a real battlefield, without protective wards, and I were truly your enemy, would you still hold back if you wanted to capture me alive? Obviously not. You would lose all your advantage and initiative to me, and I'd turn the tables and kill you instead." Zhang Yi's words struck like a blade into Hilda's heart, and her face went pale in an instant. True confidence isn't about thinking ahead before acting and hesitating to hold back. It comes after action. Your focus should be after you make your strike. Holding back is something you do only after your sword tip has pierced the surface of my throat, not something you plan and start before you even touch me. If you were truly confident, you could do this. That way, the pace of battle won't drag. You won't give me the opening, and you won't fall into a passive rhythm. Understand? You can't stay in the academy forever. Real battlefields won't have protective wards. You need to treat every fight as a life or death struggle and give it your all. If you want to hold back, wait until you've truly got your opponent under control. It's never too late. Hearing this, Hilda slowly unclenched her fists, took a deep breath, and then exhaled calmly. She sheathed her sword. Looking at Zhang Yi, she faintly smiled and said, "Thank you. You're welcome." Zhang Yi returned the smile, then glanced helplessly at the dented short sword in his hand and sighed. Turning to the little cat beside him, he said, "Sorry for messing up your sword. They'll make you a brand new, better one later." "That's okay, meow." The little cat Chi-Chi didn't mind at all. She shook her head lightly, then proudly lifted her chin. Facing the stunned students around them, she simply knew one thing. The big guy next to her had won convincingly. "Now, you can tell me about your fighting style," Zhang Yi said. But Hilda raised a hand to stop him, looked cautiously at the surrounding students, and said quietly, "This isn't the place to talk. Come with me." Without another word, she turned and walked quickly in a certain direction. Zhang Yi nodded, gesturing for Chi-Chi to follow. They passed through the academy's teaching buildings, avoiding large groups of students, and arrived at a quaint, elegant garden. The garden was lush with greenery, the scent of flowers drifting through the air. At its center stood an ancient-looking pavilion. "They have places like this here in Haidasai?" Zhang Yi said in surprise, his eyes sweeping over the beautiful scenery and several exquisite sculptures. "This is my garden," Hilda replied calmly. "Your garden?" Zhang Yi looked at her in disbelief. A faint trace of pride flickered across Hilda's face, as if this gave her a sense of regained confidence. "If you become the student council president, you get an exclusive garden and behind it, my own private dorm." Zhang Yi was taken aback. He looked toward a spacious villa surrounded by walls, almost like a small estate. "You call that a dorm?" At the pavilion, Hilda sat down and waved her hand. A refined tea set and snacks appeared on the table. Zhang Yi admired the carefully arranged high mountain white peaches and Malaysia tea, impressed. "High mountain white peaches and Malaysia tea?" Hilda smiled and asked. The atmosphere in the pavilion grew quiet and warm, and their conversation entered a new, deeper phase. She asked. The latter also sounded like a kind of tea, but Zhang Yi hadn't heard of it, so he chose the high mountain white peach blossom instead. Hilda skillfully brewed a pot of floral tea for Zhang Yi. As the fragrance gently rose, she took an elegant sip before continuing. "All right. Your fighting style leans toward offense. Although you are fast, most of your speed is used for attacking. You tend to block rather than dodge sideways. This puts very high demands on the sword's hardness and toughness, so I plan to use nebula iron as the primary material for forging this sword." "Nebula iron?" Hilda showed surprise. "That must be expensive." "Yes, I've already prepared one gene. Adding the auxiliary materials, the total weight of the hilt and guard won't exceed 1.5 gene," Zhang Yi explained. A hint of astonishment flickered in Hilda's eyes. Her ideal sword would weigh about 1.5 gene light and comfortable to handle, but materials that combine high hardness, toughness, and lightweight were rare. Even if they existed, ordinary blacksmiths would struggle to forge them. The sword she once used weighed only 1.8 gene, but was still fragile and lacked toughness. Nebula iron was a premium material. 1 gene alone was very costly. The materials Zhang Yi had prepared cost at least 200,000 gold coins, not including his forging expenses. Zhang Yi's previous analysis had been a great help to her. Now, as she looked at him, her gaze held a mix of complex emotions and an unmistakable trace of eager anticipation. "Thank you for doing this for me," Hilda said sincerely. "Hey, like you said, we're friends." Zhang Yi waved his hand casually, his gesture relaxed and easygoing. Hilda was momentarily lost in thought, then nodded softly and replied in a low voice, "Yes, friends." Friends it is." Zhang Yi grinned mischievously inside as he looked at this proud little swan in front of him, imagining a sly fox's tail twitching behind her. He knew well that only by becoming friends first could he have a chance to turn it into something more, a girlfriend. Those fools who rush into confessions without any emotional foundation, expecting acceptance? What a joke. You'd have to be as thick-skinned as a city wall for that to work. Totally impossible. Matters of the heart must be taken slow. There's no rushing. But Hilda had no idea what Zhang Yi was scheming. To her, she had simply gained another friend. Friends were rare to her. Those who put on flattering smiles and sycophantic words definitely didn't count. Proud by nature, her standards for friendship were strict. To be her friend, a person had to be truly exceptional. In her eyes, excellence of soul and character mattered far more than talent or ability. Clearly, Zhang Yi possessed those qualities. At least, that was what she believed. She felt happy, genuinely happy, and that happiness softened her usually reserved smile. In truth, she wasn't cold and heartless. Zhang Yi always understood that. Her icy exterior was a shield of self-protection. This little swan actually possessed a passion that ordinary people lacked. Otherwise, how else could she have become student council president, repeatedly risking herself to venture into the dangerous Nofakra forest? This was not only a sign of responsibility, but also a testament to her enthusiasm and hope for life and the future. She longed to grow stronger and become a better person. Many whose edges had been worn down by reality and time had long lost such vibrant passion. It was obvious her family had always protected her well, but precisely because of that overprotection, she chose to hide her passion deep inside. She wanted to be independent, not rely on her family. That was evident in how she always went alone into Nofakra Forest, and how she accepted defeat and lessons willingly after Zhang Yi bested her. She was an independent and strong-willed girl. So Zhang Yi knew he had to try even harder to turn this proud little swan into a clingy kitten. Meanwhile, the other silly mushroom was also an independent and strong girl. But her strength came not from protection or privilege, but from hardship. This created two extremes. The little swan needed challenge, while the silly mushroom needed security. Two completely different, yet both stunningly beautiful existences. Zhang Yi, Hilda suddenly said, a teasing note in her voice. Call me Yega, okay? I'm 1 year older than you. Kiki twitched her ears silently. Hilda paused briefly, then chuckled softly. The big guy who had just pressured her now seemed like a child. Only between friends could such a conversation happen. She found it fresh and amusing. Even her family never talked to her this way. So Yega? Hilda blinked her bright eyes. Zhang Yi's face immediately showed a look of delight. Feels great, he said proudly. Feels great. How come I don't feel it? Hilda asked, puzzled. You just don't get it, Zhang Yi hummed. Then I won't call you that, Hilda suddenly said. Hey, why not? Zhang Yi's eyes widened. Hilda laughed, genuinely pleased by Zhang Yi's reaction. Can you teach me to fight? You seem really good at it, she asked with hopeful anticipation. Don't just say you feel that way, this is definitely my strongest skill. Zhang Yi replied seriously, a touch of pride in his voice. I'm better at fighting than forging iron. So that means you agree? Hilda's eyes lit up, her smile full of joy. I'll reluctantly agree, but your fighting skills are pretty rough. Honestly, it's a bit hard to watch. Zhang Yi teased her lightly. True to form, the stubborn little swan snapped back immediately. Well, you won't think that for long. Hope so, Zhang Yi nodded. Seeing her sulking, he didn't push the argument and quickly changed the subject. But we can't train here. Hilda suddenly frowned, looking puzzled. Didn't you see? I just beat you, and those students almost tore me apart. I don't want to upset them, Zhang Yi explained. A flicker of guilt crossed Hilda's face before she sighed resignedly. I don't want that either, but they're always like this. Zhang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Should I take that as your way of Versailles flexing? Versailles flexing? Hilda asked curiously. It's when you subtly express dissatisfaction or casually show off how awesome you are in front of others, Zhang Yi explained. No way. Hilda immediately denied, her cheeks puffing out slightly. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. Oh man, that's seriously adorable. But Hilda didn't notice and kept complaining. It's really annoying. I don't need their help, but they just do things on their own and expect me to act like I want or need it. I've told them clearly not to interfere, but they just won't listen. Clearly, after that fight, Zhang Yi and Hilda had grown closer. She treated him like a friend, now only friends vent like that. Zhang Yi quietly listened, occasionally throwing in a really, no way, or how come. But mostly, he was watching the little expressions on her face as she grumbled. Her puffed cheeks looked soft and pink like squishy jelly and it made him itch to pinch them, like that silly mushroom thing. That's why I don't want to stay at the academy. Norfolak Forest is a lot quieter than here, Hilda pouted. Zhang Yi stifled a laugh and nodded. All right, after I finish work the day after tomorrow, I'll go with you. That place is perfect for training. Really? Hilda's eyes sparkled with happiness. Then she hurriedly added, worried he might change his mind. Then it settled. Zhang Yi almost laughed out loud. This little swan's unexpected charm was really disarming. But she couldn't help asking, then why not tomorrow? Didn't you say you were coming to see me tomorrow? Zhang Yi smirked. Your memory is good, but that's hardly cute. Quick to respond, I will come tomorrow to check things out, but I have to go back quickly. Don't forget, I'm a mercenary, got a ton of missions. Hilda accepted that, but before Zhang Yi could relax, she asked, what do mercenaries usually do? Seeing her curious face, Zhang Yi smiled slightly. This girl's curiosity was almost stronger than a cat's. Of course, he couldn't say they usually go around smashing people with hammers. Generally, we carry out dangerous and deadly jobs. Like what? Hilda leaned closer, eyes shining. Like taking on a job from the relatives of that bullied girl, and beating up the jerks who trouble her, Zhang Yi said seriously. Hilda covered her mouth and laughed. That sounds so fun. No, if you'd been through it, you wouldn't think that. Zhang Yi sighed and shook his head. Hilda stiffened, her expression turning serious immediately. Why? You must think it's no big deal just beating up bullies, right? You haven't experienced it, so it feels small to you. But for those bullied kids, it's never that simple, Zhang Yi said. Then he slowly recounted the incident that happened nearby, swapping by for the girl in question. As Hilda listened to his low, heavy voice, she finally understood why Zhang Yi's tone had grown serious, no longer casual. Can you imagine? Having no background, no friends, and no support, living surrounded by ridicule and pain. To you, this might seem like just a minor conflict between classmates, a trivial matter. Because of your family and your strength, you can hold your head high, face off against bullies, and defeat them effortlessly. But kids from ordinary backgrounds have no way to fight back. If they try to resist, they won't find victory, only crueler beatings, or even a silent escape from life itself. Those who have long lived in privilege often find it hard to understand the darkness and cruelty at the bottom. After hearing this, Hilda lowered her head and cautiously said, I'm sorry, I didn't know. She truly didn't know. Born into the Sword Saint family, she had never experienced school bullying, nor even witnessed it. Everyone showed their gentlest smiles to her, presenting only their best side. She had no concept of such suffering, and couldn't even imagine it, until Zhang Yi told her plainly and directly, helping her begin to understand the hardship. You're really good at apologizing, a good girl indeed. Zhang Yi sighed quietly to himself, then shook his head. No need to apologize. This is reality. I'm glad that even though you're a noble's child, you don't use your status to bully the weak. The strong should respect the freedom of the weak as their boundary. Only then can they avoid losing themselves and deserve the title of strength. Zhang Yi's words sparked a light in Hilda's eyes. She smiled warmly and said with admiration, I really respect you. I've heard mercenaries are ruthless in pursuit of money, but you care about a poor girl. That's rare. Is that so? Hearing you say that makes me a little embarrassed. Zhang Yi chuckled, scratching his head. His honest smile instantly eased the atmosphere. Hilda laughed too and teased him, feigning seriousness. Mr. Zhang Yi, you've earned my respect. Before she finished, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Zhang Yi joined in the laughter, then lowered his voice and said with mock gravity, It's my honor, Ms. Hilda. Hearing this, Hilda laughed even more joyfully. She had never heard someone speak in such a quirky way and found it fresh and entertaining. Nearby, a little kitten nibbled on delicate pastries, curiously watching them. What are they laughing about, meow? I don't care. These pretty little cookies taste too good, meow. So what happened next? How did that girl turn out? Hilda asked warmly, a smile tugging at the corner of her eyes. Zhang Yi's expression grew a bit reflective. Later, her life improved. She successfully got accepted into her dream magic academy and became an honored magic researcher. Really? That's wonderful. Hilda's voice filled with joy. You can tell she must have been a good girl. Absolutely. As an excellent mercenary, even my clients praise me. Zhang Yi said proudly. Hilda covered her mouth, giggling with bright eyes. A mercenary that good, would you accept a commission from me? Of course. Zhang Yi replied without hesitation. Then I hope you always stay that way. An outstanding mercenary. Hilda said with a smile. Zhang Yi was momentarily stunned, his heartbeat skipping a beat. The last time he felt like this was when the wind blew the fringe of the mushroom girl's hair. He stood frozen, looking at the girl smiling brightly before him. She was more innocent and beautiful than he had imagined. At 19 points. Zhang Yi silently calculated. 120 points total. Congratulations, you've caught up to the silly mushroom. Snapping back to reality, he laughed heartily. Permanent contract? I'm in. What about the commission? Zhang Yi blinked. Mercenaries charge a fee, you know. Hilda tilted her head. You charged that girl a commission too? Of course. Zhang Yi nodded, then changed his tone. And what I got in return was pride and a hearty lunch made by her grandmother, the best meal in the world. Hilda's smile grew even brighter. Then my commission is my sword. It'll shield you from any arrow in your back. You romantic little swan. Zhang Yi felt that if they kept talking, he'd be completely enchanted. He looked serious. I'm very happy with this commission. He stood up. All right, I should get going. Hilda was surprised, reluctant. Not staying a bit longer? I want to hear more mercenary stories. Later, kiddo, Zhang Yi smiled. Mercenary stories could go on for days, but the mission needs doing first. Otherwise, where's the story for you? That's true. Hilda nodded with pursed lips and eyes full of anticipation. Remember, day after tomorrow at 8 in the morning, they'll be waiting for you at the Academy's teleport plaza. We'll head to the Nofakra forest together. Of course, a mercenary's reputation is everything. Zhang Yi called the little kitten Kiki and stepped into the open space to activate the teleportation array. Goodbye. Hilda waved as the teleportation light gradually enveloped them. Goodbye. When the light faded, Hilda still stood there until the last glimmer of magic disappeared. She turned back to the small pavilion, nibbling on 3 cookies half-eaten by Kiki, softly humming a tune. She looked forward to the forest trip in 2 days, and even more to Zhang Yi's arrival tomorrow. Had promised to spar with her again, to learn her fighting style and craft a unique sword just for her. Thinking of this, the girl's smile grew even brighter. In the inner-city teleport plaza of Sea City, Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief as he landed, patting his cheeks. Focus, focus. You're a capable mercenary. Don't let the little swan cloud your mind. He headed straight to the Steel Tavern. He had planned to meet the silly mushroom, but Hilda had cut in, so he'd have to come back another day. For now, he needed to give the lighter to Raymond, even though the meeting was tomorrow. Giving it ahead of time showed better sincerity. Sure enough, Raymond was overjoyed upon receiving the lighter and insisted on treating everyone. Zhang Yi and Kiki enjoyed a luxurious dinner at Raymond's expense. Raymond kept fiddling with the lighter and casually dropped some intel. There's a party tonight at Baron Zachary's manor. All mercenaries and bounty hunters involved in his operation are invited. A mobilization dinner, huh? Zhang Yi thought. Perfect chance to scope the place out. Saves me from having to mess with blueprints at the Architects Guild. After all, he was a mercenary, had every right to go. After dinner, Zhang Yi took Kiki straight to Baron Zachary's manor, arriving just as the party was getting started. The brightly lit mansion came into view, and Zhang Yi let out a low chuckle. Well, this is quite lively. Zachary's estate was huge, with a courtyard larger than a standard soccer field. Right now, the entire area was lavishly decorated. Long tables were lined up, loaded with abundant food. Colorful lights hung all around, creating a festive atmosphere. A band played in one corner, their music flowing sweetly and sparking joy all around. Mercenaries and bounty hunters gathered in small groups, clinking cups or dancing to the beat, all looking energized and spirited. After handing over their mercenary ID cards and explaining their purpose, the estate guards didn't cause any trouble and let them through without hesitation. This party was open to any mercenaries and bounty hunters interested in the upcoming operation. Everyone was welcome to join the fun. Zhang Yi entered the event with Chi-Chi and immediately drew whispers. The attention of the crowd shifted from his hulking physique to the well-known man himself. That big guy must be Zhang Yi, right? The new mercenary? Someone asked in surprise. I heard he wiped out the Sea Serpent gang in one go. Another replied, incredulous. For real? Didn't you see how Sains, the crab gang's boss, acts like he's bowing to him? Someone chimed in. He must be at least platinum rank. I heard he's gold rank. A gold rank couldn't take down the Sea Serpent gang. I bet it's platinum, or that story's just a rumor. Amid the chatter, Zhang Yi paid no mind and strode to a long table, grabbed a bottle of wine, and took a hearty swig. Though he had eaten his fill earlier, he had a huge appetite and was ready for more. Just as he lifted his cup, a familiar face appeared. It was Sains, the crab gang's leader, smiling broadly as he stood before him, accompanied by two subordinates who bowed respectfully with no trace of arrogance. You joining the fun too, boss? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. Yeah, Baron Zachary issued the mission, and the bounty's tempting. I brought over a dozen brothers. If it weren't for rank restrictions, I'd have brought over 200, Sains said with ambition gleaming in his eyes. The crab gang had grown to 250 members, having taken over most of the Sea Serpent gang's operations. Their strength had increased significantly, attracting many young recruits. Sains was more prominent than before, but he never acted superior in front of Zhang Yi, knowing full well who had contributed. With more members, expenses also rose. Their newly acquired operations were not yet fully profitable, so they depended on these missions for income, just to sustain growth. If we can get through this growth phase, the crab gang might become the only gang outside the outer city of Haidu, even qualified to move into the inner city and stand on equal footing with big players like the Wild Wolf gang, Sains said confidently. Zhang Yi nodded coolly. You do your business. Don't bother me. I'm just here for the party. Got it. Call on me anytime. Big brother, Sains replied respectfully. Yeah, go on. Don't stop me from drinking. Zhang Yi waved him off, signaling he didn't want to be disturbed. He grabbed another bottle, grabbed some snacks, and leaned against a tree, drinking and eating while casually scanning the crowd. His target was Okath, name marked on the mission briefing. He had seen Okath's portrait in the Wild Wolf gang before, but hadn't spotted him in the yard yet. Zhang Yi wasn't in a rush first, had finished his drink. Meanwhile, Kiki was darting around everywhere, glancing east and west. Partly, it was because she had never set foot in a wealthy estate before, and her curiosity drove her to explore nonstop. On the other hand, the delicious dishes on every table were so varied and tempting that she just had to sample them a la typical little foodie. Zhang Yi didn't mind at all. As long as she stayed within his sight and under his protection, no one dared to make a move. After all, his reputation was well known by now, a perk of being a mercenary. Beyond that, there was a second advantage. Zhang Yi could just stand around, sip his drink, and nibble snacks, yet plenty of people would approach him voluntarily. Most were looking to make friends, while a few came with job offers. After all, there were 500 or 600 mercenaries and bounty hunters gathered here, along with some small-time intermediaries from Haidu, eager to network or spread assignments. The mercenaries and bounty hunters willingly accepted T-Sit was natural to take on jobs. Zhang Yi, however, had no intention of taking these gigs. The tasks posted by these minor intermediaries were usually small jobs below the gold tier, nothing major. If there had been big projects, they wouldn't have resorted to this side of town to advertise them. He didn't refuse outright, but instead responded with jokes and polite deflections. Although these intermediaries had limited authority, they were flexible and resourceful. Some even had intel better than the official mercenary guild agents. There would be many opportunities to collaborate in the future, so burning bridges wasn't wise. In this way, Zhang Yi came across as unusually friendly and approachable. Every person who came up to talk got a few words, sometimes even some casual bragging, and soon he was mixing warmly with the crowd of mercenaries and bounty hunters. For him, this became a bit of a headache. He had hoped for a quiet time to drink and snack, but instead he had unwittingly become the center of attention. This damn charm was really troublesome. Before long, halfway through the party, the estate owner appeared. He was a middle-aged man wearing a tall top hat, exuding elegance and poise. Behind him followed a noblewoman, several attendants, and a girl. Zhang Yi recognized the girl instantly, Manasa. She was the one whose half of her teeth he had broken. But Manasa was no longer the pitiable figure of before. She wore a gorgeous evening gown, held her chin high, with not a trace of swelling or bruises on her face. Instead, she radiated a captivating allure. Zhang Yi couldn't help but be surprised how skilled were the doctors in Haidu. Given his own injuries, it should have taken months to fully heal, not to mention chewing food at all. Yet Manasa smiled brightly, her teeth neat and perfect, with absolutely no sign of damage, making him almost doubt whether those wounds had ever been real. Of course, he understood this was thanks to magic. As Baron Zachary from a wealthy family, he naturally could afford a mage, so recovering this quickly was not surprising. After some flattering words from the estate owner, the tall-hatted Baron Zachary went around raising his glass, chatting happily and warmly with some well-known mercenaries and bounty hunters. But in Zhang Ye's heart, there was nothing but contempt. The party was held in the spacious courtyard, supposedly because of the large crowd, but in reality, it was just high-ranking nobles showing their disdain for mercenaries and bounty hunters. When those unknown mercenaries raised a toast to Zachary, the Baron ignored them coldly, treating them with disdain and putting on a show out of obligation. It was all just empty formalities, nothing sincere. What surprised Zhang Yi was that Okote was right there beside Baron Zachary. No wonder he hadn't been seen earlier. He was the Baron's close companion. The two clearly had a good relationship. Of course, it could also be because Okote was one of the few platinum-tier mercenaries present. Okote has a good build, standing tall at about 1.9 meters. Dressed in a sharp tuxedo, he's not exactly handsome, but certainly presentable. A black eye patch covers his left eye, and his curly hair glimmers slightly under the lights. Zhang Yi glanced at those curls and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Most of the curly-haired people had met in his past life had ended up as his enemies, earning him the nickname curly-haired killer from his teammates. Looks like this life wouldn't break that pattern either. Are you Zhang Yi? Suddenly a voice interrupted. Zhang Yi turned to see Manasa standing beside him, her slender fingers gently swirling the red wine in a tall glass. She held her chin high with an air of pride, one hand slightly lifting the hem of her dress, waiting for his reply. Yes, that's me. And this beautiful lady must be Princess Manasa, right? Zhang Yi smiled and raised his glass. Princess? Manasa's eyes lit up instantly, a hint of surprise in her voice. Oh, pardon me. I just assumed you must be a princess since very few have your grace and looks. Zhang Yi apologized with a playful expression. Manasa immediately covered her mouth, laughing with a clear, tinkling sound. She had no idea that this charming, slightly roguish man before her was the very culprit from a few days ago who had made her life miserable. Zhang Yi felt a mix of surprise and amusement. This woman was boldly coming to him of her own accord. Had she forgotten her lessons about him? Of course, he kept his gentlemanly smile firmly in place. Though dressed casually, the unique air he radiated clearly drew Manasa's attention. Otherwise, she would never have approached him first. Compared to those pretty young guys, Manasa obviously preferred Zhang Yi's tall, strong yet lean build. Especially after he showed his humor, her gaze grew hotter, her implied interest unmistakable. I heard you took down the Sea Serpent gang. The Princess of Haidu herself has heard of me? I'm truly honored. Zhang Yi grinned. Heh, you do have a way with words. Manasa laughed again, this time covering her mouth shyly. Though she wasn't technically Haidu's princess, there were many more beautiful women there than her. Hearing such compliments made her heart bloom with joy, and her fondness for Zhang Yi soared. She raised her glass in invitation. Zhang Yi nodded, gently clinking his bottle against her glass. I only do that for beautiful ladies. His voice was low and magnetic, perfectly capturing the essence of a mercenary gentleman. But those stories I've only heard from others. Manasa leaned closer, her warm breath brushing Zhang Yi's cheek. I'd rather hear how you really did it. The flirtation was bold and unmistakable. Is that so? I'd be happy to. Zhang Yi kept smiling. Suppressing a laugh was tough, let alone maintaining a proper smile at the same time. He nearly lost control. Seeing his response, a victorious gleam flickered in Manasa's eyes. She boldly reached out, ready to take the strong man's arm and lead him to her private garden, and then do things a girl on the edge of adulthood shouldn't be thinking about, but absolutely was. Not to mention the 18 or 19-year-old girl. Even Evelyn and Holland found themselves repeatedly unsettled by his advances. For these young girls who knew nothing but fun, Zhang Yi's mind worked faster than a CPU, could seize control of any situation in moments. Yet he had no intention of getting involved with them. Since arriving in this world, he had steadfastly upheld the principle of keeping himself pure, cherishing that precious first time, planning to save it for Clumsy Mushroom, Little Swan, Little Kitty, his senior mentor, or even the beautiful landlady. In any case, he wasn't about to waste it on this little girl. Just as Zhang Yi was pondering how to politely refuse, before he could speak, someone else had already made the decision for him. A voice sounded, and Manasa frowned, abruptly withdrawing her hand. Following the sound, Zhang Yi saw Zachary carrying a wine glass, approaching slowly, with his target Okote close behind him. But Zhang Yi keenly noticed that Okote's gaze was locked onto him, radiating such hostility that the very air seemed to freeze. Hostility? They'd only met once. How could there be such animosity? Could it be that that bastard Rog was spreading rumors that Zhang Yi was targeting Okote? No fool would do something like that. Then it hit Zhang, yet his was Manasa's fault. The guy probably fancied Manassa, maybe had been toyed with by her before and didn't care. Now seeing her stir up trouble, naturally as a man, he was furious. In that moment, Zhang Yi almost wanted to give Manassa a big thumbs up. Not only did she deliver him right into their hands, but she also handed over his target. How thoughtful. Turns out you're not a scoundrel. You're just a terrible teammate. So you must be Mr. Zhang Yi. I've heard of your exploits, Baron Zachary said with a smile, stepping up to him. Baron Zachary Rosanna wasn't wrong. You do have quite the gentlemanly aura, easy to spot in any crowd, Zhang Yi replied with a grin. Zachary's face brightened with a pleased smile. You flatter me. The curious thing was, he didn't know who Rosanna was at all. Zhang Yi had made the name up on the spot. Most men don't turn down compliments from women, especially when they come indirectly from another man. It feels good to the ego. Whether there was anything unusual between that woman and the man, well, that was another matter. Obviously Zachary didn't catch the sly joke behind Zhang Yi's words and casually chatted with him a bit without going deeper, exchanging pleasantries. Soon, Zachary found an excuse to mingle with other prominent mercenaries and bounty hunters. Just a formality. His interest in Zhang Yi was likely prompted by Okote's warning. After all, Okote noticed Manassa trying to stir things up with Zhang Yi and couldn't sit still. Sure enough, after Zachary left, Okote deliberately stayed behind, claiming he was there to protect Manassa's safety. Zachary nodded without comment. Though Manassa was displeased, she kept a ladylike front. Once Zachary was out of earshot, Okote finally showed his true colors, coldly locking his gaze on Zhang Yi. Kid, what exactly are your intentions with Manassa? Okote stared at Zhang Yi with pure hostility, openly branding him with a stigma. Zhang Yi didn't respond but smiled confidently, knowing someone had his back. Sure enough, Manassa immediately spoke up in displeasure. Okote, what's wrong with you? Facing Manassa, Okote instantly softened his expression, soothing her while barbing. Miss Manassa, as your father's bodyguard, my top priority is your safety. Zhang Yi just arrived in Haidu not long ago. Who knows what he's really about? Maybe he's the one who kidnapped you. That insinuation only deepened Zhang Yi's smile as he shot back on the spot. You damn well guessed right. The words hit Manassa like a slap. Her face flushed red as the lingering fear and pain resurfaced vividly, now cruelly brought up in public by this man. Okote, get lost. I don't want to see you, Manassa snapped, grabbing Zhang Yi's hand and pulling him forcefully away. She muttered angrily, let's go, ignore this annoying jerk. Zhang Yi switched to an innocent look and obediently followed her. But when Manassa wasn't looking, he glanced back, flashing Okote a sly, provocative grin. Okote finally lost control. Veins bulged on his forehead as he crushed his wine glass in his palm. Watching the woman he loved openly drawn to someone else, though, it was Manassa who approached Zhang Yi first. His anger exploded. Teeth clenched, he spat each word. You're dead meat. That threat was clearly aimed at Zhang Yi. Unfazed, Zhang Yi stayed put, making Manassa pause and stagger slightly. When she looked back, she saw a mocking smile at the corner of Zhang Yi's lips as he scoffed at Okote. Are you threatening me? No, I'm stating a fact. Okote locked eyes with Zhang Yi, murderous and unabashed. If you dare steal my woman, I'll make sure you find out how many ways a man can die. Zhang Yi chuckled quietly. Ha ha ha. Plans can't keep up with change. Now, he was ready to settle things with Okote himself. Okote, are you crazy? Manassa was so furious she gritted her teeth and pointed at Okote's nose, angrily berating him. The angrier she got, the colder Okote's gaze became as he looked toward Zhang Yi. The commotion drew a crowd. Even Baron Zachary slowly turned his head to see what was happening. Zhang Yi twisted his neck, shrugged off Manassa's tight grip on his arm, and fearlessly stepped in front of Okote. His eyes locked sharply with Okote's. You dare lay a hand on me? He taunted with a mocking smirk, boldly provoking him without any hesitation. Okote's chest heaved with rage, but beneath it was a warning. You better not leave the manor, or his words were cut off by Zhang Yi's cold laugh. Or what? Coward. If you've got the guts, make a move right now. Zhang Yi's ridicule stabbed sharply, wounding Okote's pride. Veins bulging with fury, Okote nearly lost control. If this weren't Baron Zachary's territory, he would have already exploded in anger and attacked. Yet he restrained himself. A Mithriltier expert lurked nearby, and striking here recklessly would humiliate the Baron. But Okote's caution didn't mean Zhang Yi would just stand there. The recent Little Swan affair had kept Zhang pressed for time, always torn between priorities. Now all doubt vanished. Head, just get the job done. Seeing Okote hesitate, Zhang Yi's usual friendly grin twisted into a ferocious snarl as he suddenly slapped Okote's face. Startled by the boldness, Okote froze, then was shoved down to the ground. Boom. The earth rumbled beneath them. All eyes turned. Okote clutched Zhang Yi's wrist, but Zhang's overwhelming strength pinned him firmly, leaving a deep crater on the ground. Okote, a Platinum 7-star title holder, realized belatedly he was no match for Zhang Yi's power. His wrist wouldn't break free. Desperate, his ring glowed and a jagged machete materialized in his hand. He swung hard at Zhang Yi's head, but the blade was stopped solidly by Zhang Yi's other hand. I hate being threatened the most. Zhang Yi said coldly, grabbing Okote's head and flinging him violently. Okote flew like an arrow, crashing through the manor's wall and landing in the river outside. Stop him! Baron Zachary shouted urgently. Before his words finished, splashing erupted on the Watera blue blade flashed like lightning toward Zhang Yi. He sidestepped swiftly as the blade cut down the garden's neatly trimmed plants, splitting the flowers and trees in two. Zhang Yi smiled faintly and said to Baron Zachary, "You see for yourself, I'm not unwilling to stop." He strode toward the broken wall. "And besides, this guy and I have a grudge. Allow me to settle it." "A grudge?" Baron Zachary looked puzzled. Zhang Yi's words were partly a way to distance himself, but really he was acting on behalf of the she-wolf queen, Laga. Her demand was clear to eliminate Okote, while ensuring the wild wolf gang wasn't implicated. So Zhang Yi took the heat himself. As long as Okote suffered severe damage, the outcome was the same. If Okote hadn't provoked and threatened him first, Zhang Yi might have spared him. But now, he intended to settle the feud then, and that was Zhang Yi's boldness. Grievances resolved immediately, with no delay. As for the Mithril-tier archer under Baron Zachary's command, worst-case scenario, he'd just reveal his trump card. What the hell was a Mithril-level archer anyway? Once he got close, they died just the same. Orkot's eyes blazed with murderous intent as his twin blades whirled through the air. Though he looked utterly wretched, he refused to back down. His eyes bloodshot and crimson, his aura surged as his combat skill activated, blue light swirling around him. His speed suddenly increased as he lunged viciously at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's expression remained unchanged. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled his war hammer straight at his opponent, charging directly into the roaring windstorm. The two clashing figures collided in an instant, like two mountain ranges collapsing. A shocking force erupted, the gale sweeping up food and furniture from the party, debris flying in all directions. All the onlookers quickly retreated. No one dared intrude upon this battlefield of two savage beasts. Zachary's brow furrowed deeply, his face grim as he transmitted his voice quietly. "Make them stop." The moment his words fell, a cold gleam shot from the manor's rooftop, aimed straight at Zhang Yi's back. The killing intent was overwhelming, making Zhang Yi's heart tighten with bone-chilling dread. Clearly, a Mithril-level archer's arrow had locked onto him. Yet Zhang Yi paid it no mind. Orkot before him was already nearing his limit, his face transforming from rage to terror. Even with his combat skill unleashed, he still couldn't match this massive brute. That warhammer was as heavy as a siege ram, earth-shattering, each strike reverberating painfully through his organs. His technique was crushed, his strength insufficient, his speed lagging behind. Even his weapons were inferior. His platinum-grade serrated twin blades only showed white marks under the warhammer's impact, while the blade edges were torn with massive notches. After dozens of hammer blows on the blades, Orkot's weapons were ruined. The flesh between his thumbs and forefingers split open, blood seeping out. He knew in his heart, this was simply no match. There was no chance of victory. Escape became his only option. But how could Zhang Yi let him flee? Sensing Orkot's attempt to retreat, he immediately traded injury for the kill, taking a blade strike Heaton. The crack-riddled blade only carved a shallow wound across Zhang Yi's chest. While the one suffering greater pain was Orkot himself, unable to change his attack mid-swing. He was mercilessly seized by the shoulder by Zhang Yi. Dangerous power surged forth. Orkot's collarbone shattered with a crack, his scream piercing the air before cutting off abruptly. Zhang Yi smoothly knocked him down and stomped heavily on his chest. Blood spilled from Orkot's mouth as he nearly lost consciousness. At this moment, all his abilities were useless. His stubborn resistance had reached its end. Zhang Yi raised his war hammer high, fierce light gleaming in his eyes as he aimed at Orkot's vulnerable head. Just as the hammer began to descend, another sharp, cold gleam streaked from the rooftop, shooting straight down toward Zhang Yi's back. Zhang Yi sensed the killing intent approaching and suddenly twisted his body, his waist exploding with full power, his arm driving the hammer head in an extreme arc, forcibly deflecting the attack toward that cold gleam. A thunderous boom exploded. Zhang Yi's massive figure was knocked back dozens of meters, the hammer head plunging deep into the ground, plowing a long furrow before finally stopping. A white that was embedded in the hammer head, slowly smoking. Throughout his retreat, Zhang Yi maintained his grip on Orkot, who lay like a dead dog, already unconscious and offering no resistance. No one could stop him from killing. Zhang Yi slowly stood up, his towering body exposed to the air. His shirt had been blasted into tattered strips by the earlier shockwave, and he simply tore off a piece to hang at his waist, revealing muscles as hard as steel. His face still wore that arrogant smile, yet it carried a bone-chilling coldness that sent shivers down everyone's spines. "Baron Zachary," he sneered coldly, his voice icy as frozen steel. "Do you intend to stop me from killing my enemy?" In that moment, within the dark shadows, Zhang Yi's eyes seemed to burn with an eerie red glow, his killing intent towering to the heavens. At that moment, Zachary's face darkened to an extreme. Zhang Yi had somehow caught the arrow shot by the Mithril-level marksman without a scratch. and Okoth had fallen with a crash after holding out against Zhang Yi's attack for less than 30 rounds. What unsettled Zachary the most was that Zhang Yi, fully aware that a Mithra-level expert archer was stationed nearby, still dared to speak to him in such a cold, threatening tone. Could Zhang Yi really be a Mithra-level warrior? Clearly not. The reason Zhang Yi was able to block the arrow unscathed lay in his angel's hammer, a heavy hammer left by the old master, so tough it could smash even diamond-hard stone, let alone a sharp arrowhead. As long as he could block the arrow with the hammer, the arrow's power became insignificant. This was one of the weaknesses of archers. Although the arrows had the deadliness of a Mithra-level attack, their hardness was still lower than that of a hammer. If met with a hammer strike, the attack was effectively neutralized. Some archers could shoot magical arrows, but even those enchanted arrows couldn't pierce the angel's hammer. Okoth is a guard I personally invited here, and you dare to kill my man inside my own estate? That's unbelievably reckless. Zachary's voice was deep and authoritarian, his expression stormy. Zhang Yi simply nodded calmly in response. You're right. It was inappropriate. I apologize. After speaking, he put down the hammer, folded his hands into a respectful gesture, and bowed slightly toward Zachary. I'm sorry to cause trouble for you and everyone else here. I admit my mistake. I will pay for the damage to the wall accordingly. Zachary and those around him were stunned. None of them expected this usually arrogant giant to apologize sincerely. Did this mean he was showing weakness? Yet in the next moment, Zhang Yi straightened his posture again, lifted the heavy hammer, and said in a cold, resolute voice, Can we finish this now? I've already apologized. An awkward expression crossed Zachary's face as he opened his mouth to respond, but Zhang Yi's suddenly darkened expression silenced him. Zhang Yi's gaze was sharp, his tone icy. I'll say this once. If the guy behind you shoots another arrow at me, whether it's intentional or not, I will consider all of you enemies. When that comes, I guarantee none of you will leave this estate alive, including the servants you've hired. Zhang Yi's face remained impassive, his voice chillingly firm. The entire scene instantly fell into silence. Then, raising his heavy hammer like an executioner about to deliver a death blow, he struck down with ruthless precision. Boom! The ground trembled, followed by a dull crack, like a watermelon splitting open. Oka's head was crushed in full view. Zachary remained silent throughout, his face growing increasingly grim. He didn't want to give the order to attack himself, instead leaving the decision to the Mithra-level archer at his side. But even after Zhang Yi smashed Oka's skull, that archer didn't react. This meant Zhang Yi's threat had shaken even the experienced Mithra-level bowman, causing him to hesitate. Archers have extremely keen senses, and it was nearly impossible for a crisis to escape their notice. This proved that Zhang Yi's warning was no empty threat. Well, revenge sure does feel good. Zhang Yi smiled brightly, lightly propping the bloodied hammer on the ground. Leaning on it casually, he wiped the sweat from his brow and put on his honest, genial smile again, looking like a hard-working farmer who'd just finished a long day of labor. He said cheerfully, Thank you, Baron Zachary. Though you lost a useless bodyguard, you have gained the friendship of an excellent mercenary. Hee. Zachary forced out a couple of nervous laughs. Baron Zachary's heart tightened when Zhang Yi said, We'll have chances to work together in the future, don't you think so, Baron Zachary? Of course. Baron Zachary nodded, his face calm, but his heart bitter. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill Zhang Yi after all. Zhang Yi had just publicly humiliated him, and had loved to have sliced him up on the spot. But Okoth was already dead. Though he had a good relationship with Okoth, they were just friends. What kind of friend deals with a ruthless power player like Zhang Yi? Now that the situation was clear, there was no way he could offend a potentially Mithra-level strongman just to avenge a dead friend. So for now, he had to endure it. Not only could he not harm Zhang Yi, but he had to curry favor with him to minimize losses. This was also part of why Zhang Yi was so arrogant. His arrogance stemmed from confidence backed by strength, and that kind of insolence wasn't wrong, it effectively intimidated opponents. Another reality was that Zhang Yi was inherently wild and unruly. One of the unspoken worldly rules was you can't kill someone on their turf, but Zhang Yi operated outside such rules. Otherwise, why would he willingly live as a mercenary living on the edge, free but always risking bloodshed? I'm really looking forward to working with you, Baron Zachary, Zhang Yi said cheerfully. Then, right in front of everyone, he packed away the items Okoth left behind, a spatial ring and 2 battered serrated machetes. He picked up an unbroken bottle of liquor off the ground, shook it slightly half still inside and then gleefully drained it in one go. After drinking, Zhang Yi waved to his little cat beside him before speaking frankly. I'm off now, Baron Zachary. If anything comes up, just post a request at the Iron Tavern. Raymond will handle it for me. Also, give him any compensation bills and forward them to May. Need to get some sleep first. This clearly showed that Zhang Yi had a good relationship with Raymond, enough to make Baron Zachary wary. After all, Raymond was a well-known figure in the harbor city. Okay, Baron Zachary swallowed nervously and nodded. Before leaving, Zhang Yi gave Manassa a wink. Stunned at first, she soon blushed quietly. Then, humming a tune, Zhang Yi strode away with composure. Baron Zachary looked around the chaotic party scene, shaking his head bitterly. What a mess this was. The party was naturally over. But the mercenaries hadn't left and had set up camp right in the yard since they still had work tomorrow. He walked wearily back to the manor when a voice suddenly sounded behind him. Why didn't you shoot the arrow? It wasn't a question of accusation, more like a way to offer Baron Zachary an excuse to feel better. The man's steady voice came from beneath a hood, his figure concealed in the shadows, face impossible to make out. I sensed a deadly threat from him. If I had shot that arrow, even if I beat him, you would have definitely died, the man said gravely. Zachary sighed deeply. Hearing these words from a potential Mithra-level strongman confirmed the correctness of his recent decision. He silently nodded, no longer arguing, resigned to this loss. After years in the harbor city, he knew who could be provoked and who absolutely could not. Someone like Zhang Yi, strong and reckless, was definitely not to be trifled with. What unsettled him even more was discovering that his precious daughter was quite interested in Zhang, yet his was the real reason he couldn't sleep at night. Why admire that mercenary of all people? Look at how he killed Okote. If you actually got involved with him, he could ruin your whole family, Zachary thought angrily and helplessly. Even if he ever took it seriously, there was no way he would let his daughter marry such a bloodthirsty mercenary. Tonight, sleep would be elusive for Baron Zachary. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi cradled his cat and slept soundly. Having just fought Okote and survived an arrow from a Mithra-level strongman, his magic power had condensed, increasing by 3 to 5. I just wish I could find a few more opponents like Okote. Leveling would skyrocket. He chuckled to himself. But sadly, there wouldn't be many fools like that left. News of tonight's events would soon spread throughout the harbor city, making anyone dare to provoke him even rarer. The morning sunlight was bright and warm, streaming through the window panes to fill the entire room. Zhang Yi opened his eyes and immediately saw Kiki's soft, adorable face curled quietly in his arms, her head gently resting on his arm. Every night when they slept, this little cat always liked to snuggle close to him. So Zhang Yi had simply started treating her like a body pillow, soft and comfortable to hold. And Chi-Chi was happy to be held, the warmth making her feel safe and cozy. Despite Zhang Yi's sturdy build, he was surprisingly gentle when holding her, never putting any pressure on the little creature, who always slept soundly and sweetly in his embrace. It's time to wake up, kitten. He raised his hand and softly rubbed her tender cheek. Chi-Chi immediately let out a faint purr, slowly opening her eyes before squinting them shut again, affectionately nuzzling his large hand. Big guy, what are we doing today, meow? Upon waking, Chi-Chi stuck out her little bottom and stretched lazily, then sat up excitedly on the bed. She wore a simple tank top that revealed her slender waist, playful belly button, and defined abs, radiating energy all over. Zhang Yi said, "First, you go find the landlady to pick up several golden tier advanced missions, mostly gathering materials. Then we'll head together to the Norfakra forest for grinding. You should reach golden rank this time. After that, we'll deliver tasks to the Wolf Gang and pick up a big job from Raymond. Finally, in the afternoon, we'll go to Hades Academy to have tea with little Swan. Got it, meow?" Chi-Chi quickly suited up with her load-bearing gear and bounced down the stairs to meet Yiflan for the missions. Zhang Yi soon finished getting ready. When he went downstairs, he saw that Chi-Chi had already accepted all the tasks. Clearly, as his reputation grew, Yiflan's place now had many more missions available. Want some breakfast? Yiflan asked. I'll have one of your loving breakfasts, Zhang Yi replied with a smile. Yiflan rolled her eyes at him playfully. There's no such thing on the menu. Then I won't eat, might as well starve to death, Zhang Yi said cheekily, flopping onto the counter. Yiflan couldn't help but laugh at his antics. 3 seconds later, Zhang Yi looked up with big, pitiful, but hopeful eyes. Landlady, would you really let me starve like this? Yiflan's heart felt like it was pierced by an arrow. Zhang Yi wasn't stunningly handsome, just kind of good-looking in a sturdy, solid way, but that tone of playful begging was impossible to resist. She knew he didn't really need anyone's help, yet she couldn't stop herself from wanting to spoil him. Whenever she hadn't seen him all day, there was an emptiness in her chest. That feeling of not being needed made her uneasy. And now, with him pretending to be so helpless and hungry, the contrast filled her heart with satisfaction. Biting her lip, she quickly tied on her apron and said firmly, "Just you wait." Then she turned and went into the kitchen, clearly determined to cook breakfast herself. As a rule, Yifan rarely cooks herself. She's usually in charge of announcements and management. On the entire Sea Orchid 11 ship, Zhang Yi was probably the only one fortunate enough to enjoy this special treatment. This extra care brought Zhang Yi a sense of fulfillment from Yifan, an exchange of giving, mutual dependence, and shared satisfaction. With a hint of pride, Zhang Yi glanced askance at the mercenaries nearby. Their looks ranged from disdain to envy, many wearing complex expressions. Soon, steaming plates of a lovingly prepared breakfast were served. The steak was cut neatly into heart shapes. The golden eggs were similarly shaped like hearts, and even the hash browns bore the same emblem. With a mix of anticipation and pride, Yifan asked, "How is it? Isn't it full of love?" Zhang Yi didn't rush to answer. His cheeks were already puffed out as he ate greedily. Between bites, he He gave a thumbs up. This silent praise meant more to Yifan than any verbal compliment. After finishing, Zhang Yi let out a satisfied burp and grinned. No wonder it's called a love breakfast. I'm definitely at peak efficiency today. Yifan chuckled softly in reply. I'm heading off first. Zhang Yi waved and started walking out with Chi-Chi by his side. Yifan watched his back with a smile until he disappeared from view. Then the mercenaries behind her jeered teasingly. Boss lady, stop staring. Your eyeballs are going to pop out at this rate. Laughter echoed through the tavern. Yifan's cheeks flushed lightly as she playfully grabbed a wine glass to pretend to throw it. The mercenaries quickly scattered, and the atmosphere in the tavern instantly brightened. Zhang Yi arrived in the inner city. His first stop was the territory of the Wild Wolf gang. As soon as he appeared, the gang's henchmen raised their hands in greeting, skipping any usual questions. Along the way, members of the Wild Wolf gang looked at Zhang Yi with reverence and admiration, which lifted his spirits immensely. When he met Roger, Roger smiled broadly and greeted him. You pulled off something big yesterday. Clearly, the events at the Zachary Manor had already spread like wildfire. Zhang Yi smiled and pulled out the now useless Ocote twin blades, still bearing a piece of the severed hand, a piece of evidence he had deliberately kept. Though many witnesses had already confirmed the fate of Ocote, Zhang Yi still valued formality and insisted on going through the proper procedures. Roger glanced at the blades, then casually tossed them into the sea. He raised his chin, and a few henchmen promptly carried 5 bags of money, 50,000 in commission. Every cent accounted for, placing it in front of Zhang Yi, who accepted it with a nod. But aren't you worried Baron Zachary will seek revenge? His influence is no joke, Roger asked. Zhang Yi smiled dismissively. If he dares come, he'll end up just like the Sea Serpent gang. Seeing Zhang Yi's confidence, Roger nodded in admiration. All right, if you ever need us, just call on the Wild Wolf gang. We're only loyal to friends. Then she extended her hand. Zhang Yi shook it heartily, laughing. Friends. With that, the Wild Wolf gang matter was settled smoothly. Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief but didn't want to waste time. After bidding farewell to Roger, he headed straight to the Iron Tavern to find Raymond for new tasks. Raymond knew full well about Zhang Yi's exploits the previous day and admired him without reservation. He immediately handed over 3 jobs. First, a material gathering mission to hunt a platinum grade but low-risk magical beast with a 20,000 gold bounty. Second, an ore collection task to be paid based on weight and quality with a guaranteed base salary of 10,000. And third, a special investigation Missiano level assigned. Danger unknown, possibly harmless or extremely dangerous. This third task was commissioned by the Sea Capital authorities through the Mercenary Tavern to investigate bloody creatures' activities in the Narathla forest and locate possible bloodstains. Sure enough, alarms began to blare. It looks like a storm is coming, Zhang Yi said slowly. Yeah, the Bloodlands. Raymond nodded with a slight headache and said, not long ago, there have been reports of many bloodthirsty creatures appearing in the Norfolk forest. Now, with Greer City at the center, more than a dozen nearby towns have already raised the alarm. If the Bloodlands really have shown up, then we're definitely in for a tough battle ahead. Zhang Yi smiled and replied, for mercenaries, isn't this the perfect chance to make some money? Raymond shrugged and gave a bitter smile. Sure, there's money to be made, but if you can't beat them, it's just a dead end. Zhang Yi nodded and didn't argue further. Instead, he said, all right, I'll take these tasks. I was planning to head to Norfolk Forest anyway. The assignments involved investigating and confirming the exact locations of the Bloodlands, as well as hunting these bloodthirsty beasts. The authorities would buy their corpses at market price. Whatever you bring, they'll pay. After leaving the ironclad tavern, Zhang Yi went straight to the Orn smithy. He planned to spend half a day forging a dagger for Kiki. Compared to a short sword, he felt a dagger better suited Kiki's small and agile frame. While the longer short sword limited her flexibility and quick strikes, a dagger would let her move faster and more precisely. Knowing Zhang Yi was making a weapon for her, an excited Kiki insisted on staying the whole time to watch the forging process. She sweated through the furnace's heat wave, surprisingly showing a rare tolerance for the intense warmth. Seeing her enthusiasm, Zhang Yi gladly let her stay, already planning to step outside for some sea breeze if the heat became unbearable. After all, Sea City was famous for its refreshing coastal winds. Because a dagger demands hardness far more than toughness, Zhang Yi chose a high-grade material 10,000 forgings iron. This metal is renowned for its ultra-hard properties, requiring at least 10,000 hammer strikes to deform. Next, Zhang Yi would exert every ounce of strength to forge it into 10,000 forging steel, further increasing its hardness. Each strike landed heavily, more than 30,000 hammer blows in total, a grueling process similar to the refining techniques used with nebula iron. Once finished, the 10,000 forging steel would be harder than nebula steel, though slightly less tough. With the ring of intensive hammering echoing from the smithy. Over 2 hours later, Zhang Yi wiped sweat from his brow as the steel took the initial shape of a dagger blade. The next steps would be quenching, tempering, and fine grinding to open the edge. He had also prepared a high-grade dark redwood to make the handle. From 8 in the morning until 1 in the afternoon, After 5 hours of work, Zhang Yi's efforts paid off. Thanks to the advanced equipment Adorn Smithy, he successfully forged the dagger. It was matte gray-black, all over subtle and unassuming. After all, as an assassin's tool, it couldn't be flashy or reflective like a mirror. That would be a death wish. Looking closely, though just a dozen or so centimeters long, the blade showed tens of thousands of layered folds carved into its surface. These patterns were the marks from countless foldings and hammerings combined with fused alloys that enhanced the blade's performance. The cutting edge was about 1.5 fingers wide, the tip sharply angled and deliberately featuring a back edge for better penetration. For stability and aesthetics, Zhang Yi also added 2 blood grooves running along the blade. The handle was carefully designed with a forward finger groove to help Kiki grip it better, improving comfort and maneuverability. At last, the dagger sharp and precise lay quietly ready to unleash its deadly edge. Zhang Yi crafted a sheath from the same wood, fitting it around the blade with flawless precision. The overall shape resembled a curved cat's fawn. When drawn, a flash of cold light gleamed from the razor-sharp edge, so sharp it could split a falling hair down the middle. On the spine of the blade was carved a playful cat's face. Next to a sturdy character, only a master blacksmith with recognition from the elder could leave their mark, and Zhang Yi had long earned that approval. Here, your very own weapon, Miao Fong. Zhang Yi handed over the dagger. Chi-Chi took it with both hands, her eyes instantly lighting up. Her fingers gently stroked the handle, feeling how perfectly it fit her palm. This grip is so comfortable, Miao. She carefully slid the blade out. The cold gleam reflected in her pupils. So sharp, Miao. She rotated the blade. The cat face carving flickered subtly in the light. So beautiful, Miao. Do you like it? Zhang Yi asked with a smile. I love it. I really love it, Miao. Chi-Chi jumped excitedly on the spot. Then she leapt into Zhang Yi's arms, wrapping her hands snugly around his neck and planting a loud kiss on his cheek. Thank you, big guy, Miao. Zhang Yi looked down at the girl's sweet smile and chuckled, ruffling her hair with his big hand. All right, let's go find little Swan. We'll head out to the Nofakra forest today. It's a good chance for you to practice. Okay, Miao. Kiki's face lit up with anticipation, then she blinked. But wasn't it supposed to be tomorrow, Miao? The plan changed earlier is better. Zhang Yi's mouth twitched in a knowing grin. Of course he did it on purpose, first letting little Swan get excited about tomorrow, then surprising her by leaving today. The thrill of the unexpected was worth it. After saying goodbye to Warren, Zhang Yi activated the formation disc. With a flash of light, they were already standing on the teleportation plaza at Hadith College. Zhang Yi didn't immediately look for Hilda. Classes were in session, and he didn't know where she was. Besides, he hadn't seen Instructor Horland or Clumsy Mushroom for days. He headed straight to the library. Pushing open the library doors, he found Horland in the middle of a lecture. Sitting in the seats below were the same students from before, the ones who had foolishly tried to hunt monsters and got warned off sternly by Zhang Yi. The second Zhang Yi appeared, the atmosphere shifted. All the students' eyes locked on him, sparkling with a strange gleam. Even Horland's gaze seemed unusual. An inexplicable unease crept up Zhang Yi's spine as he cautiously spoke. What's going on here? Mercenary brother, did you really beat the president yesterday? Jerry Lee's eyes shone as he stared. Suddenly it clicked. The president meant Hilda, head of the student council. Besides killing Okot at the Zachary Manor, Zhang Yi had apparently done another big thing yesterday. Anything involving Hilda was huge news at Hadith College. Zhang Yi could already predict the trouble coming his way. He shrugged and nodded calmly. Yeah. With that confirmation, the students exchanged looks before crowding around him. Mercenary brother, what rank are you that you could beat the president? I saw it yesterday, it was so cool. I totally thought you'd lose. Mercenary brother, what's your relationship with the president? Questions poured out from all sides. Zhang Yi looked helplessly at Horland, who just smiled and watched without stopping them. He had no choice but to wave his hand. We're just friends. As for rank, he stole a glance at Horland. Since I'm an off-campus agent, that has to stay confidential. Horland nodded slightly, his brow relaxing a little. But Zhang Yi knew this wasn't over. Sure enough, Horland stepped forward. All right. Your task is to focus on studying and ask fewer questions like this. Review on your own. The mercenary and I have matters to discuss. He nodded toward Zhang Yi and then turned to the library's private room. Zhang Yi sighed silently. Fame brings trouble, damn, this irresistible charm of mine. So what's your relationship with Hilda? Holland crossed his legs, sitting on the sofa, his gaze fixed sharply on Zhang Yi, his tone carrying a hint of challenge. Zhang Yi felt uncomfortable under that scrutiny and decided to change the subject. I'm a bit thirsty. Holland raised an eyebrow coldly. If you're thirsty, just drink water. Why bring it up to me? Hearing this, Zhang Yi suddenly slumped onto the table, voice lazy but teasing. The world's gone downhill. Can you believe a future legendary mercenary like me is going to die of thirst right here in the Hades library? And that beautiful mentor conveniently ignores Mesh still owes me a candlelit dinner, after all. Zhang Yi was well practiced at this old pity play trick. Only now his audience had changed from the boss wife to this elegant mentor. Holland couldn't help but chuckle and finally got up, going to the tea cabinet to brew a cup of hot tea and bringing it over to Zhang Yi. Satisfied now? she said softly, setting the cup down with a slight sigh. Zhang Yi immediately perked up, sitting upright and taking a sip of the tea, his expression relaxing. Holland propped her chin on her hand, staring at him again. So, now can you tell me? Zhang Yi feigned confusion. Tell you what? About Hilda. What's your real relationship with her? Holland asked bluntly. He pouted and answered plainly, friends. Didn't I just say? Zhang Yi put on an innocent face, but Holland didn't buy it. Friends? She even took you into her private garden? I know about that. Zhang Yi was startled. How do you know? Holland didn't hide it. The direction you and Hilda left was toward the student council area. Since I didn't see you outside, you must have been either in the student council building or that garden. The building was crowded and you weren't there, so it had to be the garden. That's Hilda's private territory. Even the principal can't enter without permission. Holland leaned forward, propping herself on the table, her face close as she fixed her gaze on Zhang Yi. Be honest. What exactly is going on between you two? Zhang Yes, I twitched. He admired the mentor's detective-like deduction, but kept his cool. Really, we're just friends. Holland rolled her eyes, staring hard, clearly not convinced by such a simple explanation. Zhang Yi sighed and shot back. Then what do you think we really are? Holland froze, then raised her eyebrows, caught off guard by his counter-question. She muttered quietly, you can't do that. What do you mean? Zhang Yi took a casual sip of his tea. You promised by you'd protect her. Holland bit her lip, speechless for a long moment before finally saying, and what does that have to do with this? Zhang Yi asked with genuine puzzlement, gently swirling the tea in his cup. Holland was left speechless. Her chest rose and fell, a trace of annoyance visible on her face. Then she turned away, refusing to look at him. Seeing this, Zhang Yi waved a hand in front of her. Mentor Holland? No response. He tried again. Beautiful mentor? Still nothing. Holland even turned her face further away, making it obvious she was ignoring him. Zhang Yi gave a helpless chuckle and scratched his head. All right, I admit it. Holland finally became alert. Our relationship is complicated, Zhang Yi said quietly but seriously, with a hint of resignation. The moment Zhang Yi said that, a flicker of disappointment flashed across Huolan's eyes, and an indescribable tightness gripped her chest, making it slightly hard to breathe. Forcing herself to stay calm, she spoke steadily but cautiously, I'm listening. Zhang Yi lowered his head, wearing a look of guilt, and shook it. If I had known that trading privately with the student council president was illegal, I would never have done it. Trading? Huolan was taken aback, her brow furrowing. That sword didn't break during the fight against the wolf demon? As she mulled it over, she said casually, my side business just happens to be blacksmithing. Zhang Yi continued, I heard her family is well off, so I suggested a trade. I would forge a sword for her, and she'd pay well. Yesterday, I even sparred with her personally to understand her fighting style and design the weapon that suits her best. It's part of being a skilled blacksmith. Remember my heavy hammer? That's actually my forging hammer. I just used it to make a dagger for Chi-Chi. As he spoke, Chi-Chi proudly handed over her Miaofeng dagger, beaming with pride. This is it, exactly this. Huolan took the dagger, carefully drawing the blade out for a closer look. Though she wasn't a professional blacksmith, she could still appreciate the fine craftsmanship and sharpness of the dagger, and saw the character Yi engraved on the blade. The last time she saw Chi-Chi, she didn't have this dagger. It was clearly a recent custom piece by Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi went on, you know, I'm also a capable mercenary. Her combat skills were pretty rough, so I couldn't help but give her a few pointers. So our relationship is pretty complicated, friends, business partners, and she's kind of like my student. She wanted me to help improve her fighting skills. She took you to the garden for that, really? Huolan asked. Zhang Yi nodded, exactly. We finalized the sword design and talked about her weaknesses in combat. I gave her some advice, then immediately teleported away. At this, he showed a troubled expression. Had I known this was illegal in Haidasai, I definitely wouldn't have done it. I'd heard that clandestine weapon sales were banned in big cities. I should have registered for a trade license with the Craftsmen's Guild first. Despite the regret, Zhang Yi secretly gave Chi-Chi a thumbs up under the table. Little kitty, you're awesome, worth every bit of effort. Seeing Zhang Yi's mix of frustration and helplessness, Huolan felt awkward and ashamed, and softly said, actually, this sort of trade is allowed. Zhang Yi feigned surprise. It's actually legal to trade weapons privately here? Yeah. Huolan nodded to confirm. Zhang Yi's eyes widened with delight. Really? I thought I was in big trouble. This performance could win an Oscar. He patted his chest with a relieved laugh. You scared me there, but thankfully it's fine. Now I can rest easy about the orphanage's renovation funds. I'm planning to build a swimming pool in the yard for the kids, and tear down and rebuild the old house. That's going to cost a lot. Looking at Zhang Yi's carefree smile, Huolan felt increasingly guilty. She had thought Zhang Yi and Hilda must already share some unspoken intimacy, but thinking carefully, that was impossible after all. Zhang Yi had only just met Hilda a few days ago. There was no way he didn't truly understand her nature. In such a short time, even if Zhang Yi and Hilda knew each other, they'd probably be just ordinary friends. There's no way it's what she's imagining. Hilda might seem aloof, but she's actually quite friendly to those around her. Besides, Zhang Yi was only helping buy in the orphanage, raising funds for its renovation. He even made a deal with Hilda to forge a sword for her. Yet instead of appreciating this, she did nothing but believe rumors, speculate about him, and even confront him with accusations. Thinking about it, Holland's eyes welled up with tears. She carefully looked at Zhang Yi and said, "I'm sorry." "What?" Zhang Yi asked, puzzled. Why was she apologizing? Seeing his innocent and genuine expression, Holland felt even more guilty. Nervously, her small hand reached out and gently hooked his index finger. "I thought. Well, anyway, I was wrong to blame you. Sorry." At that moment, she was no longer the composed and sophisticated mentor, but like a little girl who'd made a mistake, eager to make amends and earn Zhang Yi's forgiveness. To Zhang Yi, this scene was incredibly endearing. Silently, he gave himself a mental thumbs up. Everything he said was true except the part about fearing illegal private arms deals. But that was also true in a way, since some places really don't allow private weapons trading without proper licenses. Still, with Zhang Yi's personality, he never worried about such things. Even if it was forbidden, he didn't care as long as there was money to be made. Rules were flexible for a mercenary like him operating outside the system. So, his words were mostly truthful. He just left out some important details. In an instant, Zhang Yi cleared himself of suspicion and successfully turned the tables, making Holland feel guilty. "Oh, beautiful mentor, you're still a bit naive." Although he wasn't sure what misunderstanding had occurred, Zhang Yi accepted her apology with a smile, teasing softly. "Well, you are a beautiful mentor, after all." He kept working with his hands, but gently traced along Huolan's slender fingers until he reached the back of her hand, wrapping her small hand within his palm. Huolan's heart fluttered slightly as she felt the warmth radiating from his large hand. This was the first time a man held her hand like this, bringing a mix of shyness and a strange sense of comfort. Zhang Yi's grip was steady and measured. After taking her hand, he didn't move forward but simply held it quietly. Even though he wanted to explore more of her soft, delicate palm, he restrained himself. Though Huolan appeared to be about 26 or 27 with seemingly rich experiences, in matters of love Zhang Yi sensed she was no different from the young Hilda he knew, which made her especially endearing in his eyes. He knew not to rush things but to let her adjust gradually. The fact that Huolan's hand stayed within his own was the sign he had been hoping for. The residual warmth from Zhang Yi's palm caused a faint blush on Huolan's cheeks. She didn't pull away. Instead, she smoothly changed the subject with the poise of a gentlewoman. "Are you free tonight? Would you like to have a candlelit dinner?" As soon as she finished, Zhang Yi's face lit up with delight. Seeing his expression, Huolan smiled inwardly, was clearly eager to share a romantic evening with her. She nodded yes. However, Zhang Yi's smile soon faded, his expression darkening instantly. Huolan was taken aback. "What's wrong?" she asked with concern. "If I had known you were free tonight for dinner, I wouldn't have accepted that mission," Zhang Yi said, pulling from his chest pocket a task order for investigating the blood zone in No Fakra Forest. Huolan took the paper and felt a pang of disappointment, but understood the seriousness. She nodded with a warm smile and replied thoughtfully, "It's okay. That can wait until next time. The investigation of the blood zone in No Fakra Forest is very important. It affects the safety of Jarila City and its surrounding residents." Zhang Yi responded earnestly, "More importantly, it concerns your safety." He really? Not just for the commission?" Huolan's smile deepened, her eyes curving playfully. "Of course not." Zhang Yi spoke firmly. "If the blood zone threatens Jarila City, then you, I, and Baidu are all in danger. I would never let you be harmed." Hearing this, Huolan felt it was almost a veiled confession. She smiled radiantly, brushing a strand of hair from her temple and tucking it lightly behind her ear. The soft light from outside the window cast a gentle glow over her, revealing tenderness and grace. "Then I suppose, in that case, you're still my hero," Huolan said warmly. "It's my honor." Zhang Yi chuckled heartily. Their eyes met in quiet understanding, the atmosphere tender and serene. Yet Zhang Yi's hand began to show signs of restlessness again, and he couldn't fully hold back. His thumb gently rubbed the back of Huolan's hand. Honestly, Huolan's hand was worthy of a magical researcher's care, well protected, delicate like smooth white jade, both slender and soft. Huolan felt a faint tickle, but also a soothing comfort. Neither of them spoke. This silent exchange filled her heart with tranquility, and she found herself strangely attached to this quiet tenderness. Nearby, Chi-Chi watched their hands with curiosity before turning his gaze back to the two of them. At that moment, Zhang Yi smiled warmly at Huolan, his eyes full of gentle affection. Huolan rested her cheek on her other hand, gazing out the window with a faint smile playing on her lips. Though the little kitten didn't understand the mood between them, it longed to hold hands with the big guy. The tickling sensation in the palm sent a strange flutter through Huolan, and her cheeks gradually flushed with warmth. That feeling wasn't just in her hand, it was like a gentle teasing in her heart too. Finally, unable to hold back any longer, Huolan pretended to spot something outside and quickly withdrew her hand, pointing toward the distance. Just then, a winter solstice bird flew across the sky outside. Zhang Yi felt a bit disappointed and wanted to linger longer, but seeing Hualan pull back, he gently let go and didn't insist, quietly watching as it disappeared. Where did it go? Where did it fly off to? All gone, Hualan smiled in reply. What a pity. I heard the winter solstice bird is beautiful and a symbol that winter is near, Zhang Yi said. Yeah, it's almost the end of September. After this winter, you'll be a year older again, Hualan sighed. That makes you 19 now, right? Zhang Yi teased. Hee hee, you sure know how to butter me up? Hualan thought happily to herself. Zhang Yi smiled and suddenly remembered something, asking, how's Silly Mushroom doing? Has she adapted to life at Hades? She's already adjusted. I've been paying close attention. Now she can attend classes normally and even join the Magic Research Club's activities, Hualan nodded. But she's a bit shy and still hasn't made any friends, which worries me. Don't worry. Zhang Yi chuckled with bright eyes. Do you know how introverts make friends? How? Hualan leaned in curiously. They don't take the initiative to make friends, Zhang Yi said simply. They wait for outgoing people to notice them, like them, accept them, and then become friends. Hualan couldn't help but smile. Doesn't that mean they still can't make any friends? She doesn't need many friends. Zhang Yi shook his head. Actually, most of us don't need a lot of friends. Just a few true ones to talk to and lean on are enough. The rest are merely passing acquaintances. Silly Mushroom's personality means she won't have many friends, and that's not a bad thing. She will try her best to meet others' expectations, like how she still excels in your toughest tasks. So for her, too many friends could be a burden. She has me and you already, that's enough. Maybe she'll meet more people eventually, but they have to get through us first. You sound like we're her parents. Hualan covered her mouth and laughed. Huh. I admit I've always felt that way, Zhang Yi laughed. Hualan nodded. Me too. They exchanged a smile and a blink, the atmosphere light and warm. All right, I have to go. There are tasks waiting. I'm counting on you to take care of Silly Mushroom. Zhang Yi stood up, his gaze steady. Hualan, though reluctant, nodded. Okay. Oh, by the way, where's Hilda? I've finished preparing the materials for the sword forging and need to get the deposit from her, Zhang Yi added. Holland had no idea that Zhang Yi was planning to go to the Nofakla forest with Hilda, since Zhang Yi had cunningly kept it to himself. She didn't suspect a thing and smiled as she said, she's probably in the student council president's office right now, isn't she? Doesn't she have class? There was a hint of surprise in Holland's voice. Zhang Yi was a genius, had already completed most of his courses years ahead of schedule. Apart from a few occasional classes, he rarely needed to attend. Holland laughed easily and teased. Wow, that's impressive. Looks like I need to ask for a bigger deposit then. Zhang Yi nodded and playfully teased Holland back, instantly making her burst into laughter. Don't take advantage of me, Holland warned him. Sure, I have money, but I'm not stupid. Zhang Yi waved his hand with a smile. Relax, I'm not a shady merchant. Then he turned and started to walk away. Wait, hold on a second, Holland suddenly called out. Zhang Yi looked back, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Because of you and Hilda, the whole school is buzzing. They might have some misunderstandings about you, Holland said more seriously. You know Hilda has plenty of admirers, and some of them might come looking for trouble. You've got to be careful. Don't worry, I can handle it. Zhang Yi smiled and waved as he began to walk away. See you. Only then did Holland nod in relief and softly reply, see you. She felt reassured everyone knew Zhang Yi's strength. Since he was strong enough to beat Hilda, those admirers probably wouldn't dare seriously mess with him, so there was no need to worry too much. And just like that, Zhang Yi took Kiki's hand and walked out of the library. At that moment, Chi-Chi gently tugged on his finger. Zhang Yi looked back and saw the bright, wide eyes of the little kitten staring up at him. The kitten reached out a small paw and said softly, I want to hold hands too, meow. Zhang Yi paused, then laughed. Of course. He reached out and gently clasped that tiny, soft little paw. The slender little claws were even smaller and more delicate than Holland's hand. Feeling the warmth in his palm, Chi-Chi smiled happily and skipped lightly ahead. From a distance, it looked like a father and daughter strolling leisurely in the sunshine. Crossing the teaching building, Zhang Yi arrived at the student council building. The student council of High Dice Academy even had its own dedicated building. No wonder this place was called the System. To Zhang Yi, the student council was just a group of inexperienced students playing dress-up, but behind the scenes, their power was substantial. He figured that just one step out of the student council could land someone a government position in the empire. At the entrance, several students stood guard like security, blocking outsiders from entering. The student council building strictly forbade ordinary students from wandering in freely. Yet Zhang Yi swaggered right inside like a regular. A nimble little cat perched on his shoulder, his hands in his pockets, and his steps relaxed. The guards hesitated, unsure whether to stop him. Besides, Zhang Yi's recent reputation had spread. Yesterday Hilda lost to that big guy, and the news was everywhere. Unable to figure out Zhang Yi's true identity, the students eventually let him pass. Humming to himself, Zhang Yi wandered aimlessly through the building. It wasn't that he really wanted to explore, but he had no idea where the president's office was, so he searched floor by floor. He could have asked for directions, but that would reveal he was an outsider. Although his assignment to High Dice Academy was basically confirmed, it hadn't been officially announced yet. and if anyone got suspicious, he might be kicked out. Since the environment was decent, he treated it like an outing. High Dice Academy only went up to 6th grade. Hilda was in 2nd grade, and Dumb Mushroom had just transferred in as a 1st grader. Zhang Yi didn't care about these grade differences. A few 6th grade students happened to pass by and gave him and Kiki surprised and puzzled looks, but no one spoke up. Zhang Yi kept walking and deliberately stepped aside to let others pass, because his broad frame almost blocked the narrow hallway, and he was polite enough to make way. But the students coming toward him didn't back down in the slightest. The blonde leader even leaned in deliberately, his shoulder nudging Zhang Yi as if looking for a fight. Zhang Yi didn't move an inch. Instead, the little blonde guy staggered backward 2 or 3 steps from the impact, his face full of anger. Are you blind? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow and stared at him. Noticing the blonde wasn't curly-haired, a name flashed through his mind, the Hilda admirer that Holland had mentioned. What a pain in the neck. Zhang Yi gave a simple, goofy smile and stepped forward calmly, his voice gentle but teasing. Really sorry about that. Unexpectedly, the blonde's eyes flashed coldly, and he started cursing. Before he could finish, Zhang Yi delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying a few meters away, crashing heavily onto the floor and rolling twice. The nearby students were stunned, their eyes fixed blankly on Zhang Yi, who had just retracted his foot, yet there was still a smile on his face. Zhang Yi leisurely cracked his neck and muttered, "Sorry, guess I didn't break you enough just now, damn idiot." Then he turned to a nearby 6th grader, raised an eyebrow, and kept cursing, "Look at you. Kid, get lost and scram." That smug look on his face was a complete departure from his earlier honest demeanor, like 2 different people entirely. After all, how could someone who'd scraped by in the wasteland for over 30 years have any so-called manners? Those manners were nothing more than survival necessities and camouflage. The onlooking students, witnessing Zhang Yi's ruthless attack, were so intimidated they stumbled back several steps. These were all 6th-year students, roughly 21 or 22 years old, ranging from gold to platinum rank. Among the 5 people facing Zhang Yi, 3 were platinum and 2 were high-tier gold. The one he just kicked flying was even a platinum 3-star expert. Such strength meant nothing before Zhang Yi. Moreover, they were mages. Facing a warrior in close combat was practically suicide. The narrow corridor made Zhang Yi's hammer swings all the more unstoppable. The commanding presence he emanated was far beyond what these greenhouse flowers, sheltered within the academy, could match. Especially since just yesterday, this man had defeated Hilda, one of the top powerhouses here. Even if all these students joined forces, they wouldn't be Hilda's match, let alone Zhang Yi's. They only dared provoke him because this was the academy, but Zhang Yi simply didn't play by the rules. Facing Zhang Yi, several students retreated in terror, fear written across their faces, not daring to confront him directly. The student Zhang Yi had cursed out turned beet red, whether from anger or shame, yet still didn't dare fight back. Next to him, a punk with bleached hair clutched his stomach, grimacing in pain as he struggled to his feet, shouting, "What are you standing around for? Get him!" The students' hearts stirred, seeming ready to charge, but simultaneously they glanced at Zhang Yi's towering figure 2 meters away, felt the ice-cold chill in his eyes, and immediately shrank back. Zhang Yi sneered and advanced step by step toward the bleached-haired punk. The guy panicked and fell backward, frantically condensing ice crystals in his hand. But to Zhang Yi's eyes, the magic gathering speed was laughably slow, half a second to form an ice spike. Yet Zhang Yi's hand had already shot forward like lightning, easily crushing the unformed ice spike. He stepped forward and suddenly grabbed the punk by the throat, hoisting him high into the air with one hand. Let go of me. Do you know who I am?" The punk gasped, desperately clutching at Zhang Yi's wrist. "Well, do you know who I am?" Zhang Yi chuckled, his tone dripping with mockery. "What? Can't win a fight, so you're pulling the background card. I can make stuff up too, believe me, when I say one sentence could scare you into pissing your pants." Zhang Yi's words actually made the punk freeze, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Could Zhang Yi really have some ace up his sleeve? But he had no time to ponder it. With a sharp crack, Zhang Yi flung his hand, and the punk flew through the air like a kite with a cut string, slamming heavily into the wall. All 4 remaining students shuddered at the sight, wincing just from watching. The punk slid down from the wall, leaving bloodstains smeared across the white surface. He hunched over, clutching his face in agony, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. His hands were covered in blood, with 2 broken front teeth visible among the gore, and his hooked nose was crooked from the impact. Clearly the nasal bone was broken. Zhang Yi curled his lip, his gaze cold and indifferent. He hadn't even used much strength. This guy really had no combat instinct at all. The moment he smashed into the wall earlier, if he had just briefly activated a magical shield, he wouldn't have knocked out his own tooth. A rookie, trying to act tough, what an idiot. Zhang Yi folded his arms, muttering with disdain, then turned and kept walking forward. After only a few steps, suddenly 3 ice spikes tore through the air, aimed straight at him. Zhang Yi frowned, but didn't dodge. Instead, he stood firm as a sharp blue glow suddenly enveloped his body. The ice spikes collided with him and shattered instantly. as if hitting solid steel that they didn't even scratch his clothes. This was Zhang Yi's magical defense. By releasing magic at the moment of impact to surround himself with a protective shield, he could greatly increase his defense. But it required skill. He had to precisely control the timing of releasing and retracting the magic instantly to minimize consumption. Zhang Yi had mastered this technique because, as the residual magic from the source deepened, the amount of magic he could freely draw was decreasing, so he had to learn to complete all attacks and defenses with minimal magic use. Despite having only a golden 5-star rank, his magical strength was far beyond that of an ordinary yellow-hair novice. After blocking the strike, Zhang Yi felt a biting cold wind hit his back. He turned to see the other man's face twisted with hatred, lips trembling as he slurred, "I'm going to kill you." Zhang Yi sneered. Looks like this guy really wouldn't see the truth until he was stone-cold dead. Moving slightly, he prepared to give his opponent a harsh lesson. But just then, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. "Zhang Yi? What are you guys doing?" Zhang Yi was momentarily stunned. When he turned back, he saw Hilda standing at the stairway, frowning as she stared at them. Just as Zhang Yi was about to speak, the uneasy little blonde guy jumped in first. He quickly withdrew his openly displayed magic, pointed at Zhang Yi, his voice cracking and trembling with panic. "This guy attacked me. We were just walking calmly when he suddenly bumped into me and even hit me. That's assault. President, I demand you detain him." Zhang Yi almost laughed out loud at the accusation. Typical the guilty person cries victim behavior. It was obvious he was the one who struck first. Hilda clearly wasn't going to take just one side. She turned toward Zhang Yi. Shrugging casually, he replied evenly but with a hint of sarcasm. "Basically, he bumped into me first, then started insulting me." The little blonde instantly shot back, raising his voice several octaves. "He's lying. Don't believe him, President. He's the real rude lunatic. Everyone here can testify it was him who started it." Hilda then looked around at the few students standing nearby. They slowly caught on and nodded in agreement. "Yeah, he attacked Fidency first. He's crazy." Almost took Fidency down. Emboldened by their support, the blonde continued with a pitiful tone. "President, can you hear? This damn guy must be an outsider illegally trespassing in the student council building. I was just trying to be kind and ask him to leave, and he attacked me while I was off guard. He must be arrested immediately and brought to justice under Jarila city law." Zhang Yi watched with amusement, even pulling out a cigarette ready to light it, before remembering this was an academy and putting it away. Hilda's brow furrowed even deeper, her sharp gaze silently demanding, "Aren't you going to explain yourself?" Zhang Yi replied coolly, "Remember those bullies I mentioned before? He's exactly that type. Only this time, he picked the wrong target." Hilda's face suddenly showed understanding, and she nodded slightly. Then her expression turned cold as she addressed the little blonde. "Senior Fidency, watch your words. Zhang Yi is not an outsider." Fidency blinked in surprise. "Zhang Yi? Wait, he's not." Hilda said firmly, "He's the captain of the student council's security team." "Me? Captain of the security team?" Zhang Yi looked surprised too, glancing at Hilda. She didn't meet his eyes, but Zhang Yi noticed her ears flush slightly and her finger twitch subtly. He caught her meaning and nodded faintly. "Yeah, that's me." Fidency and his friends were stunned into silence. They hadn't expected Zhang Yi to have such a role. So he wasn't an outsider, but a legitimate member with access to every building in Hidesai Academy. Still, Fidency wanted to argue more. Hilda cut him off sharply. "Enough, Senior Fidency. You'd better take care of the injury on your face first. You know what happened here. Don't make me get involved." Her glare was razor sharp, fixed directly on Fidency. He felt the pressure mount suddenly, took 2 steps back, and grit his teeth, glaring furiously at Zhang Yi. "Let's go. And wipe those marks off the wall while you're at it." Zhang Yi put his hands in his pockets, indifferent. "At least clean up the wall properly." Fidency hesitated, then stumbled slightly before speeding up and leaving quickly. Once they were out of sight, Hilda seemed to finally relax and turned to Zhang Yi with a hint of reproach. "How did you end up provoking him?" "I didn't start anything with him. I came looking for you." "Isn't this the student council president's office? That guy bumped into me as soon as I arrived." Zhang Yi shrugged, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "President, you really have sharp eyes. Without you around, I honestly wouldn't know what to do." Little Swan lifted her chin proudly, a hint of satisfaction brightening her face, but then she shook her head with a sigh. "Fidens is really annoying. Just like you said, he bullies other students, relying on his family background. And it's not just once or twice. He doesn't dare act openly in front of me. He pretends everything's fine, but I see right through him. So, I've chosen to trust you." Zhang Yi snapped his fingers with a laugh. "Sharp eyes indeed. Come on, follow me." Hilda smiled softly and led the way upstairs. Zhang Yi and Chi-Chi followed closely behind, arriving soon at the so-called president's office. The room was spacious and bright, tidied up neatly, with a faint scent of tea in the air. Hilda sat gracefully on the sofa, skillfully brewing tea for everyone. Zhang Yi plopped down without a care, stretched, and sighed. "This is comfortable. I wish the Welfare Institute had sofas like this." "That's actually a good idea," Hilda said with a smile. She casually asked, "By the way, When did you say I became the captain of the student council guard? I have no memory of that at all. Zhang Yi pretended to think hard, as if digging through a pile of never-before-seen memories. Hilda blinked her bright eyes playfully and said, the captain position has been vacant. Since you're an outsider, Fidens definitely would use that against you. If he starts trouble first, you'd end up in the wrong. So I came up with a solution, the captain of the student council guard. That way, you're no longer an outsider. She looked at Zhang Yi, her smile warm, with a glint of hope, he is, if waiting for praise like a little girl. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi praised her. That's brilliant. Now Fidens can only swallow his pride, by the way. Did he break any teeth just now? Pretty sure he didn't. Hilda chuckled lightly, then grew serious. But Fidens' father is a member of the board at High Dice Academy. He definitely won't let this go easily. He might come after you later, so be careful. Little Swan looked at Zhang Yi with concern, feeling warmth in her heart. Zhang Yi nodded firmly. Don't worry. They can't touch me. Hilda nodded, confident in his ability, then smiled and asked, so, interested in helping keep the student council safe? Of course. Zhang Yi answered without hesitation. Basically, the role is like a security captain, but only for the student council, so the authority isn't very broad. The benefit is that he can freely enter all the important buildings of High Dice Academy with this status. What exactly will I be doing? Zhang Yi asked. Protecting the safety of student council members, Hilda explained. Their power isn't limited to High Dice Academy alone. Sometimes it involves outside affairs, like political events in Gorilla City or issues related to affiliated academies. When members of the student council need to travel to affiliated colleges in other cities for exchanges or to handle school affairs, the responsibility of escorting them through dangerous areas often falls on your shoulders. Likewise, if Gorilla City hosts any commercial or political events where representatives from Hades Academy attend, the student council members are always there to provide protection. After all, the students of Hades Academy are future magicians, and the council members are its elite. When faced with hostile forces from the Empire or scheming villains, they never miss the chance to strike. Hilda spoke with a serious expression, while Zhang Yi watched her with a broad smile. The more he looked at this little swan, the more endearing she became. So from now on, wherever you go, they'll have to protect you too, right? Zhang Yi asked with a grin. Hilda nodded in agreement. Of course, but I can take care of myself pretty well, so I don't really need your help. I don't think so, Zhang Yi replied with a smile in his eyes. You're underestimating me again, aren't you? How about another match to prove it? I'm definitely stronger than yesterday, Hilda said, her cheeks puffed out and tone teasing. Huh, I'd love to spar again, but it might have to wait a while. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. Why? Hilda looked puzzled. Weren't you here to challenge me? No, Zhang Yi shook his head. Oh, Hilda's hopeful expression instantly fell, a trace of disappointment flickering in her eyes. The next moment, Zhang Yi handed her a mission request, speaking firmly. I'm here to invite you on an investigation mission to the No-Fakra forest. Hilda took the sheet, her eyes lighting up. We're going right now? Yeah, Zhang Yi nodded. To be with you. I finished all my other tasks early, so I could take this official survey from the harbor city. Thank you, Hilda said happily, immediately standing up and moving with quick, light steps. Wait here for me. He'll get ready, and we'll leave right away. She hurried out the door, her silhouette glowing with excitement. Zhang Yi watched quietly, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This little swan just kept getting more and more lovable. Soon, Hilda returned. She wore a finely tailored set of light armor, her long golden hair naturally flowing before being tied up into a high ponytail, giving her a spirited and energetic appearance. Eagerly, she said, let's go. Zhang Yi nodded and activated the teleportation array. The three of them and the cat vanished in a burst of light from the office, instantly reappearing at the Academy's teleportation plaza. This spot was the outdoor teleport point just 10 kilometers from the No-Fakra forest. The Academy's teleportation arrays were free to use, so Zhang Yi happily took advantage of that. Around them, students began walking through the area as class was letting out. Zhang Yi observed for a moment, then asked, is class over now? Yeah, just ended, Hilda replied. Zhang Yi scanned the crowd of students slowly exiting the teaching building, seemingly searching for someone. After a moment, he lowered his gaze and quietly said, let's go. Hilda responded, and once again the two of them and the cat were enveloped in the glowing teleportation light, disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, a tall figure with flaxen-colored hair emerged from the teaching building. Unlike the clusters of students around, she walked alone, a quiet solitude surrounding her. She was used to this loneliness. Carrying a school bag, she slowly headed toward the girls' dormitory. After some time, she arrived at her modest but cozy researcher's apartment. 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 bath, and a small kitchen, simply and neatly decorated. I slipped on slippers and quietly put her cloth shoes into the shoe cabinet, as if afraid of dirtying the floor. At that moment, she noticed a pair of beautiful women's shoes by the entrance. Instantly recognizing who had arrived, she stood up and walked through the hallway to the living room. There she saw Horan, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, holding a cup of freshly brewed tea. You're back, Horan greeted with a smile. Mentor Horan, I replied softly, pulling out a slender finger from her sleeve and gesturing towards the kitchen. I was just going to cut some fruit. No need to trouble yourself. The fruit is for your nutrition. You're so tall, but light as a feather. I'm afraid the wind might blow you away. Horan interrupted with a smile, motioning for her to sit beside him. Come, sit here. I have something to discuss with you. Bai obediently nodded and sat down on the sofa, sitting as upright and proper as a restless schoolgirl. Horan chuckled and half-joked. Am I really that intimidating? No. Bai quickly waved her hands, worried about being misunderstood. All right. We all know you're a good girl. Horan gently stroked Bai's hair, his gaze falling on a sweater folded on a chair. Did you knit this for him? Yes, Bai answered quietly. Horan picked up the unfinished sweater and examined it closely, then teased, Why haven't you made one for me? Bai stood and walked toward her bedroom, while Horan watched with curiosity. After a short while, Bai came out holding a sweater carefully in her arms, timidly handing it to Horan. He was surprised and delighted. For me? Yes, Bai nodded. Thank you. Horan smiled warmly as he accepted the sweater. It was a white, pure wool sweater, soft and warm to the touch, embroidered with delicate blue snowflake patterns. The style was a bit long, almost like a dress. Horan was about 1.7 meters tall, and the sweater, when worn, reached roughly to the knees, fitting perfectly. Holland liked it very much. With a hint of joy, she asked, Did you make mine first? Unexpectedly, Bai shook her head and pointed to the sweater Zhang Yi was wearing. Holland looked puzzled and pressed. Bai, the sixth one? Bai nodded. Holland, you made him 6 sweaters? Holland was so surprised she nearly lost her balance. Bai said nothing, a faint smile playing on her lips. Holland teased. That's really favoritism. Bai quickly waved her hand, explaining, They'll make you a few more. Then before she finished, Holland sighed and gently rubbed Bai's hair. Her strands were fine but as soft as clouds, perhaps because of malnutrition. You are just too obedient. That's why people find it easy to take advantage of you, Holland said with a tone half spoiling her. Look at Zhang Yi, big bad guy who dares to bully him? Bai was silent for a moment, then shook her head. He's not a bad guy. Her words were soft but filled with firm conviction. Watching this well-behaved little girl, Holland parted her hair, revealing an angelic, pure face. No wonder he calls you silly mushroom. How can you be so obedient? She cupped Bai's small face, gently squeezing it, her affection obvious. Bai blushed slightly, shy under the unexpected intimacy, a feeling new to her that left her unsure. Holland released her hand and affectionately wrapped an arm around Bai's shoulder. All right, let's get to the point. I came to talk about the upcoming plan. There are 3 key tasks. First, we need to refine and strengthen the blood potion to make it more effective against blood creatures. Second, you must pass the mid-level magic researcher exam so you can join more projects and get extra funding. As for the third, Holland paused and smiled. It's to help the big guy find a way to learn magic. I turned to her quietly and asked, He can't learn magic? Holland half-joked. Is the third thing the most important to you? She sighed yes. His magical power has stalled. It's inert and can't resonate at all. Although the big guy works hard, his magic isn't active at all. Bai lowered her head in silence, saying nothing. Holland asked gently, Are you listening? Bai quickly nodded yes. Holland teased in Zhang Yi's tone. Don't just say yes, say you're really listening. Bai replied seriously, I am. Holland patted her head, smiling, Good girl. She then fell into thought. I have no ideas yet. I want to check the ancient texts in the library, try to find something similar. Suddenly Bai interrupted. We could first take some magic samples from him. Whether magic or something else, everything is basically an interaction of magical energy. We take samples first, experiment with magic energy, find the mistakes or gaps, and discover why his magic won't resonate. Her voice trailed off as she caught Holland's fixed gaze and grew too nervous to continue. Holland stood up, her face bright with excitement. Right. How did I forget? We should get magic samples from him first. Bai tilted her head in confusion as Holland awkwardly smiled. He just came by and asked me about you. I told him you're doing pretty well. Bai nodded and lowered her head again. Looking at this quiet little mushroom, Holland felt a surge of emotion. She propped her elbow on her knee and rested her chin on her hand as she gazed at Bai. So you can talk this much in one go, silly mushroom. Bai clenched her small fists and mumbled, I'm not a mushroom. Holland laughed out loud. I thought you were going to say you're not silly. Bai remained silent, fingers entwined tightly. Seeing this, Holland spoke gently, Sweetheart, you really need to be more confident. You're not silly at all. In fact, you notice things I miss. If anyone calls you silly mushroom again, you'll have to punch them. Bai hurriedly waved her hand. Don't hit him. I haven't even said anything to him yet. Why do you care so much about him? Holland pouted teasingly. I'm just jealous. Bai shyly lowered her head. Her fine hair hid her pink ears glowing with red. Holland could almost imagine the beautiful face beneath the strands, flushed bright red like a ripe apple. Suddenly, she understood this was exactly why Zhang Yi always liked teasing her. She was just way too adorable. About 10 kilometers from the Narafla forest, a teleportation pillar suddenly glowed with the light of a teleportation array. As the light faded, the figures of 2 people and a cat appeared. These teleportation pillars are scattered all across the continent. serving as spatial anchors connecting different regions. Most of them are officially set up by the Empire in open areas to allow for rapid troop deployment. It is said that the most powerful arrays can transfer entire armies of 100,000 soldiers at once, truly breathtaking sight. Of course, there are also privately owned teleportation points, but those who possess them are far from ordinary. After crossing the 10-kilometer plain, the vast Narafkla forest appeared clearly on the horizon. Zhang Yi mentally reviewed the mission. Platinum-level magical beasts should be found within the forest, while the ores would require searching elsewhere. However, the ore collection was part of a guild task with no strict deadline, so they could first focus on the beast-related objectives. More importantly, this time he was tasked with guiding Xiao Tian and the little cat in combat. Both he and Xiao Tian would serve as the cat's combat mentors. This time, my search area is the Mirrorwater Lake region inside Narafkla Forest. What about you? Hilda asked. I have no assigned survey area. Anywhere works, Zhang Yi replied. Then let's start with Mirrorwater Lake. Hilda's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The scenery there is nice, and the surrounding terrain is relatively flat. It would be a good place for sparring. Zhang Yi smiled and nodded. Most people thought of danger when they heard Narafkla Forest complex terrain, toxic miasma, ferocious beasts. But Xiao Tian's first thought was the beauty of the landscape. Shall we go? Want to lead the way? Zhang Yi asked with a grin. Hilda was about to nod, then hesitated and puffed out her cheeks slightly. No way. You lead, otherwise you'll just tease me again. Haha. Zhang Yi laughed out loud. Hilda stomped her foot. It's just I'm not very good at it. All right. They'll teach you some navigation tricks later, Zhang Yi said cheerfully as he headed forward. He had already memorized maps of the surrounding area. Before coming to Haidu, he purchased various maps for cross-referencing herb distribution, monster habitats, river and mountain terrain. Sand combined all the information to form the most practical composite map in his mind. In his previous life, he had relied on a chip to remember maps. Now he depended solely on his brain. Entering the forest, Zhang Yi ran his finger along a tree trunk, carving a few shallow marks like with a chisel. When trekking through the forest, it's good to leave some marks every so often to help find your way back, Zhang Yi explained. I get that. Tell me something I don't know. Hilda raised her chin challengingly. Zhang Yi nodded and pointed toward the sky. The simplest and most effective method is to use the sky. The sky? Hilda looked up at the sky with curiosity. It was a clear, deep blue. Zhang Yi pointed at a cluster of tall, dense clouds in the distance, and said, See those clouds? They usually drift from west to east because of the planet's rotation. Hilda asked inquisitively, What is a planet? Kiki perked up her ears, listening intently as well. Zhang Yi explained, It's the name for the world we stand on. He continued, But reading clouds isn't foolproof, because winds can change directions at high altitudes. Clouds might move any way east, west, south, or north. When the weather's nice, you can use clouds to judge direction, but when it's bad, it's not worth the effort. A better way is to use the sun, along with the shadow behind you, to figure out direction. With this, the chance of getting lost on the way drops dramatically. During the day, watch the sun. At night, look for stars, especially easy to recognize. Honesto, confirm your bearings. As they walked, Zhang Yi added, Also, pay attention to your surroundings. Have you noticed these mosses? They tend to grow on the shady, wind-protected side of things. The thicker side usually faces north. So, where the moss thrives points northward. Hilda and Kiki listened closely, feeling that what Zhang Yi shared was solid, practical knowledge more than any book they had read and far beyond what they had known themselves. The more they listened, the brighter their eyes shone, and the more reassured they felt inside. The three of them proceeded along the river linking Mirrorwater Lake, which lay deep within the Narafkla Forest, about 80 kilometers from their destination. To reach it quickly, they kept a pace of 30 to 40 kilometers per hour, meaning they would arrive in about 2 hours. Maintaining that speed through the forest was no easy feat. It was close to a sprint pace on flat land for an average person, but for the three of them, it felt manageable, even somewhat effortless. Zhang Yi jogged steadily, breathing evenly, and with a clear mind, teaching Hilda and Kiki various bits of knowledge on the move. He was a bit surprised himself. His memories from his previous life were remarkably vivid. Even the information stored deep within the base cyborg chip in his body remained sharp, including things like combat training, survival skills for the wasteland, and firearm mechanics. Although the chip's original control scripts and cyborg interface modules were lost, he had memorized all the downloaded content completely and often reviewed it consciously. Sometimes, Zhang Yi felt as if the military neural slots and their embedded combat, knowledge, and assist chips that had once been installed in him were still functioning. If it weren't for knowing that wasteland technology hadn't reached anything unbelievable yet, he might even suspect that everything he was experiencing was an illusion, that his true body was trapped somewhere in a brain Ninjajar experiment by some wasteland corporation. Just the thought sent chills down his spine. He shook his head and smiled, then glanced affectionately at the little swan and kitten by his side. Those two adorable faces effortlessly brightened his mood and helped cast away the shadows in his mind, easing his mental strain. Throughout the journey, Hilda and Kiki stayed completely focused, gaining useful knowledge along the way and appreciating Zhang Yi's rich and practical experience. It was very effective. When Kiki showed off that adorable expression she had learned, and Hilda wore a thoughtful look on her face, Zhang Yi's mood instantly brightened. Before long, they arrived at Mirror Lake. The lake was named for its perfectly still surface, which resembled a giant mirror. The vast waters reflected the deep blue sky, casting a dreamy and vivid sapphire glow. Along the shore grew water willows with bluish-green branches that hung down gently like a young girl's flowing hair. Their soft tips brushed the water's surface in the breeze, stirring up delicate ripples one after another. People often say, when the water is too clear, there are no fish. Mirror Lake was exactly like that. Its water was crystal clear, with visibility reaching over 10 meters, but fish were almost nowhere to be found. This was due to the lake's high altitude, fed by snowmelt from surrounding mountains. The icy, cold water made it hard for fish to survive here. More importantly, the lake's temperature was extremely low even in autumn. It stayed in the single digits Celsius. At dawn and dusk, the cold air pressed down, often causing thin mists to rise from the lake, giving the whole place an otherworldly, dreamlike quality. It was no wonder Hilda said the scenery here was not bad. To Zhang Yi, the view was so beautiful he could hardly look away. But even the most stunning landscapes couldn't compare to the beauty standing before him. Hilda skipped to the lake's edge and lightly dipped her finger into the clear water. Sunlight fell on her profile and that strand of golden hair, seeming to crown her with a soft, luminous halo, making her look almost sacred. Her pure, bright smile made Zhang Yi think. If the world weren't beautiful, how could it give birth to such a vivid, enchanting soul? Let's set up a temporary camp first. We'll be staying here for the next few days, Zhang Yi said with a smile to Hilda by his side. Temporary camp? Hilda's eyes flickered with curiosity as she looked at him. You've never set one up before? Zhang Yi asked in return. No, Hilda replied softly. So how did you sleep or rest before? Zhang Yi followed up. Hilda suddenly felt a bit embarrassed and glanced toward a tall, ancient tree nearby. I'd find a somewhat high tree and just lie down on the branches to sleep. Zhang Yi was stunned, his eyes wide as he stared at Hilda, whose cheeks suddenly flushed pink and puffed out a little. I usually traveled alone, so sleeping on trees was more convenient, and I could react quickly if anything happened. That makes sense, Zhang Yi nodded with a smile. But wouldn't that be uncomfortable? Yeah, it was uncomfortable, Hilda said firmly, but this is a forest, not home. No need to be so picky. Seeing Zhang Yi raise an eyebrow, she added, hey, don't think him some pampered noble lady. I can handle hardship. Really? Zhang Yi raised a skeptical corner of his mouth. Of course, Hilda said stubbornly, feeling Zhang Yi must have imagined her as someone spoiled, unaware she was far tougher than people thought. Then try this, Zhang Yi said, tossing over a small green fruit he had picked along the way. What's this? Hilda looked at the green fruit, about the size of an olive, puzzled. Despite her knowledge, she had never seen this kind of fruit before. It's called a sweet fruit, Zhang Yi said with a sly grin. It's really tasty. Try some. Hilda looked at him half doubtfully, and, seeing his mischievous smile, was sure the fruit would be awful. It's probably disgusting. I'm not eating it. Not eating it just because it tastes bad? Didn't you just say you can handle hardship? Zhang Yi challenged. Hilda replied confidently, being tough doesn't mean eating everything bitter. If something is sweet, why eat something bitter instead? Zhang Yi lifted his chin slightly, his eyes implying, what if I told you this fruit is good for you? Would you eat it then? Hilda paused, curious, and asked what benefits. Eat it, and you'll find out. Zhang Yi didn't answer directly, but gave a look that dared her to try. Hilda puffed out her cheeks, suspecting he just wanted to see her fail. Determined, she raised her chin and said firmly, fine, I'll eat it. Even if the fruit was sour, astringent, and bitter, she would bite it and bear the discomfort to see his surprised reaction. But when she bit into the green fruit, her eyes went wide instantly. Her tongue involuntarily stuck out, flinging the fruit flesh to the ground. The fruit was indeed terrible, bitter, and astringent. But that wasn't why she spat it out. Her tongue felt numb suddenly, like it had been shocked. So numb my tongue, no feeling, Hilda grimaced, breathing fast as she struggled to ease the numbness. But the sensation grew stronger. Her nasal passages began to swell, and her speech slurred, becoming hard to understand. Poisonously, why would you still make me eat this? She stammered with a helpless, half-laughing, half-crying expression. It's toxic, and you want me to eat it? Just as Hilda was getting angry, Zhang Yi tossed another fruit toward her. Hilda took a closer look and recognized the fruit. It was a swan sure, a type of extremely sour persimmon that just happened to be in season. Here, try this, Zhang Yi offered, handing her a fruit. No way. Hilda frowned, suspecting he was trying to trick her. But Zhang Yi smiled and said, just taste it. There's a surprise. Hilda sniffed it hesitantly, the sharp sourness of the swan sure, making her almost want to sneeze. She stared at the unripe green fruit in her hand, hesitating for a moment before deciding to give Zhang Yi a chance. She parted her lips and took a small bite. Instantly, her eyes widened in shock. Her entire perception of the fruit flipped. She remembered swan sure as being as sour as lemons, usually used as a seasoning and rarely eaten raw. But now, an overwhelming sweetness burst onto her tongue. The numb, tingling sensation quickly faded, leaving behind a honey-like fragrance. It's so sweet. Hilda was stunned and couldn't help but take 2 more bites. Then her gaze shifted to the green fruit she had spit out onto the ground beside her. Is it because of this? She asked cautiously. Zhang Yi nodded with a smile. That's what I call a sweet fruit. It grows in the grass and looks a lot like regular sweet grass, so it's often mistaken for it. There's barely any record of it in books. I discovered it by accident when I was a kid picking sweet grass fruit to eat. This fruit is mildly toxic, it only makes your tongue numb. But that numbness changes your taste perception. So for the next several hours, any bitterness or sourness you eat will taste sweet. The more sour or bitter something is, the sweeter it will seem. Even your saliva tastes sweet. That's amazing. Hilda exclaimed in genuine wonder, then happily finished eating all the swan sure in her hand. Hearing Zhang Yi's explanation, the little kitten ran over, meowing, I want to try too. Zhang Yi gladly obliged, having picked plenty of sweet fruits along the way. After eating the fruit, the kitten's tongue showed no reaction and it made a pained face, which made Zhang Yi and Hilda laugh. But when the kitten tried the swan sure, its expression instantly brightened with a sweet smile. I like sweet things. Yummy. So amazing. It meowed happily. Hilda's eyes sparkled as she looked excitedly at Zhang Yi. Anything else fun around here? There's plenty, Zhang Yi replied. But first, we need to set up a temporary camp. Otherwise, we'll have to sleep out in the open grass tonight. Kiki, go gather some dry wood. Okay, meow. The kitten immediately ran off, deftly searching around. What about me? Hilda asked, munching on her second swan sure. She seemed a bit hooked. What was originally sour had been transformed by the sweet fruit into something like juicy peaches, deliciously flavorful. This is a watering spot. The camp can't be too close, or we might run into monsters. You go scout nearby for a flat, open area not far from here to set up camp, Zhang Yi instructed. Got it. Hilda nodded and instantly turned into a golden light, darting through the forest with energy. Zhang Yi stayed by the shore and started skipping stones on the water. The lakeside was covered with smooth, flat pebbles. She felt it would be a waste of time if he didn't find a few good ones for skipping. He would wait until Hilda found a good spot and Kiki gathered enough firewood before starting the camp setup. Just playing for now, he. Ripples spread across the lake surface, the air filled with the scent of leaves and fruit. Though the temporary camp hadn't even begun, the atmosphere already felt relaxed and easygoing. Before long, Chi-Chi brought over a big pile of firewood, and Zhang Yi skillfully stored it all inside his ring space one by one. Then, the big guy and the little kitten sat side by side by the stream, eagerly playing a game of stone skipping. The little kitten proudly raised a paw and said, 6 skips, big guy. Am I impressive, or what? The big guy laughed and responded, impressive, but not as good as me. Watch this. With that, he flicked his wrist, sending flying stones bouncing repeatedly across the water's surface. Whoosh, pia, 31, 32, 33 skips. The little kitten's eyes widened. So amazing. Teach me, please. He'll teach you, the big guy said with a proud grin. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhang Yi demonstrated and instructed, see, with the right force, you can even use this technique for throwing flying knives. And so, Zhang Yi patiently taught the little kitten how to skip stones until it could consistently get over 20 skips. Still, Hilda hadn't returned. Normally, with her speed, it would take no more than 10 or 20 minutes to walk around, but now it was almost 40 minutes with no sign of her. Zhang Yi furrowed his brows, feeling a faint worry rise in his chest. He called Chi-Chi and started searching along the footprints Hilda had left behind. Half an hour later, Zhang Yi and Chi-Chi crouched at the edge of a cliff, gazing into the distance. Below the cliff, Hilda was holding a map, frowning as she hesitated and pointed uncertainly in a direction. It should be that way. Zhang Yi couldn't help but shout, it should be the other way. Hilda immediately looked up, her eyes scanning across the cliff to see Zhang Yi and Kiki's faces breaking into mischievous smiles. Her cheeks instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. That was it, Zhang Yi was right. Hilda was lost. She had taken a turn and finally found a seemingly suitable camping spot. As she was about to head back to look for Zhang Yi, she realized she had taken the wrong path. She hurriedly retraced her steps, but then couldn't even find that camping spot again. With a few leaps, she climbed up the cliff and joined Zhang Yi. Seeing their stifled laughter, she puffed out her cheeks and mumbled, if you want to laugh, then just laugh. But before she finished, laughter broke out. Zhang Yi and Chi-Chi burst into laughter, their voices echoing through the forest and valley. In that moment, Zhang Yi's struggle to hold back laughter was vividly clear. Hilda, however, wore a face full of frustration. Her chronic lack of direction sense was clearly acting up again. No wonder she felt uneasy earlier. There hadn't been a cliff on the way there, yet somehow on the way back, she ended up wandering into one. She really should have gone the other way from the start. After a fit of laughter, seeing Hilda stomping her foot, Zhang Yi finally stopped laughing and teased half-jokingly, girl, you can get lost on a path just over 10 miles long? Didn't you remember any of those skills I just taught you? Hilda blushed, trying not to giggle but still pouting. I. I remembered, but it didn't work. Then, switching tone defiantly, she added, you probably just didn't teach me well enough. Zhang Yi smiled and nodded as he leaned closer. Then I'll teach you one more trick if you want to never get lost. It's simple. Hilda immediately perked up and eagerly asked, what is it? Zhang Yi stretched out his hand with a mischievous grin and said, just hold my hand, and you won't ever get lost again. Hilda paused, looked up at him meeting his eyes, and finally realized he was teasing her again. I'm not talking to you anymore. She gave him a gentle kick and turned away in a huff. But she hadn't been gone 3 seconds before she dashed back. You walk ahead. No laughing. I just made you laugh. All right. Zhang Yi agreed, barely able to keep a straight face. Seeing this, Hilda immediately protested. Hey, drawing a sword is too much. Watching Zhang Yi flee in panic, Hilda pouted and slipped her slender sword back into its sheath. Then, unexpectedly, a faint smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. She hadn't anticipated anyone teasing her like that. At first, she felt a little annoyed, but the more she thought about it, the more she appreciated the interaction. That natural give and take was what true friendship felt like, not the forced excuses or insincere flattery she usually encountered. With Zhang Yi, she sensed an honest, unpolished ease. But then she thought better of it and decided she should act a bit angrier. Otherwise, that rascal would surely think she was easy to push around. So she quickly wiped away her smile, pursed her lips playfully, and started running after Zhang Yi. If he moved any slower, she might lose him altogether, and if he really got lost, she probably wouldn't be able to stop laughing for the whole night. After a short while, Zhang Yi finally found a good spot to set up camp. Hey, race the place I just picked, Hilda said, her eyes sparkling with delight. Zhang Yi nodded in approval, silently acknowledging that her sense of direction wasn't bad after all. But he couldn't help teasing her. But you did get lost earlier, remember? Hilda, if you make fun of me again, I might actually stop talking to you. She stamped her foot, pretending to be stern. Okay, no more teasing, Zhang Yi laughed. As a peace offering, they'll tell you a little secret weakness of mine. What weakness? Hilda's interest peaked immediately. She thought Zhang Yi could do almost everything, so if he had a weakness, it had to be good. My weakness is, I can't do magic, Zhang Yi said. Hilda blinked in surprise. Was that really a weakness? Plenty of warriors couldn't do magic. But I'm a mage, Zhang Yi continued, pointing to the thick hammer he carried. See this? It's my magic wand. I'm really a mage who just hits people with a magic hammer only. I look a bit tougher than most. Hilda's eyes widened, and she couldn't help bursting out laughing. Huh, who's ever heard of a mage like that? Zhang Yi joined in her laughter, half joking. All right, now you're teasing me too, so we're even, right? Crossing her arms, Hilda mock pouted. Okay, I guess we're a little even. A little more even? She teased further with a wink. Zhang Yi didn't argue. He found this little swan more endearing by the minute. All right, let's start setting up the camp. Those 2 trees over there look perfect as supports. We can lay a sturdy beam across the middle and cover it with large leaves for a roof. He began working efficiently and confidently. Soon, they had a simple but functional makeshift camp. Hilda looked on in amazement. A shelter built from wood, rope, branches, and leaves, with thick wood shavings spread underneath as a mattress. In front, a stone fire pit was stacked neatly with plenty of wood, ready to be lit. A simple fence made of small wooden stakes surrounded the campsite, orderly and neat. Is this it? Finished? Hilda asked with some doubt. Yeah, it's temporary, so no need to overcomplicate it, Zhang Yi replied, pulling 2 sleeping bags out of his space ring and spreading them on the wood shavings. Had bought them beforehand during a supply run. Nights outside could get cold, and the little kitten was sensitive to the cold. Having an extra sleeping bag was just in case, and now it was perfect for Hilda. Tonight, you and the kitten can sleep here, Zhang Yi said. Hilda nodded, a spark of anticipation lighting her eyes. She had never used a sleeping bag before. Compared to the big bed she was used to, it wasn't much, but it was surely better than sleeping on twigs. More importantly, this camp gave her a sense of security and excitement she had never felt when traveling alone. Noticing there were only 2 sleeping bags, she asked, what about you? Think this sleeping bag will fit someone my size? Zhang Yi chuckled, tapping his chest. Look at me. I doubt I'd squeeze in there. Hilda eyed him. Then the sleeping badget definitely wasn't built for someone his size. Aren't you cold at night then? Not with the fire going, he said casually. My build keeps me warm. Hilda smirked, and with a wave of her hand, a small, delicate wooden table appeared in the camp, topped with a tea set and some snacks. Zhang Yi blinked in surprise. Proudly, Hilda said, you handle the camp setup, I handle the afternoon tea. How's that sound? Pretty good, right? Zhang Yi laughed. Yeah, pretty good. He thought to himself, no matter where this little swan went, she always kept that touch of elegance and refinement. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.